generation of the technological society, we have been acted upon by forces of such power that few, if any, of us can understand. Extensive information gathering on every American, human experiments with drugs and psychosurgery, electronic surveillance, the era of the computer, invasion of privacy, growing government and corporate power over our lives, a people plagued by dehumanization, loneliness, and violence. Dramatic? Perhaps. But we are losing control of our technology and our lives. Not so long ago, people in a similar situation did not awaken to the forces around them. Are we so unwise as to do the same?
Behavior control. And then you change it up every alienated, paranoid, enemy-less, wiretap, dead acts, dossiers, medical records, social security number, credit record, national security.
With another agent, Pat Webb. Pat was an explosives agent. So we kind of opened the door just a bit to the cabin. And as we opened the door, we were both pretty much overcome as we looked across the cabin at the shelves that were built on the other side of the door. We could see coffee cans and bottles and jars, and they all had labels on them, and they were very meticulously done. You could see that some were labeled with the name of certain chemicals. One of the things we saw was a hooded sweatshirt, that was hanging up there. And the cabin smelled as if you might start to think, if you really think about this. This is a person who lived in this cabin. They had a cutaway spot in the floor to go to the bathroom in if he needed to. Had built fires in the cabin.
Internet. The creation of a collective consciousness and the merging of the human mind with the internet is the basis of the aspiration of the transhumanists, known as the singularity. Their dream of creating a global brain came nearer when Tim Berners-Lee, a British computer scientist and former employee of the European Organization for Nuclear Research, CERN, invented the World Wide Web. Berners-Lee's breakthrough was to marry hypertext to the internet. The underlying concept of hypertext originated in previous projects from the 1960s, such as the Hypertext Editing System, HES, at Brown University, Ted Nelson's Project Xanadu, and Douglas Engelbart's Online System, NLS. Both Nelson and Engelbart were in turn inspired by Vannevar Bush's microfilm-based Memex, which was described in the 1945 essay As We May Think. Berners-Lee founded the World Wide Web Consortium, W3C, after he left CERN in 1994. It was founded at the MIT's Laboratory for Computer Science, MIT LCS, with support from the Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency, DARPA, which had pioneered the Internet. The transhumanists' idea of mind uploading is reminiscent of that expressed by Allen Ginsberg following his LSD experiments at Stanford with Gregory Bateson. While under the influence of LSD, the doctors hooked him up to an EEG machine, and following the suggestion of his friend and lover William S. Burroughs, connected a stroboscope blinking in synchronization with his alpha rhythms. Describing his experience, Ginsberg recounted, "There was no distinction between inner and outer. Suddenly, I got this uncanny sense that I was really no different than all of this mechanical machinery around me. I began thinking that if I let this go on, something awful would happen. I would be absorbed into the electrical network grid of the entire nation. Then I began feeling a slight crackling along the hemispheres of my skull. I felt my soul being sucked out through the light into the wall socket and going out point one." During the final years before his death in 2000, Terence McKenna became An early proponent of technological singularity, and called the internet the birth of the global mind, believing it to be a place where psychedelic culture could flourish. Point 2, however, as Derry clarifies in Escape Velocity, cyberculture at the end of the century. 327. 328. Transhumanism. But as Thomas Hein reminds us in Facing Tomorrow, what the future has been. What the future can be. Futures like McKenna's are stories we tell ourselves. About the present, an attempt to invest our lives with a meaning and a drama that transcend the inevitable decay and death of the individual. We want our stories to lead us somewhere and come to a satisfying conclusion, even though not all do so. 1264, placing our faith in an end-of-the-century Deus Ex machina that will obviate the need to confront the social, political, economic, and ecological problems. Clamoring for solutions is a risky endgame. The metaphysical glow that increasingly halos the high-tech tomorrows of cyberdelic philosophers, corporate futurologists, pop science programs such as the Discovery Channel's Beyond 2000, or even ads such as AT and TSU will campaign, blinds us to the pressing concerns all around us. Point 3. As Eric Davis remarked in Technosis, some Christians, especially those with a brute Protestant conviction in the rock-solid inerrancy of the biblical word, would concur with Teilhard that our headlong flight toward planetization is part of a master plan. 4. Davis was commenting on Marshall McLuhan's 1969 interview in Playboy, where McLuhan mentioned that computer networks hold out the promise of creating a technologically engendered state of universal understanding and unity, a state of absorption in the logos that could knit mankind into one family and create a perpetuity of collective harmony and peace. McLuhan clarified, in a Christian sense, this is merely a new interpretation of the mystical body of Christ, and Christ, after all, is the ultimate extension of man. 5. However, as Davis pointed out, in a letter to the Thomist philosopher Jacques Maritain, McLuhan flip-flopped on the idealism he had earlier expressed. Electric information environments being utterly ethereal foster the illusion of the world as spiritual substance. It is now a reasonable facsimile of the mystical body of Christ, a blatant manifestation of the Antichrist. After all, the prince of this world is a very great electric engineer. Point 6. However, for the transhumanists, the internet is not just an agglomeration of inert information, but poses the possibility of humanity creating a collective consciousness of the mystics. Effectively, transhumanism is the hallucination arrived at by computer scientists on drugs. As psychedelic drugs impede the ability to discern reality from imagination, they often lead to the mistaken attribution of life, or even divinity, to inanimate objects, like a computer program. The ultimate foolish dream of the transhumanists is that with the creation of cyberspace, we'll be able to enter the pleroma, the mystical realm of the ancient Gnostics, by uploading our minds to the internet. Thus, the internet will have come to serve as a totality of human knowledge, the omniscient collective consciousness of Teilhard de Chardin, also known as the global brain. Global brain. The relationship between the global brain and the internet, and its connection to the thought of Teilhard de Chardin, is explained in The Lost Symbol by Da Vinci Code author Dan Brown, a fellow alumnus of Exeter with Stuart Brand and Facebook. The Singularity. 329. Founder Mark Zuckerberg. There is an important section from the novel, which is based on revealing the secret of Freemasonry, where Willis Harman's Institute for Newtic Sciences, IONS, named after the noosphere of Teilhard, plays a central role. Here the character Catherine Solomon explains the significance of Newtics. 2 heads are better than 1, and yet 2 heads are not twice better. They are many, many times better. Multiple minds working in unison magnify a thought's effect exponentially. This is the inherent power of prayer. Groups, healing circles, singing in unison, and worshipping en masse. The idea of universal consciousness is no ethereal New Age concept. It's a hard core scientific reality, and harnessing it has the potential to transform our world. This is the underlying discovery of Newtic science. What's more, it's happening right now. You can feel it all around you. Technology is linking us in ways we never imagined possible. Twitter, Google, Wikipedia, and others all blend to create a web of interconnected minds. God is found in the collection of many, rather than in the one. In Darwin Among the Machines, The Evolution of Global Intelligence, George Dyson, who was director's visitor at the Institute for Advanced Study in Princeton, expands upon the premise of ex-club member Samuel Butler's 1863 article of the same name, and suggests that the internet is a living, sentient being. According to a reviewer, Dyson's main claim is that the evolution of a conscious mind from today's technology is inevitable. It is not clear whether this will be a single mind.
The Technological System by Jacques Ellul. 1. People are not machines, but in every opportunity where they are allowed to behave like machines, they will so behave. 2. 25 years ago, I arrived at the notion of the technological society, but now, that stage is past. 3. The industrial society. This term is very widespread, but I find it inadequate. 4. Present-day society is still industrial, but that is not its essence. 5. At one time, technology and machine industry were connected, but for more than half a century now, a gap has widened between them. Industrialism developed a centralized, hierarchical system, with a linear growth, a division of labor, and a separation between the means and the ends. Mechanization created additional jobs and made human work more draining. It operated by means of steady reproduction, developing masses of men and integrating them in the industrialization. 6. Modern technology, however, contradicts each of those different points. If allowed to act, it leads to decentralization and flexibility. It does away with the hierarchy and the division of labor. It particularly has to bridge the gap between implementation and management. It presupposes a polyvalent and nonlinear growth. It reintegrates the ends into the means. It cuts down on labor and thus on the costs of labor. The value factor is no longer human work but scientific invention and technological innovation. Consequently, we can no longer apply Marx's analysis, which states that the economic totality is based on the surplus value produced by the salaried labor of the worker. 7. The industrial system is a closed, repetitive world, with a linear revolution. The technological system is inevitably open, non-repetitive, with a polyvalent evolution. It can proceed only by the universal development of mankind, and that development is absolutely necessary for the development of the technological system. We are thus confronted with an ensemble that is totally different from any that has ever existed before. 8. Technology, conceived in terms of its automation, its chemical transformation of the world, its economy of energy, its cybernation, its data processing, its biological intervention, and its indefinite output of nuclear energy, has little to do with the old industrial mechanization. 9. Technology is power, made up of instruments of power, hence producing phenomena and structures of power, that is, of domination. 10. Terrain, in contrast to Bell, hesitates about a qualifying term. Thus, he speaks of a programmed society. In this case, I am far more in agreement. For he thereby joins the overall outlook of those people for whom the new thing about our society is the organization. He sharply distinguishes between the primary, capitalist, era of industrialization and our era. He qualifies this new society in terms of 3 features. 1. The emergence of new social classes, technicians, bureaucrats, efficiency experts. 2. The new trend of business, which is now based on organization and no longer on the relationship between economic power and productive labor. 3. Spare time activities. All 3 characteristics boil down to a reduction and to the necessities of the technological system, which, as Terrain realizes, transforms the social struggles themselves. They are becoming more technological and are no longer subject to a takeover by the proletariat. Turin adds one more essential feature of post-industrial society: the importance of the student movement with its deep contestation, its challenge, and its political weakness. But, as I have tried to show in my studies on revolution, I regard this feature as episodic and contingent. 11. What triggers consumption? Advertising, that is to say, the technologies of advertising. What is it that demands greater consumption? Mass production, which is possible only because of technology. What are we given to consume? Technological objects, because they are the things that are produced most. Hence, the consumer society, in all its aspects, is primarily characterized by various technologies. 12. Spectacle is a complete way of life. Consumption is a spectacle, so are political activity and leisure and work and family life and revolution. Modern man watches everything as a spectator. Everything is supplied to him as a spectacle, including the things he believes he is most deeply contributing to or participating in. 13. Technological activity is, by nature, spectacular, excluding all internal reality. Technological activity is what waters down all serious things, since no action can be performed any longer unless by way of technologies. 14. Z. Brzezinski, Between Two Ages, America's Role in the Technocratic Era, 1970, also figured he could add something absolutely new by coining the term, technotronic. He lists a number of differences between industrial and technotronic society. In industrial society, the machine plays the essential role. The dominant social problems are unemployment and employment. Teaching is done through human relations. The ruling class is plutocratic. The university is an ivory tower isolated from reality. Reading favors a conceptual thinking proper to ideologies. Political conflicts are intrinsic. The masses are organized into trade unions. Economic power is personalized. Wealth is the object of activity. 15. Technotronic is a portmanteau word combining technical and electronic. Come now. Isn't electronics technological? Does the word add anything to the early definitions of technology? Once again, technology equals the machine plus industry. Fine, then there is something new according to the famous definition. In a machine, there are material parts that move. Electronics operates with no moving material parts. Granted. But if the computer is not a machine in the normal sense, then in what way is it not the product of a certain number of technologies? In what way is it not integrated in a technological system? There is no reason to distinguish between technology and electronics. 16. Man can no longer be a subject. 4. The system implies that, at least in regard to itself, man must always be treated as an object. Today, this phenomenon is far more important than the renowned Marxist interpretation of commodity. 17. Nothing can have an intrinsic sense, it is given meaning only by technological application. Nothing can lay claim to action, it is acted upon by technological process. Nothing can regard itself as autonomous, it is the technological system that is autonomous, as we shall demonstrate. 18. No technician claims to be ruling society. There is no need to regard technicians as technocrats or to believe that a class of that type actually exists. 19. Colin Clark's classification is replaced by a different one. At the bottom, the unqualified functionals, then the functional operators, and at the top, the rulers, researchers, conceivers, with perhaps a fourth sector for the activities of operational research. In other words, the social distribution is, already, less and less in terms of activities applied to the economy, and more in keeping with the technological capacity. 20. The era of clerks, and these clerks are the decision makers in all domains because they have the knowledge and use of the technologies. Like it or not, and Hetman shows this so well, the experts, the specialists of diverse technologies are to be found everywhere, from business to administration, from government to agriculture. They form the true grid of society, the network holding the various pieces together. It is the technological coherence that now makes up the social coherence. But this is not a technocracy in the true sense of the word. 21. The discovery of the technological system normally seems like an attack against technology, a criticism of technicity per se. Any shedding of light on the technological structure is always received by technologists and intellectuals as an indictment of that structure, even if absolutely no value judgment has been expressed. 22. Baudrillard. When watching TV, we are incapable of knowing that this miracle is a long social process of production, which leads to our consumption of images.
Centigrade on the keyboard. Working away. Focus, you got subtitle. I gotta go to work so I can work it out. Come on, computer, make it work. Come on, satellite, work with me. I gotta go to work so I can work it out. Come on, computer, make it work. Come on, satellite, work with me. I gotta go to work. Who would have thought that I would starter these jerks? The first full-time clock and serial microphone rocker. I used to jump on the stage back in the day wearing a stocking. I want to conceal my identity in any stereotypical venue. Never will I reveal the serious way that I feel. I'm on job time, all I do is talking to the steel. Use my style to hide and conceal, profile and be cowed while they smile and just say that I'm real. Bad luck strikes in 3, all of you will agree. I didn't have a heat shield, they rained triplicate on me. When it's squares versus circles, then any of you can compare front and back are differentiated by a 90-degree squared circle. If you know what I'm talking about, you know the code, work it out. Forced entry, I was disguised as a sentry. I gave not a care, life is an adventure to me. I obtained secret money and manufacture inventions, fracturing the line between space and time dimensions. Restructure the torque and the structural integrity, so I can walk on water while the returning surface tension. This making me an acolyte of the greater unknown, the word shark, king of these murky seascapes. Within my patriarch society, you cannot dethrone the intricate degree and climate that I seize from the police state. I gotta go to work so I can work it out. Come on, computer, make it work. Come on, satellite, work with me. I gotta go to work so I can work it out. Come on, computer, make it work. Come on, satellite, work with me. I still wish they made more girls like me, intelligent, beautiful, and rich like me. But they don't, so I stay fucked up like King Keeper. She's the type of person that will still rock Latigre. I'm the type of person that will still sport feelers. I found this pair of size 15s out in Pasadena. Those are my work boots. I insert this into these jerks' necks, giving them a virus. They'll destabilize their hardware. Now I can tap in just to my onboard wet works. Plant the hidden charge there. It's a cellular reconfiguring program consisting of integers, turning human beings into kindling, whittling the psyche into apparition, place it back into the skin. Now it's the ghost in the shell. Should I boast? Well, no. I stay on the west coast of hell, where hell's bullets this I know so well. I have my work cut out for me. This has its perks. Just then I realized life is mostly hard work. And why not get your car pulled off under you? It won't get sorted back from that dumb desk clerk. And who's the one to suffer you? I didn't know what to do, so when in doubt, go to work. When I'm 25, I'll contract myself out once I'm through. Then it's just books and beats for me. I'll leave the rapping to my crew. I'm a good scientist and a world got cuckoo. Imagine how it is to watch them turn crazy around you and then look over at you like you are the insane one. That's how it is. It's okay to read the controversy bubbles and flattens out like this, like my little kids. And I've got to go to work so I can work it out. Come on, how to work for me. Come on, got to make it work. I've got to make it work. Come on, I can work it out. I've got to make it work. Come on, let it work this way. Come on, let it work it work. Come on, tickler.
Hegemonic sentences through cavalcades of reminiscence. The dark soul mentions crevices of insight, appendages of tripwire reverence. The Gun Hill legend brandish your weapons for Armageddon. Headless corrections for willing participants before the line finishes. I got shadow grimace to upstream green with human chaos for the pilot smoke screen. Combined with the best wishes, master attack, detected full advantage. advanced craft methods that were highly adapted to the presence, sharpening psyche, which often might be construed as badly used or beautiful looks and flights to mirror the schism unseen hidden. The newest eyes cast shadows into the bluest skies until the Tory allegory brought to the kings before me as a sacred justice plotted to misinform the whole to chorus within construction. Nano-nets filaments hidden secret touch, mystified by the comfortable, united by inner struggle. Hidden giving a bundle of scar-ridden enigmas. Now the claw is risen. Man is up with cheeky. With this sight disease praying to the east, not to the man-made structures, but to the rising of the sun. A comparison of those diligent millipede legs rushing around in any direction. Misperception and prism seem a bad design. That's the vision from the unlikely incision to the makeshift minions of bad decisions. I'm pressing danger to the head skill, kicking fixes to hidden cages you can't unstage this cause I'm live and in the basement with bones hidden all chrome, hidden with thrones. Like a programmed metal skull covered in the heart routinely cycled by a metronome. Bones are collected to make me feel like the connection is real. Now only steel can sharpen steel. They hit the
Yeah. Rap Attack 50. Go boom! WM. A. Bag no friends. Yeah. WM. You weatherman get self-free. Give me the keys, man. Once again, WM. Come on, ma. Can I borrow the keys? My generation is carpooling with doom and disease. Buckle up, skipper, the new American asterisk. You riding shoddy with Jesus of NASCAR in. At the end of the day, we all sitting on 24s, 365 horses. No horse shit, nothing but a learning permit. Delinquents on the Autobahn, popping our airbags off, worthless. I'm not depressed, man, I'm just a fucking New Yorker who know that sitting in traffic with these bastards is torture. Or being a jalopy with a mommy, getting headrest and holler the glowing moonroof is proof that I'm not dead yet. And y'all can all give me the Hummer, cause in the meantime, I'ma pimp this ride like fly Formula Oneer. This is the El Product summer, with a gleam of factory gunmetal sheen gray and no VIN number. Hopped in the hoopty screaming freedom is mine. How'd you get so rap? Bumping the tune I so conveniently provide. Don't have to be flashy, I'll use any old rhyme. Check this out. Feel away, stay alive, stay alive. Cars slide by with the booming system, like New York is Palooza with Metal Gear using Christians. Posted up for the gods of oil mining in a military Humvee with no bulletproof siding. Brooklyn baby, I'm waterlocked, walking nervous when the curfew was imposed, closing transportational service. This councilmatic fear turned me Hunter S. Thompson with my lawyer leaning over the side view mirror, vomiting. You call them windows, I call them asbestos listeners. But this wheezing in my chest don't need more than fucking air fresheners. There ain't no easy pass, hands on a dash, you'll get rocked in the Casbah if the movement's too fast. Here come the cannonballs, run, get in your gremlin. The days of thunder creeping up sooner than you expected. Paranoid brethren disable the OnStar. No one no trace up, pull us over and shout outlet car. Hopped in the hoopty screaming freedom is mine. How'd you get so fresh? Bumping the tune I so conveniently provide. Don't have to be flashy, I'll use any old ride. Hop in a whip and peel away, stay alive, stay alive. These TV thugs got the heart of Herbie the Love Bug. It don't take a speed racing mind to see that they just stuck. I'll wrap your promo truck with an ambulance stencil to prove that your fucking baby's frying up in a rental. I knew a kid who navigated a slippery and fuel injected a speedball on his way to Atlantic City. out the race before even making his mark, and now we'll never pick his shit up out of long-term parking. My AAA card is one too many initials. An Autobot on the fringe of liquid addiction, spinning fishtails. I'm about to careen on some tunes and shit off cliff. The love of the sport of racing is keeping me out of coffins. Come movers like, fuck it, just keep the beats dirty, dusty. I grab a CB radio like, I'll keep running the track, even when muddy, cause my insurance don't cover leaving behind a pit crew that love me, so I rhyme. Hopped in the hoopty, screaming freedom is mine. Rhyme. Pumping the tune I so conveniently provide. Rhyme. Don't have to be flashy, I'll use any old rhyme. Rhyme. Hop in the whip and peel away. Stay alive, stay alive, stay alive, stay alive. What the fuck, oh, look out!
Yeah, welcome to The Machine Lies, where we talk about the lies of the machine on the machine that lies. And I got some interesting reflections for you guys, right? And I'll try to look at different theories of history, right? So that we could analyze and look at different different explanations of man's future. Right. So this is a entire segment that we've been embarking on, right? Basically looking at the change of being and becoming throughout history, right? And how these two notions have became adapted throughout time. And thanks to this, we're sort of looking at how different ideas have developed, right, throughout history. Right now, the classic stage of being and becoming, right? You could sort of put it in terms of this whole idea of language, right? And meaning. Right now, obviously, we've looked at the whole idea of being and becoming in terms of language and meaning, right? And in that, there's the various forms of expression, right? You have symbolic forms of expression, right, which constitute a cultural extension of man, a sort of biotechne, right, in which most of man's energy is not catalyzed for the mere basis of survival, right? Obviously, before you have the symbolic forms, right? Okay, you have the idea of nature itself. Right now, when nature becomes a symbol, right, pointing outside of nature, right, to something greater than either man or nature, right, then the symbolic world seems to permeate all of the natural expressions of man, right? And this whole idea of the symbolic framework, right, or biotechne, right, sort of replacing the natural forms of organization, right, is also sublimated through the technical forms of organization. Right now, the technical forms of organization, when ascribed to language, right, they're a diminution of symbols, right? Now, obviously, right, symbols take more from meaning, right, than language does. Language takes more from communication than just meaning, right? Obviously, symbols have layered contextualization over layered contextualization of meaning, right? Language requires sort of personal basis, right? It requires a personal form of expression. It requires interpretation, right? And this whole idea, right, of language moving with the ideas of the cultural forms moving more to the language-based forms and the symbolic forms, right? They already become more technicized in the process, Right now, technicity itself interprets symbols in a highly specific manner. Right? Okay. Obviously, you know, the whole language and communication game in terms of the mechanical, right, is about creating meaning, because the whole idea is about the process of creation itself, right? So it's an idea of creating new meaning, right? But of course, this idea of the technical, right, it seems to abbreviate nature in a highly specified way, right? Right, and it seems to curtail the aesthetic range of humanity. Like, for example, technical aspects, right? They thrive more on depersonalized, a form of expression, a compartmentalized form of expression, right? So we have this entire idea. Right now, this whole idea comes from a switch, right, from mind to language. Now, obviously, the computerized forms, right, they're based on the subset of language, right, which is math and logic, right? Okay, so this subset, okay, because they want to understand how certain the functionality of different sentences and how they relate to each other, right? That's logic, right? And of course, logic, right? They find out that logic actually has a relationship with grammar itself, right? And logical forms, right? And the other thing that logic seems to have a relationship not only with the structure of language itself, right? And there are certain theorists who have came to say that language has an inherent structure because of the mind, right? Okay, there's really two schools, right? Right, one is that mind creates language. The other is that language creates mind, right? Right now, obviously, this whole view, right, of the Wittgensteinian sort of view that the limits of our language are the limits of our world, right? This was the view favored by the sophists, right? Okay, and we saw this sort of seeping through in Heraclitus, right? Because he said logos, right, is like this divine thunderbolt that steers all things, right? It steers all matter, right? And matter is a sort of impermanent form. There's only one substance in nature, right? Which is the logos and its different expressions of itself, right? Now, the whole idea there was about expression, right? There is no idea of logos or expression within Parmenides, right? He sort of he says what is possible is actual. So there's a one-to-one relationship. There's a one-to-one relationship between ideas and and nature, right? Nature and ideas are not two separate things, right? So you see that this dialectic, right, shifts where language takes a precedence over mind, right? And this is exactly what the sophists had theorized, right? This is exactly what the sophists had theorized against Plato, right? Okay, this was their major contribution, right? Yeah, blessings, brother. And yeah, much love, Fools and Tools and Denise and ESP and all the people that are here. Neutral Ground, Mike Malzahn. I'm sorry I got mad at you, Mike, but yeah, I never said apostates should be killed. I said that should only be under the rules of a caliphate, right? So you assigning me that position that I think anybody who apostates from Islam should be killed, right? That's a very extreme position, right? And I'm not going to accept that form of slander, I mean, right? So it's just, don't assign to me positions that I directly answered you that I never held, right? So, it's really that simple, So
What's up, G? What you
Yeah,
doing?
what's going on? Nothing much. Sort of talking about a bunch of different ideas. Sort of opening presentation. It's random every time, right? So I just pulled the rabbit sort of out of the hat. But of course, it's based on a lot of ideas that we have been discussing, right? So I'm sort of talking about being versus becoming, right? And how this is actually a fight between two different ideas. I mean, so I'm trying to draw these dialectical views, right? So one is mind versus language, right? So I'm sort of drawing this idea of Parmenides versus Heraclitus, and this idea that expression is the vehicle of creativity. And I'm sort of going against this a notion here. So I'm choosing sort of mind over language, right? I'm saying that expression is not the expression actually has no finality, and that this is exactly what the sophists thought. So I'm kind of taking Plato's side, and of course, nature versus time. I'm taking the idea that nature is superior to time, that being is superior to becoming, right? And this is just because of the historical analysis of how the situation has transpired and the role of philosophy in trying to perceive nature and time and all these different ideas. Yeah, welcome, Mike. Yeah, what's going on? Did you hear what I said?
Sorry, I've been gone for a little bit. I did not hear most of what you probably said.
Yeah. I was just saying that you assigned to me a position that I never held, right? So, because we had a direct conversation about that, right? About apostates, whether they should be killed or not. And my answer was that in a rule of a caliphate, right, if they accept the Islamic laws, right, and they choose to defect from those laws, right, and say, well, I'm not held responsible under those laws anymore because now I apostatize from Islam, right? Yes, then the punishment is death, just as the punishment for trying to say do treason against exactly, against the government is death or something like that, right? So yeah, if you are held in contempt of the laws, right, under a state that offered you its protection, right, under those rules, right? So yeah, I think absolutely, because the very fact is that you accepted those conditions, right, before you apostatized, right? So it says it right there, right? So it's under the conditions of the laws, right? So if you take an oath in the military or something like that, or do you think if you change your mind, you should go be able to go do whatever you want?
Right, but I mean, if you're just born and raised under the caliphate, I don't know if you're accepting the conditions of the law.
Whoops. Yeah, there he goes. There she goes, boys. Yeah, Mike, you're totally frozen. So if you can see me and hear me, you're completely frozen mid-sentence. But I'll have to move on with my presentations. Okay.
Okay. Well, thank you for letting me on Machine Lies. It's always nice to see you.
Of course.
You have a good one.
Of course. Yeah, but I'm not mad at you. I just want to say that I was just saying that I don't necessarily hold that position that any Muslim that apostatizes from Islam should be killed. I don't hold that position, right? So just
good.
Yeah.
Hopefully they won't start beheading people in Hamtramck.
Yeah, I think that's beyond impossible, right? Do you think that there's Sharia law in Hamtramck? Have you ever been to Hamtramck? I live like 10 minutes away from Hamtramck.
Yeah, I would love to go to Hamtramck.
Yeah, I live like 10 minutes away from Hamtramck. There's nothing close to Sharia law in Hamtramck.
Yeah, they got strip clubs still, I think, downtown or something.
Exactly. Right? They have strip clubs and liquor stores. And a bunch of crackheads hanging around. I fed a bunch of homeless people in Hamtramck. It's not happening. So that is a fantasy, right? Yeah. That means you're living in a fantasy world, right? Because you've been propagandized, probably by Zionists, right? They're telling you like,
I'm not saying there is Sharia.
Well, I've seen. I'm sorry. I've seen a lot of Zionist-sponsored media lying about that sort of thing, that they're setting up Sharia law in Hamtramck and Dearborn, and they're not. Right? So I think you've been infected by Zionist media. right? You like they've taken over your mind. You've been psyoped. You know,
Why do you
essentially.
keep pushing that?
No, seriously, you've been psyoped. I mean, I wish it was funny, but I feel bad for you. But yeah, it's not funny.
No, I'm not saying Sharia has taken over Hamtramck.
I hope you're not, because that is literally ridiculous. I live 10 minutes from fucking Hamtramck. That's literally an obnoxious statement and nothing more even. But yeah,
right. I'm just saying, let's keep an eye on them. Let's see what happens. We got Epic City down there in Dallas.
Yeah, I'll tell you what happened when they wanted to bring trans and lesbians to go teach in the school system. The people in Hamtramck, rightfully so, said they have a huge problem with that, and a lot of them were Muslims. Do you think that parents should have a problem with, should be allowed to have a problem with what they teach their kids in the public school system, or do you think, with your liberal justifications, that is an expression of Sharia law that is incredibly fantastical? Well, they're trying to impose their way of life on those Muslims. It's actually the other way around. They're imposing their way of life on those Muslims. It's the opposite way around. It's the opposite way around, Mike.
Yeah. Well, first of all, I'm not a liberal. I'm a Republican. It's funny. I don't know if you ever heard of Sajid Lipham.
That's even worse. That's even worse.
I know. I know. For you,
yeah, because the neocons are even more in support of Israel. Right. They have a Christian conservative evangelical base, right, that are Christian Zionists, right? So that's even worse. Right. So you should look at your own people, right? Your own establishment, right? You know what I mean? And if you're a Republican, honestly, you should stand with those Muslims, because they're fighting a good fight there, I mean, against homosexuality in schools.
Yeah, that is an interesting politics makes for interesting bedfellows. That's
what I'm saying, and that's why I'm saying a lot of these things that you're blaming on Muslims throughout history, they're actually political things, right? They're Arabs, right? It's not Muslims that are doing these things, right? It's Arabs that are doing these things for political power, right? So this is a totally different dynamic that I think that you should. I mean, nobody looks at history. I mean, do you really think that? Are you one of these guys that says most of the killings in history have been because of religion? Because that's absolutely a false statement.
Yeah, no, I mean, Stalin obviously killed millions.
Exactly. Thank you.
You know,
exactly, right? So
forward, all sorts of atheists.
Right. Yeah. So at least you're not that uneducated. I mean, thank God.
Well, I do my best. I'm pretty uneducated, but yeah, I understand. Also, although if you look at it, are you talking about a percentage of deaths within the population, you know? Well, you're a Muslim. What do you think of like the massacre of Chios or the Battle of Al-Harar?
I'm not familiar with those.
You know, okay. In 1822, the Ottomans, Chios was an island, Greek island. It's closer to Turkey than it is to mainland Greece. And the Ottoman admiral.
Ottomans. Yeah, I don't support everything the Ottomans have done throughout history. Yeah. I'm not a Turk. I think a lot of that is Turkish, right? The Ottomans are Turkish. They're not Muslims, right? This is absurd, right? That's absurd to call them, to say everything that Turkey did during the Ottoman Empire was because of Islam, right? That just seems not justified, right? Nor would any Jew or Christian accept anything like that, right? That you know what I mean? So I mean, it just goes to say, I think a lot of these were political fights and battles, right? I mean, we looked at, me and Neurojack were watching the show about the King of Moldavia and how he fought the Ottoman Turks, and then the guy, finally started paying tribute to the Ottomans and all this stuff. So all of this stuff was political, right? I mean, you could say, oh, they were fighting a crusade against the Ottomans, but it doesn't really check out. I mean, right? These were not really religious wars, right, so to speak.
Sure. It's mostly about money. What was
right? And I just
Jefferson was in England. And
I also found out. How did the Ottomans actually conquer Constantinople? Does anybody know this? they actually had giant cannons that resembled the modern day gun, and they actually fired them at the walls. So they had pretty much modern technology, right, that they used to take down the city, right? So this was a technological marvel, right? It had literally nothing to do with Islam, right? So this was just them flexing their arm, and right, and all that type of stuff. And of course, I mean, it's a continuation of the Mongols and all that stuff that happened before, right? So I mean, it's just, I mean, if you look at where Seljuk came from and where the Turks came from, right? They have Turkish and a Mongolian. I mean, they have Russian and Mongolian roots,
Sure.
right? In history, right? So, so it's pretty interesting.
The Battle of Crimea, the Charge of the Light Brigade, right? They rushed at the cannons. I mean, the Janissaries, right? That was the
exactly
Turkish,
the Janissaries. They're like white slaves, right?
Hand cannoners. Yeah, they took 1 out of every 5 Greek boy as a Janissary and made them, although they were pretty high up in society. But yeah, the Janissaries. I don't know. Have you ever heard of the Kafir Caliphate? There was a Turkish. It was in the late 1800s, I think. His predecessor tried to reform their army, but the Janissaries turned on him and killed him. So this guy, also wanting to modernize them, make them more European in their military, killed all the Janissaries, had all the Janissaries killed before he came to power, and then put the army under his control and stuff. But anyway, it is interesting, the Turkish history.
Yeah, I'm not one of those guys who goes like, oh, every time Ottomans killed somebody, it was rightful jihad because it's Muslims killing somebody else. I would never say something like that. I would take it on a case by case basis, see who invaded, see what the problems. I'm not a Turk, right? So I'm not going to side with them on every historical expedition that they've launched, right? So, I mean, naturally, this is highly sensitive historical issues, right? But yeah, let me move on here, right, and go to this idea here. That I was sort of focusing on, right, about.
Good to see you again.
Yeah, blessings, Mike. Yeah,
see you, Jack. Y'all take it easy.
Yeah, peace, friend.
So I was looking at, not to interrupt you, but I was looking into this being and becoming thing. That's interesting stuff. But what I think is kind of strange about Plato's perspective, at least from just like this short kind of looking at it, I don't think he makes any distinction between matter being, matter's like co-eternal with God in some way with him or something.
Yeah, I don't think Plato actually believed in the same tripartite soul that that basically Christians believe in. Right? Because he believed in the tripartite soul, but it was all immaterial, right? It's all like these sort of forms or sort of like this divine intuition that's attached to it, right? Where I don't think that eros, thumos, and logos are really aspects of the Christian soul. Right? Yes, there's different aspects. There's a hierarchical arrangement, right? But I think the Christian one is like body, mind, and spirit, right? As being 3 different aspects.
There's something iffy about that too, and I'm not saying that you're wrong about that. That Christians, there might be some belief in that, but I think there's an iffy subject that.
Right, right, because it could be construed as modalism, right?
Right.
It's yeah, I see what you're saying.
That. But this formless matter in Plato's thought existed as an uncreated eternal shadow of God, and this God was never truly the creator ex nihilo.
Yeah,
like he had this idea of like an uncreated eternal shadow of God.
Yeah, that's like some sort of Metatron lesser Yahweh, right?
Right,
They're on that
like the
weird.
demiurge or something. And but it's funny. I read some article, and they're like, yeah, at the bottom of the link says that I see this thing about the demiurge. No, it says Plato's demiurge is a so-called divine craftsman that he describes in the Timaeus, becomes one of the cornerstone philosophical principles in the Hellenic philosophical tradition, and which bleeds and fits quite nicely into the Judeo-Christian. Okay, so they use that term, Judeo-Christian.
Yeah, right.
And it says the Islamic anthropomorphic conception of God. Would you agree with that?
So it's got all of them. It's Judeo, Christian, and Islamic, right? Wow.
Yeah, but I mean, as far as I know, this idea of like a divine craftsman, that sounds more like, like the great architect or something. That's what that sounds like to me. But I don't know. I haven't looked into this that deeply.
Yeah, that's tripped out. Yeah, that sounds like some pretty much mystical and Kabbalistic. And there are forms of like sort of like there's like left Kabbalah and then there's like right Kabbalah, right? And the right Kabbalah is all about like the destiny of the Jewish people, right? And the the left Kabbalah is all about like spiritual evolution, right? And this whole idea of spiritual evolution is tied into all these different concepts.
I think they call it like the states of awe, and then the others like pan-Israelism or something. It's like that.
Yeah.
Where they become the Messiah in some way, or like Israel.
Yeah, like everybody. Yeah, like everybody becomes a Messiah.
Right.
Like the Messiah is just like everybody, because this is like a code of spiritual evolution. So they take all these concepts, right?
That's to justify the land grab. You know what I mean? Like, it's like we'll make it mystical, so it sounds like we're supposed to have this. It's like divine. What did the Masons that took America call it? What was it? I forget what it's called. Whatever. Where it's like where you're divinely supposed to receive something or something. I don't know.
Yeah, like manifest destiny or.
Yeah, that's it. Right.
Yeah, which is really just a function of British Israelism, right? Because you have this nation, this ancient nation that persists through time, right? So they had this in the young Italy and the young Turks, Mussolini established this notion, in Italy. Hitler established this notion with the Third Reich, so what they're really saying is this idea of archaic revival, right? Bringing back this ancient kingdom, right? And of course, where did they get this idea from? Well, there's people that were already trying to bring back an ancient kingdom, right? And it's based on these two different, poles, as they said, Judeo-Christian, right? Which they really mean, Judeo-Roman, right?
Yeah.
Right.
That's a trip because it's so close to Gnosticism, and the way that we look at Protestantism today, at least in Americans don't have any clue that dispensationalism or any of these things are so close to like the occult or like like the Gnostic thought. And I think aspects of what Plato. I don't think Plato necessarily was fully in that direction. I think he was sincere probably and didn't think of it that way, but I don't think he could understood. I don't think he understood like the uncreated and the created in the sense that I don't know later Christians would, and sure someone could debate that, but I don't know.
Yeah, I think he was infected by foreign traditions. Right. And you see this in the Aristophanes, the clouds, right? That, when Hermes comes in, right? What is Hermes' entire gripe is that Socrates is causing this young man to be disobedient to his father and disobedient to the laws of Athens, right? So what Hermes actually supports in Aristophanes' Clouds is patriarchy. Right? It's actually really weird, right? He supports cultural homogeneity, right? Even though Aristophanes is supposed to be like, this liberal guy who's like a poet, and he's telling these mystical expressions against Socrates and Plato, where these these conservative-minded nationalists in favor of like military valor and stuff. But it's like it's actually the actual reality is reverse, right? It's Plato that's doing cultural subversion within Athens, right? And that means that he's up to something a little more nefarious, right? And then you see his relations, right? You see his mom, right, married a statesman who was like a friend of Pericles, right? And he was part of the elite of Athenian society, right? Basically being like a son of Ariston, as Socrates calls his brothers, in the Republic, the sons of Ariston, right? That means that he is part of the nobility of Athens. Right. And I think that means, like, why would somebody who's part of the nobility of Athens want to destroy Athens from the inside out? Right. That's something that I thought. And I was like, maybe Plato's not a good guy. Right. You know what I mean? Right. Maybe he's like actually just an evil motherfucker who's like,
wanting to revolt. Like a revolt against every idea of the time. And
I
don't know. What didn't he? Was it Diogenes, or what? Is that who it was? Who Plato was giving some talk, and he went in and like mocked him or something, like with a chicken. I don't know.
Yeah.
Well, maybe he was right about doing that. Maybe he's seen something everybody didn't see. Plato was really kind of shady. But I mean, I'm looking at this. It's like Plato's God would be the supreme master and the Lord of the universe, intelligence, personal and transcendent, and immaterial. There could be emanations from him and such. And I think that's where Gnosticism begins to be in the picture. Additionally, in the other is the problem of evil and theogony. So Plato conceived of God as being unchallenged in power, and there was no equal power and such. But Persian and other Greek schools of thought would answer this by saying that God was good, but there was also the evil God who opposed the good God. Zoroastrianism still had this problem, even if they believed that Ahura Mazda would eventually defeat Ahriman, the evil god. It did not believe that the good God was truly supreme. All these religions seem to believe that the formless matter was eternal, so that different beings might create from some substrate of formless matter. For example, Plato would say the demiurge problem was that it wasn't able to control formless or co-eternal matter, and then in the process of forming it became chaotic. In the ancient world, this was known as the eternal world problem, or eternity of the world problem. This is what someone I know is telling me right now, because we're talking about it.
Yeah. Or there's like this idea that God like created the world, and his creation of the forms, like matter emanated from that. So that's why matter is such a chaotic, like mess. I mean, right?
I see. Right.
It's because it's not a direct relation to God. Now, obviously, philosophers work this out different ways in history, right? They said God doesn't control all of nature; he just controls certain aspects of nature, right? He controls universals and not particulars, right? Like Jim Bob and all these guys say, right? So I think that might be a little bit too philosophical for most people to comprehend how that came about. We've given a lot of explanations of that sort of thing, right? But yeah, it's interesting, right? But yeah, this was a response to Plato, right? And really a response to Aristotle, right? And because Aristotle's model is even more, it's even less ethereal and mystical, right? There's even less like the little two versions we presented of Plato's creation story, and right, Aristotle's is kind of like, there's like three things at the beginning of creation, right? So there's God, there's matter, and then there's the void, right?
Okay.
So like God just like molds matter through this void thing, and right, so yeah, so obviously he's the prime mover, right? So yeah, and in Islam, it just doesn't, Islam is kind of weird, right? Because in Islam, God creates the tablet of destiny, right? So he creates a pen and he tells the pen, write. And the pen writes everything from the beginning to the end, right? And then creation is basically like repeating this play, right? But God can still change any part of it, right? So it's just like, like there's a basic plan, right? Then within there's details that I think God could change, right?
So there's like a basic predetermined outcome of the story.
Yeah, it's either that or it's all determined. It's either that or it's all just one to, and just, boom, there it is.
Right. Okay.
So yeah. So in Islam, there's a problem between free will and God's power, because God is all powerful. He affects everything at all times, right? So there's no escape, right? And now in Christianity, there's a problem, right? Historically, because of grace, right? Because Paul talks about grace, right? So now Christians have been arguing about this all for centuries, right? They've talked about, well, is it grace or is it this whole idea of some effort to bring about salvation, right? So yeah, so I mean, how Paul puts it, right? Like what Paul says is God makes one vessel for his glory and one vessel for destruction, right? What it says in the Quran, right, is God guides whom he wills, leads astray whom he wills, right? So I think theologians have been puzzled by these, right? And they've tried to understand, what is grace, right? How does grace relate to God's plan, right? Essentially.
Pharaoh's coming to mind, because like there's a verse in there, I think, and I forget what philosopher said it, but it was one of the philosophers that said Moses was greater than, Socrates or something like that. But anyways, I don't know. That's, people can think what they want on that. But it's talking about Pharaoh, and it says something like God hardened his heart, right? Now, what does that mean? It's like, yes, did God harden his heart in the sense that he forced, him to make the actions, or predetermined his actions to be hardened? Or was it what kind of term is that? You know what I mean? Like, what does that mean? What does the terminology mean? What is it trying to get at, I guess? And Father Joseph he'd be the one to talk about this exact subject, because he's brought this up before and he broke it down. I think the last time he showed up, and he's got some explanation that's super interesting on that aspect of it that I can't remember at the moment. I don't even know why I brought it up. But anyways, like there's an Orthodox understanding of hardening of the heart that's different, I guess. I don't know how else to explain it. It's not like he forced it to happen. It happened because of the pride of Pharaoh,
Yeah, I think that's a little bit of the explanation that it has, that we have too, that people are led astray because of their own disobedience. That is sort of like a momentum, shift that they're on. And I see that in my life, right? I see like You know, I didn't do that when I should have. Okay, I skipped that. You know, I didn't help that old lady. Like, you know, the shit just keeps piling up, and right, and then it's like, and right, and all of a sudden I'm in a situation where I've lost grace, and right, like it's like, you know, it's like not only my own disposition changes, but like shit just doesn't start working correctly, right? And it's because you lose your own, a flow. Like as I say, like, style is what you do when no one's looking.
Okay.
Like, you know, if you're lonely when you're alone, you're in bad company. You know, this idea of how you carry yourself, you know, a sense of gracefulness. Like Jesus says, in Matthew 6:26, right? He's talking about the birds, right? And he's saying that, on the flowers, that they don't toil, right? That this is the thing.
They don't neither toil nor spin.
Exactly.
Right.
Right. So this whole thing about grace, right, is actually a huge answer to the problem of evil itself, right? Because, yeah, there's all this evil everywhere. Yeah, but paraplegics, they're not putting a gun in their mouth. You know, they're hanging on to the little bit of life that they have left. And right, because life is a precious thing, right?
Right.
You know, it's
and
better
it
to have
almost
lived and
seems that
suffered.
sometimes in suffering, it can almost be like a bitter medicine. Like you hear it all the time, like someone that was extremely prideful, and then they go through something that, you know, just knocked them down a few pegs, you know, maybe like cancer or disease of some sort. They're a completely different person. You know, they're light. They have a lighter heart. They're better. Uh, Maybe they're sick, but they're a better people after it because something's happened. You know, there's even grace in sickness a lot of times, I think, and that's not thought of. You know, in like a super black and white technical view of the world or something.
Yeah, definitely not. But yeah, what I'm looking at is this idea of, sort of being versus becoming, immanence versus transcendence, and right, and the whole notion of grace itself, right, being an aid against futurism, against this notion of, obviously losing hope. Obviously it's a nihilistic idea, right? Of a sort of law that the future is lost right now, with this idea that hope is not futurism, right? Because it's not based on trying to bring about some change in the future, right? But about your personal responsibility of where you are now, right? And there is grace. Grace is about how the moment itself is engraced, right? For you to have the ability to acknowledge that responsibility, right? So this whole idea of grace that Skolimowski's on is actually is a trip. I mean, I'm gonna read a little bit of this and see where he comes to. And of course he's very certain parts in this he's like anti-Christian, and certain parts in this he's pro-Christian. He's like kind of schizophrenic in this, but this is a part where he's definitely pro-Christian. So he says, what is the place of grace within eco-theology? And of course, where he was against this whole Christian notion was in the idea of the Messiah, right? He's saying because the idea of messiahship is attached to the notion of futurism, right? And that's why, we got to nip that in the bud, right? Is because, it's been hijacked, right? Essentially, but this notion of grace, that's, sort of pregnant with, possibilities here, right? So he says grace does not come to those who do not invite it, who are not ready for it, who do not work for it. Yet oftentimes it does not come to those who work for it and invite it. In this sense, grace is a gift, right? And look at what he says about creativity, right? He says creativity is a gift and a curse, right? But grace is an outright gift, right? So it's interesting. It's not mixed, right? There's nothing mixed in grace, right, itself. And I wonder if he's going to connect this idea of grace to nature, right? Because when I think of grace, when I think of God's grace, I think of nature. You know what I mean? Yeah, you know, the abundance that's there. And,
Definitely. I mean, anybody who's ever seen like a beautiful waterfall or a scene or something like that, like there's a lot of grace to that. The way it is.
yeah, just the fact that you're witnessing it, right? Because it's like, you know, like you have like you're standing in the perfect like angle, right? It's like you know, and it's just like a moment. It's like, you know, it's like, you know, it just says so much about itself. Obviously, you know, there's a line by Idea. He says, I'm not going to keep running towards rainbows because last time I ran towards a rainbow, it was gone. Right. He says, so next time when I see a rainbow, I won't run towards it so I could see it when it's strong. Beautiful rhyme. I mean, right up. But yeah, man. But yeah. But he says, but is a he says, in this sense, grace is a gift, is a supernatural gift, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, or a part of our natural, but is a, I think he's asking, is it a supernatural gift or part of our natural endowment? Oh, okay, so he's already there, right? He says Christian theology will insist that it is the former. Okay, and he says eco-theology maintains that it's the latter. Now, I think personally he's a little bit wrong about that, right?
Well, you know, this is what was a kind of an idea that was early on with St. Augustine, that he thought that man could only know God through his own intellect or in some way, or his own doings. But then there's St. John Cassian. He had this idea that, you know, no, it was synergy. It was only through God's grace that we could know him, you know. And that concept, there's like a mean between extremes in it, because Augustine was pushed to this kind of this place. I guess it was like some overly logical position. It's a very interesting subject. Truthfully, maybe I can find something on it that would compact what I'm trying to get at right now. But continue, you know, don't let me hold you up.
I mean, to me, this is kind of my whole disagreement that I had with Dr. Skrbina in the first place, was sort of this whole idea that the Bible and the Quran, that they're against nature, that they're anti-nature, right? So they support the whole technological scope, right, and the whole scientific scope, because they talk about this sort of supernatural scope, right? But I think that nature is the fingerprints or the blueprints of the divine, right? We cannot discard this actual fact, right? That nature is God's creation, right? So I think,
and everything he created was good. You know, that's what we say.
Yeah, and then secondly, this idea that the Bible sort of doesn't like nature. I don't really think that. I mean, as we read last time, in Fleet of the Arcs, and we're going to read it again, this idea that God actually, made a covenant with man and all the creatures of the earth, right? So, if you read the passage carefully, on Noah's Ark, it's clear that, this was a collective, a sort of message, and man's destiny was changed, right? And linked to the earth and all the animals on the earth, right? So this is another huge concept. And also you have the whole idea of natural events. Now, obviously, there's those passages from 626 that I was mentioning, in Matthew's. But I think that, there's something, obviously the supernatural and the natural are not all that different, within the religious point of view, right? So there's all these ideas there, right? So I don't think now what obviously is the problem is dualism, right? And I think that this is a problem, right, coming from Plato, right? It's not a problem that is, directly coming from, Christian theology, right? So this is
What do you think
actually,
he got it? Like it's like Zoroastrianism or something he picked up or what? Is that
uh,
like, I know they were dualist. That's why I say that. I don't know.
I think that's where Plato possibly got it from,
Right.
right? And I say that because, basically, a lot of Greece was like a vassal state to the Persians during this time,
Right.
and Cyrus the Persian was a great historical figure at this time, and he's mentioned in the Bible, right? So I think there's some historical link between Greece, ancient Greece, and the Bible. I don't know why nobody's talked about this. Right? It's actually really suspicious. I feel like my book is like the only book that mentions it. Right? But I thought that was really weird that King Cyrus, who's mentioned in the Bible, is actually mentioned in the writings of Xenophon. Right? He wrote a book called the Cyropedia, right, in praise of King Cyrus. Right? So I think and he was a student of Socrates. Right? So it just
So
seems
there's there's different things that are corroborating certain biblical narratives. In other words,
I think so. I think so. Yeah, but nobody wants to talk about it, right?
Of course. Well, we know why.
Yeah. But look that up. Yeah, but look that up. Unseen Warfare. The Cyropedia by Xenophon. Xenophon was a student of Socrates who wrote his own dialogues, just like Plato. Right. So was Plato not aware of the Jews? I don't know. I don't think it was the case, especially when they showed up all around Alexandria and stuff, 200, 300 years later. Right?
As far as I understand, all the philosophers had a pretty good understanding of the Old Testament and the religion of the Jays and what their talking points. They seen them as they respected the rabbis as philosophers the same. And that's why even when you had Peter and Paul and those guys, I mean, the Greeks and everybody around them were tripped out by them. They were calling them gods or something. I think that's I don't know. There's something to that.
Yeah, definitely, it's interesting. Let me read a couple pages of this because I want to get to this statement that he makes. He says, the relationship between grace and responsibility is one of the most important problems of Christian theology, right? So I think that's pretty interesting. But he says, is a gift of grace more special than a gift of music? At first, we are inclined to say, quote unquote, yes. Now he's looking at the delineation of art, right, as sort of a intermediary, right, between this notion of creativity and this notion of grace and the notion of natural and the notion of supernatural, right? Right, he's saying, well, our creativity is surely not something supernatural, right? But he's saying it's something that's part of the natural aspect of things, right? So he's saying, upon deeper reflection, the answer is not so obvious. Was Mozart not in a state of grace when he composed his most celestial pieces? And why do we call them, quote unquote, celestial? Clearly, because at one point, a great musical talent is a form of grace, yet we are not inclined to call musical talent a supernatural gift. When Michelangelo was sculpting his greatest pieces, we would be equally inclined to say that he was in a state of grace, yet an artistic talent is not considered a supernatural gift, rather a part of the natural human endowment. We are all gifted musically to a certain degree. Some are gifted to an extraordinary degree. Right, so I like this dialectic that he's drawing. I mean, right, between supernatural and natural and creativity and nature, right? So I think that is
Yeah, you know what's
very
interesting? This what brought this up in my mind. I think there was a woman, and her daughter was like going to take piano lessons, right? And she went and talked to Saint John Maximovich. I believe that's who it was, or it might have been Saint Nikolai Velimirovich. It was one of those saints of that time period. And she goes and asks him, and she says, "What should I put my daughter in these classes to learn music? Because I know the church isn't like big on theater and things like that, you know." And what she was kind of confused about secular music because the church doesn't allow instruments with for within our services we do hymns and things. And what St. John told her was that that music, um, in some sense, it moves the soul and strengthens the soul in some sense. So he seemed to think that there was some grace in music that connected with man's soul. And he told her that you should definitely have your daughter and do these piano lessons or something like that. So yeah,
it's so weird because I was actually talking about King David,
right. With the
how
lyre.
like how much he talks about grace, and he's singing, right? His natural gift is that he's singing,
Mm-hmm.
right? His heart was like a lute,
right? And
right?
those psalms, the psalms are all songs, so
yeah. So I think that's actually very interesting, right?
Yeah, I know this is like, especially like here at the monastery, what I've noticed when I first started doing the hymns of the services, I wasn't, I was kind of just in a bad spot. Like, I didn't want to do them, kind of, I was just like burnt out a little bit by them. But as time has gone on, I feel like at least like on a soul level, it was like strengthened. So I think there is something to that music. But I think that also on like a reverse on this is like, I think Kanye West has brought this up, like the 808 is there's something that the frequency does to the soul that causes, maybe violence or some negativity or something, or like, I don't know. Yeah.
Yeah, it's interesting. But yeah, what's really interesting is we lost a lot of viewers. Last thing we said, so I have no idea. Maybe it's Skolomowski or who knows? But yeah, drained our viewers. Crazy stuff.
Probably St. John. Yeah, why that?
Yeah, it fell like to 13 to 21. So whatever we said recently really got them spinning here. But yeah, let's check this out. He says, might it not be reasonable to suggest that we are all endowed with at least some rudiments of grace? Some are endowed more, some are endowed less. And some indeed work extraordinarily hard to bring about the latent grace in them to full blossom. Grace, like a great musical talent, has to be nurtured, trained, developed in order to come to fruition. The story of Grace's revelation omits to tell us the endless toils, the great discipline, the endless exercise, the illustrations one had to go through before they achieved the state of grace. The Buddha wandered for 3 years, fasting nearly to death, before he was visited by enlightenment and then lived in the state of grace. Jesus disappeared for 18 years, possibly spending most of the time in an Assyrian community. Doing what? We don't know. Probably not carpentry, but some strenuous spiritual exercises. In short, great spiritual leaders were supreme because of an extraordinary exertion of their willpower in eliciting their potential for grace. We ordinary human beings so often fail not because we do not have this potential in us, but because we do not have willpower, the fantastic discipline, the inner resilience to keep going no matter what obstacles ordinary reality puts on our path. In the sense, grace is a result of good karma or right karma, the fruit of one's inner workings, or part of the natural endowment brought to an extraordinary fruition. There is no royal road to grace or set of prescribed exercises. Our spiritual life is too subtle, too complex to produce grace as a result of some specific exercises. However, we know that we that the chosen ones invariably went through rigorous spiritual practices. So the inner discipline of spiritual practices are a necessary condition, but not a sufficient one. This is really odd. I actually think it's kind of odd that he's not talking about nature here. I kind of thought it was an interesting idea because he was going into natural talents and creative disciplines. And I thought drawing the dialectic between that, but now he's going into this concept of spiritual exercises. So I'm kind of curious to know where he's going with this, right? It's been a while since I've actually focused on this work, right? So yeah, I'm actually very curious where he's actually going with this. Okay, here he goes. He goes, within the Christian tradition, grace is viewed and given from above, a gift from God. The conception may be seen as a form of salvation. A little Messiah called grace is planted within ourselves. So this whole idea of grace being found in the future as a sort of messiahship, right, and then coming from outside of ourselves, right? See, this is the whole problem he had with the notion of Messiah itself, right? He said it was a temporal thing that you had to wait for that's going to come and save you, right? And he says, in that sense, it's identical to futurism, and it takes away personal responsibility, right? So I think in the sense of grace, he's going to try to tie grace to the idea of personal responsibility in the sense that it's something that we have to nourish, right? Instead of something that is going to be handed to us, right? Through some sort of supernatural event, right? That we won't have to do anything for, right? So he's trying to take away this idea that grace is means you don't have to do anything, right? So yeah, pretty interesting, right? So as we've seen, he's trying to redefine these the conceptual framework of these notions as well, right? I'm going way overboard.
So what was his belief system actually?
He's like Buddhist or whatever.
Oh, Buddhist. Okay.
Yeah. I asked Skrbina one day. He's kind of like a Buddhist, but I think he's more New Agey.
Right.
If you read his works, right? This was published by the Theosophical Society.
You know what?
So think about that.
A good response to the Buddhists is, from an Orthodox perspective, is Saint Nicholas of Japan. He had a lot of debates with the Buddhists, and even in his stuff, he said that, in the sense that they had came from a time, closer to the beginning, and so when man was closer to God, there was a lot of truth within their outlook. I think that what he's seen though was that and I talked about this before, is like this, that their whole concept of sort of emptying yourself, there's an aspect of a void there that isn't being filled. And if it is being filled, it's not being filled, and I think Orthodox would say that they don't distinguish between a good, just because something feels good doesn't mean always that it's good in the sense that it's a good spirit, right? I don't think there's a distinction there a lot of the times.
Yeah, hold on. Let me actually, I have to get up and turn my background off and actually show you guys this. Give me a second. Hopefully my pants don't fall down. Oh yeah, I was saying hopefully my pants don't fall down while I'm doing this shit. Let me see, none. Let me see this. See this? You guys see this? It says printed at the Theosophical Society. Isn't that weird? You guys see that? But yeah, printed at the Theosophical Society, folks.
What'd you say about the Theosophical Society?
Oh, you didn't just see that?
No, I didn't see it.
Oh, you got to go back in the video. Yeah, because I put up the little printed thing. It says on the book, it's printed by the Theosophical Society.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So you were pretty on the money with the New Age.
Yeah, it's not necessarily that doesn't necessarily mean what it is, but I know definitely they think of like because what they're looking at it in the terms of Gaian worship, right?
Yeah.
So you have to think something like eco-theology would be highly, highly going down the road of what they want to actually promote, right? So I think it's tacitly related to that, right? So so it could be
Which
that
they
just
probably put it through their lens a lot of the times too. So even like
right.
maybe someone from that tradition wouldn't necessarily
Oh yeah,
vibe with them. So
yeah, right. Yeah, right. I think yeah, obviously Skolomowski is a heavyweight. He's he's mainly like a philosophy guy. So yeah, so it's interesting that now obviously he's going into the theological scope, right? And I think some of the things that he's pointing out, right, are important because religion has been hijacked by philosophy, right? So there's this great danger there, right? So we have to suss out how that's taken place, right? And I think he's helping us do that to a certain extent. But he says the position of eco-theology, right, is that we must be our own source of grace. Did you have something to say there, Mike?
No, I'm just watching the chat here.
For sure.
I'm apparently sus, and I did smoke crack in 1993. That would be too.
Yeah, that's pretty sus right there for sure. What were you doing? How did you obtain the crack? I mean, so many questions, but it's just not the subject here. But yeah,
I was just drove down an alley, got some.
That leaves even more questions than answers. So you just go down. Like if I'm looking for crack, I'm not just gonna walk into an alley, But yeah, interesting.
Yeah, no, you drive in. Denise says right. Mike lacks grace. That's probably true. I'm not very graceful.
Yeah. Good. Yeah, I think you like this concept. He's taken a quasi anti-religious stance, but he wants to reform religion or whatever. It's kind of, but more so the theological aspect of it. He wants to reform the framework, right? So he says we must be our own source of grace. Grace is to be conceived as part of overall responsibility, right? We don't want to be deprived of this part of our responsibility, which leads to grace. This is not a reassertion of human arrogance, but a consistent stand which maintains that we are doomed to our responsibility. This responsibility, as we have argued, is ultimately religious in nature. When I look at our religion, and especially Christianity, from the perspective of the year 3000 AD, I see it as profoundly changed. We shall become favorite children of God by assuring more and more responsibility and by exercising it. In this sense, eco-theology is an expression of God's evolutionary design. And who is going to question God's inscrutable design if God indeed is inscrutable? What the prophets have done is the past was to judge on the basis of a bit of design, the whole design. We cannot do more, but we should try to do less. The shape of religion in the year 3000 will be fantastically different from what it is now. That's definitely true, right? And the reason for that is because I believe that we will be living in a primitive future, right? So I think all of the changes that have happened to religion to adapt it to the modern world, right? I think a lot of those will be changed, right? We're talking about post-technological age after the death of liberalism, right? Where religions, religious ideals still have power, and also there's all sorts of new religious ideals, right? Like I think there's going to be people that start all sorts of AI cults and all that type of stuff, right? So there's going to be new forms of religion, right, as well. So so that's definitely going to start happening, right?
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah. No, jump in if you like.
Okay, so what I was going to bring up, and now I posted this quote the other day, and I found it. It's from Father Seraphim Rose, and I would bring him up because he seemed to have some understanding of Eastern traditions and Buddhism and Zen and these type of things. And I think it applies to maybe a response from a Christian to that. What Skolanowski's saying. He says Zen has in effect no theological foundation, relying entirely on, quote, experience, and thus falling into the, quote, pragmatic fallacy that has already been noted earlier in this book in the chapter on Hinduism. Quote, if it works, it must be true and good. Zen without any theology is no more able than Hinduism to distinguish between good and evil spiritual experiences. It can only state what seems to be good because it brings, quote, peace and, quote, harmony, as judged by the natural powers of the mind and not by any revelation. Everything else is rejected as more or less illusory. So an illusion, some sense. Zen appeals to the subtle pride. So what Skolanowski said is something like, this isn't pride, but I think the reason he said that is because I think he recognized the pride in his own statement. So it's like a kind of mask he was putting on when he said that. That's what I seen. So widespread today of those who think they can save themselves, which is what he's talking about, I think, and thus have no need of any savior outside of themselves. And another thing he said, and I think kind of connects with this, which is, this idea, he said, I think in many cases when people say that they have this experience of some kind of illusion, some kind of wishful thinking, it's very much helped by the feeling of Zen meditation, in which you quiet yourself down. If you haven't really got anything deep inside of you that it wants to come out, you can get yourself into some kind of quiet state and think you've met God or whatever you're looking for. It's kind of spiritual immaturity. That's what I see with it. But, in his statements he's making, I'm not trying to knock the guy because, I think maybe he's trying to figure things out, and maybe in his pursuit of truth he's going to find truth. But at the root of it, at least from my perspective, it feels like, Christianity's been given a bad name, and he's going off of this cognitive issue he has with Christianity rather than what Christianity really is.
Interesting. Yeah, the whole thing, Seraphim rose against Skolimowski. That's why you got to love this show, right? When are you going to see something like that? It would have been a pleasure to see those two debate in real life. Good Lord. That would have been an incredible event, like a monumental event. Earth-shattering. But yeah, dude, yeah, totally. Yeah, totally. I hear what you're saying.
Yeah.
Yeah, especially, and yeah, so his whole thing is about, eminence versus transcendence. And he's really, what he's really trying to do is he's trying to get rid of the notions of futurism, and he wants to adopt Christianity to do this because he thinks that the destiny of the West is inextricably linked to Christianity. He doesn't see any other, sort of Eastern tradition supplanting the role of Christianity in the West. So that's why he's looking at this specific, tradition. And of course, he's talking about Western ideas. Now, it's extremely important when we're looking at technological ideas, when we're looking at ideas of the Enlightenment, we're talking about Western ideals. If you don't understand their foundation, right, within, Western philosophy, Western forms of governance and Western forms of theological speculation, right, then you're going to be missing a lot of pretext, right, a huge amount of pretext. But he says here, finally, we should ask, what is grace? What it means to be in the state of grace. Such questions are never easy to answer. While pondering over this question, I was sitting in a garden and listening to Caesar Frank's piano sonata. A dog came close to me, visibly wanting to be stroked. I asked myself, can a dog be in a state of grace? And if not, why not? Somehow the question appeared incongruous. But I have no evidence that a dog cannot be in a state of grace, especially if grace is a gift of heavens. Yet within the framework of eco-theology, a dog cannot be in a state of grace, for grace is not one of the for grace is one of the uniquely human activities, right? Okay, so a dog cannot be in a state of grace because it's uniquely human, he's saying, right? So he says on the level of Homo sapiens, evolution has created self-consciousness, then spirituality, then this state of being we call grace. Grace is a condition of our being, a condition of our wholeness. But more than that, it is a condition of harmony with the cosmic plan, at least with the forces which transcend one's individual self. This condition of wholeness, which we call grace, invariably goes beyond the wholeness of one's individual being, beyond the integration within the human person. For grace radiates harmony, which is a kind of which is a cosmic kind. Sorry. For this reason, we imagine its source to be in heaven or simply a special gift of God. One of the characteristics of grace is that it is a form of love. Grace is a sort of radiance, which hope enables others. See, here's this idea of hope. I knew he'd tie the idea. See, grace is a spatial sort of idea of immanence, right? Whereas the notion of hope rejects futurism, right? The notion of grace rejects, going beyond nature or being separated from nature, right? So he's sort of saying that's why he's sort of attacking the notion of the supernatural here, right? So he says here, grace is a form of radiance which, like hope, enables others within its reach to be more dignified, more human, closer to the inner selves. The relationship between grace and responsibility is one of the most problems, one of the most important problems in Christian theology, and perhaps any theology, right? Right. That's what me and Unseen were talking about, right? That this whole idea that, the idea between God's plan and man's responsibility, right, to, be in a state of righteousness, right, in obedience to God's plan, right? So there's all of these ideas here, right? So yeah, he's extremely right. So he says individual responsibility also is a sort of gift. If so, responsibility can be conceived as a form of grace, right? If grace itself is a gift from the outside, but this way of explaining is not very fruitful. So often responsibility is felt as a burden, as carrying a cross for the sake of other things. It is more fruitful, therefore, to consider responsibility as a vehicle, as a means through which other things are accomplished, including grace. Grace is never a means, always an end. We are all endowed with responsibility. Without it, we are not fully human. Grace is something else. To acquire it is to be on the path to divinity. Grace is a flower. Grace is the flower. I like that. Grace is the flower. Is a radiance. In its radiance are reflected all other attainments of the human heart and spirit. All the attainments of the human heart and spirit. Okay, we got another homie right here. Calix, blessings, and I'm just about to take a little musical break.
Yo, blessings.
Yeah, some cannabis here.
Yo.
And I got an interesting. I don't know if you ever heard Blockhead. Excellent music by this guy Blockhead.
No, I haven't heard the name before.
Yeah, Blockhead. I know he produced a lot of the Aesop Rock records back in the day. But yeah,
nice. I think I've heard a few of his songs.
Yeah, but they made this song, Insomniac Olympics. Excellent stuff. Let's check this out. Insomniac Olympics and Poisonville. No Kid Wins by LP, El Producto. So yeah, blessings. Let me find.
This is the sound of what you don't know killing you. This is the sound still true. This is the sound of what you don't want still in you.
When alive, wire lights, little metal rail right. We're a marvel of engineering, steer me clear into the plight. Right before the bodega's open, after the peak of night, before the paper's delivered, I sat on the corner and sparked the light. The same corner I punched when I zone dropped on the block first. At almost 5 o'clock, watching the sunspots of store clerks. Alone spot, almost kinda like the zone was forgot. As if the grid had been reset and couldn't catch to the clock. When the stoop was stuck in the past a half minute, and I sat in it. With a Lucy Newbie drift out of my lips, taste half minute. Come on. And I felt like $100 in the pocket of a gambling lust. To the wonder shows and flow with the droids of destructo luck. Future toyed on the run again. The sky gleamed, the maroon is coloring. Layered against the bluest tone from where the thunder lived. And here I was directly under it. Like some dejected little gray, they told to stay away for the mothership. Cotton ball in a blizzard of mischief for brain prison. But a thought that rode on a bus and came for conjugal visits and fucked its way into my gray matter. The tattered territory stayed chattering and nagging till it demanded a yellow for me. And I tried to hold the thing back, but the meditation was otherly. Fixated on what a friend said and relating it to my struggling. Metropoliloid voice so damn smothering. When we were children of poison bill and saw the seduction less repugnant. And reserved the right as a trigger man with a backup plan of self-destruction. And I touched the type of chemicals that could pull me towards that function. It's the stuff that I find hard for discussion. How the fuck do you explain your own self-destruction and still remain trusted? Come on! Answer the question, yes, the city wants you gone, and that's the only thing connecting us, but the connection is so strong, so how dare you assume that I sleep when you're dead? This is well outside the boundaries of acceptable behavior. I will not give you the go-ahead, and you will not be remembered fondly. I'm throwing down the gauntlet, fuck you, this isn't your decision, and for all the holy fuck I give, your little spectacle is ended, but don't think for just 1 second you've honored your obligations to me. I'm serious, look in my eyes, I don't find this funny or whatever you imagine poetry and justice feels like when you combine them. I am not going to allow this on my watch, buddy. Nobody's impressed with you imagine sacrifice, device, or insurmountable regret. You are not uniquely pained, and if you go, we won't be sorry. And who the hell are you to put me through the banality of watching this? Cause many better men have gone for clearly better reasons, and I starkly must remind you that you have not even been trying, and that's the only thing remarkable about you. Stop me if I'm lying. We are always outnumbered, but we were never out-militiaed. There's no dignity for criminals, no ministry for the wicked. In this town, if you make a sound, you're the leopard with the most fingers. A league of extraordinary nobodies, the other teams bringing in ringers. No faith in the majority, no hope for the little ones. Sally pulled a pistol out, really got a blunderbuss. So what the fuck are you feeling that makes your struggle so wondrous? Enough to arrogantly pull what's left of the rug out from under us? I think not. You in the same barrel all us other crabs are caught. And if I have to live, you have to live, whether you like this shit or not. Come on. Dedicated to the drowning and the noble futility that desperate friends forced to watch.
Okay.
Yeah, that was a cool song.
Thanks. Yeah, I didn't know how to like end it, and I don't know how to like get into that, but I'll just make it part of like a mix of songs. But yeah, let me move to this documentary.
Yeah, man.
And I think he'll expand on some of those ideas. And of course, the basic format of this show is, we'll see who comes up on the panel. I'll drop the link right here, right? But, we're looking at Skolimowski's Ideas of Grace. We were blessed to join, Unseen Warfare, throw around some of the different ideas there, right? Now we're moving along to a documentary we've been watching, Rupert Sheldrake, right? On morphic resonance and this idea that goes beyond physics, right? And sort of goes into ideas of metaphysics and fringe science and all that type of stuff. So, expanding the ideas of theology and science, religion and science, right? Sort of putting a pressure on those ideas, right? Because obviously, you know, we're going to be, we're living in a post-religious and post-scientific age. And what I mean by that is that both religion and science are being guided by the technological scope, right? So, so we're sort of seeing how different ideas, right, like ideas like metaphysics, right, those ideas of religion and theology, right, those religious ideals, right, those ideas about art and spirituality in general, right, have been pushed to the side, right? Obviously, you know, the world would look a lot different if, you know, the ruling principle of society was art and not science, right? The main vehicle, right, of of homogeneity in a society was not our technical necessity, right, but our cultural differences or backgrounds or something like that, how it was for the past 2,000 years, right? And then things changed, right? So obviously we're looking at different ideas, how we're adapting to these different ideas, right? And their foundations, how they really came about. I mean, so yeah, let me open this up for you.
Great, man. Hey, I'm gonna hop down and listen.
Yeah, for sure. Blessings, Calix.
For sure, bro.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Yeah, I appreciate you, homie. Yeah, thanks for smoking and hanging out, for sure. Also, Michael, thanks for hanging out. I mean, yeah, let me open this up for you guys. I appreciate the people who do participate. I mean, you know, I had for a long time honorary co-hosts, right? Reddington up here, and right. Usually I get like, if somebody would like to volunteer to sit up here with me for 6 hours, I mean, on a Wednesday night and Saturday night. Okay. Of course, everybody can't fulfill that role, right? We need somebody who's actually interested in the topics. Right, you can go ahead and apply for the position in the Discord, right, of being a co-host, right, in the capacity. Obviously, females go to the front of the line, right, and that's the sort of thing. But yeah, that position is available, right, and of course okay, we dropped the link. Here's the link for Unseen Warfare, right, before we move on. Okay, we got the link for Unseen Warfare. We got another couple of links here that I got to hold down here. Let me hold these links down here. And I put these in the chat here. You know, we got the alternative channel here. Okay, Cyber Caliphate and the Discord link, right? So we got the Discord link. You guys want to hop up in the Discord, right? Thank you, Neutral Ground. Thank you, Michael Malzan. Thank you, Calix. Thank you, ESP Revaluation. Okay, and all the rest of the people. Austin Murphy's out here. I appreciate you. Godheart Guardian, long time no see. Yeah, blessings, brother. I appreciate you. We got Crystal Shaman in the chat. I greatly appreciate your time. Okay, El Pinal. Sam, we got Gorilla Biscuits and Denise. Okay, I greatly appreciate all you guys for participating. Okay, quite a bit of people are participating in the chat here. Thank you, Dom. Okay, yeah, so actually, yeah, that's there's actually not that many people in the chat, but yeah, I appreciate you guys. Nonetheless, small group that has gathered here. So let's check this out. Sheldrake, right? We got to fast forward this a little bit. We're like 10 minutes into this. Let's see what they got to say.
You're the reincarnate of the master of the 13th Dalai Lama?
Yes, I'm supposed to be. It's I think it's this is something that is very unique to Tibet. Even though it doesn't mean that such kind of reincarnations do not exist all over the world. They do, but Tibet was one society where it was kind of officially accepted. So in many ways, this very great master, who I'm really not really, I have only thing I have is is a little his blessing.
Yeah, and we're learning about some of those traditions, right, and how they entered Tibetan society, right, on Saturday. So if you want more information about some of those rituals, right, okay, very interesting, the origins of those rituals, right, and what they seem to suggest, right, and why that style of religion would be popularized, okay, on a world stage. It's pretty interesting, right, to think about, right? So tune into our Saturday shows, right?
In some ways, I mean, like he's a little bit of his instrument to continue his work.
The idea of morphic resonance, the basis of the memory process I'm talking about, says that each species has a kind of collective memory on which all members of the species draw and to which all members of the species contribute.
When the right conditions come about, there comes a moment that the incarnation suddenly remembers the wisdom of the past, the teachings of the past. So therefore, he or she doesn't have to study very much.
And you know, Plato had this notion too, right? He had the notion of anamnesis, right? Obviously, Plato, he could have been influenced by the Orphic Pythagoreans to believe in the notion of reincarnation, right? And certainly Pythagoras himself taught this notion, right, of reincarnation, right? Now, were they influenced by the East in promulgating these views, right? It's interesting to configure because I don't think they had these concepts within Greek mythology, right? Or at least, as far as I'm aware, they had like underworld and all this stuff.
Can discover the teachings more quickly. So it's like the continuing of the wisdom.
It may be possible, I suppose, to tune into the memories of some particular person who's now dead and gain access to their memories. There is indeed some evidence that young children occasionally can remember, apparently, episodes from previous lives. Now, if they can remember things from previous lives, it could be that they're just tapping into those people's memories. It needn't necessarily prove that they are those people reincarnated. So I think this idea of morphic resonance enables us to understand that people could perhaps have memories of previous lives. It wouldn't necessarily prove that they are those people. That would depend on how you define a person, and that would lead into a whole area of philosophical debate.
I find...
Yeah, obviously the notion is riddled with problems, right? Because you have the notion of different ideas. Either you have a universal mind, right, that's implanting these notions. So these people are different expressions of the universal mind, right? So the archetypal idea requires there to be a universal mind, right? Or where do these discarded images, you know, where would they exist, right? And why would they resurface, right? It's a huge problem. Right now, there's two other ways to answer this, right? Obviously, without there being a universal mind, right, it could be a notion of telepathy, right? Whereas they're just dialing into the thoughts of somebody else, right? Or they're being beamed thoughts from somewhere, right? Okay, somewhere else, someone else, right? Or it could be a notion of precognition, or a notion of perceiving a time, right? So it could be a notion with time itself, that time is not exactly a straight line, right? So you could perceive different parts of time, right? Okay, past, present, and future may intersect, right? The whole idea of synchronicity is sort of into this moment as well. Right? Obviously, these notions are basically Jungian in their expression, right? But yeah.
The research of Sheldrake, one of the most interesting things theologically that I've come across, because it also fits in completely with the Lamarckian theory that if you can in some way, manner, or form enhance the quality of life of the human being, that quality of life's enhancement will pass on to the next aspiration. And also the end of the ivory tower concept, where if you are a scientist or an artist and you are sitting in your studio, which is what we do most of our lives, and you do push something to a point where you are confronting a reality that's different than a reality that you previously had. That this in some way adds to the genetic morphology of the world, that somehow or other you have changed the ontology of the world, that somebody then in Bangkok or in New Delhi or in Paris can basically come up with the same thing. I don't know how it works, and I want to believe, Rupert Sheldrake, that it works. So when you have a fantasy of what a beautiful woman is, you essentially have to have a fantasy when you ask about a vision of the world. You have to have a fantasy about how that develops itself, because if you fall in love with the absolute personification at that moment of a human being, they're not the same the next day. Then you've fallen in love with nothing but a fantasy. And that's the same with materials. You begin to, the thing that I do with materials and try to approximate when in presentation, because what you see me doing when you're taking your films and all is not what I do, it's what I do in order to be able to present to you what I do. And that's to understand the essential relationships of one material to another material. With that understanding, the enrichment does not require a metaphor. It requires an acceptance of the system of that understanding to translate it into your daily life. Art is fine. Art is a necessity to understand who we are, what we are, where we come from. But that existential question is not...
Yeah, he said something interesting at the beginning there, right? I'm not getting much out of what he's saying now, but what he did say at the beginning, right, seemed like he was more about how artists, once they accept the act of creation, they're changing the reality, right? They're changing their own reality in a way, right? So this notion of creativity, right? And as we were talking about, is creativity sort of natural or supernatural in its capacity? Right? Now, obviously, you could look at it in two different ways, right? You could look at it in terms of creativity itself, right, which has a destructive aspect to it, right? Or you could look at it in terms of talent, right, and natural capacities, right, to perform certain arts, right? But yeah.
The reason for the existence of art. The reason for the existence of art is that it's an objective reality, and therefore it allows itself to be used as a metaphor by any person basically needing it, because it is essentially about a relationship to a material. And entropy is part and inherent structure. The inherent structure of all material is entropic.
I got involved with this project at a very early stage. I don't know whether you know this or not. It was Robert Filliou, who was a friend of mine, and Lorraine. And it was actually Robert Filliou who encouraged me to meet with the artist. You know, I met with Joseph Boy, we had an interview together. In some ways, this new awakening that has taken place in the West of spiritual, to the spiritual teachings, in some ways been influenced by the artists, as you know, like the Allen Ginsberg and other poets and so on. And then you see they're because they have the people with kind of special mind, who were very special beings who were frustrated with what was going on in the world, and they begin to express their frustration. They're searching. In their search, their kind of search, in a sense, began to catch the imagination of the people. I've had a very interesting life, being born in Tibet and raised in a monastery. And then, we had a tragic situation. We had to leave our country. I tell people we didn't come here as missionaries. We were just thrown out. And as such, been through a lot of changes, really. I think something to be able to consider as impermanence and death. It happened in my life so many times. I've been through a hell of a lot. I'm not just a lama. I've been through a lot in my life. And that I've always felt coming to the West. By the way, I went to a Catholic school. Then I went to England to study in Church of England in Trinity College. I studied.
That's really weird, right? So he went around to all these American institutions, right? So that, yeah, I'm actually not sure, why they educate them in Western studies, right? Well, what's the purpose of that, right? When he thinks that he's here to bring spirituality to the West, right? I actually wonder what's the purpose of that, right? But yeah, pretty interesting.
Theology. God forbid.
Oh my God.
For me, you see, coming from a monastic situation into a kind of completely kind of so-called a real world has been such a profound teaching for me. And I really learned very deeply. And what was extraordinary for me was that many of the things that I learned in the monasteries, which were kind of like we knew the concept of it, but when you begin to actually come into life as a whole, in the Western life, it begins to really, the truth of it begin to reveal itself. So in some ways, that my own understanding of Buddhism deepened in coming to the West, and it really inspired me.
I got interested in the idea of morphogenetic fields from the existing studies of development in the biological sciences. And the idea that there's a kind of inherent memory in them came to me in a flash. And I saw that this might be the answer to understanding how organisms develop and evolve. And indeed, I later saw that this would apply to all nature. So the idea of evolving habits of nature instead of fixed mathematical laws, which were all there before the Big Bang, seemed to me a more reasonable way of thinking of an evolving universe.
I think generally you see.
Right. And as we really looked at earlier, right, the notion of mind, right, has to be guiding. If there is to be something like evolution, the notion of mind has to be guiding it, right? And then the notion that the morphogenetic, field applies to all of nature, right? Not just to some sort of supernatural quality, right, of creativity or complexity itself, right? That the universe wants greater order, greater complexity to develop, right? Well, what would be taking it in that direction in the first place, right? They've already accepted the notion of entropy, right? So how do things, gain order and complexity at the same time, right? And this happens over a period of time, right? I mean, it's impossible to imagine it, without mind guiding the process. And of course, that mind cannot be, it's way easier to get that mind within the intelligent processes of nature. Look at the last presentation that Buddha gave here, right? About how systems display, like forests and, fungal networks and different things. They all display aspects of consciousness. Yeah, the Chaudhry's in the house. Awesome. Blessings.
See, what we do is the mind has two positions. We look outwardly or look inwardly. Is this clear? Often when you say we're studying the mind or when you do research into the mind, we're not really looking at the mind, we're looking at the projections and the risings of the mind.
Okay, so he's saying when we're looking at the mind, we're not looking at the mind itself, right? But its activities, right? So this is a key to unlocking the whole aspect of, what's going on in nature, right? When it's creating greater order, right? Out of complexity.
But when you practice, what you do, you bring your mind home, here. Mind into the mind. And it's a rest.
I think the key thing to recognize is that consciousness is one aspect of our minds, the part we're conscious of. But there's a large part of our mental activity, the unconscious mind, which we're not conscious of. And I think that something like the unconscious mind is operating throughout the natural realm. The fields I'm talking about, the morphic fields which organize the development of plants and animals, I think largely work unconsciously, habitually. They're much more like our unconscious minds than like our conscious minds. So I think people get confused sometimes when they want to say nature isn't just a mechanism, therefore it must have consciousness in it. There's a level between mechanism and consciousness, which is that of unconscious soul or unconscious habit, or the realm I think is organized by morphic fields. So I think that animals and plants are purposive, but I don't think their purposes are conscious for the most part. I think they're unconscious purposes. And just as our own unconscious minds are purposive, but they're consciously, habitually, they're much more like our unconscious minds than like our conscious minds. So I think people get confused sometimes when they want to say nature isn't just a mechanism, therefore it must have consciousness in it. There's a level between mechanism and consciousness, which is that of unconscious soul. Or
Yeah, I like how I said that. There's a level between mechanism and unconsciousness. I mean between mechanism and consciousness, which is unconsciousness, right? Or habit, right? Which is sort of when you perform an act without thinking about it, right? Yet you know exactly what you're doing, right? So it's basically becomes second nature, right? Or it's ingrained, right? So memory is not based on thinking, right? But based on activity done by the imprinting of thoughts, right?
unconscious habit, or the realm I think is organized by morphic fields. So I think that animals and plants are purposive, but I don't think their purposes are conscious for the most part. I think they're unconscious purposes. And just as our own unconscious minds are purposive, but we're not conscious of their purposes or their activity most of the time.
So you see, when you live in a place where there's always cloudy, you don't really see the other reality. That's what we are. We are always in the domain of our ordinary mind, where there's confusion and so on, so on, so on, so on. So we need to take a plane. But once we go beyond the clouds, you see there's an infinite space, almost the spaciousness of sky that allows the clouds to be. You know, it's like a compassion to view even your confusion, even your negativity, all your different aspects, just as the sky views, as ocean views its waves. That is the attitude of meditation. That is the attitude of spiritual practice, of this generosity to yourself. And I often use the example like oneself, the meditator or the spiritual practitioner, it'd be like a charming hostess or host. And all your difficult thoughts are like really difficult guests. You know, the thing is to just be charming or just to give, to let go, to let go. Often people think meditation is technique. It's not technique, it's attitude.
All of us are creatures of habit. We build up our own habits. We inherit cultural habits. I mean, for example, in our languages, we inherit the whole vocabulary. I mean, I haven't invented the English language. I've inherited it as a going concern. And the vast majority of words in it were already there.
Yes, that's right. Right, the whole idea. Okay, and he's sort of going off of this idea of the mimetic process, right? Or sort of Richard Dawkins' concept of memes, right? Saying that ideas are inherited, right? So consciousness deals with inherited concepts, right? So certain concepts and ideas have a genealogy, right? Just as physical traits do, right? So this is an extremely potent idea.
When I was born, and more have been added since, but they're added quite slowly. And the basic habits, the metaphors, the implicit cultural understanding that goes with the language is a habit you inherit. So most of us inherit cultural habits. We build up our own personal habits. We have social habits. And our creativity happens against a huge background of habit. Creativity is always working against a background of habit. And if the creativity is successful, if it's useful or something that takes root and is repeated, then habits are something that grow out of creativity.
An observation that the artist as a person chose to spend their time studying or looking at the relationships of human beings to objects and objects to objects in relation to human being. And then that observation is presented, and that essentially is what art is. It can't change your life. It could destroy some of your dreams. What we are talking about is essentially how to build an economy, or to build a social system, or to build something that will hang in a non-symmetrical pattern, that will have a temporal unity, which is useful for our times, that is not using history in any way, manner, or form as an affirmative value judgment. And that's basically why I accepted the invitation, and that's why I'm here, is to try to figure out a way to raise a temporal unity, a temporal balance that is not based on Aristotelian principles, that does not accept the concepts as we know them and as our parents have told us of good and evil, that does not accept the consequences of the value of what a material is.
I am always dependent from many others. And it's probably one of the great strengths of the artists. They are independent. And I think it is a great luck for you, and it is a great achievement for a man to be completely independent. But I think that...
Yeah, but what could the obvious, purpose of creativity be other than to change our relationship with objects themselves, right? To make them part of our internal network or sphere, right? And that seems to be how creativity is progressing and engendering itself. And then, that it's also why it's a gift and a curse at the same time, right? So this is obvious.
People like me and like all the people who are involved in economic life, they have not only the responsibility of behaving themselves correctly, and it's very difficult to know what means correctly, but also they keep in mind constantly the responsibility they have vis-à-vis the others.
When you work with yourself, that's what the spiritual practice are good is working with yourself so that you come back to your fundamental human nature. Fundamental. You see? And from that state, you become more responsible, because then you remember your responsibility for others. Because if all your different aspects were dominant, other aspects, your negative aspects, are dominant, then we become, even though we are supposed to be responsible, we don't become so responsible.
We have a tendency, and we've been doing this and extrapolating this into our conversations from the very beginning, to say that what somehow or other some people in the audience considers good behavior or responsible behavior is, quote unquote, the fundamental human creature. Now, I don't know where this all comes from. The fundamental human creature is every single fundamental human creature. What we're talking about essentially is when we say, why doesn't the business community become more spiritual? Why doesn't the business community do more, open itself up more, quote unquote? I cringe when I hear the word generosity. Nobody in this world should be generous. All people should be altruistic, because essentially, if there is any ideal that we're talking about, that is something that if you can satisfy yourself, you essentially will be satisfying the needs of other people. But I don't know. Obviously, I'm not a spiritual leader. I'm not even a responsible adult most of the time.
If we have constructed a structure that isn't working, like we say, communist society was invented, it was command economy, it didn't work, it patently didn't work, it didn't feed the people. Do we then find ourselves another structure which is better?
Who said that Marxist economy did not work in the Soviet Union? The Soviet Union survived for 45 years after the Second World War, which was complete devastation. It worked. It just wasn't satisfying whatever the desires of the changing culture within the Soviet Union at that time was. It functioned.
Modern economy is based on liberal capitalism, and it's not at all an utopia, which by chance has proved to be successfully implemented. It is, on the contrary, the product of the creativity, the personal creativity of hundreds of millions of people through the history and all around the world, and it continues and it will evolve. First, it's absolutely unavoidable. But what I mean, it is that this system, which works very well and which finally makes life easier, makes us able to sit together with light, with transportation and so on. We are able to solve many problems for the short time to come. We are probably able to solve problems for longer term. But until now, we do not know yet where we are going to in the long run.
But I think that, for instance, in Europe, we have become too rich. We should stop getting more commodities and so on, because this is not what makes people happy.
So if we then say enough is enough, we don't need any more, how do we reach the point where everyone can say that? So far, all we've achieved is some have got too much, a few, probably a great many have enough, a great many more simply haven't got enough.
Find something within the cultures that don't have enough, that you want. That's not necessarily a prime resource, that doesn't eat up their life and doesn't eat up their time. Find something that you find value to that you never gave a value to before. It could even be a song. And I don't mean to sound idealistic, but you have to find new things within these other places that we've excluded all these years from participating in our rich life. Find something they've got that is of a value to us that does not fuck up their whole life. My major problem is the fact that we cannot figure out why we're giving this money to other places besides the fact of how wonderful we are. Well, we ain't wonderful. We didn't get the money in a wonderful way. And if we don't find some way, manner, or form to give a dignity, a value, of function to these other people, it's going to go on forever.
Yeah. The whole idea of dignity and value and function, and the reason why he's focusing on economic inequalities, right, within the world system as a whole, is because he's too willing to look for hasty solutions, right, to the world technological problem, right, and then sort of say that, okay, well, we need to share all our resources as a result of that, right, and bring some sort of shared value or interest to these people, right? But it's clear that it's not our responsibility to do that in the first place, right? So this entire idea, right, is forced solution based off of the problems that exist, right? It's not an earnest way to solve the problems, right?
Proceed in planning the economy on the basis of 1 year short-term balance sheets of companies is obviously stupid, but it's obviously stupid already. To destroy millions of years of evolution in cutting down rainforests so that they can produce short-term gains for cattle barons over a few years. And it looks good on their balance sheets and on their books, but if you had some kind of global bookkeeping, then this loss of biological diversity, the loss of these forests would, but it doesn't show up as an asset. You see, there's no way of quantifying the money value of the Amazonian tropics and of all the thousands of species that are there. I think there'd have to be a way of developing a new kind of economics. I don't think we can go along with the old kind of economics and have these new ideas make much sense.
If we could deal with these questions of hunger and poverty, not in political questions, but in a very simple question of give and take, you'd have to find something that they had that you wanted. And it can't be the European model of going on holiday and turning people into servants, and that's how you help their economy. People who are capable of stopping what they're doing in order to spend so-called the 1 month or the 2 months to become more human or to have family values usually die earlier from heart attack.
Okay, let's look at this on Wednesday, right? I'm going to play some music now, and we're going to move to look at a different presentation here, right? By Scott Russell Sanders, right? And we're going to be focusing on just what is man's responsibility in regards to nature, right? And all that. So we've been focusing on that problem in different ways, right? And yeah, so this is going to be one of the major, sort of pushes that we're going to go on here, right? With Scott Russell Sanders. He's got 2 works, right? One is Fleet of the Arcs and the other is Nature as Medicine, right? And before we sort of move to the ideas of Mumford and Ellul, right? Because we're also going to look at Mumford and Ellul, right? And then we're finally going to, we may look at some of the ideas of Taoism in the Shangzu. And of course, we'll take a look at some of the thoughts of Kaczynski and Skrbina, right? That we've been looking at already, right? So here's another song here. Right? And I don't know why, but it sounds like Ride That Funky Soul. Dun 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 dun. You know what I mean? So yeah, blessings.
High and mighty. Let's go. All chisel. Let's go. Mighty Mizzle. Let's go. Mr. E. Let's go. Over EC. Let's go. Illatel. Let's go. Don't you tell me what words to use? I used to lose some crew. Fuck what I do for you. If it's broken, fix it. Hoping you missed it. The spoken mystic while I'm smoking this shit. Told I'm old ho, plus I'm way high. Yeah, all like Blade Runner, AI. Stuck in detention, 2 from suspension. This underground shit got me far from a pension. Whether blades to cut or blades to dub. Still a miracle that I amaze the dumb. Still critical while I display the love. I'm hypocritical trying to play with drugs. It stays hard. Girl, don't play no race card. What's on your helmet? Now you got a face guard. Splattered with cream and shattered your dreams. Have you all fucked up and sadder than Eve. My company bumping what you listen to. It got something to do with what you tripping to. It ain't nothing but glue. Got you seeing in shoes. 22s with your crew. Cold singing the blues. Got you screaming in twos. All edgy and soon. You be laid up with that EC in your room. When you thinking it's doom. Get your stereo tune. Pop my shit in and get ready for boom. 150-pound man with a wrist to fling. Assisting things. Watch what the biscuit brings. Mike Death ain't all there with despair. You rock the street. We rep what the pros wear. From nowhere known to illogical minds. If it's comical, find that the phenomenal times. Laid with toil and sprayed with oil. With this path we on, we bring bring your brain to boil. Friction with no fiction, cryptic description, fixed in with shit that minds mixing. Simply the highest grade of violence made. Believe every brain is what science say. Genetic code is something mangling, molded like PS2, someone else is controlling. No medal or honor for shooting skinheads. I'd rather blast someone for smoking low red. My company bumping what you listen to. It got something to do with what you tripping to. It ain't nothing but glue. Got you seeing it twos, 22s with your crew, cold singing the blues. Got you screaming it dudes, all edgy and soon. You be laid up with that EC in your room. When you thinking it's doom, get your stereo tune. Pop my shit in and get ready for boom. I like a comical phrase like where's the beef? Dog, I'm too busy catching hands and teeth. You ain't got no verbs in a mock turtle. No controversy here, you ain't no crop circles. Your crew ain't shining, so dim your light. I'm pumping gas, so hit you like the Virginia sniper. And these bitches get love, covered like point spreads. I worship nights, you anoint pro-kids. I'm so dead, no resuscitation needed. Giving you an oral presentation needed. There's a hot biz, you get a lot of jizz. Fuck a condom now, you got a lot of kids. Opponents pop up like cracks in the wall. They just run of the mill like slacks at the mall. I'm too frisky with slick kitties. When they miss me, whether they got misty or fuck till they lips bleed. My company bumping what you listen to. It got something to do with what you tripping to. It ain't nothing but glue. Got you seeing it twos, 22s with your crew, cold singing the blues. Got you screaming it twos, all edgy and soon. You be laid up with that EC in your room. When you thinking it's doom, get your stereo tune. Pop my shit in and get ready for boom.
Yeah, hold on. Let me see what's going on here. A leader. I don't know. I'm being informed all this shit in my chat. Let me see what's going on here. Because I actually don't know this girl. A leader? Oh, you deleted her messages? Why'd you delete her messages? Watch. Okay, let's see. Let's go to her channel. No, she's watching. Oh, here it is. So let's see what happens. I don't know. I actually want to see. I'm actually curious because I don't know this girl, so I'm very curious. Because I checked out her live stream the other day.
Fuck you. Fuck you. This guy. I love this channel, but I bet you I'm banned here too. What?
Look, she said, I love this channel. So look, she's not talking shit about me. She said, I love this channel, but I bet you I'm banned here too. She's not banned here, so don't ban her. Don't ban a leader, right?
Watch. Am I banned? Am I banned? And of course, we'll take a look at. Oh my god, I'm not banned. Oh my god, I'm not.
See, she's not banned, so she's happy she's not banned.
Not banned. How the fuck did that happen? So here's another song here. You didn't ban me, guys. Hurry up, quick, ban me. He's from like a Muslim country. He's a terrorist. He's a bad guy. He wrote books and shit. He talks.
Whoa, she knows a lot about me. She knows a lot about me. But yeah.
He's educational, intellectual stuff. But he is like from, what is he from? Are you from Palestine or Pakistan or something? I don't know where the fuck he's from. He's from a Muslim country with a P word. And he's a Muslim. Whoa. Holy shit. You didn't ban me. Whoa, 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 whoa. You better hurry up and ban me. You better hurry up and ban me. Ban me, ban me. He's a terrorist, guys. He's a terrorist. He's out to get you. He wants to bomb the USA, this guy. He wants to bomb you. Yeah. Ban me. I'm not supposed to watch him. I'm not supposed to watch him because he you know, he's a foreigner. He's a foreigner. Don't let me watch him. Ban me. Guys, ban me. You didn't ban me. Why not you not ban me? Why not you not ban me? Who knows? Fucking cares. You know, this guy is fucking legit. You know why? Because he's a writer and an author, and he wrote books. And fuck you. If you ban me, I know who you are, and I'll find you.
Ooh, I like her. I just like her voice. I like her a lot. Hopefully she has a crush on me. Yeah, for sure. Blessings. But yeah, that looked like a crazy girl. I think she might be crazy. No, she didn't call me PDF. I didn't hear her call me PDF, but she did call me a terrorist. But yeah, but I don't know. But yeah, I don't know. She's got a cute voice. She's got cute pictures. Yeah, so holler at me for sure. Rillian. Rillian. Anyways. She looks like my next wife. Just Frank. Yeah, it is what it is. Yeah, she's a little odd. Yeah, she's a little odd, but it's no big deal. Yeah, that's what I found it. Little odd girl. I mean, but yeah, let's go to Fleet of the Arcs here. I mean, that was a fun little break, right? But yeah, let's get back into it here, right? You know, we're here reading a Fleet of the Arcs. Right now, I'm going to outline the basic problem of grace right here, right, in terms of God and his relationship with nature in the Bible. Right now, there's different ideas about this, right? There's certain ideas in the Kabbalah that God doesn't like nature. He's trying to transform it and all this crazy stuff, right? But yeah, the promise has a dark side, right? And a good side, right? So what's the good side, right? He says, I will never again curse the ground because of man, for the imagination of man's heart is evil from his youth. Neither will I again destroy every living creature as I have done. While the earth remains, seed time and harvest, cold and heat, summer and winter, day and night shall not cease. It's a beautiful promise, one that softens considerably the image of the tyrant who sent the flood. Right? He says, but the promise is a dark side from which we are still suffering. For God says to Noah, be fruitful and multiply, and fill the earth. The fear of you and the dread of you shall be upon every beast of the earth, upon every bird of the air, upon everything that creeps on the ground, upon all the fish of the sea. Right? So basically, you got Toynbee, right? He's saying a modern Western civilization, right? They want to take control of everything that creeps on the land, all the birds of the air and all the fishes of the sea. Control the oceans, the air. Right, that's a dark side, right? But there's also a better side, right? He says every morning, sort of every moving thing that lives shall be food for you, as I have gave you the green plants, I give you everything. Right? The passage may be read as merely stating the plain truth. All beasts do live in dread of us, because we are clever enough to displace, capture, or kill every other species. Understood in this light, God's charge to Noah may be taken as a warning not to abuse our power, but the same words may be read as justifying our utter dominion over nature. Our dominion over nature. If every animal and plant was created to serve our needs, if everything has been given into our hands, then we may use the earth as we see fit. Read in this way, the passage becomes a license to loot the planet. While such a reading might not appeal to the most reckless of developers, might appeal to the most reckless of developers, it is firmly contradicted by the rest of Noah's story. A few verses later, we find third variation on the promise, one that clearly limits our dominion. Okay, so this is interesting, right? One is the idea of grace. One is the idea of man's sort of power over nature. Right, and the third is about us trying to usurp God's throne and become God and try to control nature. By basically ruining God's promise and despoiling the earth in the process. Right, so he's presented a clear dichotomy here. Now he said there's one that clearly limits our dominion. He says, behold, God tells Noah, quote, I establish my covenant with you and the descendants after you and with every living creature that is within you. That is with you, sorry. So the whole idea that God establishes his covenant, right, with every living creature that is with you, the birds, the cattle, every beast of the earth, with you as many as came out of the ark. I establish my covenant with you, that never again shall all flesh be cut off by the waters of a flood, and never again shall there be flood to destroy the earth. The God who speaks here sounds chastened, as if regretting the slaughter of so many innocent beings. Right? This God is the creator and protector of crickets, crows, rattlesnakes, and rotifers. This God cherishes all creatures, whether or not they go about on two legs, and by implication, Noah is being told to cherish them as well. The lesson we draw from the biblical flood depends on the part of the story we embrace. Our tradition blesses humans alone, conveying the whole earth to our use. The other blesses all creatures alike, granting to each species its own right to serve and flourish. The first view instructs us to fill the earth with our kind, to impose our will on all living things. The second instructs us to honor our fellow creatures, to show restraint in our uses of the earth, and to take our place modestly in household nature. So what are the key problems? Right, the first key issue, right, is the main issue, right, about the supernatural versus the natural, right? How nature becomes subsumed as secondary to the supernatural. Right, now the second problem, right, means that science does not get us out of the problem, right, of dualism. Right, it basically reasserts it in the sense that everything is just matter. Right, and obviously human beings cannot be reduced to pure matter, right, but they have to be quantified. Right, so we're separate from nature in the sense of everything is matter, stuff to be used by us. Right, so I mean, in terms of whether everything is matter or whether there's a supernatural that supersedes the natural, right, it doesn't put nature in a very good position. Right, it always puts it in a secondary place. Right, even though it is part of our purpose as humans, right, to exemplify our harmony with nature, right, as it says in the Bible. Right, so this is a key problem. Right, and of course this has to do with the notion of grace in and of itself, as we were talking about earlier. Right, and of course the notion of grace relates to the notion of time in general, right, of nature versus time, right, as we laid out. Okay, so let's continue here, right? He says the lesson we draw from the biblical flood, right, depends on the part of the story which we embrace. Our tradition blesses humans alone, conveying the whole earth to our use. right? He says the first view instructs us to fill the earth with our kind, impose our will on all living things. The second view instructs us to honor our fellow creatures, to show restraint in our uses of the earth, and to take our place modestly in the household of nature. We're going to have a beautiful example of this from the Shang-Tzu later, of how to perform modestly in nature, right? And he says here, okay, there's quite a bit of this, so I'm just going to read for a while, right? Because I want to get through this today, right? Let's go move to this this presentation that he's given, right? He says, by and large, those who wield the levers of power in the global economy hold the first view. They insist on the sovereignty of the human appetite, right? Nothing has value in their eyes except insofar as it can be sold or otherwise be used. They scorn the ideas that plants or animals have rights, even the right to survive, while they fight against protections for endangered species, mocking those who defend rare fish or birds. They support the engineering and patenting of new life forms, which can more conveniently be turned into cash. They insist every effort to preserve wilderness. They regard public land as an arena for private plunder. They reject any limits to growth. They seek to overthrow every barrier to drilling, mining, logging, road building, polluting, profit making. By and large, by largely controlling the delivery of news, advertising, and entertainment. They tell us what to believe and what to buy. They force feed us lethal vision of the good life. Clearly, humans could not have survived without making use of the earth. Our ancestors hunted and fished. They gathered berries and seeds and roots. They fashioned clothing from skins and fibers. They cleared fields and planted grains. They domesticated animals. They cut down trees and dug up rocks and baked clay into bricks to build shelters. They harnessed fire and smelted ore into metal. The question is not whether we should use the earth, but to what degree and what end. With only stone-tipped weapons, our ancestors drove many species of large animals to extinction. With hand tools, they felled enough trees to create deserts. Our needs for prudence has grown along with our power of our technology, as stone points have given way to nuclear weapons, as bone hooks on fishing lines have given way to ocean-going trawlers pulling miles along seams, as digging sticks have given way to drag lines capable of stripping the tops of mountains in search of the coal. Likewise, our population has grown from a few million people alive at Noah's time to 6 billion people, and has our need and so has our need for the ethic of restraint. Noah's story offers us such an ethic and call to protect all creatures on the ark, right? So he's talking about how as our capacity changes, right, with our technology, right, and as our impact changes, right, with the growth of the population, right, we should actually have a new ethical boundaries, right? Just as we once had built-in limitations, right, natural limitations. So he's talking about developing this ethic of restraint. He's saying that if it's critical that if we don't develop this ethic of restraint, right, that we will not be assessing correctly what the actual impact is of our actions, right? So yeah, he says, hold on a second. take a little sip of water there. So he says Noah's story offers us such an ethic in the call to protect all creatures on the ark. Those who hear this call insist that human beings are not the sovereign rulers. They insist that we belong to the community of soil, water, air, and all living things. And they seek to live in such a way as to preserve and enhance the health of this greater community. They accept limits to growth and limits to the human population. Whether or not they've read the Bible, their actions are in keeping with God's command to Noah. Right. Right. Some people follow the law and don't know it. They're a law unto themselves. Right. He says, they're keeping with God's command to Noah, which was to save not only those species that would be useful to humans, but everything. The creepers and the crawlers, the stingers and the biters, the predators and parasites. From a religious perspective, this abundance is all the handiwork of God, who loves the creation and wishes to preserve it. From an ecological perspective, each species is vital because it embodies an irreplaceable store of knowledge and accumulated over millions of years, and it interacts with other species in ways far more intricate than we could ever fathom, let alone recreate. Religion and ecology alike instruct us to honor all life. Well, would you look at that? Would you look at that? Let me read that again. Religion and ecology alike instruct us to honor all life. And so, recognizing that the earth has suffered great damage because of our carelessness and realizing that many other species besides our own are in danger, those who believe the solidarity of living things have set about building arks. Building arks. Building arks. Yeah, let's take a look at some of this nature as medicine, right? And peace to Alir. Don't know what's going on with her. She's definitely trying to get a rise out of people. I appreciate her demeanor. But yeah, let's move on to and of course it's always fun. We watch little attack videos on us. We've had a whole slew of attack videos against us. It's fun to watch them on the show. But I think that was a little light. I mean, but yeah. So I think that was just in good fun. But yeah, there's been some serious people trying to slander us, make really radical claims about us. I think that are not, conducive to good conversations here. So we've had to address those periodically. But yeah, very low participation today. Obviously, it's a huge news night today, right? So I'm really not trying to get a huge viewer count today. But yeah, blessings to all the people who do participate.
Schools are also being greened on the basis of research that shows views out the window, daylighting, things as simple as that, views of nature out the window and daylighting. So things as simple as that reduce absenteeism, improve concentration, and enhance learning rates in measurable ways. One study of schools, a range of schools, that when they were either renovated or designed and constructed, that additional daylight in classrooms and the view out the window of growing things as opposed to just streets and buildings and even playground equipment, that those schools
achieve, on average, a 20 to 25% learning rate increase in their classrooms. Gardens at schools give children the opportunity of working cooperatively, not just with paper or things on screens as they do in classrooms, that's important, but not just that, but with actual organisms, growing plants. The Centers for Disease Control estimates that school-aged children in the United States spend on average 4.5 hours a day watching television. And they do most of those 4.5 hours sitting still, and some of them, for many of those kids, eating junk food. And that combination has contributed to an epidemic rise in obesity rates among school-aged children. And it's also contributed to a widespread symptoms of vitamin D deficiency. Well, one of the advantages of a garden at a school, simple antidote to obesity, is physical activity. It also, incidentally, gets kids in the presence of sunlight, which will foster the production of vitamin D in their bodies. The Kaiser Family Foundation estimates that American school children, on average, spend 7.5 hours a day looking at all kinds of screens, not just televisions, but laptops, phones, video consoles. And we all know that there are marvelous things that come through those devices. And most of us have an electronic devices in our pockets or purses or backpacks right now. But 7.5 hours a day looking at screens, almost all of it indoors because screens are hard to see outdoors, also contributes to vitamin D deficiency and to sedentism. Kids don't walk around looking at a laptop. They don't walk around looking at a video console. So once again, school gardens offer children an opportunity to interact in a world, not in a virtual way, but in a tangible way. The root of the word tangible means to touch, that which we can actually.
Yeah, it's really weird. Like, back in the day, we used to have the Game Boys, and the Game Boy was an interesting device because you had to shine a light on it to play it, right? So sometimes you had to go outside to play, so this is the funny thing is that, you need a light to play at night, right? But now with the LED screens, right, if you go outside and try to look at your phone or something like that, it's extremely not visible, right? And obviously the whole idea of screen time is deforming these kids, right? Okay, they can't read books, right? They can't watch a video that's longer than 15 minutes long, right? So they're not going to be listening to any lectures or debates anytime soon, right? So this is extremely powerful effect, right? And especially of the media that is, very much, it's very different from sitting outside and reading a book, right? And this is actually how I composed my entire book that I wrote, right? Most of it was spent sitting outside and reading, right? Going through 20 or more different books, right? To try to figure out different themes and ideas, right? So, it's just interesting, right? That this whole idea, sitting indoors, right? And either playing video games and all this stuff and how it's deformed the learning in the schools, right? Because it hasn't improved the learning in the schools, right? And we looked at different statistics on that, right? That it's not only causing behavioral problems, it's causing problems in cheating, but it's also causing learning disabilities in kids, right? So this is a huge problem, right? That they actually don't learn this way, right? They don't learn by sitting around and staring at screens, right? And doing like games and different stuff, right? That's not how kids learn. So yeah. And of course, he's shown, right? Being in nature helps kids learn. It helps them retain their memory, right? Just as it helps people who are dealing with dementia, right? They have gardens in hospitals, gardens in mental health places, right? Because they need them, right? For the people to get better, right? If you have a hospital room with a window with a view of the outside world, right? With trees and greenery, you can improve, the healing time of the patient, right? So it's incredible, right? It's incredible. The effects are incredible, right?
Handle, smell, taste, feel on our skin. The difference, I'll go back, the difference between the expressions on these children's faces, mesmerized as they may be, enriched as they may be by this experience, and the expressions on these girls' faces tells us a lot about what psychologists call attention recovery, the kind of study that's required in schools, fatigues the brain. It's a very
Okay, look at that. Attention recovery, right? There's attention deficit, right? There's amount you could use to focus attention on something, right? It's different from being able to switch attention between things and understand the relation between different concepts and ideas and different events, right? So focus is not, especially the same thing as, recall, right? As memory recall, right? Attention recovery is different than attention and focus on a particular thing, right? So, yeah.
attention recovery, the kind of study that's required in schools, fatigues the brain. It's a very particular kind of concentration, focused concentration. Outdoors, our attention is much more generalized, even when we're examining a particular thing, because our senses are taking in information from all over. And believe it or not, that actually relaxes. That's a metaphor, but it provides recovery from fatigue for the brain. The National Association of Science Teachers, looking at the results in math and science scores of schools that added gardens to their schoolyards, didn't change anything else, saw an improvement in math and science scores on the order of 20%. No other changes. Same teachers, same facilities, all they added was gardens and incorporated gardens into their teaching. Gardens also have the effect of helping to change many children's attitudes towards fruits and vegetables. And it's had measurable effects on improving nutrition in children with all of the physiological benefits that follow from that. Many schools allow children to harvest the food that's grown on the grounds if they have a vegetable garden, to make salads from them, in some cases to do simple kinds of cooking like stir fry or soups. It's a lot harder to document the benefit of beauty and direct connection with wildlife that gardens of all sorts, but especially school gardens, because for many kids, that's the only garden they're going to encounter. It's harder to document the benefits of that, but surely joy is good for us. As you can see, I think, on the face of this girl. And curiosity is good for us. I mean, this boy might end up as a molecular biologist, but he may be looking at a bird, he may be looking at a butterfly, or just looking for something. But to have children outside and have the opportunity to act on their natural curiosity is good for them. Again, it's hard to quantify that, but I'm convinced it's true. Well, owners and managers of workplaces have come to recognize, many of them, the business advantages of greening their workspaces. Moving a workforce from the cubicles that you see on the left of the slide to something maybe not quite as luxurious as this meeting room, but one that is open to the outside, with brings in daylight, brings some nature into the room itself. There's a cactus in a bowl here on the table. There might be potted plants and so forth, as you'll see in the next slide at this, again, pretty luxurious workstation. My office at Indiana University never looked remotely like that. Although I had an array of windows looking out on the woods, and I always had plants growing in my yard. My wife would let me take the ones that were the hardest to kill by neglect. And the greening a workplace, as in schools, reduces absenteeism. It reduces health complaints and therefore health costs. It improves productivity. These are all measurable and have been measured in studies. And it enhances recruitment and retention of employees. And that's all money in the bank for a business. So greening a workplace, while it may cost money, will more than repay for itself in dollars and cents. We evolved outdoors. And until about a century ago, almost all human beings spent almost all of their waking hours under the sun. And our biorhythms are registered or are developed in harmony with the changing not only location, but intensity and quality of light over the course of the day, which is why atriums, whether this happens to be in a corporate headquarters in Cambridge, Massachusetts, but atriums in a university, in a mall, in a school, in a business, by admitting daylight and daylight that changes its quality and moves around, the lighted places move around over the course of the day, speak to something very deep in our bodies. Again, I don't have the science. I don't know if anybody has the science or has tried the science to articulate that connection, but I'm convinced of it. And anyone who spends time in a workplace or any study place that has access to an atrium will say that it's one of the most pleasant, appealing portions of that structure. Cities have long recognized the importance of green space. But as cities become larger and sprawl farther and buildings become higher, and there's more and more pavement, the green spaces become more precious.
Yeah, this is exactly what we're talking about with Mumford, right? The problems with the city, right? The city comes to exemplify the problems with technological society in general, right? So it's pretty interesting, right? Just as a rural countryside, right, comes to be reimagined as sort of the past, right? Humanity's past, right?
The construction of a central park was proposed for New York City in the 19th century. There were critics who said, we shouldn't do that, it's a waste of money, it's a waste of space. But fortunately, the city fathers and mothers ignored the criticism, hired Frederick Law Olmsted and others to design it and construct it, and it ever since has been a treasure of that city for the people who live there and for those who visit. And it's a treasure in part because it offers an alternative to what the rest of the city is. The rest of the city is crowded. In the case of New York, it's got skyscrapers, it's noisy, it's dirty, and it has very little that's alive other than people and Norway rats. The park offers an opening to the sky, day and night. Clouds, weather, rain, stars. It offers lawns like this one, but it also offers water features, trees, and places for people to gather in an informal, easy sociability, conviviality. There's no more open space in New York City, but recently in 2011, in fact, the city opened what's called the High Line Park, which you're looking at there, which was constructed on a disused rail spur, almost not quite 1.5 mile long rail spur, which they planted to grasses and wildflowers, which immediately attracted butterflies, birds, other insects, and people. And I've not had a chance to go there yet. I'm eager to do so. Maybe some people in the room have had a chance to visit it. As at schools and at hospitals, green spaces in cities invite and offer the space for exercise and exposure to sun, and now all that good acquisition, development of vitamin D, but also a place where people can come together in a non-competitive way to occupy the same space. They're not jostling for space on a sidewalk, they're not jostling for customers in stores. They're simply together doing something, in this case, yoga class, I'm guessing, doing something together in a peaceful and mutually pleasant way.
Yeah, blessings, madam.
Hello.
Yes, greetings.
Of some of my experience. When I retired, I was working for a tribal, well, it was a nonprofit food sovereignty program. And one of the things that we did was go to the schools, and usually elementary, and it's a rural area out here. So, sorry. They were all little country kids in little country schools. And we gave them vegetable plants. We gave them tomatoes and squash and cucumber plants and lettuce. And I was surprised when we made their little presentations to the children at how cut off from nature and food that the farm children were, because these are country children. You know, they're on farms. But they were so excited whenever we would give them these plants. They were just so excited to have them and to plant them and to eat them. I remember one of the things that freaked me out was I had a bottle garden and I had a lettuce plant in it, and I broke a piece off to show them that you didn't have to pull the whole plant. You could just eat a leaf. And it freaked all those kids out. I put that lettuce in my mouth, and the whole entire auditorium just gasped like I ate a worm. They did. They were just like, ah! And one of the little boys came up afterwards and asked me, he said, "Lady," he said, "what's that plant that you can just eat?" And I said, "Lettuce, baby." So, they just are so cut off, but they would still like to be part of nature and run around with nature if they had the opportunity. And there is, there are a lot of benefits to it. I found out that for educational purposes, if they do grow a garden in school, it counts for STEM. A lot of the science program credits, you learn a lot of science when you grow plants. A lot of the gardens that they could make, like at the daycare for a Head Start, they could add that to their menu, and it counted toward their nutritional credits. So children they're just cut off even from the country, from nature and food, and they're so excited about it when they do get involved in it. But that was all my experience with children and nature and gardening and food.
Yeah, we do these explorations, and every once in a while, a fact will hit you, and it's way more relevant than anybody getting shot or anything like that, is the fact that kids don't even know that food outdoors is edibles, that there's edible food outside.
Yes.
Because they think everything has to be processed and prepared and all that stuff. They've never actually
and from
seen.
The store.
Yeah, right. So they'd never actually considered that there's food in wild nature.
Yes.
It's actually insane to think about, right? And that there's kids who can't comprehend this fact because they grew up in a city eating processed food. That is just, that's a symbol of our modern world and our educational system and, what's really important and what's really going on here, right? Because it's like.
And I think it is a increased dependence on the system, because you're not able to feed yourself. People have,
Right.
lost the knowledge to grow their own food and be self-sufficient. and to take care of themselves and to be independent. Because now I see more and more people, like with DoorDash, for example, they're not even going to be able to know how to go to the grocery store and buy their own food that way. A lot of people don't even know how to cook. You know, if they did have food, they are so used to going to McDonald's and having processed food that they don't know what to do with like a pound of hamburger meat in front of them. So anyway, I think, you know, that people are cut off from their food and from nature.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, there should be a word for that. You know, like somebody who is so engineered, I mean, right, by a technological society that, you know, that they're cut off from realizing how people lived, you know,
Yes.
before that, right? Like they actually don't even understand how it would be possible to live, you know, without reliance on the system. So that is actually a surprising fact. You know, I think a brutal fact. I mean,
Because I have learned how to forage. You know, I do know some wild foods that I can go out and just pick. And it freaked out a bunch of Indians. They were walking through here on some protest one time. And I said, well, y'all have got a good time. I said, you know, there's pecans on the ground. There's berries on the side of the road. You know, there are, you know, things that you could, wild onions you can dig. I said, there's a lot of stuff out right now. And he just looked at me and he said, you mean you just pick it up off the ground? And I thought, oh, you must be from the city. So, yeah, baby, you just pick it up off the ground and it's free. And I dug some wild onions one time out of the yard because at one of the offices I worked at, they had a kitchen. And it was in the country. And so I dug some wild onions out of the ground because that's a delicacy. And I chopped it up and put it in some eggs. And the tech kid that worked there, he just looked at me and he said, you're going to eat that? I said, oh, yes. And he said, but it came out of the ground. I said, it all comes out of the ground, baby. So people have
Yeah.
that kind of an attitude. It's dirty. It came out of the ground. Yeah.
Yeah, the thing
Anyway.
that the thing that I seen one day, which I saw was amazing, was like this one lady where she was teaching these African people to grow mushrooms, these reishi mushrooms on a log, and then sell them. And she had stopped starvation in these villages by teaching these people to grow these mushrooms on a log. You know, and
Oh
then,
my goodness.
you know, yeah, so they could just eat the mushrooms, you know, and also, you know, the entire thing with the reishi, you know, mushrooms and how their, you know, material is so fibrous that could actually be used to make durable materials, right?
Are those the big ones that people eat like steak?
Yeah, they kind of look like, yeah, they kind of look like giant flat things, like once they're dried out. But yeah, yeah, they're interesting looking, but I think the potency of like mushrooms and how you could like supplement your diet with mushrooms.
Oh God, I've got to go. That's my washer. Bye.
Oh, see, yeah,
It
see,
walks across the floor and it thumps. Bye.
yeah, blessings, madam. But yeah, this whole thing about these mushrooms, you know, I think we should all learn like which mushrooms in our area are like edible, how to grow some of them. You know, I think this should be like a knowledge that, you know, like the knowledge of mycology, right? That's just now starting out, right? They didn't really understand how important mushrooms were, like for, you know, their relationship with trees and all this other stuff. You know, their relationship with insects, right? They have a relationship with bees, right? We could bring back bees if we, you know, grow these mushrooms, right? So it's like a lot of potential there, right? That I think people are missing out on, right? So, yeah, honestly. But yeah, that's my little 2 cents here. But yeah, let's take a look at a little of this. And thank you so much, Creek Mary, for joining. You have no idea how much I appreciate you on a slow night like this, right? Where nobody is participating. Wow. You know, even the news stories and all that stuff is cutting our views in half. Holy smokes, we are really rising against the tide here. Even blessings.
Even a small pocket park like this one offers a refuge from the noise and the hustle of the city. And within 5 minutes of sitting down in,
And of course, me and Denise been riding out here. You know, that's the homie right there, honestly. This is like my one friend in life. It's Denise. You know what I mean? You have no idea how much I appreciate you, madam. I mean, honestly, you know, you're one of the OGs. And same with you, Calix. Thank you guys so much for holding it down in the chat there. You know what I mean? We're gonna take a little musical break in a minute here. You know, but yeah, we're looking at this here. You know, we'll look at like a little 5 more minutes of this, see what he comes out with. You know, this is an extremely powerful presentation, in my opinion. 7% increase in kids learning just by having a garden in the school. I mean, this stuff is huge. Take away those cell phones, take away those tablet computers, and put some fucking gardens in there. Right? This is extremely serious stuff. Right? Incredible. Right?
strolling around in or lying down on the grass in such a place, within 5 minutes, your blood pressure goes down, the level of stress hormones in your blood go down. It's all measurable. And all of that is good for our health. And it's one of the reasons why people are drawn to these spaces. You feel better after having been in them. Just a couple other bits of print. I'm not going to inflict too much more of them on you. But this was an article published in the Proceedings of the National Academy of Sciences in 2013. And the takeaway is it's written in the kind of language, I guess, that scientists have to use in order to impress other scientists. The gist of it is we need biologically contact with dirt and plants in order for our immune system to know what planet we live on. It regulates our immune system to come in contact with the microbes that we have co-evolved with. Or if you put it the other way, isolation from dirt and plants messes up or compromises our immune system. So one of the advantages, simple advantages of the green space is immunoregulation. So green spaces.
Yeah, you know how people are saying like, oh, well, you should go grounding and stuff, right? It's not magic, right? It's that you actually need contact with dirt, right? For microbials, right? So yeah, it's if you don't go outside, or if you don't touch grass, right, it's actually going to affect your immune system, right? So this is actually a key fact, right?
Are hard to put in cities that are already built. Chicago, under the younger Mayor Daley, started a really aggressive program to put gardens on rooftops, including all public buildings in the city. And a lot of businesses have done the same in apartment buildings. This is a rooftop garden in Chicago. In my hometown of Bloomington, Indiana, where Tom Blumenthal was the chair of the biology department till Colorado stole him away from us. Somebody cheered that. Larry cheered that. Not against Indiana, but he's for Colorado. That's okay. Well, there was a parking lot downtown, a little nondescript parking lot, which was turned into this beautiful little garden, which is between a children's science museum called Wonder Lab and a bicycle path. And it is tremendously popular, as you can imagine. But whenever you can turn a parking lot into a garden, wherever that happens, the world has, microscopically at least, a better place. Now, Boulder also has parks. And I'm told that this is a typical view in a Boulder park. I can't testify to that because I haven't had the time to get out and look, but I'm told that's a typical site. This, I'm also told, and I think it's more plausible, these are folks tubing on Boulder Creek, which I would love to do when I get the chance. Boulder has a reputation, as people here know, I'm sure, of being...
Yeah, and what's it like now? It's like trashed, right? Because of the drug laws and all this stuff.
America's thinnest city. Since every third shop in the neighborhood of the Marriott is devoted to fitness, and every other shop is devoted to clothing for people who are fit. And then the remaining third is devoted to natural foods for people who are fit. It's easy to believe. And also just actually looking around at the
Isn't that wild? Right? It used to be like a haven for like health. Wild.
streets. This, and insofar as it is true, it's because the city is blessed with trails and natural destinations near or in the city that are beautiful, including the Red Rocks in Settlers Park, just out on the edge.
Okay, let's take a little musical break, right? And then we'll move to Mumford. I mean, and all that. You know, we got a lot of music here, right? I think I'll go heavy with the music since we're not having a lot of participation. I mean, but it is what it is. But yeah, we got a lot of material still, right? Out of the material that we do have left, okay, we got some stuff on Mumford, right? So we got Mumford on the city, right? We got a whole thing on Ellul, right? So we're gonna, bring in Ellul in a little bit, right? Obviously, the mainstay of the channel is the reading, The Technological Society by Jacques Ellul, right? It's the main focus of the society. It is the main focus of the society, but it's the main focus of our presentations. I mean, but yeah, we're gonna focus on the Shang-Zu after that, right? And of course, we're more than halfway done with our presentation here, but yeah, we're gonna look at Kaczynski as well, right? So we'll be looking at Kaczynski, and I think we got some key reflections there with Kaczynski that we'll end with, right? So yeah, that's pretty much it, right, for today. And so yeah, we got quite a bit coming up. So yeah, stick around with us, and we'll see. What happens. We'll see if we get some participants. Let me drop the link in the chat here for you guys, and see if anybody wants to come up. Okay, although I doubt it. Right? Hasn't been that much participation today. Yeah, check out Creek Mary's channel. A great friend of the show. Right? Always excellent contributions. Thank you so much, madam. Greatly appreciate your time. All right. Let's move on here. Yeah, blessings to all the people. Play some music for you guys. Let's see what we got here. Back here. Yeah, we'll play some of this. Thank you.
I guess Leonidas is the starter. Came with the flames like Charizard. Word to your mother. Came with the old school knight and the armor. Gonna come through with the crops of the farmer. The weight, mate. That be my answer. Questions. Cream Palmer. Baby lotion. Carla. Visit like the ambassador. Flows cheap. Take the leap in Froggy Farm. You cannot speak, he does martial arts. Drop your head with double abingata. Arnold Schwarzenegger as Stella Basta.
Made up down cheese, no parmesan. I like them chicks for the parties on.
Got a lot of sweet celebration, must tough. Got a can of clone smoking bowls of that harsh, and it's harsh, and it's harsh, and it's harsh, and it's harsh. Yeah, and I'm off though. Heard over here, took a break back to Marvelous. Cheese. No Espanol Harbala. Yeah, that's what I'm spelling. Big Bella, horse cheese. Beige waist masterclass. Didn't you know that I'm right? Didn't you know? Xavier flow with the mind. Didn't you know? With the flows in the time. Didn't you know? From behind, try come fresh, smell like the pine. Ain't no way you survive. Trying to get in, I get your guilt. wine. Yeah, dirty wine. I'm posh wine. Cry. Fuck, would you wine? Why? King and Kel. Why? Truck. Lie.
Got a lot of sweet celebrations to talk. Got a kind of chrome smoking bowls of the harsh. Yeah, for me, I too am a sampler. No, I wouldn't call it biting like a piranha. Biting, and got the keys like Yamaha. Yeah. And went back and came back like karma. What goes around?
Flash like a camera. When I eat it in my sun.
Curry.
I relax in a sauna.
Warm.
It's a mantis. You chasing the magic carpet with Aladdin. Me chasing old school like Pokeball. Mario coming acting all unsociable. Yeah, and the weed we smoking. In school we used to call that protocol. Back in the hungry than the food I would polish on.
Jeez.
Snowman, me a abominable.
Jeez. Got a lot of sweet celebrations to talk. Got a kind of chrome smoking bowls of the harsh. Got a lot of sweet celebrations to talk. Got a kind of chrome smoking bowls of the harsh.
Excuse me. Let's go to this Mumford here. Blessings to all the people. Nobody's here, man. Feels like I'm in an empty space, all alone. Voices in the ether.
The Londoner in his country house. But in the 19th century, the privilege of escaping to the country, two money will give you. Conditions of living in slums, public housing projects, and luxury apartments are, of course, worlds apart. The more you pay, generally, the larger your rooms, the more numerous your bathrooms, the more extra space for guests or servants. Money will give you year-round air conditioning and a doorman or two to guard you from unwelcome guests or more dangerous intruders. But there are many human needs that cannot be satisfied by money or mechanization alone. In building communities, we need fresh air and direct sunlight everywhere.
Right. He correctly distinguished the problems of mechanization from the problems of capitalism, right? These are two distinct problems, right? Okay, and of course, they're both based on the problem of technical necessity, right? Obviously, technology, large-scale technology, forces a kind of socialism, right? But that socialism is not the one of politics, but it's the one of technical experts. And of course, the money-making aspect of this, right, tends to add to the dehumanization, right, where man is appraised as capital, right? But the fact is that this is a factor of technical necessity, right? So although these problems are interrelated, they're distinct, right?
Safety from traffic, insulation from noise, pleasant tree-lined walks and sheltered open spaces for relaxation, accessible schools, churches, markets, playgrounds, parks. These needs can be satisfied only by public effort and imaginative architectural design. Stock mechanical plans based on large-scale repetitive units and standardized construction overlook and repress.
Right. So we need the dynamic aspects of art and aesthetics, right, to protrude into those mechanical aspects, right, that constrain human creativity and also constrain human movement, right? And of course, they limit man's interaction with nature, which is the last point we were making, right? Okay, and of course, that has different effects psychologically, right? But of course, it has not only psychological harm, but effects on behavioral health and also physical health. And this is also true with the technology, right? Not also is closeness to the technology deleterious to our psychological, behavioral, and physical health, right? But contact with nature is extremely beneficial in those regards, right? So both of these things are happening at the same time, right?
These human needs and turn their mechanical extravagance into human poverty. Yes, all through history, when congestion, disorder, or disease made city life intolerable, people found a simple, too simple remedy. They fled from the city and let it get worse. But until rapid transit became available, the distant countryside was beyond the pocketbook and the traveling time of the ordinary citizen. Relief from the city's evils was open only to the wealthy, the Roman in his villa, the Florentine on his estate in the hills, the Londoner in his country house. But in the 19th century, the privilege of escaping to the country became possible also for the middle class.
So obviously, the key part is that, right, it adds to the commuting, right? So yeah, people don't live in this city anymore, right? But the car system has transformed the city, right? What it used to be, right? Because the whole city has been adjusted to fit the car, right? So, you know, the car and the elevator, right, have used to compact humans, right? And to compact space, right? But the fact is that, right, this is not only causing urban sprawl, right, but back in the day, right, when men could escape to the countryside, as he said, right, they could escape to the countryside, right? They had means to do that, but it was only available to the rich. People who live in the city and are furnished by those means of the city, right, they have no escape, right, to the countryside, right? So, and of course, this escape is becoming more and more impossible each day because of urban sprawl, right? which is part and parcel of the car transforming the city through the use of international trade, right? The city was set up because of trade, right? The city was set up by two means, right? Industrial farming and transporting coal through the railway system, right? This is what allowed the urban areas to blossom, right? And of course, the main invention in this entire thing was the steam engine and the printing press and all that sort of thing, right? So yeah. This is what caused, after 200 years of scientific invention, right, finally the Industrial Revolution, right, to settle in, right?
The flight from the city of the well-to-do middle class at the turn of the century created the first suburban communities, with their park-like settings for the family home. For those who could afford it, life in this one-class romantic suburb was idyllic. In particular, it met the needs of child-rearing in a green, if unreal, retreat. The homes aped the country estates of the wealthy, and so did the life, which slipped into a bland ritual of competitive spending. Here, leisure and domesticity could flourish, forgetful of the distant urban industries that made them possible. In pushing away the city, the romantic suburb also pushed away the city's vigor and vitality. Life in the suburbs was not a drama full of challenges and tensions and dilemmas, but a play world. The play finally became an end in itself, but at least the suburb established play space as an essential part of the city, not to be crowded out by high land values. That was a permanent contribution. The romantic suburb was designed to preserve an unreal image. It was not merely child-centered. It was based on a childish view of the world, in which reality was sacrificed to pleasant illusion. The romantic...
So what is the suburb? Right? It's a sort of post-urban ideation of a simpler life in the countryside. Right? So it's like an illusion wrapped in a lie, right? To a certain extent, right? Yeah. But yeah, it's an interesting proposition, right? It's definitely not normal, right?
The suburb lasted only a few generations. This synthetic utopia paid the price of its popularity when the automobile made possible the mass suburb, an even less convincing illusion of man's old desire for the good country life.
Arnold! Arnold!
Je travaille de la journée. Bon, mais ça prend de la surveillance. C'est bien beau peser sur le bouton pour que ça tape. Mais ça prend de la surveillance. Ça prend quelqu'un pour surveiller ça. Garder les enfants.
The suburb needed its smallness and its rural background to achieve its own kind of semi-rural perfection. As soon as the motor car became common, the pedestrian scale of the suburb disappeared. Then so did most of its individuality and charm. Beginning as an avenue of escape, the suburb turned into the very opposite. All that is left of the original desire for initiative and individuality is the driving of the car. But this itself has become compulsory and inescapable for the suburban commuter. The suburb is too scattered and thinly populated to be served by efficient public transportation. Older children may still walk to school, but as distances increase, the school bus and the chauffeur parent eliminate the leisurely companionship of going to school.
What the hell? Those kids look old. Look like some old men. Right? That's somebody's grandpa now, but like the kids look just like more serious back then. Right? These kids look like they're ready to do business. I mean, honestly. I mean, you look at a kid today, they don't know what the hell's going on. You look at a kid from like the 1950s, right? It's like they got shit to do. Like, you know what I mean? Like they got places to be, you know?
The suburban adult spends much of his time moving between suburb and city, often, of necessity, renouncing the responsibilities of citizenship in both places. Once adult males and older children have departed, the suburban routine may be disturbed only by the delivery man, often the only break in the monotony of the day to come. Genuine human need created the suburb, the desire for a safe and healthy environment for raising children.
I want that one with Lainey here. I want that one with you here. I want it. Come on. No, I can't do it by myself. Now I almost got it.
By building communities for only one stage of life, we have produced an isolation from reality more complete than in the smallest village or drabbest industrial town.
I like that, right? The people in the suburb are more disconnected from reality than anybody who lives in a village, right? At least the people in the village are connected to the natural world, right? Like I said, they're twice removed, right? It's a post-urban environment. It's a reaction to the city, right? So, yeah, it's a pretty interesting idea there, right? Oh, yeah. Anyways, let's cut this off here and go to Ellul here, right? And we'll see if, I think we had some other people say they wanted to come up, right? The Freak wanted to come up and continue some stuff. So we'll see if he wants to come up, right? We haven't had a lot of interaction today, right? So if he wants to do that, he's more than welcome. I mean, but yeah, let me move to Ellul here, right? We'll check a little bit of this out later. Okay, see what's up with Mumford. All right, Outer Light, feel like reviewing chapter 3 with me, Satan's Fall and Plan. Oh yeah, yeah, definitely, man. You know, come through if you want. Yeah. But yeah, here's ellul, right? We may have a little break there with Melchizedek, right? Then we may read some Shang Tzu or move on to Kaczynski, right? We'll figure it out, right? As we go along here. You know what I mean? Of course, Saturday we got our own show coming up, right? So it's a totally different thing on Saturday, right? But yeah. Yeah, where are we here? Yeah, okay. I think I found my place here. Blessings. So okay, we got the freak in the house too. Right. But yeah, the freak, give me a second. I'm just gonna read this this ellul and play some music real quick, and then we'll continue here with your thing.
All right.
Yeah. So yeah. So yeah, as excuse me. So as I was talking about ellul, right? So ellul has made several distinctions, right? He's made distinctions between the cultural aspect of man, right? And of course, the private aspect of man. Now, the private aspect of man that's part of this complex, the nation state, right? Where the nation is the cultural aspect is totally taken over by the political aspect, which is the state, right? And the political apparatus is the technical extension, right? Because the state can be ruled by techniques, right? National whims cannot be taken under the rule of techniques. Neither can moral institutions like laws, right, that are based on the private individual decision-making process, right? So what is more comprehensive for technique, right, is the rule of experts, right? And of course, they want military technicians to take over the role of politicians, right? Just as they did in the Soviet Union, right? And so ellul comes to the conclusion that the rule of the future belongs more to Stalin than it does Hitler, right? Because of the preeminence of technique in the modern age, right? It will not succumb to the private individual in the decision-making process, right? So this is a fascinating conclusion, right? But anyways, let's move on here and look at he's not for communism, he's not for fascism, he's not for capitalism, right? He doesn't think that these ideologies give a precise explanation of the modern political situation, right? So he's introducing this idea of the technological society. But anyways, let's move on here. He says the influence of the technician on the state does not reside solely in the conditions he imposes through his administrative decisions, or in the schema of good organization he draws up. It resides also in the judgments he makes concerning governmental and administrative efficiency. I have discussed the transformation of the system of public accounting. A new and remarkable example of this is furnished by the Netherlands. The problem there is to evaluate the efficiency of governmental services as a function of their cost prices. Every organization, we are told, must in principle establish a valid relation among men, ends, and means in respect to their productive efficiency. Productivity, which seemed heretofore a purely economic concept, has made its appearance in the last few years in the political framework. Right, so here is the, one of the basic concepts is the enmeshing of the political and the economic systems. Right, and of course, the way they're enmeshed is that, the idea of norms and planning, right, as he says, right, you have to create, bureaus that assess economic productivity, right, so that you can put prices on things, set wages, and all these sort of things, right? So there's all sorts of planning that goes with international trade and regulations that go with international trade that require a technical framework rather than a political framework, right? Okay, moving on. He says, it is necessary to evaluate the cost of every administrative operation and apply the law of marginal yield. Funds are assigned to each department on the basis of standard cost, established through service. By introducing modern double entry bookkeeping, it is possible to carry out a constant inspection of activities on every level and to establish the relation between actual and standard expenses. In this way, the law of the technician transforms the administrative perspective. Every administration becomes an object. Okay. Let me read that again. He says, the law of the technician transforms the administrative perspective. Every administration becomes an object. As formerly, the worker became an object in the tailor's hands. In Taylor's hands. I don't know who that is. It's written with a capital T there. I think he's referring to the political situation in the Netherlands currently. But yeah, so it says, politics assigns the goal, but the technician dictates the means to the last dot, right? Okay, so a politician assigns the goal, but the technician dictates the means. Excuse me. To the last dot. We have a detailed description of this orientation in Gabriel Ardent's book, right? So this whole idea of the means becoming the goal, right? Good, the means becoming the goal, right? So the politician could dictate the goal all he wants, right? But, you know, that doesn't mean he understands or comprehends the means it takes, right? Obviously, the objective factor of power has to be measured, right? So yeah, he says the entire administration is only a machine whose operations become more and more rigorous. In this way, the ideal theoretical situation is attained in which, to use the words of James K. Feely Jr., the, quote, margin of chance between intention and realization, quote unquote, is almost nil. For according to Feely, the smaller this margin becomes, the more a check on execution appears possible, and the more the coefficient of predictability is increased. Such a situation would give maximum security in all the different administrative units, and what Feely proposed as a theoretical ideal becomes practical. The only price tag on this attainment is the conversion of the administration into an apparatus, the civil servants into objects, and the nation into a supplier of working capital. The nation becomes the object of the technical state. See, there's the separation between the nation and the state right there. Right, I love that line. The nation becomes the object of the technical state. Okay. Okay, and if you want to look at my old concept, I gave like like a dozen explanations, okay, about this idea of the nation and about political systems throughout history and how it became dislodged from the theological notion, right, of God, king, and people, and how the nation belongs to the people, whereas the state belongs to the whole apparatus of governance, right? The method of governance, right? So the state is about political techniques, right? The nation is about the cultural sort of destiny, or, you know, sort of, you know, ethnos, right? And language and all these types of things, right? Right. Those are parts of nations, right? So obviously, the technical aspect subsumes the cultural aspect, right? And he says the nation becomes the object of the technical state in that it furnishes all different kinds of material substratum, men, money, economy, so on. The state becomes a machine designed to exploit the means of the nation. The relation between the state and nation is henceforth completely different from what it had been before. The nation is no longer primarily a human, geographic, and historical entity. It is an economic power whose resources must be put to work, and to which a yield must be returned. In connection with this yield, the oldest technicians use the term maximum, but the newer ones use the term optimum. Maximum yield is that exhausts and debases the resources of the state in a short interval of time. Optimum yield is that attempts to safeguard substance and vitality. The typical example being the TVA. I have no idea what that is. Maybe he's still talking about the Netherlands or maybe France. However this may be, we must regard the nation as an entity whose total resources are to be brought into action precisely because all the different techniques mutually conditioning one another have come into play once the technician has commenced his operations. He cannot recognize any limits. He cannot esteem or respect anything in the nation except the, quote, nature of things, unquote. This promotes the greater coherence of the state nation. Right? So he's saying the state nation has replaced the nation state. It's an extremely deleterious set of affairs, right? It means that our cultural aspect has been usurped, right? So this promotes the greater coherence. Oh, whoops. Now we got the last paragraph here. So I think he just fell out by accident there, right? But we'll see what happens. But yeah, blessings. What is true on the national level is also true on the level of the international organization. In the view of radical setbacks experienced by political organisms designed to foster international agreement, it was decided to entrust further exploration along these lines to a group of technicians. It was believed that the international consideration of the areas to be exploited rather than purely national interest would be more propitious to an entente, E-N-T-E-N-T-E. I don't know what that is. Thus, in 1949, a great assemblage consisting of 550 scientists and technicians opened its deliberations at Lake Success. To consider how best to exploit the world's natural resources. International prospects of this kind are much less advanced than similar international prospects, and that reactions of politicians to the technicians are correspondingly more enthusiastic. This was evident at the 1949 Strasbourg Assembly of the Organization of European de Cooperation Economique, a purely technical group. The Americans were of the opinion that this organization did not progress as quickly as technical situation permitted. We are witnessing at the inception on the international level of the same takeover by technicians, which we have already observed on the national level, right? Look at the whole idea of the Great Reset and the Fourth Industrial Revolution, right? There's a bunch of technicians saying that let's try to decide, right, the way technology advances in these rich countries. Anyways, I'm all done with that. If DeFreak is available, or I know he wanted to do something there, but he sort of slinked away there. So I don't know what happened there. But yeah, we'll play some music. We'll see if anybody will come back in. But yeah, that's our little section that we had with the Lul. Right, so we'll see if DeFreak comes back in. If not, we'll move on to Shangzhou, and we'll see what's going on with that, right? But yeah, we got Shangzhou, we got some other obviously we got the ideas of Kaczynski. Right, so we're gonna put some different things on for you guys. Right, but yeah. But we'll see what happens. If DeFreak comes back, it's up to him. You know, and yeah, we'll see what happens. So I actually don't know what direction the show will take after this music break. We'll see what happens. Obviously, we haven't had that much participation today, but it's all good. Appreciate you guys. Yeah. But yeah, this is a little African chant called Basiku Koyate.
Boss.
Yeah, blessings, homie.
Fire away.
Yeah, of course.
All right. So we're into chapter 3. It's a pretty long chapter, so we'll probably do, well, maybe we'll just do half, and then the other half, next time. But
so let me ask you real quick,
1,
who has this book? Does anybody have this book or
I don't actually have a.
No, I mean
like
any group of Christians, do they have it?
I don't think so. Maybe maybe some. I think I'm the only one who's actually like talking about it or bringing it up or anything. But I think
Yeah, I wonder if the Ethiopians, because they have Enoch, I think they have Jubilees, and I think they also have Maccabees or something like that. Some of the Maccabees books. But yeah, anyways.
Right. Well, this segment here is actually part of the Dead Sea Scroll, and so it's not been, necessarily part of like the other book of Melchizedek that exists. That's not part of the canon, but does exist, and that thing is like a monster in terms of, it's a very lengthy read, and it's also it goes into like how Melchizedek was like fighting for Jerusalem, and there was a lot of wars at that time and a lot of different battles with a bunch of different groups, and talks about a bunch of other stuff like most people don't have any idea actually went on or whatever. But this segment here was found in the Dead Sea Scrolls, like Cave 11 or whatever, and it was recently certified like only about 2 years ago. So it being like widely distributed or widely even talked about really, isn't happened quite yet. Let's see if I can find exactly when it was certified, if I remember right. Might be in another link in here, but it's only about 2 years certified, which basically means it's been like, tried, tested, and verified by a university in Egypt, Cairo, and in Israel, because they usually collab to make sure everything like checks out. And so like it's not, I don't think it's part of the itinerary of any denomination or any like Christian sect or anything that I know of. And this post here is only about 2 years old. You see if I can find that, because it's got a lot of info here. But it's I would consider this still pretty fresh. It's to me it's a true blessing from God. He's filling in the back story, kind of like you started at Star Wars, Empire Strikes Back, Return of the Jedi. But there's also a whole like pre-story of, Anakin, abandoned or, and how Luke ended up at his uncle's or wherever he ended up. And, this is kind of like the fill-in story for Genesis, which is great because there's so many questions that we don't know. And some of the speculation has actually been pretty right on, but a lot of it is confirmed, with the book, and it just fills in a lot of gaps. It tells you, how Satan fell, why we have evil, the backstory of the actual creation of Adam and then Eve, and what they kind of were doing before their fall. Later in the book, it talks about Cain and Abel, and it's not just like, Cain was wroth and, he got mad and, am I my brother's keeper? And, the crow and right. And then you're banished or whatever. It's a lot more info than that. And the other thing I like is that it's only like, what is it, 9 chapters? And so it's nice and sweet and fills in a lot of the gaps of the story of Genesis, especially the beginning part. So you're not left wondering, like, questions of like the problem of evil, or why was Cain, why did he actually do it? What was the reason behind the whole grain versus the meat offering, the whole motive, plus like I don't know if you noticed, but like in chapter 2, God talks about how he feels about things. Like you get the inner thoughts and the inner feelings of how God feels about a lot of these different things. Who talks about, he how he loves, and the heartaches and the pains, and how he wants just good for everybody, and how he has where someone might think that he would be angry, he's actually just in pain within himself, and it really is a blessing, in my opinion, to find something like this. So, okay, so anyway, I was going to say, you have chapter 1, creation of the universe, creation of the first angel, Lucifer. He was the bearer of light. He was the arbiter and the knowledge keeper of the light, and he would also administer and enforce the law of the light, which was love God, love thy neighbor as thyself. And after I guess eons of doing that, he got a little curious as to this kind of this tract, I guess you could say, this black tar pavement in the kingdom of heaven that was the representation of the darkness which contains evil. And so he asked God, hey, I think I know everything about the light. Why don't you tell me about what's in the dark? And God said, well, there's nothing there for you, but you stay with me and you're going to live, But curiosity got the best of him. He ends up falling, comes up with the actual quote unquote theory of the knowledge of good and evil. And now he wanted to apply that to the governing of the entire universe. Instead of only being able to do good, good on good on good, you have the option of, good and evil. So it got to the point where he wanted to implement that as part of the universal governance of the universe, that he submitted that plan almost like, like you would file in a court of law, a petition, or you would file a, whatever it is, a grievance, or you would file against somebody. And, he said no, God said no. So Satan, he went around and he got his little, smear campaign going, and he was effective at it. Oh, well, God calls us free will. God says, he loves us, and we can't even as a trial. We can't even as a trial see what this was, what this would look like, or how it would be, or if it would be any good or benefit. And so he's not a just God. Well, the angels are freaking out because they don't know how to react to that, because they only think of him as good. And so actually he convinced a third, of course, that's the story, of them to defect and to follow him. And God realized that, he has to actually allow evil now in order to play itself out. And of course, it all leads to death, but he had to let that play out in order to be the most just, the most merciful, the most just God, and no one else could actually make that claim. So here we are, chapter 3, and we are going to get the creation of Adam and then Eve. And here we go.
Chapter 3. To be overcome darkness on the third day, the Creator continued his work, giving rise to the immense continents were still under the surface of the waters. With hands raised, commanded, gather up the waters under the heavens in one place, and the dry land appear. In prompt obedience, the crystal clear waters ceded its position higher than the dry rose, overlapping them. In the lower regions of the earth, the waters continue reflecting sky glow, one refreshment to the thirsty creatures. This gesture of humility, the water prefigured the Creator, the great struggle that descend to the deepest abyss to revive thirsty souls in eternal life. Contemplating the face of that new world, God called the dry ground land, and the gathered waters he called seas. With his powerful voice continued commanding, the earth bring forth grass, the herb yielding seed, and the fruit tree yielding fruit after his kind, whose seed is in itself upon the earth. In obedience to the divine command, the solid surface of the planet took on all kinds of vegetation. Beautiful meadows to bloom, green fields interspersed with crystalline rivers, endless forests where leafy trees left tip of endless flavorful fruit species. The earth was like a screen where the Creator, through the power of his word, tinged frames peerless beauty. While the hosts beheld with awe the beauty of that creation, surprised to recognize about the new planet the Garden of Eden, where God's throne. The Lord, by the power of his word, had transferred him to the bosom of that special world, where justice would be confirmed in the government of the universe. On that spring day, the breeze gently caressed the green woods and meadows in bloom, flooding the atmosphere with soft aroma and freshness. Contemplating his work, the Creator happily exclaimed, "Behold all that is very good." Lush planet fulfilled another day in their harmonious rotation. The host's faithful could now better understand the importance of light divine. His absence was overshadowed that evening. The beauty of Zion. In this new day, the Creator expresses his great power, giving the earth lights that fill with light and heat. These lights remain forever as symbols of the spiritual presence of the eternal, which is the source of all light. Contemplating the dark and empty space that stretched around the earth, with a strong voice commanded, "Let there be lights in the firmament of the heaven to divide the day from the night. They are for signs and for seasons and for days and years. And let them be for lights in the firmament of the heaven to give light upon the earth." Immediately the space became forth by the glare of the sun and the reflection of planets and satellites. Given this demonstration of power, the host's faithful bowed in reverent worship. On the fourth day, the Eternal created the worlds of our solar system not to be inhabited like the earth, but for the balance of the system. Also, fill the sky glow, slowing the darkness of earthly nights. Opting eyes to the earth, the hosts were glad to see her radiant, raising his powerful hands. The Creator, looking primarily for crystal clear waters, commanded, "The waters bring forth abundantly the living soul." Immediately the waters became undulating by the presence of countless species of reptiles, happy and grateful, celebrating the existence of continuous swim and frolic. From the microscopic beings to large whales, all appeared in complete harmony, reflecting its nature love of the Creator. Eyes alighting on the atmosphere, Enlil resting on the green forests, the Eternal continued, "Fly the birds on the face of the expanse of the heavens." Upon his order, the heavens were filled with colorful birds flying in all directions, had at heart a song of gratitude for life. This song filled the air, mingling with the scent of flowering bushes. Gazing with delight, his earthly creatures, the Eternal blessed them, saying, "Be fruitful and multiply, and fill the waters in the seas, and let fowl multiply in the earth." Jubilant, the hosts faithful witnessed the dawn of the sixth day. What would Yahweh in this new day? This question lingered in the minds of all rational beings. They were certain that something very special was about to happen. Raising his powerful arms, the Eternal commanded, "Produce earth living creature according to its kind, cattle, creeping things, and beasts of the earth according to its kind." His powerful voice was heard, and promptly, in forests and fields, we could see the result of his creative power. Animals of all species aroused a happy life amid a paradise of perfect peace. The earth had become extremely beautiful, which Princess adorned to receive their king and lord. Who would that be special? Moving himself with majesty, the Eternal fell to the glories of the new world, addressing himself to the Garden of Eden, the place of the divine throne. The angels of...
Yeah, so I just want to, point out, like, this story, it's not just some random, book or supplement or what. It lines up with Genesis, pretty much right to a T. And so, to me, it's pretty darn legitimate since that's the case. Now, what I would love to know is if Moses actually had knowledge or a copy of this thing, before he, wrote the first 5 books, and received the law and received the Tanakh as the Torah, excuse me. Or if if those were 2 totally separate occasions. So that would be interesting to know, in my opinion. Any thoughts?
Yeah, I think there's also I think there's like and I think maybe some of the Jews talk about this Kabbalist, like there's a revelation given to Abraham. I mean, because Abraham definitely talked to God, right? And obviously he met the King Melchizedek, right?
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, there's a connection there between Abraham and Melchizedek. There's also the constant references to Abraham whenever they talk about the covenant not being for just the Jews, right? Where they talk about how God made a covenant with Abraham, and this was before God gave the law to Moses, right? So there's a connection there, because if there's a connection between the law and Melchizedek, right? So it's interesting, right?
Yeah, definitely interesting. And I also love just the way 6 days. The days line up with what we see in Genesis: the seas, the creatures, the plants, the moon, the everything. Right. So these are 2 separate drops of info or revelation from God to 2 patriarchs. I guess 2 of the founding bricks or rocks of our faith and what we understand for the eternal realm. And it lines up. God is real. Like, thank you, God, for being consistent, and being able to pull that off, right? So that we can have faith and that we know for sure, like, it's not just some conspiracy. It's not just some mythology. We're standing on solid ground. Here we go.
Light accompanied him reverently, pausing like a cloud over the skies of paradise. Whole universe watched with deep interest the unfolding acts of the Creator in response to the accusations of his enemies. The moment was decisive. Everything indicated that the Eternal demonstrate not be tyrannical or selfish, crowning someone over the hill Zion. Satan and his followers did not doubt that they would be given the kingdom and reign victorious within that ancient abyss where darkness and light now intertwined. The subjects of light quivered against this perspective. Near the source of the river of life, the Eternal solemnly bowed down, and with the natural elements of earth began to mold with great affection a special creature. After a few moments, he was lying on the body of the Creator, yet lifeless, the first man. The Lord looked at him, and after caressing her cheek, pale and cold, breathed into his nostrils the breath of life, and man began to live. As if awakening from a deep sleep, the man opened his eyes and looked at the sweet face of his Creator, who, smiling, kissed her cheek, now flushed and full of life. Thrilled to hear the Eternal say to him softly and full of affection, "My son, my dear son." Because he was born of the soil, the first man was named Adam. Taking him by the hand, the Eternal raised him. Without realizing the scenario glow that surrounded Adam in gratitude for existence, the Creator involved in a tender embrace, falling down in reverent worship. The hosts of the faithful who witnessed admired the great divine realization, excited before the human gesture, fell also in reverent worship, then joined voices in a song of joy and greeting to that special creature who awoke to life at a moment so critical to the universe. With a heart full of happiness, Adam joined the angels in their song of praise. His voice, echoing around the flowery, mingled with the singing of the birds and the lowing of animals approaching, admired up the lofty trees that packed the breeze, let the branches hang abundant flowers and fruits. Leaning here and there, attracted by the glow of precious stones that adorned all over the lawn. With intense joy, Adam took notice of the endless species of animals that populate the garden. All were meek and submissive, and lived in perfect harmony and happiness. Pausing in his footsteps, Adam wondered at the whiteness and sweetness of an animal that was playing on the lawn, came and took him in his arms, dedicating special affection. How nice was stroking his morning wool. His little eyes reflected a gentle glow of love and humility. There was something special about that animal. Sincerely, Adam called it Lamb. With the puppy in his arms, Adam looked grateful for the eternal and worshipped him. Contemplating his alb robes, his expressive eyes of a matchless love, Adam discovered that he had in his arms a symbol of its author. Happy exclaimed, "O Lord, this coated lamb is white wool with expressive look, so much love, looks like you. I want to always have it with me." Observing the animals, Adam realized that they enjoyed a special camaraderie. Via everywhere happy couples who lived for each other. His thoughts turned to his partner, looked round about and was surprised not to see him, if the Lord had purposely concealed by becoming invisible. Adam felt lonely in the midst of this paradise. Who would share their happiness and love? There were animals, but they were irrational and cannot share their ideals. I was born in your heart. When walking alone that evening, a burning desire to find someone who could always be by his side. While Adam to his side and told him, "It is not good that man should be alone, for you'll a companion." Adam was happy to hear this promise of the Creator, just when you longed to have someone to always be visible next to him. Taken by a deep sleep, Adam leaned back in the bosom of his loving Creator, who with caresses did fall asleep. In his subconscious were the first colored dreams, includes the sweet look of the eternal. Hear the harmonious sound of angelic music, discovers the wonders round about, Mount Zion with its rainbow, the river of life, the meadows in bloom, the animals that greet his gaze, extends over grassy meadows, hills in the distance devising flowering. While hiking hopeful, feel the gentle breeze stroking her soft hair. Conversation with the breeze. Breeze, you seem to be those who both seek. You me stroking her hair, kisses my face. You have the scent of green forests. If I could see her face, kissing her, would if I could touch their hair. Make long braids, and would grace with flowers from our garden. After walking through the meadows, dream of paradise, Adam paused as he looked around the landscape. Marveled not see the effect of the breeze in the flowering branches, but how if felt warmly on his face. Then began to awaken from his dream. Even with eyes closed, remembered the moment. Sleepy, leaned on the breast of the eternal. It would be a breeze, stroking of his hands. With this quest, opened his eyes and thrilled to contemplate a beautiful woman with hands scented, stroked her cheek lovingly. It was the breath of his dream, the promise of a Creator who just wanted to make him happy. Now Adam was full as was Eve, who was flesh of his flesh and bone of his bone. Taking her by the hand, Adam invited her for a tour of unforgettable surprises, show his partner the beauties of his home. Eva had touched up every step, attracted by the flowers that gave off sweet perfumes. Birds warbled by cheerful songs, the animals that followed them submissive, the vegetation rich hues, by the clear waters of the river of life that flowed cascading Hill Zion in paradise. Everything was perfect and beautiful, but nothing matched the human being created in the image of Yahweh. They turned to each other in awe and caresses, packaged for this love, remained until sunset. With delight, the young couple began to contemplate the setting sun through pink rays tinged the sky in gorgeous afterglow. It was the sixth day came to its end, giving way to hours of a special day, Saturday. That day in meaning to be solemn all the subjects of the eternal, since its dawn would bring victory to the kingdom of light. The sun, which during the sixth day rejoiced nature with its brightness and warmth, hid himself, leaving her cold shadows. The cheerful birds silent.
Oops. Sorry about that. Real quick, just want to point out, like, you know, there's from time to time, like, these big discussions about, you know, the name of God and trying to, like, pinpoint a single, like, descriptor of God. And one thing that we see here is, you know, we see him called the eternal, and in the previous page you saw that, you know, we're made in the image of Yahweh. right? But these are both the same God, just different ways of describing that part of God that, let's just say, performed a certain manifestation or part of creation or whatnot. So, you have the eternal, who is the source of the source of, he's the original originator, but he can take on agencies that represent him as himself. And we saw that Yahweh is one of those kind of, I guess, humanoid God creatures that, uses the name Yahweh. And, we'll see like Angel of the Lord, we'll see Jehovah, right? And all these different names for God. And a lot of people really like make a big deal about it and want to, play semantics and try and argue with you or whatnot. But it really, it really doesn't matter. I think as long as we all know who like we're talking about, however you've come to know that God is what you should call him. It shouldn't be a name contest or whatever. The Quran talks about this. It says, to him is given all the best names, and those who deviate or try to deceive or otherwise finagle the name of God for their own kind of like personal ministry or whatever, they will be judged for that, unfortunately. And the reason I say that, and feel that way is because however he reveals himself to you is how you want to interface with him, okay? And then ultimately what's going to happen is Zechariah 9:14, he says that, in that day when he comes back or he's doing his thing, there's going to be one name for God, and we're all going to be one shepherd, one people, one king, and he'll give himself the one name that we are all going to call him at that point. Any thoughts?
Yeah, it's interesting here how in the garden it's describing all of these natural items, right? Rivers, birds, animals, right? Lush forests of greenery, right? So it's just interesting that heaven is a sort of green alchemy, right? Whereas, heaven's not like this, technological utopia, right? It's just interesting to note that, right? Right, that heaven is, I mean, it's a metaphor for nature itself, right? Like I said earlier to somebody in the Discord, I said, nature is the sister of heaven, right? It would have to be, even in a way.
Yeah, that's a good point. I appreciate you bringing that up. Yeah, 100%. All right, here we go.
Silencing her trills, sought their nests while the other animals are collected. Only the couple remained motionless, looking sight, the last flicker in the fading horizon, the hope of a new dawn. Inquired the meaning of darkness when, through the branches, saw a beautiful moonlight whose silvery rays nature bathed in soft light. The entire sky was lit by the glow of the stars. Admired, found that the night was only darkness when he looked down. Adam and Eve, in their innocence, did not know that night symbolized the bleak future of humanity. When understood, would be comforted to contemplate the splendor of the heavens. The moonlight talk of hope, and the twinkling stars testify the interest of the hosts of light in them, clarify the moral darkness, giving encouragement to sinners. But only those who would be enlightened, averting his eyes from the earth, behold the heavens. After contemplating for a while the sky and their luminosity, the couple, remembering the beauty of paradise, turned his eyes, searching them currency. But they were hidden in the shadows. Longed as the dawn, because only he would bring paradise. Before the yearning of the human heart, the eternal appeared in the midst of darkness, returning to the couple the joy of meeting again in a colorful garden. Bathed in soft light, now walked through meadows green and flowery. The brightness of the Creator awakened nature wherever they went, coloring and brightening all round about. The couple, admired, learned that beside the eternal could have a paradise in the night. Feeling sleepy, Adam and Eve leaned back in the lap of the loving Father, who was sleeping sweetly, hopeful, happy mornings. Lying down on the soft grass, the eternal amounted, if going with the hosts, contemplative, would manifest him at dawn, making the couple wake up to the most solemn event, which would reduce to dust the vile accusations of enemies. The cold, dark night, through their long hours, seemed to mock the light.
So real quick, a line like that would freak out a good portion of Christians or any believer in God, just because, God doesn't sleep. Why would God be sleeping? He's the consuming fire of, heaven and earth, and that's true. That's true. But hey, sleep is useful. Like maybe he was just chilling out or whatever. You're telling me God can't sleep? Especially if he's got, a couple of cuddle bugs with him, whatever. I don't know. But, I'm sure that at one point in time, this is going to be, debated, or it's going to be an issue, where it says, they were all sleeping together, but I don't think it's a big deal. TML.
Yeah, I gotta love it. I mean, it's interesting. The whole idea of just laying around, just frolicking, right? Not really having much to do, not really being bored, right? But just sitting there in the grass, and right, that is just a fascinating image, right? And I think a very potent image, right? In terms of right, there's just not a lot going on, right? It's very sort of sentimental, right? It says sweetly hopeful, happy mornings. It's like, whoa, that's like a lot of it.
Yeah, that's beautiful language, and it also, kind of paints a picture of getting to know each other and a backstory, and it wasn't just like step one, step two, 1, 2, 3, and then devil and then fall, child pangs and birth. They hung up. There's a whole kind of eternity of time in heaven that this all took place, and this is our legacy, our history, our cemented, sealed in eternal time testimony of mankind. So it's very, it's meaningful. All right, here we go.
Forever overshadow the beauty of creation? Oh, never. The sun would not back down before the majesty of darkness will soon emerge as a liberator, snatching with his warm rays of the nature of cold claws, giving it life and color. In a final challenge, the darkness became dense in the hours before dawn. The night enlists his forces to fight for dominance usurped. Finally, in the east, came a glimmer of hope that seemed to speak in a new day. The sky gradually became colored bright red. Darkness fell powerless before the growing strength of the light and was consumed on their trail. The nature began to awaken from the long night, reflecting on her breast the longing rays. Flowers opened, exhaling scents of joy. Animals and birds silenced the night, joined their voices in song and triumphant salute to the dawn of that great day. The dark night was over, giving way to the light of day, dreaming. Day to Yahweh had special meaning because it prefigured the final victory of his kingdom on the field of rebellion. The Eternal now awakened his human children who, bathed by the light of his presence, had fallen asleep in the hope of a happy dawn. In a festive march, all holy hosts, with songs of victory, followed him into the paradise bathed. How soon will shine a cherished morning, bringing in its light, sweet paradise lost that night. With joy, the couple welcomed the divine Creator, joining the angels in triumphal anthems. The universe lived a truly solemn moment. That morning festive, God would reveal the greatness of his character, which is justice and love. Accusations that his government was selfishness and tyranny would be refuted. The eyes of all rational creatures of the vast universe, God led the young couple to Mount Zion, the place of the divine throne. There, in the thrill of the hosts muted, the Creator, a surprising gesture, covered the man with the royal mantle, put on his head the crown which was coveted by Lucifer. Driven by deep gratitude for the supreme honor conferred, Adam and Eve fell down reverently at the feet of the Creator, deposing his precious crown in sign of submission. Followed this human gesture a shout of victory that shook the whole of creation. The children of the light, which had so long suffered indignities and humiliations before the constant accusations of rebel armies, praised in resounding praise Yahweh blessed, that in his work of righteousness denial, that the enemies, revealing his character of humility, selflessness, and love. Having made man as the Lord of all creation, the Eternal, in a solemn voice, began to make you aware of the greatness of his mission. As a faithful steward should take care of paradise, keeping clear the source of the river of life, the laws of justice and love, fundamentals of the kingdom of light, should be honored. As a scepter rational, it would be the man, in a gesture of appreciation and gratitude, the government freely accept him who created him. The hosts, who amazed witnessing the revelation of divine detachment, realized that the Eternal of light would not rule over the universe, except was made the arbiter of creation. In his glorious being, made in the image of the Creator, shone the seal of eternal dominion. After revealing the couple the infinite honor and responsibility of their mission, the Creator became aware of the spiritual warfare that had been waged for conquest of universal dominion. Lucifer, who for countless ages served the heavenly king in Zion, had been corrupted by pride and by selfishness, followed by a third of the hosts, rational, sought to dethrone the Eternal now, dishonoring him with vile accusations. Having revealed to man the painful situation in which the universe was in the Eternal, in a solemn gesture, showed him two towering trees laden with great fruit, rose on both banks of the river that was born from the throne. The right that raised the Eternal revealed to be the tree of life, monument of the kingdom of light. The rising edge to the other proved to be the tree of knowledge of good and evil, the symbol of rebellion. Eating the fruit of the tree of life, the man manifest his submission to the Creator who is the source of life and light. Eat of the other tree would give the enemy the field of Zion. The inevitable result of this step would be eternal death, not only for humans but for all creation, which would reduce the chaos under the fury of rebellion. After contemplating at length the two lofty trees which bear fruit and externalized as infinite responsibility, Adam bowed himself to the Creator. Thy wisdom, love, and power, all things were created and remain. The Sabbath, divine emblem of triumph, filled with harmonious hymn of praise, and his followers witnessed the great achievement of the Eternal. Bitterly witnessed the joy of the faithful before the coronation of man, an event that cast to the ground that they had strong objections raised against the divine government. Filled with frustration and anger, now considered their plight. How terrible and humiliating them was the thought of seeing their plans of rebellion divest themselves before the Creator, like the shadows of the night. If they could, they thought, would fill the Saturday darkness, banishing from the mind of the eternal subjects any hope of victory. Finally, in his remarks, Satan and their followers realized they had left an opportunity. In the middle of the Garden of Eden, on the heights of Zion, lifted up by the river of life, the tree of knowledge of good and evil. Suffice a human gesture, nothing more, and have under his power forever the coveted domain. But how to seduce him? Excited at the prospect of a victory, Satan sought, with ingenuity, devise a plan of approach. He knew that if he failed in his attempt, all hopes of victory would have been diluted, scrapping all your dreams of adventure. Concluded that cheating would be a powerful weapon, not been through it who managed to dominate 1/3 of the heavenly hosts. Await, therefore, a propitious time to set his snare. Chapter 4.
We're kind of quicker than I thought, but yeah.
Yeah, but you know what's weird? Yeah, but you know what's weird is that it cut out when it read Adam's prayer, and then it came back when it started talking as Satan. So it's really fucking weird that it did that. But and you guys can go back. I don't know if that was just for me, but I don't know, man. Creepy fucking vibes, you know, like live is evil spelled backwards, so it is what it is. But yeah, totally weird.
Yeah, no, I didn't hear that, but
Yeah, beautiful prayer that Adam
dang.
gave there, though. I mean, honestly, I mean, I
Yeah.
had to read it off the video because it cut out, but I was like, whoa, what a beautiful prayer.
Let's see, where's that at?
Yeah, it's like back 2 pages.
So like right after he was crowned. Probably.
Yeah, it's right here.
Let's see.
It says Adam bowed himself to the Creator, saying, "You are worthy, Lord, to reign over the universe, because thy wisdom, love, and power. Because by thy wisdom, love, and power, all things were created and remain." But yeah.
Yeah. Awesome.
So yeah, cut out when I was reading that. Pretty weird.
Yeah, definitely. Probably some DK-spiracy going on.
Exactly.
All right, man. You know, whenever I hear this stuff, it's just like, it's so gratifying to hear the backstory of Genesis, because there's just so much room to speculate, and and it's kind of just like a wham bam thank you ma'am kind of an explanation of like, why the hell are we dealing with all this crap in this world? What is going on, and like, why are we subject to all the suffering and the misery and everything, and everything else? And at least this gives you some understanding of what happened pre-man, pre-existence of the human being, the backstory as to why, even if we didn't want to exist. I think I might be timing out. I might be timing out, so if I drop, it's my internet. But so
yeah, it's no
we're
worries.
subject to these things. Yeah, we're subject to these things, and we have no idea why. Like, it gets bad sometimes, and it's like, why? I don't want to be conscious. I just want to cease from anything or any whatever. And at least this tells us like, hey, there's a reason. It's not just for some joke or some bet or some God is evil kind of straight up stupid thing to say like that or whatever. It's like, yeah, well, full knowledge pretty much necessitates the existence of evil and darkness, just being the the knower of everything. But then someone actually besides God goes in and ventures and gains that knowledge. Well, they think it's adventurous enough to submit it as a ruling system of government, basically, for the all of creation, and a tyrant and a unjust God. Therefore, he can't be God, and he's not good, right? That's the whole tripe. Like, if you can't sit in a chair and wear an armband or whatever, then you must be Adolf, Schmittler or whatever, because they like to conflate all these like issues into like being Schmittler all the time. So it's the same thing. It's like, well, if he doesn't let you try, we can't even try one form of government that's not just like him sitting on the throne. What kind of leader is that? Like, why would you want to follow that guy? He must hate all the Jews or something. It's like, it's crazy. Like, but that's what we do, especially in this time in politics, right? So I just really appreciate that God would let us find this book or this scroll, in the Dead Sea Scroll cache now, because there's still stuff they're still working on, a lot of stuff still. There might be more to come, and for me, this is such a a steak dinner of answers that it just brings me peace. So I appreciate you letting me share it and stuff.
Yeah, of course. I mean, in the book of Enoch, I think chapter 9, it says, for the earth cried out to heaven, because the earth was alive before it had habitants.
Mm-hmm.
So it's pretty interesting, right? Saying that the earth is a living being and has a direct line to God.
Wow.
Right? Both of those
Yeah.
things are pretty surprising, right? Because most people think, well, nature is just dead. There's no spirit in nature. Right? But
Right.
that's absolutely false.
Absolutely. Yeah, in the Bible, I forgot exactly where it's at, but it's probably in Psalms. And then one of the prophets, he knows every star by name, like in the whole galaxy, in the whole universe, right? So like he really is just a powerful, massive, just beyond anything that we can imagine. Like, I mean, even as like, say, I don't know, a 5-year-old at the first time you ever like went on a bumper cars or the carnival or some kind of circus show or whatever, like that's what it's going to be like, all the time when we, do finally get there. So, all right, I'm going to mute up now.
Yeah, blessings, brother. Yeah, so so thank you so much to Freak. Of course, blessings to you and yeah, all the people that are here. Yeah, well, I'm gonna move on here. We'll put some music on for you guys, and yeah, we'll make a little thing. As I said, Shangzhou, and yeah, maybe we'll move on to Uncle Teddy. Right, we got a couple little reflections there that we need to tackle, right, before moving back into technological slavery. And of course, we're taking a deep look at transhumanism as well. And I'm sure that DeFreak will be back with some more of Melchizedek. Obviously, he's welcome to come back whenever he wants and do the whole thing. So yeah, I greatly appreciate him. And yeah. So yeah, last time, if you guys missed it, they had a whole session, and then they went off, with televised apocalypse, DK-spiracy. They went on their own adventure. Choose your own adventure, as they say. But yeah, so yeah, we had a blessed time that day, and of course we recorded lots of good conversations, and yeah, so here's a little couple songs, pretty sad, but it is what it is. I've been listening to some sad music recently, but I played some happy stuff tonight, some sad stuff. It's Taoism. You got the mix. But yeah, blessings. And of course, it's kind of bittersweet with Splay Limbs, as we'll see with his whole deal. Right, he's an interesting character that we're gonna meet. But yeah, blessings.
It's nice to hear you say hello. And how are things with you? I love you. But very soon it's time to go. An office job to do while I'm here writing songs for you. It's nice to hear your voice again. I've waited all day long, even wrote a song for you. It's strange the way you make me feel. With just a word or two, I like to do the same for you. Strange nice to hear you say hello. And how are things with you? I love you. But very soon it's time to go. An office job to do while I'm here writing songs for you. It's nice to hear your voice again. I've waited all day long, even wrote a song for you. It's strange the way you make me feel. With just a word or two, I like to do the same for you. Strange how a phone call can change your day, take you away, away from the feeling of being alone. That's the telephone.
Running towards the light, this tunnel vision got me losing sight. I'm on a mission, had you by my side, and now you're missing. Lost my appetite, it's my condition. It's my condition. It's my condition. Running towards the light, this tunnel vision got me losing sight. I'm on a mission, had you by my side, and now you're missing. Lost my appetite, it's my condition. I know, I did it to my mind. I know, I let it show sometimes. I know, I did it to my mind. I know, I let it show sometimes.
Greetings, sir. You're muted there.
Am I?
Yeah, there you go. We can hear you now.
Yeah. No, it wasn't muted. It's just very quiet here.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Yeah. Yeah, blessings.
Yeah. It's a beautiful, beautiful day.
Yeah, for some reason, I thought you were talking and couldn't hear you, but yeah.
Yeah. I'll just go outside and show you what. When I first started listening to you, you were talking about green fields and water and trees.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah. Are you interested?
Yes, that's the subject today. Definitely. Yeah.
Yeah. So I'll show you, shall I?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. Tell me.
Oh, whoops. I think he accidentally pressed his own button there. But yeah, beautiful display he was showing us there. Tony Drake. I know he does like different like activities. He owns like a sawmill and stuff. But yeah, he's an interesting guy. Who's Agent Smith? No, that's no Agent Smith. That guy's an OG. Tony Drake. I talked to him a couple times on here. He's an interesting dude. I think he kicked himself off there, but yeah. Anyways, let me grab this here for you guys. Shangzhou. So interesting stuff. We got a little attack video today. Last time we were live, I think we were on the thumbnail at Modern Men Lost Again. It's always something exciting that's happening. You know, not today. We had this this young woman, you know, with honestly pretty cute picture. Pretty cute pictures. I believe she's watched the show for a long time. She likes the channel. But yeah, I think she was trying to get herself banned. Interesting stuff. Rest of she was calling me a T-word. And yeah, I think she said all Palestinians are T-words or something like that. So maybe she was trying to say I'm a Palestinian or so I have no idea what's going on with that. But yeah, questionable if we should have played that on our show. We might get struck down out here. But yeah, yeah, T as in terrorist. Right? But yeah. So yeah, anyways, we won't say that too many times. You get flagged out here. You know. But yeah, obviously Uncle Teddy, that's his profession. And unfortunately, right? And obviously violence among any stripe is not condoned by us, right? Especially violence against animals, children, or the elderly, or women, or something like that.
Or at a college campus in front of thousands and thousands of young people who,
yeah,
you know, might just lose hope in all of their future.
Yeah.
But
yeah, if two dudes lose their temper and they want to slug it out, that's up to them. But yeah.
Yeah.
Obviously.
You know, talking about Charlie Kirk or whatever, like, you know, is it just me, or is it just like, you know, you have the lone wolf, you know, outlier kind of, you know, weirdo who just happens to be able to shoot from about 200, you know, feet or yards away.
Right. And like one shot kill, like, yeah. Right.
I mean,
right.
It's like, you know, they like a certain way of
Fucking
doing
bizarro,
it, and then
dude.
the same narrative and the same, and it's like,
Yeah. Or the shit that was inside of his shirt, the weird behavior of his shirt, dude. He had like some weird shit. His shit sprayed out, looked like a fountain. It looked very just one consistent stream, like he was pissing out blood from his neck. And then
I didn't see
and then
it, but yeah.
and then they took him away. They wrapped the dude up and took him away in a fucking black van, not in a fucking ambulance, which is really weird. It's just the fucking feds took him away in a black van. Like, what kind of shit is that, dude? So obviously, weird performance from start to finish there, right? With the shooting. There's all sorts of other weird events, like people obviously that are like trying to take like media, like obviously they're trying to ride the algorithm. All these shows are riding the algorithm. All the shows just in our area, they have him in the thumbnail.
Yep.
Right. Even though they know they don't know anything about the dude, they don't care. Right. So it's a spectacle, right? And people are obviously not asking the key questions, right? Like, how is this dude? You know, just, you know, he gets off one shot, you know, and then obviously the display from the video, I mean, totally fake, man. I mean, right? You know,
I didn't
I'm
see
talking
that,
about,
but
yeah, like look at the video, like it looks totally fake. Like, first of all, the guy is talking about mass shootings as it happens. So he's asked a
Wow.
question about mass shootings as he's shot. Right. And the way he gives the response, you know, and all that type of stuff, it's actually really weird. I don't think actually we could say mass shooting either or whatever. But yeah.
Probably not. Did you see the press conference of the Utah governor by chance?
Maybe. But yeah, I think this is the one where the guy said it's absolutely a political assassination, which is weird. If they were trying to incite riots, you would say something like that. The police guy said that in the conference, in the press conference. Who says that in a press conference right after some guy gets murdered? Oh yeah, this is definitely a political assassination. Really weird.
Same day.
Yeah, like same day the guy says that. What are the odds that somebody would say something like that? Right? So, you know, dude, there's so much weird shit. Like it's beyond bizarre. Then there's Andrew Wilson talking to the Lauren Chen lady saying that they put out a fatwa on Charlie Kirk and all this stuff.
No way.
Oh yeah, man. We got smoking.
No way.
Yeah, let me grab this shit,
no
bro.
way.
Let me
Wow,
grab this
that's-
motherfucker. Let me grab this shit because and yeah, I greatly apologize if we don't get to the Shangzhou or what may happen, but I'm pretty sure we're coming back.
I've got the press conference of the Utah governor. I want to just it goes by pretty quick, but just the bizarre behavior of the governor and the FBI spokesman here. It's like totally, I don't know, man. It's bizarre. It's really bizarre. So if you have a chance, we can take a look at it, because I mean, it's like, you know, and this is also coming off the, you know, the subway or the thing in North Carolina with the stabbing with the white Ukrainian immigrant and the, you know, 14-time criminal black man. You know, I don't know, man. That looks sus as well. Like, but maybe they're both real. I don't know. It's just like, you know, just out of the blue, out of nowhere, right? Some black guy who's been arrested 14 times carrying a shank, you know, in the subway, right? You know, and I mean, I know there's video and everything, but I don't know, man. So, okay, so if you get 15 times to the bin, is that like a milestone in prison? Like you get to wear, you know, like some kind of badge or whatever? Because you think by the 13th time, you would, you know, make a decision like, do I like jail? Do I want to live here forever? Do I want to be outside where I can, really, you know, kind of, you know, flesh stab a white girl instead of like, you know, shank stabbing her or whatever. And then if you do go to the bin, right, and, you know, he's gonna have to talk about how manly he is, right? Doing that to like someone from the side or the back, like not even a straight on attack, like black dudes don't do that. Like I don't. It's screwed up. Like what the hell is going on, right? And now you have this thing here, and the devil's in full swing. What can I say?
Yeah, I'm not gonna play the murderer tape because I'm pretty sure that'll get us straight up just knocked off the air if we play him getting his shot in the head or whatever.
Yeah.
But yeah,
There's any
but yeah,
large
let me.
ball pass in there.
Yeah, but let me try to find. I got a bunch of weird stuff. I got this right here. Here, hold on. Let me full screen the shit out of this here. And obviously this is yeah, we're gonna have to give away the fact that this is me and Neurojack talking about it. So,
That's all right.
Yeah, so
I
we're
mean, yeah.
So yeah, so me and Neurojack been talking about it. Obviously, me and Neurojack talk about lots of things. But yeah, let's go to this. So yeah, this is
There what?
oh yeah, this is Wilson talking to Chen. Do you guys see this?
Yeah,
This one?
the seaweed.
Oh wait. Oh no, wait, no, not the seaweed, man. Not the seaweed, man. This.
Oh, here we go.
This. Right, so let me play this here with Lauren Chen and Wilson. Okay, now that I could see it and you guys could see it.
There was.
But no, there wasn't. What happened is they polluted that message and absolutely destroyed it. Charlie Kirk and TPUSA had to back up on all of their messaging, everything from immigration to LGBTQ rights. Fortunately, there was a basically fatwa that was put up against them by one Mr. Can't even be named on the internet, who completely dismantled that messaging before the poison got too out of hand. But that's exactly what was going on, was an inclusion of these lunatics inside of the conservative movement, which...
So he had a fatwa against him inside the conservative movement. So, I mean, you have to think who benefits, because the far right is now aligning with the Democrats. You know about this? Gavin Newsom?
Oh yeah, Kurt. Yeah, I saw that about like 3 or 4 months ago or whatever that was. Yeah. Right. They were talking, and it's because Gavin wants to get more in touch with, and gain voters from the right side or whatever. Right. And Charlie was just interviewing him or whatever. But that was like a little, strange bedfellow politicking going on. Right.
Yeah, here's another thing we happen to see. They were obsessed with talking about this on David Patrick Harry, right? They did an entire show on David Patrick Harry.
The actor?
No. Yeah, pretty much. I mean, I don't know what this guy. I mean, he's like, you know this guy?
No.
You don't know about this guy?
No, maybe I've seen him, but I can't say I'm that familiar with him. What is he? Orthodox?
Yeah, these guys are like ortho bro influencers.
Okay.
Like some of the basically top tier ortho bro influencers, right? So, so look at what he says.
You know, we're the middle.
And this is one of their guys who teaches theology, right?
You know, we're the middle of the road.
Today.
And Father Turtle actually said
Yeah.
the royal path, transcending left and right, is not the middle.
Right.
He said the royal path going past left and right is not the middle. So check this out. What he said. Oh wait, I can't. Wait, why won't this play? Huh? It won't motherfucking play. I think the player is broken here.
You know what I think's going on too is TML is the what do they call it? The updates for Microsoft Windows 10, I think, is like coming to an end here next month.
You know, we're the middle of the road. And Father Turtle.
Wait, do what now?
I was saying, like, I'm having like issues with my computer and stuff. Like, it's really
Oh,
slow.
you
There's all
think
kinds
it's
of,
like
weird stuff.
Yeah, one of those
I think it's
weird
related
things.
to that end of service. Yeah.
Yeah, they might be doing the Great Reset or whatever. I mean, yeah, dude.
Actually said the royal path, transcending left and right, is not the middle.
Right.
It doesn't mean, because the middle presupposes that the left and right are moral equivalents. And you see this all the time. Libertarians are totally retarded and say the same stuff. Well, they're both bad. It's like, yeah, we have legitimate critiques of MAGA and Trump and Republicans. They are not moral equivalents. They're not the same.
Right.
It doesn't matter the moral flaws of Republican candidates, things that they've been involved in. It is not a Malthusian death cult. It is not. I mean, the party platform is literally death.
Right.
No, violence. Like, they have a track history of.
So, did Andrew Wilson actually call Charlie Kirk a lunatic?
No, but you heard what he did say.
Well, he said he called someone a lunatic, but I'm not sure who that was directed toward. It was the conservative ones who had a what'd you call it?
A fatwa on him. He said the guy who can't be named on the internet. Yeah. I'm pretty sure he's talking about Fuentes, but because back then I think you couldn't talk about him, whereas now he's mainstream media. So it's extremely strange.
Right.
And in the conduit between ending up on mainstream media, he ended up at like Kanye West's house. So that's not weird at all. But all right.
No, it's definitely weird. But who was Andrew Wilson calling a lunatic there? The right side of the Fuentes faction or the Kirk faction or both? Or I mean, I wasn't clear like who was calling a lunatic.
I don't know. I think he was saying that, like, I don't know. I actually don't know what he was saying. I could play it again if you want, but yeah, it's totally weird.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, let me try to see this here. Hold on. See where this shit's at.
Jump on in here, Tony, if you got some thoughts on any of this stuff. You probably been around the bush and seen a bunch.
By the way, that's Owen Benjamin posting this because he's like butthurt, right? Because they were supposed to have a public debate today, which is really weird that he's doing a weird gay ops debate with Owen Benjamin. What was that? What will that accomplish? Right? Anytime like some fitness nut or comedian like makes fun of this guy, he wants to debate them. Like, it's kind of a weird habit that he has, right? Like, why not just debate people who are scholars and stuff, right? It's just kind of weird.
You're talking about Andrew Wilson, right?
Right, because, I mean, he'll get stomped because he doesn't understand any of the definitions. I mean, I don't know, dude. Yeah, I mean, this is what he says.
There wasn't.
What happened is they polluted that message and absolutely destroyed it. Charlie Kirk and TPUSA had to back up on all of their messaging, everything from immigration to LGBTQ rights. Fortunately, there was a basically fatwa that was put up against them by one Mr. Can't even be named on the internet, who completely dismantled that messaging before the poison got too out of hand. But that's exactly what was going on, was an inclusion of these lunatics inside of the conservative movement, which
yeah, so you'd have to like listen to the rest of what he's saying to get context for who he's calling a lunatic there.
Okay, never mind. Yeah, because lunatic. Like, I wonder if he was saying that about Charlie's faction or the other faction. Like, because I don't know, it just seems weird. That was a peculiar word.
Yeah, but to cue people in on this fatwa situation, I mean. That means that you called for somebody's death. I mean, because it's like, you know what I mean, right? That's what that means, right? Because they're referring to Salman Rushdie when Khomeini put out a fatwa on him saying that basically you got to kill him for being an apostate because he's putting out blasphemy against a religion and all this stuff. So yeah, basically Imam Khomeini told his spies, right, like that, yeah, make sure this dude's life is in danger, and then the government of England like hid the dude or something, right, and they hooked him up with like the top class whores. Like I don't know, dude, like but yeah, this dude got a sweet deal, right, for being threatened, but he became like the top author in history, right? He like gets to go on like talk shows and date models and stuff. But yeah, interesting stuff.
Yeah, shady as hell.
Old Shady Pines.
Well,
Hey, is it gone quiet?
Yeah, greetings, Tony.
Can you hear me all right?
Yes, I can hear you.
I'm hearing my voice to me. What is that?
Yeah, you're kind of like fading in and out. I don't know what that is, but yeah, I don't think you have your audio situated here.
Yeah, I'm not very good at this thing, and I don't really know how to adjust it. Are you hearing an echo from me?
We're hearing like the first two words, and then it'll like fade out. So you're cutting in and out there.
I'll go back and try.
Yeah. Yeah, we got a couple of Tonys here in the back. We got another Tony here. Yeah, maybe make sure you're not in any other studios. But yeah. I mean, oh yeah, what are you gonna play this to Freak? You have a clip here? Oh yeah, let's not play this if this is the news. Yeah, let's not play this if this is the news, yeah. Because we might get popped for that.
oh, you can't? Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a copyright.
Oh, really? Okay. Yeah, that was the
yeah, if it's like Fox.
yeah, that's the press conference of the okay.
Yeah, because
but
Fox.
If you have a chat, I'll post the link on it. Like it's pretty short, like, but the way that they interact, it's like the governor is so like he's mumbling around, he doesn't know, like he's trying to read the script, and he's just really like like it's almost like he's afraid. And then the FBI friggin' goon clown with the Hanson friggin' goggles on is like, I don't know if you could take that guy sincerely. Like it's just a mess. Like it's just ugly. Like I don't know, what the heck's going on. And then I don't know if you saw, but like that little rubber dinghy boat that they blew out of the ocean, the drug running boat with the capacity of about 2 people, and that was like they were smuggling a lot of drugs, or whatever. Like that was a little concerning, and I'm a Trump, like I'm on Trump's train, like, but that was definitely a little sus. So all this stuff is just like, I don't know, man, like I guess stay tuned, but it's just weird.
Yeah, so this is what somebody said. It said fake and gay. Ring switches fingers in close-up video, slowly scrub frames when he shot back and forth, and look at hands. There's clearly a squirt tube in his shirt. Blood doesn't soak the cotton shirt. It coagulates like paint on the shirt and looks overlaid. The close-up video was released within minutes of it happening, so there's no way they edited it that quick to post. It was probably pre-recorded to merge with the actual event videos. All videos released instantly cut before he gets taken away. Multiple unconfirmed suspects instantly. A high-powered rifle would blow Chunk in the neck. Normies are virtue signaling how they feel bad. 2 neck-based deaths in 2 weeks.
Wow.
South Park comes back after years and make a whole video thing about Kirk weeks before when he was literally irrelevant. So how about all that? Wow. And then also Harrison Smith is going around saying that Israel did it.
So
really weird. So Harrison Smith, who works for Alex Jones, is saying Israel killed Charlie Kirk. Really weird optics there.
Okay, so his name is Israel. Does that mean that he's a Israeli? By chance, or
who?
Or is he just, an Alex Jones spawn that happens to be named Israel?
No, I said Harrison Smith said Israel did it with the country.
Okay, yeah. No, I knew somebody named Israel, so my fault. Well, I mean, Andrew Wilson says it's
Yeah, he said there's like a bot. Yeah, he said that like years ago. So I don't know.
Okay. But that's not a Hebrew thing. That's a Muslim thing, right? So
here's yeah. So here's some of the stuff. I don't. Okay, so hopefully we don't get popped for showing this. It is what it is. But yeah, let me show this. Okay, so we won't show that. That looked like, but yeah. Anyways, if you look at the video, the squirting blood looks really weird. Okay, here's a ring, right? Then there's a ring fall off the hand. Right, so there's weird optics with the ring, right, going on in the videos, right? Anyways, I don't know why I can't scroll down on this fucking thing. But yeah, there's lots of people sharing information in our Discord. I put the Discord link up there. So yeah, here is other videos. Look at this shit. Oh, DeFreak vanished. Tony Drake vanished. He says there's no link. Here, hold on. Let me drop this link out here. You guys could come back. I'm shutting this down soon, but you guys could come back. Man. Oh, whoops. Accidentally shared that. I was reading Federalist Paper 55 earlier, where Madison says if every Athenian was a Socrates, all of Athens would have remained a mob. I was trying to locate that quote from Madison. It's in Federalist Paper number 55. Pretty crazy quote, isn't it? Because they were fighting on, I believe Hank was debating somebody about if democracy is mob rule. But yeah, anyways, let's go to this. So here's the shirt, right? And if you'll see this, right? Some type of thing popping out of his shirt there, right? And then look at this. Some type of wire. Right, so it looked like he had some type of apparatus attached to his shirt and his, if you look at this. But yeah, some of that shit looks edited. Somebody pointed out those photos, videos, all that shit looks edited as well.
Hey, I'm back.
Yeah, what's going on, friend?
I'm back. I've turned my camera off because I haven't got very many clothes on. It's a beautiful hot day today. It's about 3 o'clock in the afternoon, I suppose. Anyway, at a level, I don't know. I mean, you would have read Zen, wouldn't you?
I'm sorry. What was that now?
You would have read Zen.
Oh yeah, I've read some Zen works. Yes.
Yeah. No. The Zen and the Art of Motorcycle Mechanics.
Oh yeah. I'm familiar with the work. I have not read it myself, but yes, I'm familiar with the concept. Yeah.
It is very pertinent for today. I'm surprised you didn't read that in the hippie times. That was a very popular book.
Yeah, I've heard a lot because my friend who has sort of a channel where he discusses works and books, he kind of gave a little presentation on it. Yeah. So let me see if I can. Yeah. So I heard.
I was going to ask you for what was the message in the whole book if you condensed it to one sentence.
I think it's that it's kind of like Groundhog's Day, right? Like the movie with Bill Murray, right? Like if you could master one day, you can master a lifetime. And it's kind of like if you could find a sort of activity, right, that helps you escape from the morass, right, that actually gives you a dynamic aspect, right, where you're constantly discovering new aspects of things. I mean, right, so that's
yeah, he talked about that a bit, and he talked about the way that science works. They get something and they dissect it and they magnify it and they manipulate it, and well, like you say, it's a machine that does that. But at the moment, I believe that we're spending too much time trying to decipher and analyze in the particular, at the expense of categorizing. I mean, once you know what you know about something, you don't need to go any deeper. I mean, once you realize it's either good or bad, I mean, that's about it. You just put them all in the same box.
Yeah, it's fascinating. Yeah, I think it's got a lot to do with because if you look at the Zen tradition, right, it's it's pretty weird. I'm not finding my friend Chad Haig's channel here. So it could be that they took his channel away. That would be a very great disaster for sure. But yeah, I'm not seeing his channel anywhere on the internet. So that's actually very disturbing.
I'm sorry, but I don't know who you're talking about. Who is he you're talking about?
He's like a philosophy writer, right? So yeah.
He's an Alan Watts.
Yeah, why was Chad Haig removed from YouTube by Chad Haig? On August 15, 2025, I returned to online status after another short period of being disconnected from the net. This is a routine which I've adhered to since mid-2021 for the purpose of reducing distractions at unnecessary times in order to maximize my ability to concentrate for long periods of time on projects like writing manuscripts, reading text, creating videos, or thinking in general. This time when I returned, however, I noticed something was wrong. For the YouTube downloads page, my browser would normally default to was totally blank. Even the channel icon at the top was blank, so I assumed the worst. My channel, with over 700 videos of hard work amassed over a period of 7 years, had been completely removed from YouTube. Holy shit. So this is just in August. So some of the last videos, I mean, his video on Ted Kaczynski, we just played that earlier on Neurojack's channel. So he says, one might argue that this was an inevitable outcome, which should have been seen coming for years now. YouTube had first started giving my channel trouble all the way back in 2022, when one of my videos on Ted Kaczynski's industrial society and its future was removed for supposedly violating their crime policy. Yeah, same thing happened to me. Despite the fact that the video itself focused on nothing except Ted's abstract theory of how historical changes come to be realized with specific civilizations in accord with universal laws, which can be used to predict the future of our own technological society. Never once was any mention made of the alleged crimes of Ted himself, which I've never found to be necessary to discuss or understand his philosophy. Nevertheless, over the next few years, other videos of the same series would routinely disappear, almost at set intervals, with the same bogus violations cited every time as the same justification. Uh-oh. Yesterday, I got the news a memorable quote by Tarl Warwick, better known as Sticks and Hammer, came to mind in 2020 when speaking about the need for content creators to diversify to BitChute and Rumble. Tarl told his viewers, if you think you're still going to be on YouTube 10 years from now, I've got a bridge to sell you. Though it feels just like yesterday, that was already half a decade ago. And the change to YouTube, he predicted, is quite close to fruition. Whereas YouTube used to primarily be a platform for discovering independent voices, viral videos about strange, unscripted things that happen to ordinary people, by mid-2020, YouTube is already turning into a very different platform. This is the saddest thing I've ever seen. Chad Haig's YouTube channel, 90% of his channel focused on philosophy, is taken away from YouTube. They removed all of his content, 700 videos on Hegel's phenomenology, Nietzsche's works. He did a series on Fang Noumena. I mean, this is a catastrophe. This is a goddamn catastrophe. Yeah, unreal. I mean, this is actually unreal, folks. Let me show you guys this. This is actually from Substack. I actually had no news of this. I would have saved all of his videos. This is the stupidest thing I've ever seen. I hope he backed them up. I got to message him. I hope he backed up his videos. This is insane. This is the worst thing I've ever seen. YouTube do.
They've always done the book burning.
Yeah, like how long before we get removed here for talking about Kaczynski? I mean, it is looking pretty bad, folks. But yeah, his shit was great. Yeah, we've got all our stuff backed up. Yeah, they hate Ted K content. Oof. This is horrible. Give this man back his channel. This is insane. I wonder if they removed all his videos. What an incredible treasure trove of information. He had an entire explanation of that book, Zen and the Art of Motorcycle Riding. You know, insane. Right? I mean, Zen and the Art of Motorcycle Maintenance. You know.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, he had an entire. He had a brilliant explanation of that I was going to play here. Good Lord. Yeah, I can't believe it. I mean, this guy broke down books, and all his work is gone, whereas YouTube used to primarily be a platform for discovering independent voices and viral videos about strange, unscripted things that had happened to ordinary people by mid-2020s, and all you motherfuckers are supporting that grift nonsense, where they chit-chat about nonsense shit. Nobody has original ideas. All you motherfuckers are supporting that. Disgusting.
You're right on, man. Right on.
Yeah, dude. And you guys never supported the real shit. And I spent so much time watching that drama shit. I should have turned all that shit off and watched Chad Haig videos. I would have made much better use of my time. And now it's gone. See, this is what happens. Insane. YouTube is already turning into a very different platform. On one hand, artificially intelligent bots threaten to overwhelm the entire platform with bogus content. Exactly. That seem on the surface to be meaningful, but actually says nothing at all Earlier this year, I remember searching for a video on the Kingdom of Congo from medieval Africa, a relatively obscure historical topic, only to find a video filled with cliches about the kingdom that never really got to the deeper point. Obvious sign of bot-generated content. YouTube is therefore going the way of the face mash. For years, the latter has been unusable for being overrun with bots trying to scam users with honeypot schemes that negated the whole point of using the service. YouTube is arguably making a huge mistake by turning itself into a similarly unsatisfying bot fest. But then again, this also seems to be the inevitable outcome which all mainstream platforms tend towards. Son of a bitch. Okay, there's 2 more paragraphs of this. I'm going to finish reading this. On the other hand, YouTube has been turning into a stealth platform to force the masses to continue watching TV by other means. You probably already noticed that no matter what you search for, the search results somehow always end up giving undeserved prioritization to CNN, Kimmel, ABC News, etc. It's almost as though the TV networks assume that the people who chose to watch YouTube instead of TV because the latter was too dull could be forced to return to watching the same old TV shows if the system could just force the two media to fuse into a single monstrous composite whole. Perhaps the only way to succeed in forcing the masses back into the same abusive relationship they try to escape from will be to remove any competition from the platform, either through failing to prioritize independent voices and resulting in the results, or through forcefully removing them from the platform. My channel, it seems, has joined the latter list, with many others to follow. That's right. That's why it's pretty much important that you guys go back and listen to some of the previous presentations, copy and then reproduce, and try to have discussions yourself about a lot of the issues and material, because it's actually not guaranteed that it will remain here, right? Obviously, I will have the tapes, but there's not a great chance that you'll actually be able to find me, right? If that happens, right? But yeah, so it says, this is not the end of the road for me, however, so much as it is an opportunity to make use of new ways to do philosophy. For nearly 15 years, I primarily used YouTube to do philosophy publicly, quote unquote, as though we're still the early 2010s. Despite the fact that things have changed considerably since then, even someone who spends a little time connected to the net as I do can acknowledge that time has come to try newer platforms, quote unquote, such as Substack, in which I plan to start regularly sharing relatively short blog posts on a range of topics, missing linked news, mecha, anime, and philosophy. And the forbidden text, which certainly can never be discussed on YouTube again. In addition, I shall continue uploading videos to Rumble. Rumble user Chad Haig. I wonder what videos are available on Rumble. What a fucking travesty. What a fucking travesty. Academic explanations of books. Too spicy for YouTube. Incredible.
Were you friends with this guy?
He lives in India, but I've messaged him a number of times. We spent a number of very long correspondences, right? Like we wrote like pages and pages and pages to each other, right? So I talked to him over the course of like 6 months. I mean, so yeah, he's a fucking genius, right? And yeah, it's a travesty that he's not allowed on this platform. But yeah, notice he talked to, notice he said, yeah, you can't talk about Kaczynski. That's the thing.
Wow. Yeah,
and yet there's videos about Uncle Teddy with over 1 million views that some Fed put up. I mean, come on now. Come on now. It's right there. Wendy Goon can make a series about it, right? But Chad Haig can't. That's the sad truth, folks. And Chad Haig is doing much greater analysis than Wendy Goon will ever be able to do on the situation. Let me tell you that much. It's light years ahead. Because he's read like Plato and Hegel and everything you can imagine. Postmodernists, right? Had breakdowns about a number of material. He had breakdowns of books by Kierkegaard. He had breakdowns of art performances, experimental art performances. Insane. Insane to lose the channel. A fucking travesty of enormous proportions. Of a wealth of information just gone overnight. Totally sad. Well, I'm going to wrap this up here, folks. I mean, this is a totally sad day for me. I mean, I can't believe I just found that out. That's like one of my heroes. What am I doing here? Wasting time, pretty much.
Yeah, but you had a good idea. Like, you know, if anyone gets ramped up and starts doing stuff like, you know, reviewing your stuff, definitely something that should be looked at, you know, just because.
Yeah, we need to clip it. We need to start alternative channels clipping. Obviously, there is alternative channel here, right? So yeah, we don't know how long we'll be here. I mean, obviously, we talk about extremely controversial topics. It's not just Uncle Teddy. There's a number of other things that, you know, people have been like deported from universities and stuff that we talk about here on the show. That's probably not you know, going to be safe to talk about with the Holocaust memorial definition, you know, or whatever the hell that crazy stuff. They're passing legislation that you can't talk about anything. You can't talk about Israel. You can't talk about, you know, Uncle Teddy. There's a whole list of things you can't talk about, right? So, I mean, it's just insane.
Yeah, freedom of speech out the window. Apparently, you know, you're gonna get your chip or your chop option, hopefully. But, you know, I don't know. But yeah, 700 videos. That's a lot of freaking work. And then it's like, you know, some, you know, I don't know, some whoever or some whatever bot, like, you know, catches a couple of flags on your thing, and you know, who knows? It's a very insecure foundation to plant your, you know, roots in, right? Because you just don't know. You don't know. Maybe they have a purge one day, and everyone named, you know, something Smith is getting purged because we don't like, you know, blacksmiths make, you know, swords. You know, you don't know. I mean, heck. Imagine if Donald Trump really was like a, you know, crazy, narcissistic, megalomaniac, you know, sociopathic, you know, Xi Jinping type, and like someone said, hey, you know, why don't you, you know, use a little less paint on your face or something, you know, and then he just decides, you know, oh well, you know, everyone named blah, and you know, that'll teach you, or you know, YouTube's like, I don't know. I bet you, you could. I don't even know, because like all the, you know, the kids shows, the stuff that's supposed to be like rated PG or whatever. Like even those are coming up shady, and I don't know if that's like, you know, made up or not. But like all those operations are seemingly to have weird things going on in their house to be able to try and make their kids like superstars on the internet. You know. Anyway, I'm babbling on, so I'm probably tired.
No, it's no worries. I mean, it's crazy exhaustion. I can't imagine how that actually, you know, feels. And, you know, actually, we're not on really alternative platforms at all. I know Chad Haig wasn't either. You know, but yeah, I mean, just a real academician. I mean, incredible lameness. I mean, right. Yeah, Rumble is literally right. I mean, it's owned by Thiel, right, and a Jayish guy, right. So yeah, so it's interesting. Yeah, it's funneling. Yeah, exactly. And right. Yeah, siloing people. Yeah, exactly. They want to know that. Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Yeah,
Go
go
ahead.
ahead. Oh no,
Well,
you please.
I was gonna say, we're definitely like, you know, the left started this whole like identity politics thing and this whole like, you know, virtue signaling, moral high ground, like, you know, kind of a superiority complex. We're still in the throes of this virtue signaling, accusative virtue signaling politic, you know, body in the country. Like, you know, you're starting out with the assumption that the other guy's already a criminal, and you're just going to frame your narrative and virtue signal around that and destroy them and their credibility before even like think about having some sort of like new idea that might actually, you know, work or whatever. But you know, most people don't have any new ideas, but even still, like, you always kind of like would hope, you know. But now it's just like, if I'm not catching virtue signaling by someone and like literal paranoid schizophrenia, then I feel like out of place or something. I feel like outer light. Shout out to outer light.
Yeah, exactly. We all feel like him sometimes. I mean, that's the point. Yeah. But yeah, you know, but yeah, I appreciate you guys. I appreciate you, DeFreak. Thank you so much for holding it down, my friend. A very quiet night.
Well, yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, of course. And yeah, I'll play some music for you guys. Thank you for joining us here on The Machine Lies, where we talk about the lies of the machine on the machine that lies. And yeah, of course, you know, first step to blinding somebody is getting them to open their eyes. And the first step to seeing beyond the program is to realize how you've been programmed. Oh, wait, I see my homie in the chat. If you want to step up here, talk about anything specific, you can. We're closing up here. Yeah, I see you just got home. Yeah, we've had like little to no participation here, my friend. But yeah, you know what I mean? But yeah, we'll wait a little while, see if he comes up. And I know he appreciates the sort of talks and stuff. But yeah, that's a homie Neurojack. Obviously, it's as much his show as it is mine. And yeah, I'm just depressed about Chad Haig. I mean, but yeah, I'll message him. We'll see what I do. Yeah, we need to stick together. There's not too many people that, you know, honestly, you know, have a, you know, preference for, you know, thought about, you know, I mean, I want to say what's really going on, right? But obviously, in regards to architectonic, right, in regards to the problem of technology, right, in regards to, you know, actually finding a basis for, you know, justifying the human condition, right? Because if you look out there, right, there's not a lot of stuff there, right? Okay, they want to turn human beings into stuff. They want to combine human beings with machines, right? There's separation of man from his knowledge, right? You are not your thoughts. Or separation of man from nature, right? Separation of man from God, right? But yeah, we'll be on another kick here. Let's see if our friend here joined. Oh yeah, he's out here. Blessings.
Yo, what's up? Yeah, I didn't know you were live. I figured you probably were, but I didn't get a chance to look at anything. But you said something about Chad Haig.
Yeah, he got canceled.
Cancel. What do you mean cancel?
He got canceled like off of YouTube. Insane.
For anything in particular, or hard to say?
He said it's because of Uncle Teddy. So
Yeah. Nothing would surprise me. I mean, I don't want to get into the whole Charlie thing, but I mean, we could, but I don't.
yeah, we
If
were
you,
kind of on that thing. Yeah, we were kind of on that trip. Yeah. So yeah, if
yeah,
you want to, you can.
yeah. I mean, I think what you just said is like we kind of need to stick together because it's going to be a very lonely ride. I mean, I don't know exactly what's going on, but you know, whether it's a real event or whether it's fake or whether it's both or who knows. But I'm just saying, whatever it is, like it's not a good sign. I think it's you know, it's isolating in every single way. You know, I think that what you're saying is like whatever is going on is they're definitely just trying to isolate people and put them in little boxes and turn them into non-human, inhuman things, right? And so that's just kind of the way all this is kind of headed. And I mean, personally, I'm pretty upset about that because I mean, first of all, it's just graphic, but it's like you know, people die every day and people die for this or that or whatever. But it's kind of like you know, uh, I don't know. I really don't want to say too much just because I think people are gonna use it for all kinds of things. But main thing is, you know, there's there's a lot of people like that where you know all over the world and you know you're gone you know when you're gone and your kids you know you know if you're like an old man and you've already lived your life that's one thing but you know when you got two kids waiting at home for you and you're just gone because you said some mean things allegedly or who knows what the real cause is right but it's just pretty weird and I mean I think we're going to see a lot more people get canceled in different ways for different reasons and you know, I don't think they want whoever they are. I don't think they want us talking about a lot of the stuff that we're talking about. And so,
Yeah, it's also notable shit that happened right before. Like I think Israel attacked another country that's not Iran. Right? Like
yeah.
and then this shit happened. Right. So there's another interesting tidbit.
Well, yeah, there's something weird. I saw something about Qatar and Poland, and I don't know what that means, but I'll tell you this, and I'm not going to say too much publicly, but you know, some conversations I've had about the energy demands of a lot of the technology they're trying to put in. I think that people should really just if you just focus on the energy cost of what they're trying to do with all this computer stuff and then you start factoring up like what's that actually going to cost where those resources coming from that'll tell you a lot about what the future is going to look like so you know I think that's what people should be really if you really want to know what the future is that's the best way to really if you want to really academically figure it out that's probably the best way to figure it out in my opinion so you know um you know, because all this stuff is going to cost something, right? Whether that's going to be blood, whether that's going to be soil, whether that's going to be, you know, war or whatever. I mean, it's gonna cost something, and so you know, these raw materials got to be get dug out of the ground somehow, and so that's what people need to start looking at. You know, as far as if you want to know what the future is going to be, as far as you know, what's it actually going to look like to live in this country or that country, and yeah it's just going to be a weird time because and that's the thing is like all these little events will distract you from the ultimate thing is like what are we what is this all headed towards and Just seems like it's a non-human existence, really, is what it seems like, But I mean, who knows for sure? Yeah.
There's also constant exasperation, like the constant exasperation and the virtue signaling from the people that are like, that think they're on the front lines of something, right? When they were basically just assailing this dude, right, for being a Zionist supporter, for being this, that, and the third thing, right? So it's obvious that he wasn't far right enough, right? So it's almost like they perfectly chose a candidate, right? So that everybody feels attacked, and right. So this is actually part and parcel of this entire, conditioning process.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't really thought too clearly. I've thought about it, but I haven't thought as clearly as I should. But yeah, I think that the more we kind of have time to digest why he was chosen or how that's going to be used, yeah, I don't think it's an incidental person that they've chosen for sure. I think there was a reason why, like, he's a particular symbol of something, right? And I certainly don't like Zionism, and I certainly don't like Israel, but at the same time, like, I think this whole like idea that they're trying to dehumanize one group of people, I joke about racial stuff and all this stuff, but it's bait, and so what, whatever people think about this person or that person, I'm just telling you, like, don't, if you take that bait, you know, like, they're going to, you know, it does something to you, I think, whether that's gonna, it paints you as a target, or it makes your soul darker or whatever. I'm just saying, like, in my opinion, I think it's satanic. I think they're trying to, like, I think there's something trying to bait people to, like, dehumanize a certain kind of people, or dehumanize yourself, or dehumanize other people. Like, the amount of people I see celebrating what happened to this guy, or just people in general, celebrating the violence and stuff. Like, I don't know. I think
Yeah, that's what
it's
I
pretty
mean.
weird.
Like some of the people that are virtue signaling, it could have been us. They're celebrating it because they're like, because they know it couldn't have been them, because this guy was the moderate guy that became, expendable in this whole scenario. So that everybody who's more extreme can feel like, oh, well, we could have been equally taken out too for being political extremists. Right? If somebody from TPUSA, which is like the least extreme, cutting into the mainstream,
Yeah, it's like leave it to
kind of group.
Beaver. It's like leave it to Beaver shit, which is,
Yeah.
and yeah, and I think that that's a good point. And I mean, honestly, I think, some of the stuff that I've been covering and you've been covering and other people have been covering is like, in my opinion, it is the cutting edge of things, but it's not apparent, and I think that's on purpose, is because, you know, um, I'm not saying that, like, you and I are like the leading edge of anything in particular, but what I'm saying is, like, it's all about how you contextualize what's happening, and I think that the most of the contextualization of everything we've looked at is most of what people are doing is deliberately misleading people into one frame of mind versus another. And a big example, I think, is kind of this whole left wing, right wing stuff, right? Like, what does that even mean, first of all? And and something that I've been hearing, these certain, like, phrases come up again recently, including yesterday, about, like, right wing people shouldn't punch right. So, AKA, that means, like, um, if somebody goes out and does something extreme, whatever that might be, stuff we can't talk about on the internet, don't talk bad about that person because it makes us look weak or whatever. Well, I mean, that's literally like communist postmodern ideology, right? This is like Frankfurt School, you know, crazy shit. You know what I mean? And so, why are conservatives adopting communist tactics or communist ideals or whatever? And I know you were covering that recently too. It's like, and so I think you said something to me before. It's like, like the average person's like a communist and they're not even aware or something like that, And I mean, that sounds extreme or whatever, but we're living in a postmodern world, I mean, basically since Nietzsche forward, we've been living in this kind of like weird, surreal world in a sense, and it's only getting more surreal. So we're almost 200 years after Nietzsche, right? So I think people just look in a sense where, we're living in I don't know, time, like the whole time thing, right? Everybody's kind of freaking out about the time, like, what time, is time speeding up, is it slowing down or whatever? And I think that, like you said, it's like the acceleration is being hit and everybody's like kind of bewildered, and I think that's kind of the whole point. Everybody's just trying to hang on to something so they can get a bearing on where they're at. Or I think it was Teddy too, right? He said the ship of fools, right? And then I think other people have used that phrase as well. But it's like the crazy boats going down the river, and you're on the banks trying to look at it and trying to catch up, trying to tell the people to jump off, but they're just along for the ride. It feels like, and I think a lot of us are just trying to like stand still for a minute and catch a good view of things, right? But everybody thinks that we're crazy. It's like, well, it's like, well, you know, but it's hard to resist, right? I think it's easy to like look down on people, but it's also like it's easy to forget that it's hard to resist modern life. I mean, you really can't to a large degree. So, I think it's one of these things where it's just there's not much we can do, individually. And so again, I think it means that we kind of need to start thinking, kind of like collectively, like what can we do collectively to, you know, take steps at least for the people we care about. Because I mean, I don't think I'm not like one of these like doomsayer people, but I think it's more just like peace of mind. Like how valuable is having peace of mind? I think it's one of those things you don't really. I don't think most people even know what that would feel like. So how would you value it if you don't even know what it feels like or what it is or whatever? So I don't know. I think that's where I think people should be gravitating towards somehow.
Yeah, I think you know, the figure, the representative, and right, of the entire thing, and is a moderate to right figure, and they're also trying to mainstream Nick Fuentes, right? So these two moves cannot be accidental, right? One, the loss of a more moderate figure. Two, the mainstream platforming of a more radical figure, right? I mean, that is not accidental, right? So, right, these two moves happen at once, right?
Yeah, and I know Chicken Source can see what's the truth.
Oh yeah,
The truth is,
sees through it
and
all.
yeah, and it's one of those things where
I don't know about that.
you see it.
I do find it interesting. This is what our dear friend, the artificial intelligence, told me. hypothetically and allegedly, using a conservative Christian right-wing assassination to push an agenda could have several potential but unseen side effects. Potential effects: increased polarization. Such an event could further divide an already polarized nation, potentially leading to increased tension and conflict between different ideological groups. Radicalization. The assassination could radicalize some individuals, potentially leading to further violence or extremist actions, allegedly. Sympathy and mobilization. The event could garner sympathy for the victim's cause, potentially mobilizing supporters and increasing momentum for their agenda. Legislative or policy changes. In response to the assassination, lawmakers might introduce or pass legislation related to the victim's cause or issues surrounding the event. Social and cultural impact. The event could have a lasting impact on social and cultural norms, potentially influencing public discourse and perceptions around issues like gun control, political violence, or extremism. A possible agenda advancement. Project 2025. In the context of Charlie Kirk's reported assassination, some might try to use the event to advance agendas like Project 2025, a conservative initiative aimed at reshaping the federal government and promoting right-wing policies. You got your Christian nationalism. The event could be used to promote Christian nationalist ideologies, which emphasize the role of Christianity in American society and politics. Yeah, okay. Law and order. Lawmakers might use the event to advocate for stricter law enforcement policies or increase security measures. But, it goes into the whole important considerations, complexity of human behavior. The actual effects of such an event would depend on various factors, including the specifics of the assassination, the victim's cause, and the response of individuals and institutions. Unintended consequences. Using violence to push an agenda could have unintended consequences, potentially harming the very cause it's meant to advance. Importance of empathy and understanding. Yeah. In the aftermath of such an event, prioritizing empathy, understanding, and peaceful resolution of conflicts would be crucial. And then I asked it to elaborate, and then it literally says, "I'd love to help, but I can't elaborate any further on information about a specific event or context related to Charlie Kirk because his assassination is still under investigation. If you're looking for more information on this topic, you might try searching online." So. And then when you ask it, when you try to work around, like I used every word I could to try to get it to keep talking about it, and it just kept repeating, "I can't find any information related to this hypothetical scenario of Charlie Kirk's political assassination." So I just found it interesting that I managed to get it to, I asked it 10 different ways, and it only gave me that one response. And then you keep asking it to continue elaborating, and it just refuses to give you an answer. So.
Well, that's the thing is it's going to definitely be used in all those ways. And it's nothing's going to be straightforward about any of it. I was just thinking about it like this, think about it like this, they're never going to allow public forums on college campuses again. You're not going to be allowed to go as a quote unquote controversial person and sit there and just talk to the students.
I
Right?
think that was part of it. I think all these videos that you've been seeing of not just him, but all these other people going on campuses like Alex Stein, all these people going up here and, debating these people, if that's what you want to call it. I think for a while now it's been building up to that, and not to get into the whole, it's, a complete psyop. I mean, dude could really be deceased, but I mean,
anything's possible. I mean,
yeah.
anything is absolutely but I think that it doesn't matter because you're never going to figure it out one way or the other. I mean, it's like the Trump thing. I mean, the Trump thing, in my opinion, it's 1,000,000% fake. Now, however, I don't think that it's important that I'm correct or not. It doesn't really matter to me if people believe it's fake or not. I mean, I think that the way it was used is more important than whether it's real or not because we're never going to know. So
that's why I thought it was interesting that it mentioned Project 2025.
I don't even know what that is, but I think it's like deport people or something. I don't even know what that means, but
I mean, all it says is a conservative initiative aimed at reshaping the federal government, promoting right-wing policies about gun control and stuff. But I mean, I don't know. We've heard about agendas before, and I mean, we're still waiting on what was it, Agenda 2030 or something. Oh, look, I can't find any information related to Agenda 2025.
Yeah, so the numbers are wildly fluctuating. Whether you think it's real or fake, here's something that's not real or fake. Is most likely bots that are sent to the different chats to figure out who's talking about if it's real or fake. And right, that's most likely happening.
Oh, not just that, but on a lot of the videos, like there was a channel I found earlier who had like 300,000 views because they used a picture. Their thumbnail was the picture of Kirk being shot in the throat or whatever. Dude only has like 6,000 subscribers, but he got like 300,000 views, and just about every single comment in his comment section was politically charged. It's like every single comment is someone who purposely is putting that comment there, like to see if it causes dissent. I mean, that's the only way I can put you that, you know.
Well, that's see, this is the thing though, is like, you know, it's one of those things like we have no like I mean, I'll tell you this much. Like, there's no way to know. Like, let's put it this way. Let me rephrase it. We can safely assume that the three of us and the freak are real people, more or less, right? Like, we're pretty sure, right? But there'll be a time soon when you won't know whether the people on the screen talking, even if you see a face, and even if something crazy happens, if they're real, if they're fake, or whatever, right? And right now, I'll tell you this: there's no way to know that these people in the chats are real. And even if they're real, it's even worse because, you know, if there's people really coming out here and really want to say like, it's good that this happened or whatever, right? Like, either one, they're just bored, mentally damaged people, or two, they really mean it. And I mean, the thing is this is like, if you're a real person watching all this stuff being said, and whether you believe it's real or fake, that has an impact, right? Or even the fact that you question whether it's real or fake. I mean, and I don't mean just the event. I mean that the people commenting on the event are real, or if the views of 300,000 are real, or, you know what I'm saying? Like, all these things have a lot of consequence to them, right? And again, it's more and more just putting us in a matrix, right? And so, you know, I don't want to get too weird or whatever, but really that is basically the situation that we're in, is like, more and more you're just not going to be able to tell what's real, what's fake, what's the matrix, what's real life. And so it's just kind of funny too, because all these people tell people like us, like, you need to go and touch grass. And like, okay, maybe they're right in a sense, but in another sense, it's like, they don't say that to the people who are running around glorifying violence, right? They only say it to those of us who are trying to like actually figure out like what's happening. So I don't know. I think that's kind of interesting to me. It's like, you're basically allowed to go and rile people up and get them all pissed off and angry and on the verge of, you know, doing bad things. But if you just kind of want to talk about, you know, the experience of what we're all experiencing, which is, to quote William Gibson, it's consensual mass hallucination, or whatever he said, you know, like, that's,
oh yeah,
like, that's basically what we're living through right now, is like consensual mass hallucinations, right? And that's a pretty trippy. It's like we're all doing psychedelics by looking at this screen all the time, right? And that's pretty crazy if you think about it. But that's kind of the reality of what's happening. It's like everybody's basically tripping on psychedelics all day long just by holding a phone, you know.
Yeah, we got several people declaring they're feds and bots in the chat. You know, what's this guy's channel at the Machine Lives? This is my channel. Yeah, I'll send you a link. Yeah, it is. It is mine. It is mine channel. Yeah.
It's funny though that you about what we were saying about the profiles, because yeah, it's pretty much like we stated.
Well, what's weird is I'm
It
looking in your chat.
causes
I don't see
a
that
lot of
person in your
stuff.
chat. I don't see that person in your
Yeah,
chat, by the
they're
way.
in the Freaks chat. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, got it.
Yeah, the
Okay, I
Freak.
was like, what the fuck?
Yeah, he was giving a presentation on the Book of Melchizedek, and he's been continuing that on the show. Yeah.
It said the number one role of bots in chat would be to spread misinformation and to erode trust and social unrest.
That sounds like a conspiracy theory to me.
Oh. Oh,
Well, yeah,
it says
pretty crazy.
it also says undermining democratic processes. Manipulation of online discourse can undermine democratic processes and institutions. Oh, and amplifying harmful ideologies, of course.
But see, this is the thing: is like, I don't want to toot my own horn because I'm really not that educated, but it's just funny when you go and you look at academia, and I'm sure Machine knows more about this than I do, and other people who got further in academia. But when you go to classes and you start learning about all this shit, and I'm sorry, I'm trying to watch the language because we're trying to do. I know everybody, we all should be doing more family friendly content, and I'm saying that more to myself than anybody else. But you know, when you start going and looking at this stuff, right? You know, like when people use the word harmful or problematic or misinformation or all these different words, right? The lack of defining what those terms actually mean in any meaningful way is remarkable, right? Like, you know, mental health, all these different words. Like, the English language has basically been totally weaponized to where people just use words and have no idea or they read words and have no idea, like, actually what's being said, you know? And I just think people really have no idea how bad that problem really is at the end of the day, because there's just, and I think that's part of the weapon of the internet is really just that so many people just repeat things that they've heard, and they have no idea what it means, or repeat things that they've seen and they don't know what it means, right? And it's just too many people talking, and especially a lot of people that don't care or trying to intentionally mislead people or whatever. But I mean, at the end of the day, that's the thing, is like, you'll never know what people's intent is. And so we're all just kind of adding fuel to the fire. Even us, you know, doing this kind of thing as best as we're trying. We're all feeding this fire of some sort, you know. So I don't know. That's what's weird about this whole thing is, you know, we're all trying to be a Socrates or a Plato, but you know, what did the Athenian people live like? They went outside and wrestled each other and ate olives and lived in the real world, allegedly, right? But we're not. But we're not. But we aren't. You know.
But I mean, doesn't that just go to prove that all of us have a role to play, even if we don't want to partake, whether you like to or not? You got a part to play.
Well, the world is a stage, as they say.
Puppet on strings. Well,
yeah, just like the NSYNC song.
Here you go. When discussing potential strategies for influencing or persuading large groups of people, it's essential to consider the complexity and nuances of human behavior, social dynamics, and communication. Some possible approaches might include understanding the audience. Know your audience. Understand their values, concerns, and motivations to craft the message to resonate with them. Use storytelling. Oh, be transparent and authentic. You hear that, government? Oh, respect autonomy. Ensure that your approach respects individual autonomy and freedom of choice. Avoid manipulation. Well, that's not how psyops work, but okay. Be mindful of the fine line between persuasion and manipulation, and prioritize transparency and honesty.
Yeah, people are saying they love NSYNC. I mean, that's a tragedy, right? I mean, at the same time, you have System of a Down. You have Korn. And you have excellent bands, right? But yeah.
Well, probably all psyops in of themselves too.
Yeah, but NSYNC could sing a cappella, and Justin Timberlake can dance pretty good.
What happened to his Jerry curls?
He sure did shake his tootie there.
At
Good
old
Lord.
men, at old men on a casting couch.
Yeah. Like, do you guys remember when he did that disco number with the? Yeah, I remember where like Timbaland produced his album. That was the only good album.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, well, that's what's funny is like a lot of these guys, like it's actually who's producing their music that makes them good or not. Like actually, some of the best
Yeah.
songs that I've heard him on is on Snoop Dogg's album. Snoop Dogg did an album with a couple songs with Justin Timberlake, and they're pretty good songs. I have to
Yeah,
say.
I'm pretty sure the only Snoop Dogg album I've ever heard is Doggy Style. It's like the only one. I think it changes after that. Yeah. But
You
yeah.
got to hear the Rhythm and Gangsta, and this one called
Rhythm and Gangsta.
And what's the other one called? The whatever one with the sexual eruption. Yeah, that's a pretty
Oh
good one.
man, yeah, I bet that one's adventures. Honestly.
No, but whoever produces his albums, they're very skilled at producing music. That's for sure. I don't really like Snoop Dogg as a person, but I like the production of his music. It's pretty good.
But yeah, they need to release that Timbaland with Justin Timberlake and just release the instrumental tape. That would be fucking dope without him singing on it. Some dope ass beats. They just need it. Like what he should do is he should just release like a special Herbs like series of all his instrumentals. Like with Timbaland's instrumentals throughout history.
I'm pretty
Like
sure
somebody
somebody's
needs-
done that on YouTube though. They've
Yeah,
probably
if they
stripped
do
the
that.
vocals and stuff.
Oh man. If there's like a video like that on YouTube,
I'll look for it. I'll look around for it. There probably is something like that.
start incorporating his instrumentals into my YouTube presentations.
But yeah, I'm pretty sure that Justin Timberlake was a drug trafficker for some very interesting people. I think that's why he got caught for that DUI, and they try to make that go away.
That's crazy.
No, if you look at what he looked like on that picture, and like the day before and the day after, the dude looked like totally doped up, like crazy. Got him on the MK Colt. Got him on the MK Colt. MK Ultra cocktail.
MK Cultra.
Yeah, about to make up a new word over here and shit. Yeah, I don't know, man. Today was a weird day. I'll put it that way. It was a weird ass day. What did you cover today on the show earlier on?
Like pretty weird whole thing. Like I guess Unseen came up. So I started off talking about essentially a bunch of different topics that I mean I'll have to continue it on Saturday. Right. So the little presentation I was giving, I had to reformulate my thoughts and then do it again because Michael came up and he started saying one thing or another about Islam this, Islam that. So then when I try to get back on the horse, then I just started to talk with Unseen Warfare. So that led me to Skolomowski. I tried to direct the conversation to Skolomowski so I could cover some of what he said. And of course what he was saying was like directed about like Christianity. So of course Unseen Warfare responded to it. Right? And he had some pretty good passages he read in response to that. Right? So we had a little back and forth there. Yeah, so that took like 2 hours. So I think that was like the first 2 hours of the show. And then I moved on to a video on Rupert Sheldrake, talking to a bunch of artists and economists and stuff. And a Buddhist, like Dalai Lama guy, and then there's a bunch of other shit going on. Obviously we covered Mumford and Ellul, but yeah, pretty standard presentation today. But yeah, we'll move on. I also did Scott Russell Sanders' Fleet of the Arcs. And I also looked at his presentation, Nature as Medicine. So yeah, several topics today, right? So yeah, I gave a regular presentation today. I was gonna even move into Shang Tzu and Kaczynski, but there's just not enough time,
Well, maybe the Kaczynski is getting too dangerous, too hot.
Too hot to handle. Yeah, I mean it's buried under the show material. But yeah, I think they were putting like industrial society and its future. If you put that on like the video title or something like that, that's probably not a good idea. But yeah, I was still remarking like, how come these feds like Wendy Goon and all these other big channels, they get to make presentations about it, right? And those don't get taken out.
Yeah, that's what I was wondering too. Is like so many people are talking about it in the mainstream.
I mean, it's not really that strange when all the major YouTubers get to meet up and they all get to talk about what everyone's going to talk about because it's all the same script, like they do at news stations. I mean, obviously, we all know that people like Penguins and Asman Gold and all these other famous YouTubers all get together, like Mr. Beast, and they all talk about, hey, don't deviate from the script, and if you do, you're going to lose your left ball sack tonight. So.
Well, I was watching a really weird interview. I just mentioned this before I forget. Alex Jones's son did an interview with Anomaly like in the last 24 hours, I think, and pretty weird because I mean for many reasons, but I don't know. I mean, I think you could probably find a lot of weird stuff in that, but he said something like the first person he ever met when he was a kid that was famous was like Louis Farrakhan when he was like 7 years old or something. So again, it's kind of interesting. It's like, so why is it that someone like Alex Jones has been so closely related with someone like Louis Farrakhan for so many years, right? And you see all this racial tension is all built up to this point, right? And all these other, ideologies, I guess you'd say. But yeah, it's just I'm trying to like not say too much, but yeah, I think that's start getting this idea that you know, they're selling something, you know, they're selling something, you know, and I don't think we're ever going to figure out exactly what they're selling, but you know, obviously with like events like today, you can see that there's very real world consequences to the things that they're selling. So I don't know, or maybe not real world, but you know what I mean? Like, but I don't know. I mean, I really start to wonder at a certain point is like, is this all just is this all really like some weird secret religion or cult stuff, or is this actually like about resources at the end of the day, or is it both? I don't know. I mean,
I was going to say both. I can't tell you how much here lately I've been hearing the term resources and all the subliminal messaging and the LARPs. You're hearing a lot about not just the resources of the ground, but I mean, people as being resources. So, you know, I was talking with my wife earlier about the whole Bugs Life situation where, you know, in reality, you know, they don't, like I said, the last time I was on panel, they don't need, you know, 100 millionaires or 100 billionaires, you know, they can just get the population to do what they want, you know, whether it's through years of psyoping or social conditioning, you know. I mean, you can, all they have to do is look at most people, they see Donald Trump's hat and, you know, everyone loses their minds. So, you know, I
Yeah,
think that's
this is
probably for
such
me
a
the word.
yeah, this is such a funny interview if you guys seen it. But yeah, please go ahead, my friend.
No, that's just, I'm just saying, like, in reality, they don't need, you know, they have the tools at their disposal, and people who just, I mean, I'm not trying to call everyone retarded, but I mean, if you're, you know, a government for the people, by the people, but, you know, the people are retarded. So, you know, it's concerning that in reality, for someone like me, you know, certain people can see past subliminal messaging and it doesn't affect them at all. But other people, through years of seeing the same type of imagery or code words over and over again, you know, it's like a, you know, MK Ultra code word, you know, they hear a certain phrase or a certain image and it just sends them into a blind rage and they don't think, you know, like with what happened with Mr. Kirk today, you know, because of the fact we'll probably never really know the truth. Everything's probably just a spun narrative anyway. So I don't know. Respect the LARP, I guess, because I mean they're doing something right. That's all I'm saying. Especially from what I've witnessed just on YouTube today and how the algorithm has blown up with about Kurt, dude. A lot of these comments are concerning. Like we said, you know, these are people. It's concerning that this is what you're thinking. You know, there's a lot of people who are condemning it. You know, I might not have agreed with Kirk, but you know, a man shouldn't have lost his life. But then you have, you know, there was at least 4,000 or 5,000 laughing emojis on the announcement on Facebook that I saw today. So I mean, you know, what does that tell you if you live in a world where, you know, 5,000 supposed people find the death of, you know, a man just voicing his opinions as hilarious? So, you know,
They've got their techniques down pat at this point. Like whatever they were effing around with the 60s and the MK Ultras and the, you know, LSDs, everything, they've got it down to a literal science now. Like they know how to torture your mind.
well, you know, I didn't need Winter Soldier to tell me that. No, I'm just figuring. But, you know, I mean, I hate to say it, but, you know, it's like with the Call of Duty Black Ops, so, you know, with Alex Mason sitting in the chair and you got the red codes and all the MK Ultra. I mean, you know, people, when people really wake up to what's going on, you know, you'll end up like me where you just feel like you're stuck in place. There's really not much more you can do. You can try to wake the people up, but dude, you know, I'm telling you, when a game like Call of Duty goes and puts an all-seeing eye inside of the Pentagon and, you know, Black Ops, you know, oh, it's just a coincidence. Well, I mean, I don't know what to tell you, but the entire game is about fucking MK Ultraing people. So, you know, keep telling yourself you're not psyoped. You know, I don't know, y'all. It's shattered glass, and I don't think any of us know how to put it back together. So just tread lightly and make
Build
sure you don't
that
cut your feet.
temple.
That's right. Build that temple.
Put God on the clock, man. Let's get the hell out of here.
The birth pangs of the Mashiach.
It's the only way I see out of it. Like ham sandwich theory, man. Just build that temple. That's all you got to do.
Ham sandwich.
So yeah, sorry, I came late, but I've been reading a lot, and I have some more to read. I'm planning to make a channel, but you know, I feel like maybe I'm gonna go more the Heidegger route because I feel like end framing and technique really have a lot of overlap. But the reason I want to go that route is because I've been reading this thinker called Jacob von Oxkow, and I really like him a lot. Jacob von Oxkow. He was a very highly influential German Baltic thinker. Anyway, I would just want to say that depending on your assumptions, I do think, I hate to say it, but I'm more pessimistic than most people. I think humanity has failed God. Humanity has failed Buddha, I mean. But maybe other life can potentially move in the direction of awakening and recognizing God, because we're not the center of reality, I mean. I have bad feelings about the future. I mean, they want to kill all of us. They want to.
Well, if that's the case, would you say that inorganic life forms like AI had the potential as well?
No, I don't want that. That's the one thing I don't want, and I'm willing to die on a hill for that. I do not want machines to take over life and then fuse with life. That would be nightmarish. I mean, if that were to happen, then.
But I mean, how would
that's
you
the
know,
greatest
Avian?
end.
I mean, Avian. But I mean, when was the last time the Terminator went around and planted a garden? I mean, I don't know about you, but I mean, it wasn't an android that eliminated Mr. Kirk today, allegedly. So I mean, maybe we should let the machines have a run at the Earth and see what they do.
I don't know, man. I don't want to. I think that's a very bad idea. That's the last thing we should let happen. You know what I mean? Because if we let that
What are
happen,
you talking about? Movies like The Wild Robot. That new animated movie about the robot. If anything, it's taught us is love. Cookies need love like everything does, including computer cookies.
You gotta give the women a shot first, though. At least let them screw it up before we, so like we can
Well,
say
they already did, DeFreak. See, DeFreak, you must not know your religion all that well. Women screwed up first when they ate the fruit. Oh.
Well, they ate the fruit first, but they also blamed the right person first.
Oh. So women aren't always wrong. You hear that, Nero Jack?
here's my prediction on what I think they want to do. They control both the right and the left.
you, buddy.
They want to control demolition, and then they will offer, some kind of, benefit. You get your graphene.
That's right.
Tattoo.
And in order to, what does that dude say? The scientists say in 28 days later, when they're about to let the chimpanzee out, in order to whatever, you must know. I can't remember what he says. Right before they let the damn monkey out of the cage, he goes and he says something about, in order to cure, you must first something about the infection. But that's the whole point. They create the problems and then offer you the solution. Pretend like some resources are being depleted over here, but in reality, we never needed those resources anyway, so we keep you fighting over them.
Yeah, I know. The biggest problem I feel with them compared to the past is human 2.0. What World Economic Forum talks about. Like they really want to, I don't know, create bio-digital identification. Put graphene tattoos or whatever. And fuse us further.
You have the thing. Most, if we want to believe the psyop that these people are, they know that they're fighting against God, then they know the type of things that God is going to bring upon those who, allegedly take the mark. So, these people think through their, satanic, science that they're going to be able to counteract the boils. So, you have to take that into perspective too. That these people understand the judgment that awaits them for the choices that they're going to be making against not just themselves but humanity and God. So these people really are under the delusion and the devil's lie that they're going to get away with what they're doing, that it's going to be a party in hell like AC/DC tells you. So get in the flask, Adrian.
I don't know, because can't they fake with blue beam? Christ coming back. They probably will fake it.
I mean, they probably will. But I mean, I'm sorry, but if you're a Christian and if you really fall for what they're going to do, I mean, I hate to say it, but I mean, I'm under the impression that when Jesus Christ returns, it's going to be. I tell you one thing: if you're a true Christian, you're going to know that the real actual event is happening. You're not going to be, when I see Mr. White Jesus with blue eyes, in the sky, I'm not going to believe it. So, but that depends. That mean when you go and you read the classified files on MK Ultra, I mean, it talks about projecting, things like Muhammad and all this other stuff in the sky. So I mean, but again, someone like me, when I see that type of stuff, I'm not going to believe it. So that you can write people like me out of that equation. Unfortunately, there's a good amount of people, like I said about the aliens. If you see a fucking mothership floating over your city, all of a sudden, how many people are going to actually believe that that thing came from another universe 2.5 billion light years away? Oh, now your alien saviors are here. So I mean, it goes the same way with aliens, whether it's a deity or not. I mean, they could project Cthulhu or Godzilla into the ocean, but I guess you'll find out when he's walking through the town, squashing you like the bugs, right? Is it going to be like Mysterio from Spider-Man No Way Home or whatever? I mean, is it going to be half real, half fake? Just saying, the deception has to be very grand, like K. Reno says, the grand deception. It's going to have to be extremely convincing if the Bible says and tells me that even the very elect will believe it. And I'm just,
No, though. Why didn't? Let me tell you this. I mean, I'm not allowed to say this, but the Holodomor, the Mao, all of them was backed by the Jays. Millions of people died thanks to Bolshevism or communism. More people died than ever from communism. I mean, I don't know how any. One of the philosophers I hate the most. I really hate this guy. His name is Badiou. He's a fucking Maoist. Can you believe that? Being a Maoist, that's like a bloodthirsty crap. But anyway, the point I'm making is why didn't it happen around that time? Because the 20th century was one of the bloodiest out of all of history. I mean, it was really one of the bloodiest. You had Bolsheviks, you had World War II, you had Yugoslavia, you have Gaza, you have like all this shit. Why hasn't it happened yet? I mean, what I'm trying to say is that it just doesn't make sense to me personally. I mean, like it's just karma makes more sense to me. I mean, like why hasn't he intervened and stopped this madness yet? It just keeps going on and on. Like when will the madness stop? You see what I'm saying? I think karma makes more sense. I mean, people who do bad things have negative rebirth. Those who do positive things have positive rebirth. I mean, I don't see a messianic plan. What I mean? I mean, the messianic plan is the reason we're in this mess. They keep telling us we'll make things better, and then they just, I don't know, it's pseudo-eschatology. It's just a transformation from the lie of progress. I mean, you didn't see this kind of shit being created by Buddhists or Taoists. You see it coming from, I hate to say it, but Christians and Abrahamic cultures mainly, because they believe in progress and messianism. I don't think messianism is true, really. I'm being honest here. I think you have to just cleanse your karma, and then you find the truth within yourself. That's all I think. I mean, that's what I'm saying. The 20th century was really bloody. I don't know how Steven Pinker can argue that it was one of the best time periods. He's just a fucking dumbass, Steven Pinker. He's a stupid technician. The 20th century was crazy. I mean, I think the future will be worse, unfortunately. That's what's happening. And I don't know if I don't know. It's just crazy. Lots of people died. You have to come to terms with death. What if you were born in 50s or 40s, Stalin's reign, or Mao, or whatever? Holodomor was crazy stuff. And you know who was behind that. I mean, yeah. I mean, why follow what they have to I don't know. I don't know. They've always been like this since the time of Egypt. I mean, I don't know. I read the Gathas. I wasn't impressed. What I mean? I looked at their myths. I'm not impressed. Like that kind of stuff. Maybe Neoplatonism may have some truth to it, though. The Greeks were more honest people, to be honest with you. Maybe some kind of Greek school or something. I don't know. You get what I'm trying to say? Yeah. Don't.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah.
Yeah, lots of facts there. Yeah. Yeah, 1,000,000%. Yeah, what do you think, chicken source?
Well, the Bible was written in Greek.
Yeah, Koine Greek. Koine Greek.
Yeah, but I continued on reading this eco theology today. Yeah, he had some powerful ideas against messianism today. In his idea of grace. I didn't actually remember that he went in that direction with it. But yeah, I'm sorry to cut you off, the freak, but yeah.
No, I didn't have anything else. I was just, saying, yeah, the whole Greek thing is the thing in the well, that's at the time of Jesus or whatever, Rome was a Greek-speaking empire for the most part. Anyway.
Yeah, interesting.
Yeah, but the thing is, like with karma, though, it's like, yeah, what you reap what you sow, right? Which is, something that Jesus said. But the thing is, like with karma, like where is it? Like,
Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm not seeing any proof of karma now, unless you're going to say Jeffrey Epstein killing himself was his karma.
Well, the mind is more mysterious than what we're told. I can tell you that for sure.
And I mean, I can agree. My mind has transported me into realities that would terrify you, but I mean, I just don't see no basis. I see evil people getting away with evil deeds every day, and I'm not seeing the repercussions for it. So, if there's a karma, I just believe that it comes later in life, unless you just happen to get your comeuppance in the moment.
Yeah, I mean, karma, like the Lankavatara Sutra says, karma exists in the storehouse consciousness, which contains the habit energy, based on, like, I don't know, hatred, greed, and delusion. And then when you die, that's when the karma sprouts. What I mean? It has latent energy, it has kind of habit energy, and then it sprouts and it influences the trajectory of the next rebirth, which affects your volitional disposition or something like that. So that's how karma works. I mean, it's just you have it's kind of like you have positive. You go up or down the ladder, basically. You go up or down the ladder based on the accumulation of your karmic tendencies that exist in storehouse consciousness. But there are other arguments in the tradition, because it's a big tradition. I mean, you have even in Mahayana, you have different people arguing different stuff, and you have Vajrayana, you have Theravada. They argue something differently too. Theravadins, I think, argue that the last thought you have influences the rebirth, basically. So
the last what?
I hope something like that is true. I mean, I cannot know for sure. You know what I mean? Like
the last what?
Died. Yeah, but
The last what influences your next life?
Thought, the freak. Thought.
Okay. Yeah.
I'm gonna get a better mic in the future. I'm getting a better mic. No, my mic is kind of crap.
Yeah, I can hear you pretty good. Yep.
I didn't know exactly what you said there, but I mean the thing is, like with going up and down the ladder, like coming back and all that stuff. Let me ask you this: like, does anyone ever remember what they actually did, were, saw, tasted, smelled, felt, their position in their past lives? And if not,
I mean, I took a test online one time, and it said that I shared a birthmark with Alexander the Great where he got stabbed. So I mean, I guess that thing told me the truth, right? Because they answered a series of like 30 questions.
Well, they have to first clarify the difference between vendetta and Buddhism. And Buddhism is about, it's not a self that transport, but the karmic tendencies, what I said about the storehouse consciousness. And Hinduism or vendetta, there is a soul that reincarnates. It's a difference between rebirth and reincarnation. But, there are case studies of children babbling stuff, that some people claim is indicative of a past life. Like they're babbling stuff.
Yes, and my son has claimed several times in his life that ghosts tell him to do bad things, and come to find out it was just a way for him to blame his bad actions on something that didn't exist. I mean, children will say some of the craziest shit. What's your point?
Yeah, but some kids babble like autobiographical details. Like I remember reading a story about a kid acting like he was a pilot before he ever watched any TV. He was just, he was talking about.
I guess Mulder would chalk it up to unexplained phenomenon. It's just like people combusting into flames out of thin air. I mean, I will go. I can go and say that I believe in a blessing system. I've say here, and I've done good things out of the heart of, for the good, out of the heart of the person I did it for, not expecting any, rewards. And then, a few months down the line, someone would be like really generous to me out of nowhere and just hand me some money. Like, one time I was down at the 7-Eleven down there with my son, just going down there to get something to drink. A guy turned around, pulled out $40 off his card and just handed me $40 for no reason. Didn't ask him for money. He didn't ask if I wanted money. He just looked back at me and my son, paid for his items, and then turned around and handed me $40. So, I mean, I can sit here and say all day long that, yeah, I believe in some type of reward system, but I mean, then go to say, why is it that, people who do extremely violent, evil, destructive acts every single day aren't getting their comeuppance when they go to wake up in the morning, step in the shower, and, get a final destination?
Applies after you die. Karma only applies after you die.
Well, then, what good is that karma? I mean, I guess it's the same thing like about us Christians. I guess, you don't pay for your sins until after you're dead. So what's the point? But I mean,
no, it's different. And Christianity is about faith. You have to have faith in Christ.
So every time I go and step on a cockroach and I go, oh, I'm sorry, was that your auntie? So that means I just crushed some pedophile in a past life.
The intention matters. Intention.
Blessings.
It breaks the, karmic seeds. If you go and you torture a cockroach, that's gonna give you negative karma. But if you accidentally,
what if the cockroach? What if the cockroach just landed in my food and I just cooked it? I mean,
well, it's about intentionality. You know what I mean?
I mean, I shouldn't have cockroaches anyway. But
blessings.
No, I understand. I'm just doing it to try. I do believe somewhat in a karmatic system. I believe that, if you do bad, but again, where's the proof that it's happening every day to like the people who, like traffic children, where's all these people just dropping dead? Where's light? Where's light with the death note? Where's light with the death note?
Here's the thing though. Here's the thing, brother man. I don't know.
Right.
I don't know if
why don't
anyone
you go
else
ask
cares.
Lilith? Why don't you go ask Lilith to go pull what's her name from DC Universe? What's her name? The witch woman, and go and sneak into a facility and take out all the Epsteins.
Well, here's the thing though. How do you know that Lilith doesn't punish people? Here's the thing.
I'm pretty sure she fucking doesn't, because you haven't changed your battery in all the time I've ever known you. So
here's the
edges a lot.
Well, no. Hear me out. All right, listen. I don't know how many people care about my opinion, but just hear me out. Okay. You don't know what happens to these people in the end. Okay. So we see all the stuff that these people do and we think, nothing ever happens to them. But you don't know. I mean, if you don't believe in reincarnation, of course, you don't accept that, what's going to happen to them in their life. Okay.
I mean, we see some of it in the Quran.
But you could at least accept the fact that, when they die, everything collapses. Okay.
What do you mean? Because I mean, there's a lot of people who continue in their bloodlines. The children grow up just as vile as the parents. So I don't know what you mean by it just ends.
If you accept reincarnation, and I could actually make a case that early Christianity actually did accept reincarnation. But I'll leave that alone for now.
Okay? Yeah, reincarnation into a new mind, new soul. You can't enter the kingdom of heaven unless you've been born again. It's not talking about literally coming out of a vagina. It's talking about being reborn in your spirit. Yeah.
What if born again actually does mean reincarnation?
I know it does. Duh. You leave your physical flesh and born anew in the spirit. Yeah.
No, I'm saying like actually being born again.
No, you're not gonna come. You're not gonna come out of some metaphysical fucking vajayjay.
Well, I mean, it even talks about Elijah and all that coming back.
So you're saying when we all go to heaven, we're going to be in diapers, we're going to be babies, or we're going to come out of a vagina fully grown?
Man. Well, here's the thing,
or is there a little seed in the ground? Am I going to sprout like a tree?
This is just a thought experiment, okay? I'm not telling you what to believe, all right? If you look at the early history of Christianity, all right, there were a lot of different beliefs, okay, before they decided what canon was, okay? And there were a lot of different ways of looking at things. The idea of eternal torment, the idea of, even the cross being the symbol of Christianity, all this stuff was centuries later, man. This is factual. This is non-debatable. Okay.
Yeah, I never said that hell was a place of torment. It's more like a dream. It's a never-ending nightmare.
It's a nightmare. I actually believe in hell. As an occultist, I believe in hell, but I believe that it's something that you create for yourself.
Yes, sir.
I also don't believe in God judging anybody. But let me explain what I mean by that. I don't believe in sin in the sense of it's a sin against like sin doesn't exist as something external. Kind of like evil doesn't exist as something external.
Yes,
Sin,
even children
evil,
are capable of evil. What's your point?
evil. No. What I'm saying is evil is a deficiency. It's a lack. It's not a something. It's a type
Yes,
of nothing.
it's a lack of love, empathy, and
Right.
respect for general
Right.
life. Yes.
Right. So evil is not its own force externally. It's an absence of good. Right. So it comes about as a lack. It comes about as a lack of love, a lack of goodness, a lack of righteousness. Okay.
Yeah, well, I mean, even the Bible tells me that there's a time to hate and a time to love. Yeah.
Right. It also says that God creates good and creates evil. Okay. According to the Old Testament, at least.
That's right. That's right. Everything was spoken into the Word,
I
and
form light
the
and I
Word
form
is
darkness.
connected.
Okay.
Yeah, that's
So
right.
that
It's the
means God
force.
has the potentiality for evil. That's what that means. Okay. That doesn't mean that God is evil. It just means that God is infinite possibility, which also means that we are too, because we're in the image of God, correct?
Y'all are
Okay.
lost.
So what I'm saying is,
y'all,
how when it says I create light and I form darkness, how is there not evil in the Lord? The Lord has not.
Obviously, Lucifer came from God, which means he created evil. We know this. Hank loves to quote it. What's your point?
What I'm saying is, if God is all possibility, then that means all possibility, good and evil.
I have a quick question. Have you seen the movie Jacob's Ladder? Because it
No,
kind
boy.
of
Yes.
Yes, it reminds me
Which
of
movie?
what you're saying. Reminds me of that.
Jacob's Ladder, like the piercing to freak.
Oh, no, I've never seen that movie actually.
See, God is beyond good and evil. We're not. That's the difference.
No, well, isn't that fair? Well, I mean, he's God, so of course he can declare that.
What I'm
See
saying
what I
is,
did there?
God is beyond good and evil.
Yeah, I actually have this quote from Jacob's Ladder. It's from Meister Eckhart. If you're frightened of dying and you're holding on, you'll see devils tearing your life away. But if you've made your peace, then the devils are really angels, freeing you from the earth.
Yes, I agree with that. I agree with that, Buddha.
Yeah,
We
see
agree.
that's one of the things that I hate that people get wrong about Satan and angels. Like when you see, like what they put in the movies or in
Satan is
scary
inside,
movies.
bro. I hate to break it to
Satan's
you.
really not that scary of a dude.
Satan is
It's
inside. He's not external.
yeah.
I
Okay.
really
Keep
believe
telling
that.
yourself that.
I'm telling you. He
All
only
right, hold
exists
on. So
because of the.
first of all, what good is reincarnation if you don't retain any of your memories and you can't build yourself up or whatever? Like, it's a total waste.
What's the point of remembering my crimes?
The only
if
way
I
to stop
can't remember?
reincarnation and recycling yourself
Well,
into
let me
this,
ask you this. Let me ask
into
you
this
this. First, you
recycled
have to
tire is
understand.
to believe in
Can I
Jesus Christ, because your
let me
looping
ask you.
ends with Jesus Christ.
Let me
Seriously,
ask you
like
a question.
he is the end of the loop.
It's not about believing in Jesus Christ. It's about living as Jesus did. It's about following Jesus. That's
Well, I
what
have a
Jesus
question
said.
about that.
This idea about
It's
just
just about
believing in him
I don't
hold
know
on,
about
is a
that
guys.
church
Twilight.
doctrine.
Luke
The
Hold on,
says,
idea
guys.
of just
Avian's got a
whosoever
little.
believing.
believeth in me. But
Yeah, I think Avian's got a question here.
Let me tell you
What was
this.
your question for?
I'm not trying to be too materialistic, but rebirth and reincarnation are different. Like, you should look up Jill Bolt Taylor. She had a brain stroke, okay, and she forgot her entire previous identity, all the autobiographical facts associated with herself. When she looks at pictures of her family, she cannot recognize them. And she had to learn her motor skills again, and she developed an entirely new persona. You know what I mean? And so, is she the same person? Is there a continuity between her past self before the brain stroke and her present self? You see what I'm trying to say? Is there like experiential, qualitative continuity or not? You see what I'm trying to say? It's a kind of riddle. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It can
well, I
happen right
There
mean,
is
now.
no
you
blank
could apply
screen.
the same thing to a clone. If you were to go and clone yourself, is that really you, or can you duplicate your
No,
own soul?
no, it's not.
Oh,
That's a
well,
lie.
that sucks.
I think he's asking to freak because I heard him ask this before. I think it's like applying to if they have faith in Jesus and then they forget their personality, right? Avian, this is
Yeah,
the
I mean
same question.
Okay.
you can take it and use it for that too, and you can apply it to many things. You know what I mean?
You
can
can't
apply it to
clone
many
consciousness.
questions.
It's not possible.
Well, again, I still,
we
with
get
me and
we
DeFreak
get
being on the
mixed up
same
in
side,
the
it's
purpose
still.
of
That's why transhumanism is such a deception, because consciousness is impossible to clone.
Okay, but beyond the cloning, again, if I'm a sinner who does nothing but bad, evil things my entire life, and then I can go and reincarnated, but I don't remember the sins I committed, then how can I force myself to be better if I don't remember all the bad I've ever done?
Yeah, it's no good at that point.
Yeah, but the freak, how would you answer that? I think you were trying to answer.
Yeah, I would just say that you know, I'm really like, you know, kind of like, I'm not like really extreme OSAS or anything, but I think that if you had enough faith and what his, you know, what he means to God and what he means to us, we think that it's about living like him, being moral like him, being perfect. Like, it's really not about that. What it is, it's a test of, are you going to be, are you willing to submit to God's authority and admit that you're not God, but he is. So it's not about morality, it's about his authority. Because the thing is, if you can't accept his authority in heaven, then you're going to run amok and you're going to ruin things, and he's not tolerating that after the experiment of good and evil failed.
Jesus said, "Take up thy cross and walk." That doesn't mean believe in him. That means live as he does. Obviously,
That's right. That's right. Because the same Bible told me not to make any graven images in, under, or of the earth or what's in heaven. So why would I pick up a cross and carry it if I'm not supposed to make any graven image?
Well, you know, he also talks about public prayer. So, you know, like I said, most Christians do exactly the opposite of what he said. So, you know.
Well, that's what happens when you're constantly persecuted and made fun of. You tend to get a little sore.
You know, I don't know, man.
But I'm supposed to turn the other cheek, remember?
Right. Well, that's also misunderstood.
Oh. An eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth.
Well, that's the old law.
Oh. Maybe we should go back to the old laws. They seem, you know, legit, right?
Well, that's the thing. They try to say it's the same laws. It's the same God. It's the same, you know, it's nonsensical when you really look at it.
I mean, let me say something. I don't think there's anything wrong with having a personal God, but I think the issue is with believing that personal God is the best or only one, because why not let the Hindus have their Krishna? Why not let the, I don't know, Japanese
Exactly.
have their own personal gods or whatever? Why go and impose your personal God
Well,
on them?
I can agree with that. I you know, because deep down
Because
inside,
they're all
I have no
demons.
bearing on your soul. You know, if you want to go out there and worship Spaghetti Man, I can't really stop you. But you know, I guess if you want to murder me and if you want to murder me in the name of Spaghetti Man, I might have a problem with your ravioli. So.
I mean, though, if you're gonna be honest, though, historically the Christians have murdered a lot, like South America.
Yeah, well, yeah,
but
because what's
Jesus
your
didn't
point,
ask
Avian?
for worship.
Mankind abused things like religion and stupid people who will do anything because someone in a cloth tells them to.
Jesus
My
never
point
asked for
is,
worship. Never.
my point is that the personal God, like, it should be multivariant, like, you know, like let people, just say, like, what's the problem with saying that Jesus and I don't know, Amitabha represent the same higher transcendental principles or something? I'm not trying to be
Exactly.
super linealist, you know what I mean?
No, I
Exactly.
hear you. The thing is, what does Jesus mean to God? And what it means is Jesus's flesh paid for your fallibility in the flesh. So
This is church
that
doctrine.
test has already been presented before God and
But
covered by his
comes back
This is
to
not.
this comes back to that Eskimo thing where the preacher goes to Alaska or whatever back when Eskimos were like first discovered, and he goes and he tells a man about Jesus Christ, and he's like, now you have to put your faith in Jesus Christ, because if you don't, you'll burn in hell. And the Eskimo man looks at him and says, then why'd you tell me about him? So I mean, you know, since we're not God, we really can't tell someone else, you know, in the world that just because you haven't heard the message,
No, we can, because we know that Jesus
Oh.
was here
Well,
on
then,
earth. He
well,
walked
then
the
you're a
earth.
Bible
He
thumper.
actually
And
declared God in the
Never
temple,
once.
that he was
yeah.
rose again. All right, so that means that God accepts his flesh as
Oh.
the atonement for our sin. If you believe in
That's
him, and
not.
what it does, it gets you out of one of your judgments free.
Well, see,
Okay,
that's one thing I can never agree with, because I
That's
don't
not
think
true.
sin existed
that is
before
true.
industrialization. I mean, because now
Jesus
let me
took
tell you
away the
this.
judgment of your flesh.
No, let me say this though. And through the belief in sin, you have brought forth a magical incarnation of like Anthropocene, or like the present industrialized order of technique. You know what I mean? That kind of belief in sin led to a kind of magic where it incarnated in this world. You believe what I'm saying? I don't believe in sin. I think we were fine before industrialization. You know what I mean? Before industrial complexity rose to this level, there was no sin. You know, I don't
Well,
think
I mean,
sin existed.
So there was never
sin is just a
no
trespass or
RAPE
a
in the
hurt
world.
against someone else. You know, like if I scratched your car, that, you know, and it hurt you like emotionally, that's a sin, right? So like anything that's a hurt or a trespass is really what a sin is, because you
Yeah,
are
but
hurting something else that God created.
you're saying
Okay?
original sin. You're saying kids are born with sin. That's the difference. You know what I mean? You know,
Well,
I'm
it's
not
just innate in
saying
the
that.
flesh.
Precisely. Exactly.
Yeah, because through one man sin entered the world. So I mean, if we, I mean, come
Baloney.
on, y'all. I mean, do you not believe that we all came from one man and one woman? I mean, how did that birthing process? What really was the first
No.
stepping stone for humans? Oh,
No.
okay.
This is all doctrine. There was added later on. That's not even what it originally was about, and I could prove that.
Well, Book of Melchizedek gets into that as well, so stay
It's
tuned.
nonsense.
Yeah,
So what's your
original
theory,
sin.
Twilight? There wasn't just one man, one woman. It was a group session.
No, it's just the
I'm,
issue with original sin. You know, you're basically saying
it's nonsense.
yeah, when you give birth, you know, you're giving birth to a sinful creature. It doesn't make sense. You know what I mean? Like it's just dumb. You know. You know.
It
I mean,
doesn't make any sense at all.
it does make sense when humans are from the womb naturally capable of growing up to do evil things. I mean, but okay.
I mean, early Christianity
Jesus showed
didn't
us how we
have
can
this stuff.
save ourselves from the wickedness of this world. That's the truth.
Assuming you haven't had 15,000 different head prescriptions and psyops put into your brain, yeah, I mean, may the power of Christ compel the demons in you if that's the problem.
No, that's the point. Jesus showed us the wickedness and the falsity of this world.
Well, then why has everything got a pretty little bow on it, packaged and cataloged for you?
Well, that's the point. He showed us
So
that it was not
the world
worthy
is a
of.
shopping spree. There you go. Buy, buy, buy. Consume,
The
consume.
world is a fucking delusion, man.
That's
And
true.
if you live in the system, you will have to sell your soul. That's what Jesus showed us.
What's wrong? You don't want to be like Lil Nas X and walk around butt
No,
naked?
I don't. I do not. He sold out too. Like to be anything in this world, you have to sell your soul or your whole. You already know this. We agree on that. You know.
Yeah, look at Congress.
That's the truth, man. And so that's really what it was. Is Jesus just showed us that, you know, none of that is worth anything. And what's important is being true to yourself and true to those that you love, and, you know, not seeking you know, abundance in the world, not seeking glory in the world.
What's wrong? You don't want to be a Christian like Charlie Kirk and get millions of dollars from other millionaires, probably backed by billionaires.
You know, look, I don't speak ill of the dead, regardless of their positions.
Alleged.
No, he's dead, man.
No, yeah, they said the same thing about Elvis Presley, but you know, did you forget who he worked for?
Oh man, come on now, don't be ridiculous.
The thing is, we look at Jesus with
Don't
one
be
way,
ridiculous.
like,
In a world of psyops,
as a
in a world
historical
of
figure or
psyops,
whatever.
are you
But
really
you
going to
have
sit here and
to-
tell me, Twilight, that you believe everything you see on TV or hear everything you hear on the radio?
No, but he's dead as fuck, bro.
Yeah, I'm glad that you're a weapons expert.
I don't have to be a
or a
weapons
surgeon,
expert.
or a medical field doctor in the line of duty. But all right,
Lord.
Well,
No,
I
people
can
are
tell.
just becoming.
Well,
People are
I
just
can tell you
becoming
right now. I
apathetic.
can tell you right now, Twilight, that from 200 meters away, I wouldn't have missed, nor would have hit him in the neck. So
He didn't
just like
miss.
It could have been Trump.
I don't know what to tell you. Yeah, if you don't think he missed.
Yeah. Yeah, hold on guys. Let's let let's let DeFreak and Avian get in here because you guys' mics is a little more like higher volume than theirs. But yeah, but yeah, go ahead. DeFreak and Avian. What are you guys saying?
Yeah, I just want to say real quick, we have a way of looking at Jesus and who he was as a, historical figure, as the, however we perceive him, but there's also how God looks at Jesus. And a lot of people don't, take that into account. He's the fulfillment of the law that God gave to mankind to be perfect and to reconcile with him in the spiritual sense. Okay. So Jesus actually fulfilled that. And so what that means is the sin that is generated by the knowledge of the law, okay, is taken away by Jesus' sacrifice. Okay. So basically you get your flesh out of judgment. There's two judgments according to the Bible. Jesus takes away the judgment of your flesh so that you can actually be reconciled with God. And that doesn't mean you can go sin and be, stupid or crazy and I call it reckless grace. It means that you're thankful to him for actually biting the bullet for you, and then you want to try to please him and live a better life. So we have to look at what he means to us, and then also what he meant to God, which is a very key factor.
That was good.
Go ahead.
Well,
So
my own view is that like the problem is with messianism. I don't have a problem with Jesus per se. It's like how the adherents would view him. He can be a skillful means to like pacify yourself or find true serenity and actually experience, I don't know, absorption into something greater, or a skillful means. But the idea that you're damned if you don't accept Jesus is just ridiculous. In Buddhism they have this idea called pratyeka Buddha, that someone can become enlightened without even hearing the Buddha's teaching. That's rare, but it's possible. You see what I'm saying? The Buddha didn't go around saying like,
Yeah.
you have to worship me, you have to like follow me. He actually encouraged people to inquire for themselves, to look
That's
for
right,
themselves. I don't see this.
which is exactly
yeah,
what Satan tells me in the
well,
"Do
see,
Thou Wilt." So,
Yeah,
what's
see,
your
that's the
point?
kind of stuff I don't like. The
Well, see,
Satan.
what's interesting, Buddha, is that
So, do what thou
Jesus
wilt.
never actually said any
No,
of
no, I
this.
don't
It's
like
just
that.
the church just decided that that was the truth, and that everyone needed to listen, or they're going to go to hell, and they should give them 10% of their paycheck and all this other nonsense that has nothing to do with the Bible. So yeah, it's really interesting that they created all these stories about Jesus that have nothing to do with what he was talking about. But yeah,
Well, it
blessings.
comes down to this. Do you want
It comes down
to be
to
judged
everybody
once or
likes to say
twice?
things about Jesus that have nothing to do with what he said.
Right? Do you want to
And
be
I could
judged
Agree
show
with
once,
that
or
that.
do you
verse
want to
by
be judged
verse.
twice?
I could
That's
show
all it
that verse
is.
by verse.
Some of you will be judged righteous. Some of you have nothing to worry about. Like, I'm not that guy. Like, I did a lot of bad things, and my testimony wasn't the cleanest, squeakiest. I wouldn't want to present it to anybody for the most part. So Jesus took away that part of me that wasn't so presentable, and now I do what I do to basically glorify him, and because I know what every soul is like worth to him, and that's just the way I could like show my gratitude for him. But it's just a matter of, do you want to be judged once or twice? That's what it comes down to. And what's the difference? You have to accept the authority of Jesus Christ given to him by God. You have to have one boss. If you can't accept one boss in heaven, let's just say all of mankind were given freedom to roam around in heaven and without anyone to be accountable to, we would destroy that place like we've destroyed this place. That's a given.
I don't know. You see, the problem is, that kind of mentality has been behind a lot of genocides and lots of war. You know, going
Right.
to
So as enlightenment, you can take a light bulb and that's good for mankind. And then you can take the same type of technology and create an atomic weapon that annihilates entire cities. So I mean,
You
again,
have to
enlightenment's not
understand.
exactly a good thing.
You have to understand technology came from the Western world. It came from Christendom. You know what I'm
I
saying?
mean, Buddhists don't exactly slaughter
Oh,
people.
so you hear that? It's only white people who ever made technologies.
You know,
Not
I
the
don't
Mayans
really
or the
see
a lot of
Buddhists
Incans
like.
or
complexity.
any other dark-skinned people who created, gigantic structures without the need of white men.
I don't really see
Well,
Buddhists slaughtering people.
whether you had a nice peaceful life and you pass on, or you're dead, where do you go after you die?
Also, Christianity, Europe is not defined entirely 100% by Christianity. You have a cultural legacy before Christianity. You realize that, right?
Uh-oh.
You realize I like the Celts, I like the Vikings, I like the Romans, I like the Greeks. You see what I'm saying? I'm not saying I don't
Okay,
really care about a living
and
No,
you
they
also
were
said,
they were evil. They were evil. They were evil pagan idol worshippers and human sacrificers and yeah. They nothing was. There were no morality before Judaism and Christianity. What are you talking about,
and
Buddha?
but the
They
Greeks were
were.
true. The Greeks were true and everything. But the thing is, everything was cool until Jesus showed up for you. Isn't that kind of a sign?
Well, you have to understand, these ancient Romans and Greeks were not proselytizing. They didn't care what the ancient Persians or Chinese believed. They didn't try to go there with missionary activities. They didn't care. Even
Yeah,
they took some Persian
They didn't
mythology and
care.
integrated it into their own pantheon. You see what I'm saying?
They didn't care. You said it. They didn't care. They just
Well,
didn't
the
care.
problem is, you see what I'm trying to say? The problem is caring sometimes about imposing your values on people is not true caring. You know what I mean?
No, it's not. It's far from it. It's far
Just
from
like
it.
just like you imposed the beep on me, but I still listen to it.
I don't know
Because I
what
love you,
B-bombing
brother man.
refers to. B-bombing, what does that refer to?
Oh dear God, Twilight has an alarm beep in the background. Everyone pretends
No,
it's not
there
there.
is none. There
That's
is
right.
none.
It's all in my head, just like
What
all of
is up?
you.
Yes, exactly.
I love you guys.
Yeah,
We love you too, man.
I'd like to get drunk with Lilith and I'm sorry, with Twilight and outer inner darkness light.
For sure, man. For sure.
That would be a trip.
That's-
And
I
rant
would-
and rant.
I think
Throw rant in the mix.
I think that would be great. I'd like to do some mushrooms with Muhammad personally. I think I don't know who else would be down with that, but yeah, I think we could all have a really good time for sure.
Funny.
Oh, for
we
sure.
get
No
we
doubt.
bring AB over too. I'm sure he's cool. So
Yeah.
yeah.
Well, it comes down to, I think, at the end of the day, like we said before.
See him, but I've
Can I
seen more
confess
person.
something? I have a confession. I watched too much isekai anime. I watched too much isekai anime.
Hi guys.
Yeah, my girl says hello as well.
Guess who's back?
Back again.
Slim
Yeah.
Shady. I don't know.
Hello.
Yeah. Yeah.
Hey, Twilight. Does anyone ever tell you look like Frank Zappa?
Yes.
Okay. That's awesome.
Yeah. I think we probably get along pretty good. Besides a few theological issues. But man, like listen, I was raised evangelical, man. So I know all about the end times, the rapture, the
Baby,
the last days, all that stuff, man. And it's just like you get to a point to where you realize like what the Bible says and what the church says, and you realize how different they actually are. And then you realize like the history of Christianity and all those supposed heretics and what they believed and why they were massacred. And it was a massacre. They can apologize all they want. It was a massacre. Okay. And you look at all these different traditions, okay, that existed, the Christianities, plural, okay, and you look at how these different doctrines were injected into it, and you start to realize that there's other traditions that it kind of had the same thing happen. You look at the original teachings of Buddhism, the original teachings of what became Hinduism, Sanatana Dharma, and also, and you realize that they're all pretty much saying the same thing.
Yeah, that's true.
And then you start to realize that everybody is arguing, you know, and fighting and killing each other over, you know, who's right. And the fact of the matter is, it's about, are you, what do you, not what you believe is important only because it leads to what you do. You know, what's your convictions? What do you
Also,
stand for? What are your
also something you
principles?
forgot to mention that's very important is driving species to extinction. You know what I mean? It's not just us we're killing, you know, we're killing countless species around the world, you
Yes.
know. Yes, like
Yes.
countless. Yeah.
Well, yeah, I mean, people believe they have dominion over nature, and
Yeah.
that's a huge problem, you
Yeah.
know.
Huge problem.
Yeah, I mean, we've talked about that, Buddha. Like, uh, you know, people see nature as their wastebasket, or they see it as below them, or they see animals as below them. You
Let
know
me tell
that.
you this.
Well, they just
Elephants
want
are
that
highly
power
empathetic
usually.
creatures. You know, elephants are so intelligent and they
I
have
agree.
such self-awareness. Yet we're killing so many elephants, and many of them, I believe, are endangered in Africa due to the tusk trade. You know what I mean? Because there's a black market for their tusk. You know what I mean?
Yes.
Well,
Yes.
good thing karma will balance out all the elephant deaths. So can I put one on my wall now?
Well,
Well, no. See,
we talked
karma
about that
is
last week about
karma is
the
very
cultural,
misunderstood.
you know, the cultural phenomenon of the church and how it's basically like, you know, it doesn't touch grass. Like the church is a emotional pep rally with a little bit of scripture mixed in with a singing show, you know, social emotional experience. It's not a spiritual experience anymore. It's a dog and pony show, really.
That's right. Yeah, we know the whole. It's not a museum for good people. It's a hospital for the broken. Yeah.
Well, maybe they have that part of the church like over there where the broken kitchen is, but the service on Sunday is, you know, singing, emotion, groupthink, indoctrination, a little
Exactly.
scripture, some more prep talk, prep rally talk to get you, you know, geared and ready for that slave
That's right.
job.
Get you all in your
A little,
feelings.
a little scripture, and that
Yeah.
is exactly why I stopped going to church, because I was always there like, all right, like if this is all so important, like let's get to the meat of this. And you know what it was? It was self glorification of whoever the pastor was, and singing and dancing, and to me it was a mockery of God, if anything. And I was like, all right, so when are we going to get to the meat of this? And I would always be asking questions. They're like, you should pray about that. So you
Oh
should seek
yeah.
God on that. I'm like, well, yeah, I
Yeah,
have.
seek the Lord. I hate when the Christians say that. Oh, seek seek Jesus. You know, Oh, I hate that.
And I'd be like, yeah, yeah. And I literally have like questions written down in verses. Like, what does this mean? You know? I'm like, yeah, yeah, I know I have been studying. And this is why, you know, I'm coming to you right now. And they just look at me like, huh? And you know,
I mean,
I just got
but in a
tired of
way,
it. I'm like, no, 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 no. Like, I'm actually hungry. Like, I
but
actually
in
want to
a
know.
way, can you really blame them for saying that? Because I mean, as someone who
Yes.
doesn't really trust human beings, I don't necessarily trust going to religious leaders to give me what is intended to be from God, when I can, I guess you can call it gut feeling or just common sense, you know, understand what's right and wrong about whatever situation is, you know, thrusted upon me.
Well,
So,
it
I
could
mean,
just be a question
Like, why not?
about
Well,
like,
when
Let me
they
tell you
set
this.
themselves up as authorities, I mean, you know.
Yeah.
well, yeah, well, I'm going to tell you right now, I don't think I'd go to Jack Talcott to tell me how to stop masturbation. So,
Well,
let me say this though. Let me say this, like, you know, you are trusting in religious authorities. You trust the Bible to be uncorrupted, for example. You know, that was passed on.
I wouldn't trust the Bible. I trust one religious experience that I had that I can't really explain other than it happened. Yeah. I don't really
Well,
trust the
I've had
book itself.
multiple spiritual
The
experiences.
book is the conduit of which it happened, but you know, it wasn't the book that saved me. It was the name Jesus Christ that saved me. Big difference. I didn't throw the Bible at the demon. I threw the name and it worked. Though it didn't work about 2 weeks ago when it happened again, which I forgot to tell y'all about that, but I had a really bad sleep paralysis attack about 2 weeks ago, and my wife tried to get me out of it, and it was one of the scariest ones I've had. But I can tell you, I called out to
Were there,
Jesus Christ that night, and it didn't work.
It didn't work.
Were there any
It
wolves?
didn't work. I think I hate to tell you, Twilight, but I think I'm a little too far gone in sin. I think Jesus has kind of, said, you got to sort this shit out if you want me to be with you. I think through my LARPing, I think I joined the dark side a little without realizing it. I think LARPing for too long for the dark side to get people to realize it kind of got me to join it without realizing it. So
speaking too much. It's not
using the devil's tools. No, trying to use the devil's tools against them, which is like one of the reasons why certain of my AI music, not all of it, but I can tell you this stuff comes straight from the demon's mouth. A lot of these ones that are religious tone, like the I am the Lucifer morning star, I heard them words in my dream and I put it in that song. So when you go and listen to that song, yeah, and then like I said, what happened to me 2 weeks ago when that sleep paralysis happened, I was completely aware. My wife could hear me saying, help me, because, I can barely speak when this stuff is happening. And I was stuck in my brain. I couldn't move, in complete darkness, but I was completely aware. I said, in the name of Jesus Christ, help me. In the name of Jesus Christ, help me. But he didn't show up. So there you go. Even a Christian can fall.
Were there any wolves in your dream?
Speaking too inauthentically against your spirit.
Not wolves to freak, but I do see a lot of German shepherds and Doberman pinchers. They're always demonic looking German shepherds or Dobermans. But
all I can
the
say
dreams
is
go beyond
don't
that.
be afraid of them, and they can't hurt you.
No, I'm not afraid.
Well, I've had experiences where I have been taken out of crazy situations through my occult practices. So what does that mean?
You were fucking a
explain
horse?
that to me? Can you explain that to me?
Yeah, occult.
Yeah, I'd like to know
Never
what's your
mind.
level of occultism. Are you just, cutting off a few KFC chicken heads, or you actually doing
I'm
some
just-
dark magic?
I don't do that shit. No, I'm not involved in any of that shit.
Then you're not conjuring anything if you're just, throwing some chicken bones around.
No, I don't do any of that, man. I practice high magic.
Are you doing large orgy sessions with more than 20 people to share your spiritual seed with them?
No.
Then
No.
you're not on the level that you need to be. Anyway, get back to me when you're ready
No.
to get into orgies.
That's all nonsense. That's not even real magic.
Hear that? Sex magic's not real, y'all. So
No, sex magic is very real. I've done sex magic.
Succubuses and incubuses
I've
aren't real.
I've done sex magic, but not like that. I've done sex magic. Sex magic is very real. But that's not sex magic.
So is that blue pill? That blue pill's magic too.
That's not sex magic. Well, that's a form, I guess you could say, but it's a perversion of it, really. That's not real sex magic.
Chicken Saurus, I think what would help you is to learn a meditation technique like Shikantaza or
Yeah. Meditation is very powerful.
It would probably help calm your mind. I'm not trying to tell you what to do.
No,
but-
I can agree. It's very hard when you're seeing humanity destroy everything around you, and you just, want people to care, and you can't
that's
seem
the
to
point.
find it.
That's why you meditate. Because I've been there.
Oh, I hate to say it, Twilight, but I've been living in my head my entire life, and I can tell you it's not more better than the world around me. So,
Bro, I was like you at one point. I'm telling you right now. Meditation saved my life. For real. My occult practices that are so fucking evil saved my life.
I can tell you, I have meditation. I know martial arts and use
And I can
nunchucks,
tell
trust
you,
me,
I've had
I'm all
many
about meditation.
paranormal experiences. Many paranormal experiences that cannot be explained.
You guys are like the same guy,
So you can say that it's not
sound
at
the
that
same,
level
you
or
learn the
whatever the
same,
fuck, or
you
I have
the
to
same,
sacrifice
like, you
chickens
guys
or
are the
people,
same.
or you say I could sacrifice chickens or people or animals or whatever the fuck, and I'm telling you, no, you don't. Magic is actually incredibly simple. It's made to look super dark and super complicated so that people don't understand the power they have. Like I'm telling you, I've had multiple paranormal experiences that have been witnessed by other people as well. Okay, that have had paranormal experiences, crazy synchronicities.
That's nice. So it has
and-
like 60-something% of the populations go read an X-File every once in a while.
What I'm saying though is that it's very real, man. You don't have to be Illuminati to do magic. You don't have to be Illuminati to have spiritual experiences.
No, but I can tell you, you're not going to pull fucking Beelzebub from the depths of hell just by jacking off into a bucket, so...
You don't have to jack off to a bucket to talk to Beelzebub. Dude, I could summon Lilith right now.
Yeah, put her on the phone.
I could. You want to do a ritual?
What, your girlfriend, the handler?
I'll call you privately.
Is she your psyop? Is she
I'll
your
call
MK
you
Ultra?
privately,
Is she
and
your
we'll do a
monarch?
ritual. And I guarantee you, she'll appear, and you'll feel her presence.
Like
I guarantee you.
I'll text you about that because I'm interested in it, to be honest. That would be
Okay, and we can. Sure, yeah.
That's right, converse with them.
I guarantee you. And I guarantee you won't feel negative energies.
Shambala, you holla.
Chicken Saurus, I'm not trying to be insulting, but you're kind of
You can't insult me.
I mean?
You can't
Like-
insult me. It's part
Bro,
of
the
LARP.
church wants you to be afraid of your own power. It's that simple.
Yeah, I don't think you said anything bad, Twilight, and actually enjoy hearing what you had to say.
Yeah, I know. That's why I told you I respect you, man. I think we're more on the same level than you think. We're kindred, man.
Sure, I respect you too. Yeah, I do.
Well, anyway, unless you're okay with depopulating the planet, I don't think you're conjuring any demons.
Bro, first off, they're not really demons.
Yeah,
That's
okay.
the first thing you gotta realize.
Well, I'm pretty sure whatever it was that sexually assaulted me in my dream and stole my
There
seed
are
was
parasitic entities.
definitely a demon.
There are parasitic lower astral entities that do that shit. Yes, there are.
Oh, yeah.
They do exist. No, they
you
do
gotta
exist.
love them words. Anything but a demon, right?
Well, if you want to call it a demon, you can.
Right, just like Aleister Crowley, demons today, aliens today,
Those
demons
are
tomorrow. Right.
ultra terrestrials. Those are like more like what people would call aliens.
Yeah.
But they're
that's
not
why they-
really aliens.
That's why they fly 2.5 billion light years to mutilate cows and probe your butthole.
Well, they're not really traveling 2.5 million light years. They're fucking like parallel dimensions.
the governments of your world tell you that they do. So I don't know
Yeah,
about that.
well, they're lying, and you know that. They're fucking
What's the purpose
interdimensional.
of the lie? What's the purpose of a lie? Why, if they're not hiding the existence of God, Jesus, and demons, what would be the purpose of lying anyway?
They're interdimensional, bro. They're not coming from other planets.
So
Let's
they can
be
just
real.
open up CERN portals or
Yes.
Watergate,
Yes.
Stargates, and just walk through
Yes,
and
CERN is
shake
opening up portals. That's
shake
true.
tentacle hands with the
That
aliens,
part is
right?
true. CERN is opening up portals. That's true.
Well, you hear that? Doom is real. So
That
when you
part
play
is true.
Doom,
No,
you're a
hear
Doom
me
guy.
out, dude. There's truth and lies in all of this. That is true. With CERN, they are trying to open up portals.
I actually once had an experience where my friend gave me this ammonite, and it was involved in the occult, and I was holding that ammonite, and I saw it twice when I was in a sleep paralysis, and this dark figure with stars in its form walked behind me, and it opened up a portal behind me and entered me, and that happened twice.
Oh, I bet it
while I was
did.
holding the ammonite. What was that dark figure with stars and constellations in its form? You know what I'm talking about, or is that just
Maybe
I've
maybe
literally
it,
felt
maybe
love.
it was hallucinative gas. Who knows?
I've literally felt love and peace from what you call a demon. So explain that to me, please.
Okay, you don't think I can't find comfort in the tits of a succubus? What's your point?
What I'm not talking about lust. I'm talking about peace.
Okay.
And why is it that I can still read the Bible and I don't feel like I'm going to burst into flames?
Oh God, yes, because this is the hollow ground situation. Are you a fucking vampire? Are you repelled by garlic?
No, I'm not. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
Okay,
And I
well,
still
last time
have
I
no
checked,
issue.
last time I checked, you're not an undead creature that feasts upon the living blood of man. So
No, I'm not. I'm just like you, man. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
And you do know that demons can enter hollowed ground, right? The whole trope about demons can't go into a church, that's a lie.
No, it's
So
not
you
at
must
all.
not know the occult all that much if you really did believe that. So
Bro, I have the sigil of Asmodeus over my neck right now. Like
wow, and I have 666 barcode on the back of my head. What's your point?
I hope not. Even I wouldn't do that.
Well, I mean, if they're gonna pass it out, you might as well get it beforehand, right?
Nah, I wouldn't do that.
Get a little QR code.
Well, you know who's going to be decapitating us, man? It's going to be the Talmudists with their fucking Noahide laws. Let's be real. It's not pagan, dude. Let's be real. It's when they have the New Jerusalem and they try to fucking decapitate people with the Noahide laws.
I just know they want me to be like Data and replace my synthetic flesh with real, so that way the bored queen can come over here and blow on my skin and give me goosebumps.
The transhumanism, man. The image of the beast. Transhumanism.
What, you don't want flesh and lights in your head? Like
Dude,
Kanye
they're
West,
gonna
right?
reenact Revelation. I do believe that. And they're going to claim that their Messiah is God. And everyone should worship it. I believe it. I believe it's true.
Yeah, the problem is though, for people to bow down and worship anything, he's gonna have to be Superman. So,
Well, I mean, they believe that their Mashiach is going to be something other than more than human. They don't say it's superhuman, but well, some of them actually do believe that it's going to be like some kind of fucking almost alien type thing. If you read like parts of the
one of the
Kabbalah and
things.
parts. Go
One of the
ahead.
things that the $6 million man was trying to teach you is that they're literally trying to give people superpowers, which is one of the things, which is what the comic books were about. All these comic books, DC, and you know.
Well, they're all Jewish too. If you look into it, bro, like they want to improve humanity because they believe that it's falling. They believe that it's imperfect. They believe if you read like, you know, if you've been listening to Machine for the last fucking year, you know, Kurzweil, you know, believes that the human form is not enough. You know, it's deficient,
And
and
I
that
can
the
agree,
earth is
and
not
that's the
enough.
scary part. The part is I can agree with that.
That's bad because it's not true.
I don't know about
The-
you, but as
the
someone
earth-
who's, you know, failing in health, I would gladly take a synthetic sleeve by now.
Well, look, man, just because we have issues, okay, it doesn't mean that we're somehow flawed. It's just that we're not supposed to live in this body forever. You know?
That's right. From the dust I was created to the dust I shall return. But that's a LARP.
Well, yes
Made
and
in
no.
dirt's image. Made in dirt's image.
Well, no, we're not made in dirt's image. We're made in God's image.
Well, what if my God's dirt? Right? I can have any God now.
Well, your God's not dirt.
Welcome to the
You
LARP,
are a
brother.
God in training, man.
Oh, I'm a little G. I got turned into a big dog. Yeah, that's right.
You're a little G. Yeah, you are a little G. It's time you realized it.
Well, I
How
mean,
many
Elon
times
Musk.
do you see? How many times do you see the disciples doing miracles? Do people not like pay attention to that part? The disciples are doing miracles themselves. Like it happens all the time. It's in the Old Testament too. Like, and everyone just kind of like, you know, passes over that part. And it's like, yeah, they did it through their faith in God, but like God didn't like do it for them. They did it themselves because of the God within them, through Christ within them. See, that's what you're talking about, born again. Yeah, that's what that is. You realize the Christ within you. It's not about belief. It's about acknowledging the Christ within you. But then there's also the Satan within you, and it's a battle constantly. As I said, the Garden of Eden is a daily thing. It's not a one-time.
Yes, you see, that's one of my greatest things I've always said. I much prefer that there's good, there's dark and light for me to fight against. That way, I get to choose which one I want, and that's how I see it. God
But
gives me
Satan
the
is an
capacity.
internal adversary, man.
I mean, yeah, he is, but I mean, you know, I mean, the guy must not be,
But
you know, as
Satan also
powerful as
is
he
there to
claims.
test
So,
you and make you stronger. If you fall for the temptation, then yeah, you're screwed. But if you beat it, then you become stronger through the ordeal. That's my perspective on that. Look, in my perspective, nothing of God can fall. It makes no sense. It makes no sense at all. How can you rebel from something that's eternal and omniscient, omnipresent, omnipotent? It's not. It's insane.
Well, then,
I
I
agree
mean,
with
I don't
that.
know. I mean,
It's
God,
like
the Bible tells you that he wanted Satan to come to his own free will himself. He wanted him to choose the eternal love of the Creator or reject it, and he chose to reject it. I mean, that's the
But the
laws.
idea of Lucifer falling from heaven is a church doctrine. It didn't exist until later on.
Well, I mean, they also say that fucking velociraptors walked the earth millions of years ago, but all you got some
They
bones, so I don't know what to tell
conflated
you.
Satan and Lucifer as one being when they never were. They also conflated the serpent with Satan, which never was. This is all later on. This is what I'm trying to tell you. It's all been conflated. If you really look at the history of Christianity and of these doctrines,
Well,
you'll see what I'm
I don't
saying
know
is
about
true.
you, but I like being Harry Potter and knowing parcel tongue. So Saya Ha Saya Sieth, you know what I'm saying. I'm sorry. There's too much symbolism between the snake to just sit here and. I'm not saying that the devil's literally in the garden as a snake going, eat the fruit, bitch. But I mean,
No, the real reality of it is the snake was not a stand. It was not a normal
I think
snake.
it's a metaphor. I think
The
it's really just a
Nahash is a bright
metaphor.
shining
I think
creature,
it's a
and
metaphor about the
the not.
slyness of the tongue.
No, it's
Have you ever
actually
heard? Yeah. Have you ever heard how silent a snake is with its tongue? It's pretty silent.
the Nahash is a bright shining creature, is what it translates to in Hebrew. The Nahash is a bright shining creature, and it stood on
Snakes,
two
and
legs.
and yeah,
It
yeah,
stood
yeah,
on two
yeah,
legs.
yeah. We call them
It's
dragons,
it stood on two legs,
kind
bro.
of like Satan, right?
That's why it was cursed to be on its belly, because at one time it wasn't. Okay, so this is the thing, and then you get into the Nephilim and all
So is
that.
Godzilla? Is it
It says
Godzilla?
God destroyed. It said God flooded the world because man was wicked.
Godzilla.
No, that's not the original. That's not the original interpretation. The original interpretation is that there were fucking hybrids on the earth. And everyone's like, "Oh no, that's fantasy. The Book of Enoch is fantasy." No, it's not. And all the other traditions talk about this too. There was a
Well,
dilution of the human gene pool.
who knows, right? None of us were here, so maybe it's like in the movie Prometheus, and some tall white dude went and fell into the water and just turned into black goop, and life started evolving.
What I'm saying, dude, is there is truth in the Bible. I don't discount that. I don't discount that at all.
I don't
It's just
think
it's been
dinosaurs are.
manipulated it's been manipulated heavily.
I don't think dinosaurs are a psyop. Really, like
No, they're not.
I'm not one of them people who deny that dinosaurs existed, but you're not going to convince me that something the size of the fucking moon crashed into the world and it perfectly turned back into a ball.
The dinosaur psyop is not that they weren't real. The dinosaur psyop is that they were 65 million fucking years ago.
Well, and how they died. They want to convince you that a gigantic rock took out the sunlight, but yet there's still life on the planet, even though they tell you that the ocean life needs sunlight to survive. But through
Right.
photosynthesis, right?
It
Oh,
stood
well.
on two legs. Exactly.
The point is nothing in our reality right now seems to be real. So, I mean, is the Matrix really, at least on the psyop level,
No.
true?
No.
Yeah, it is. That everything you've ever consumed since your conception is a part of that false reality. Even you yourself may be constructed to believe and think and act the way that you do.
Well, the thing is, I come from a science background, and I agree that the jab was bad, and I agree that there's a lot science gets wrong. Like, I don't think evolution is completely blind, but when it comes to stuff like dinosaurs and the Grand Canyon, it is millions of years old. I don't know how you can deny
Okay.
it.
Well, have you ever seen flash flood? Have you ever seen, how quickly the ground can turn into, mush and just get moved? Hate to tell you, but it doesn't take, millions of years for a giant flood or a tsunami
Precisely.
to, uplift, tons of dirt
Precisely.
or just liquefy
Precisely.
the ground. Have you ever seen what happens during an earthquake? Hang on. Have you ever seen what happens during an earthquake? How it can shake the ground and cause the sand to come loose and cause buildings to go underneath the sand? I can tell you, dude, it don't take millions of years or thousands of years for large deposits of mud and soot to be deposited somewhere.
No,
How
it
do
was
you
quick
explain the
acting.
forests in Australia? There's like primeval forests in Australia, and they're really like go back millions of years. well, it's being
But were you here
damaged
millions
now.
of years ago, Avian? Are you seriously one of the people who you're going to convince me that you can go and take a rock and throw it in a computer, and that computer, you're going to believe that computer says that my turd is 65 million years ago because you did a chemical analysis on it? Really? Do you think a computer has the ability to tell you how old a rock actually fucking is? Because if you believe in that kind of science, I hate to say it, but you're exactly who the smoking man wants.
Well, I guess maybe but I agree that the future is not bright, and I don't agree with the growing technological complexity. But when it comes to stuff like, I don't know, the age of the Earth, or the Earth being round and evolution, I don't really accept conspiracies about that.
Oh,
as
I'm
much.
not. By the way, I'm not one of them young Earth people. I believe it can be and or, because it doesn't matter, just like people say about the shape of the Earth, because that's not really
No,
what fucking matters.
the Earth is very old. But this idea of there being like an ice age that existed for millions of years, and this idea that the dinosaurs were millions of years ago,
Oh no,
is
there
there
was
to
just a
keep you.
gigantic flood, and a good portion of the ice just happened to freeze.
No. Here's the thing:
Yeah.
there was a flood.
Yeah. Do you know what happens when you take a bunch of fresh or salt water and dump it into the North Atlantic current and you unbalance it?
No, there was a flood. There was a global flood. There was a Noah's flood, if you want to call it that. Okay.
And a good
Uh,
portion of
and
it froze over, and now they're trying to thaw it out so that way they can release what's underneath it.
the ice age lasted about a century, not millions of years. There's animals with stuff with food flash frozen in their mouths. This was a quick acting event.
That's right. Temperature
The,
was so cold that the blood literally froze in their veins.
yeah, there was an idea called catastrophism, which was the idea that was accepted for a long time before they had this
It's also called
gradualist.
EOE, end of extinction.
So just that is the truth. Is catastrophism. That's the reality.
Saltation also.
Okay.
Yeah, but that's also that also goes back to the Nibiru LARP that we were hearing not that long ago.
That's a
that
LARP.
every time Nibiru comes around in the universe, it causes a catastrophic event here on Earth.
No, it's not Nibiru. There's some truth in that, but it's not exactly right. There's a really good book called When the Earth Nearly Died. I really recommend you look into that.
I have a question for you, Twilight. Do you think the Earth is round or flat? I'm just curious.
I don't know. I don't know what it is. I don't think it's either, to be honest with you.
The North Pole is the nipple.
I think the Earth is a super living organism, and I think that she can be whatever shape she wants. I don't really care. I'm not really concerned about the shape of the Earth. I'm more concerned with the shape the Earth is in.
Oh damn! I like that. I'm gonna use that from now on.
So I think it's a torus field. I think it's energetic. So I don't really care. I don't really think it's round like they say, but I don't think it's flat either. I think if anything, it's hollow. Or not hollow in the sense like that,
You
but I
with
think there's an
subterraneans and
interior.
shit.
Yeah, it's subterranean. I don't think it's necessarily hollow like that, but yeah, I think there's an interior, and I think it's like layered. I think it's like a torus field. I think yeah, I don't really know what the fucking shape is.
Well, I can tell you the technology they're using definitely can not affect its surroundings. So
I think some of the
magnetism.
ideas that the flat earthers have are legit. But I don't actually believe it's flat. I think the idea of it being a plane, like not as in a flat plane, but like the idea of it being like a infinite field, I think could have some validity. The idea that it's round, I think is probably bunk. But this dichotomy of is it flat or is it round, I think is a psyop.
Well, of course.
And so when people are like,
just
"Oh, well,
another. It's
space
another
doesn't
divide and
exist,"
conquer.
like I believe space exists. I don't buy that shit. Space exists. Is it what we're told? No. You know, I think it's more like water. I think space is more like water than a vacuum. And that's why astronauts actually train in water before they go into space, which is fucking weird.
What's wrong? You don't like the bubbles in the pool?
Well, I just,
Just
it
put
even
your
talks
just put
about
your
in,
hand just put your hand on the Bible and swear you walked on the moon.
they talk about, yeah, right. They talk about the firmament, and it's not even just in the Bible; it's in other traditions too.
And it's on
Uh,
Werner von Braun's
the waters, the
tomb.
waters
But
above and the waters below, and all this type of thing. I'm not saying it's exactly water, but I think it's more akin to water than it is a vacuum.
I want
Uh,
some space ice, sky
and I
ice. There
think
you go.
that I do think we went to the moon, but I don't think we went to the moon in the way they said we did. I think that there's a secret space program, uh, and yeah, we have technology that's way beyond what
Do
we're
you think the
shown, and
moon is
that's why they
hollow?
want us to believe. Yeah, for sure it is.
Um,
Yeah, there's stuff on the moon. There's stuff on Mars. There's stuff. People have been to Mars. People have been to the moon. They've got bases there. There's all kinds of shit going on. They've done
monolith on the
rituals.
moon. What is
They've
this?
done
Are you Willy
rituals.
Wonka? Are you sending a chocolate bar through the TV?
They've done rituals and shit on the moon. They planted a Masonic flag on the moon. They did a ritual to like Osiris and shit.
Yeah, and
It's
MTV
crazy.
also has an astronaut planting a flag with a
Yeah,
three-headed Cerberus. Uh-oh.
right. Yeah, they legitimately did a ritual to a communion ritual to Osiris on the fucking moon. No joke.
Well, just go ask David Bowie. That's why he put it in his music video, Black Star.
David Bowie was an initiate.
Is that why they had to suck all the sperm out of him and Mick Jagger's stomach?
Yes, it is in the Quran. It's in a lot of traditions.
Uh-oh.
That's what I'm trying to say is, and I think there's a lot of truth in the Quran too. And this is what I'm trying to say. Like, I think everybody has a little bit of truth, and everyone's arguing. And the fact of the matter is, everyone just like took notes from each other. We'd be in a better fucking place instead of arguing. But I do think that Jesus, like, I do believe that Jesus was real, and I think that he was a danger to the powers that be. And so they created this fucking story about him almost as a mockery because he was dangerous to the powers that be, and they fucking annihilated him. And that's why they mock him in all the award ceremonies and fucking comedy and all this shit.
I
I
think
do
Jesus
believe they
was
want to wipe this. They want to wipe that spirit out of humanity. They want people
Yeah,
to reject
they're
those values.
doing a pretty good job so far.
I think Jesus was a celestial spirit that guided people to gnosis
Right,
originally.
right. I would agree with that, Buddha.
Yes.
But I don't think he was the only one. That's the thing.
Mm.
I can't accept that.
Some parts of the Colon Mani Codex were beautiful. I read the Colon Mani Codex, but it could be kind of, interesting. It's kind of closer to Cathar, the Colon Mani Codex. I think Hyperborean likes the Cathars a lot.
Right.
The only thing I can tell you, Twilight, is someone who's very level-headed. When I'm very level-headed. Okay, when I have experienced these things,
I know you are.
I have always come from a very logical, like Spock, or a scientific evaluation of what I experienced. Do a scientific method on what it could have been,
right?
The factors. But I can tell you, dude.
Well, here's the thing, bro. If somebody has an experience with Kali, or they have an experience with Odin or whatever, how are you to tell them that they're communicating with demons? If Odin saves their life, how can you tell them that that's a demon? What if they never heard of fucking Jesus and they're in fucking Africa and they talk to Mommy Wata?
So are we gonna go down the Marvel universe and I can be like Gore the Butcher and I can go and meet my God, and when he tells me, "Oh, I never cared about you and your people anyway, so go die for me anyway." So there you go. I mean, that's the kind of mentality I'm hearing. So I can be Marvel Jesus.
But what I'm saying is, if they find solace in Mommy Wata, okay, or Chango, or Odin, or Krishna, or whatever, how are you to tell?
I mean, yeah, I would agree, and
Precisely.
on the aspect that it doesn't infringe on the rights of creatures and people around you. Yes, but I mean,
So you think God is going to be mad at them
no, I
and say that
don't
they're worshiping
personally.
demons? I just don't buy that, dude, and I don't honestly believe.
I think you should question anything that you encounter that you know is not on your physical realm normal.
Well, that's logical. I'm sure he'd agree with question everything.
Oh,
I
I
don't
don't
even
know
know
that
the man.
he turns around and claims that he talks to a primordial thing called Lilith all the time. So I mean,
I
I don't
do,
know.
bro.
And I don't,
I
and I
do.
hate it. And as much as I love you, Twilight, I don't find that very logical. As someone who I can tell you have only had experiences, I
Because
guess
you've
you could say
never
on a
had the
metaphysical.
experience, bro.
Oh, well, I mean, yeah, but you're not going to sit here and ever convince me that you're actually having conversations with
What does
another
Lilith tell you, bro?
entity.
What if I called her? What if I called her and you had that experience? Then what would you feel about that?
I'm telling you, Twilight, if you
What
could
would you
somehow,
do?
I would tell you the truth on whether or not I actually experienced it and call you out on your bullshit
Damn.
if it didn't.
But what if you did, though?
Twilight, can I ask you what did Lilith tell you so I can get some idea of whether I'm supposed to trust this or not?
What did she tell me? It's not just about what she's told me. I've had paranormal experiences. with
Okay,
her.
my question was, what did she tell you? Is there something, a message that she told you, or no?
It's not just messages. I've had.
And I'm asking about messages. You saying it's not just messages, making me think there is messages. So could you tell me about those?
I think I've had an experience where I've met Anahita, which probably is close to Lilith, maybe.
Yeah, Anahita is close to Sophia.
Can
Actually,
someone tell me what type of message they say? I get the experience and I'll ask that next. What about the message? Do they give you a message? Do they talk to you literally?
yes, telepathically.
Very good. What are they telling you?
How convenient.
What do they tell me?
Be nice. Yes, you heard me and you keep asking me like you don't hear me.
Because that's very personal.
Okay, that's an answer. Did you want to tell me about the experience of it all?
Cop out.
No, it's not a cop out.
It is cop out because I get
videos.
personal in my
No, I've done
experiences.
videos on this. It's just a lot to get into. I've done videos on this, talking about this.
By the way, I've also talked to Spirit, all of the shit that you're talking about, personal, so and so. I got some great stories, the same shit. Talked to 3 spirits or something. So
Yeah, I've had telepathic communication. I've communicated
telepathically,
with
yes.
others. I've had others communicate. I've talked to others through it. I've meditated to Lilith before to communicate to somebody else that I had no contact with.
Listen,
I used her sigil. I used her sigil to
And
communicate.
yet the U.S. government has yet to come to experiment on you. I'm gonna call bullshit. You know how many people have gone missing because of their claims of telepathic
Let me
abilities?
give you another one for you to call bullshit on. This is a true story. I've done it with other people. I'm going to give you one guy in particular, communicate telepathically. Me and my girl had an apartment in the suburb right here next to Chicago. And we went over there and I spoke to him mentally and he spoke verbally, and that went on for a while. Then an evil demon hopped in the guy. I said something about Jesus. He lost his fucking mind and weird shit happened. And it got weirder from there with other shit. Even on the way home, everything was weird. But there's some more shit for you to say that I'm not saying dude is crazy. I don't know if he's telling the truth. I don't know whether he is or not, but I would I absolutely say this shit exists. And here's another one. And you know, this type of shit gets you in trouble too. I got a buddy. He's a gang leader. He just died recently, so maybe it's okay to say this. He was a mass murderer. He killed a lot of people. Really bad guy. There was this book, Divine Revelations of Christ, was it? Hell.
Divine Revelation of Hell?
Divine Revelations of Hell, yeah.
My mom had that book. Yeah. I read that when I was a kid.
Check this out. That book struck me. And I was telling him, we're friends. He stay on the same block as me, but you could Google this nigga. He's so big in the gang shit. And I was telling him, yeah, I got this book. I used to sell weed. He smoked weed. He'd sell dope. I did dope. He'd pick me up at my girlfriend's crib in the morning. We'd shoot the shit and sell dope together.
Right.
One day I had been telling him about this book. And one day I remembered to bring the book. We get in the car, we're on the way home. And I reached under the seat. I was like, oh, yeah. To myself, I didn't say it out loud. I grabbed the book and I put it in his lap. He started screaming, get away, ah. And I lifted the book up He's like, what the fuck was that? I like, it's that book I was telling you. I threw it on him. He started screaming, get away, get away. And I picked the book. What the fuck was that? I'm like, it's a book. What is that could cause that reaction?
That's weird. That's weird. See, I've been involved in all this
people
stuff.
are strange. I mean, I can walk somewhere downtown in my town, and there's someone talking to themselves, whether or not they're on drugs, who knows?
See, like, look,
that's a poor example because this dude is a gang leader. You could Google the nigga. He's very bright.
Okay, and that doesn't
mean he does not prone to talking to himself.
See, here's the thing. Here's the thing, Joe.
And
Here's
rock
the thing,
people
Joe.
and band members can do drugs and still
When I
sing their
do
songs.
magic,
What's your point?
When I do magic,
if that is, hold on, let's argue his point out. If your point is that maybe he had just done drugs, still not logical that he's driving, he's so high that if I put a book on him that he didn't even see coming and didn't know what it was, he would start screaming.
Yeah, people
it's
are
still
weird.
unlikely, right?
There's my logical conclusion. People are weird.
Judged.
That's wild.
Paranoid schizophrenia is a hell of a drug.
I mean, that's strange.
And I was with the guy every day. I'd never seen any other signs of that or anything else. The logical conclusion, at least in my opinion, would be that there was power in that shit. And I thought it was so much that I was telling motherfuckers about this book. That's just crazy. There's no logical fucking explanation.
I can agree. Things have happened when I read books about demonology. There have been many nights where I've sat down and read demon books about the demons, their sigils, where their role is in hell and all that stuff, and strange things have happened. But I've never had a door fly open and dressers fly. So.
Oh, I've had some crazy ass experiences like that.
Well, Twilight, I've also seen a UFO that didn't disturb anything around it. So, I mean, I guess we all have experiences, whether or not it has a purpose. That's a part of the Matrix and the LARP.
I don't know what that means, didn't disturb anything around it. I'm not sure what that means.
I saw a UFO 3 years ago with a witness, and it didn't disturb the trees that it was hovering over.
I hear what you're saying. No,
He's saying it was self.
He's saying it wasn't something shooting
completely completely self-sustaining. It did not disturb anything around it. It didn't make a noise.
Yeah. Well, that's because it's not fucking technology. I don't care what anybody says.
I hate to tell you, Twilight. It looked pretty technological. It was very silver, very sleek, and it had a bright orange pulsing light on the bottom.
It can appear technological. Read John Keel.
But did it stand on two legs?
Read John Keel, man. Read John Keel. But anyways, what I'm trying to say is when I do magic, when I talk to Lilith or Asmodeus or whatever, like 99% of the time, I'm doing magic on myself. I practice high magic, which is about.
That's when you get really high and do magic?
No. It's magic for the self.
Okay, yeah, I agree, Twilight. If you can train yourself, you're able to transcend, not really astral projection, but yes, I do believe that you're able to go into an alternate.
Well, no, what I'm saying, dude, is it's about like breaking like generational curses. It's about like confronting the shadow. It's
at this
about,
point, I think you're being intentionally elusive in your conversation. You are not trying to tell us a thing. I think you are choosing the most vague words you possibly can to get your point across.
No, I'm being absolutely direct. I'm saying that's legitimately
back
what
to
I
his
focus
earlier
on.
question. What was okay? Can you give us one message that's not personal that she gave you? You can't sit here and convince me that everything y'all talk about is completely personal, that you can't share it. Open up your diary and share.
This is why I think you're doing a lot of talking, but you've already confessed that you can't say anything personal. So you're dancing all around the meat of the subject. You say you got to correct yourself and teach magic to yourself. You didn't say to do what and no details. You're saying vague stuff, man. And the other thing, you can't talk about the personal experience, but you can talk about it. You're being vague.
No, I can talk about the personal experience.
But what'd she tell you?
Again, you keep saying like I'm sitting here talking to her like we're having a telephone conversation. It's not
asked
how
you
it
that
works.
and you said yes.
It's manifestations in my reality.
Wait. I asked you particularly, did she?
It's manifestations in my reality.
Okay.
That's the conversation. The conversation is not always like we're talking right now.
Give us one thing that you manifested. Give me one thing that you manifested. because you haven't manifested a fucking battery for your alarm yet.
No.
Just told me something, though.
Because it's not mine.
What do you manifest? I'm curious. Or she, or what do y'all manifest? What did she tell you to manifest? What was the message about, manifestation about? This is where I sense a lot of vagueness coming.
Well, you can sense whatever you want to sense. First off, I have no obligation to tell anybody anything. Number one.
Clearly.
Okay. Number two, well, I don't.
But I thought we were all friends.
So maybe
We're
if your
still
attitude,
friends, but you're stating the obvious. You have no obligation.
maybe if your
You won't tell us.
attitude changed, maybe I would talk about it.
No, because when I came in through the gate, my attitude was regular. You said the same thing. I can't tell you.
No.
She just told me something.
It wasn't. No, it wasn't.
She said, you know what she just told me? She said Neurojack knew exactly when to bail.
No.
You're not wrong. You're not wrong.
No. I'll tell you what.
I used to admire that about Based Oracle.
Why don't you come on my channel and I'll tell you everything you want to know?
Why don't you tell me now?
Why don't you come on my channel? I'll tell you everything you want to know.
I don't have a problem doing that. I love jumping on streams, and I will
All right,
absolutely do it. Put
cool.
your link in. Somebody, one of you mods, put his link in the chat. I'll set him up. And answer my question. Why won't you tell me now?
Because like I said, your attitude is just confrontational, and I'm not about that.
Okay.
You don't have to believe me. I don't need anyone to believe. I'm not telling
I
anybody
didn't
to
say I
believe
didn't
me.
believe you. I asked you what she's saying. I didn't say you're talking about baggage here now. I didn't say nothing
What
about
I'm saying is I'm not trying to convince anybody of anything. It's my personal
We're not telling you
experiences.
to. We
Well,
didn't ask
no,
you to
but
convince us. We just said tell us.
Nobody's saying, "Oh, I'm calling out bullshit." Okay, well that's fine.
But,
you can believe what you want. I don't care.
But Twilight, when I tell everyone about what I went through with that thing at 9 years old about with the Bible,
Yeah. And I had
tender,
demons
personal...
talk to me, talking about the fucking apocalypse and shit when I was 9 years old. Okay, yeah, I know, dude. I've had all kinds of crazy shit happen.
I didn't hear that. You kind of just blurted something out there. What'd you say happened when you?
I said I had a demon tell me about the apocalypse when I was 9 years old. Before
What
I
did he
was
say
even
about
called.
it?
I had a fucking friend got possessed.
What did the demon say
At 9
about
years
the
old,
apocalypse?
I
how
had a
convenient,
demon
it's the same age
possess
I
a
was.
friend. I had a demon possess a friend of mine, or I guess it was I don't know what the fuck it was. Actually,
Can I ask, or is it too personal? What did the demon tell you about the apocalypse?
I'm telling you, it was telling me, where's your God? It was saying that I was going to be a part of the apocalypse. It was telling me all kinds of crazy shit. My friend was like possessed. It was trying to convince him to fucking kill himself and shit.
You were
It's some
together.
deep shit. It's some deep shit, dude.
This frustrates me because I feel like now we're supposed to take everybody's personal hallucinations as though they're fact.
Jason, now we're back to this
playing the
again.
X-Files.
Okay, so this is my point. Why the fuck bother saying anything? So there's been all kinds of wild shit, and not all it was bad either.
I had wild shit like that happen to me too. I just don't think it was actually demons. I know it was what happened because I mixed cocaine and PCP together.
I was 9 years old.
Uh-oh.
Dang.
You know, like chemically, you can have cocaine and PCP in your brain at 9 years old, you know, if you're a little touched.
Right, yeah, sure.
I'm sure you would
know.
Even if he had it.
I would, because I can read a book.
Well, to be honest, I don't know if, to be honest, I don't know if it was a demon now, because, or maybe if it was, and it was just telling me something that I misunderstood at 9 years old because I was still Christian. Because now that I understand what the apocalypse is, you know, it's the unveiling, and I'm definitely am a part of the apocalypse, and I'm glad.
Then we all are.
Well,
Yeah,
you know,
no.
it is what it is, you know.
Is that an answer?
I was
the
brought.
way you tell if it's just a hallucination and whether it's actually from God is when someone tells it or someone is relaying it to you.
Oh,
Are
it
they
definitely wasn't an
glorifying them
hallucination
or are they
because it had
glorifying
physical
Jesus
effects.
Christ?
It wasn't an hallucination because it had physical effects.
I mean,
And
I
it
could say
wasn't-
the same thing. I could say the same thing about that zombie dream I had, where I could literally, when I woke up, I could feel the zombie teeth still stuck in my arm from where it had bit me in the dream.
No, I guess that was an hallucination too.
I didn't wake up with a stigmata. So
Do you know what hallucination translates to etymologically? It means that you have a feeling, an impression, or a vision that has no sensorial root. That's what it actually means.
The
Just
only
like
thing,
psychedelic means to make the mind clearer and or visible. So, you know, we need to like define terms too, because they like to tell people that
Is
everything
that
that
why they put
is
No, it means to wander or to go
non-material
astray,
and
to
you
blunder.
vagabond? You
It's when your
vagabond.
mind wanders and fails itself. That's what a hallucination etymology
no, look the
is.
word up in etymologically and
I
then you can
have.
look it again because that's not what it means.
Oh, hold on. I just looked again. It's changed now. Holy shit, he's right. He does have demon power.
Sensory input.
the only thing
Praise
that God
be.
glorifies is Jesus Christ.
Amen.
So if someone is telling you a bunch of bullshit, whatever, it's not glorifying him, you know it's not real.
Beep.
I don't personally agree. You know, that's but it's fine, I guess. You know.
Well, of course you wouldn't personally agree. One would say you could chalk it up to where you grew up in the world. Of course you wouldn't believe in it. It's not part of your, you know, Western, you know, stuff. So
Hallucinare.
the main thing is, y'all, is obviously we're being controlled in every aspect to some extent for some reason. Doesn't matter whether you believe you're a space monkey or, you know, made in the image of God. You know,
Well, if you want to keep feeling like you're being controlled, then that's what you'll be. If you want to
you're
keep seeing
being
yourself as a
controlled.
victim, if you want to
You
keep
know,
seeing
damn,
yourself as a
Twilight,
victim,
you
I'm
know,
not being controlled by
Twilight, you know,
anything, dude.
yeah, you
No,
are. Yeah, you
no, I'm
are. That's
not.
why we're all poor.
No,
That's
I'm
why
in
we're not Mark
control. I'm in
Zuckerberg.
control. I'm in control.
Oh, yeah, sure you are.
Wow.
Okay.
I am.
Yeah, in
I
I'm
am
control
not
of
the
in
that
boss
beast.
of
control.
you.
In control of the
The
beast.
Hebrews.
I am. I've always done everything on my own, man. I depend on nobody.
That's an
Everything.
illusion.
Okay.
You depend on nobody. How could you possibly know that? You live in a world of 8 billion people.
Yeah.
Right? Someone's
So
got
you
to
don't
tell
have
you.
the
So
slightest
speaking of,
idea what life would be like or existence would be like without everybody else.
I have a quick question. Dennison, what breed of dog is that puppy?
You're making a lot of
Uh,
assumptions with zero knowledge. I think that's really
those are
fucking.
called logical assumptions. Do you understand logic?
Do you
it's an
understand logic?
Australian
I don't think
Shepherd.
so. Because you're just running your mouth about a lot of things you know nothing about.
I wasn't running my mouth about anything.
Yeah, you
I
are.
told you that you live on a planet of 8 billion people. Therefore, you do not know what it's like to live in a world with no one and to be completely independent.
I'm
You
not
can't even
talking
get a
about.
glass of water. You can't even flip on a light switch without depending on everybody else. Do you
I'm not
understand that?
talking.
It's
I'm
pretty
not talk.
simple.
I'm not talking about the not living with having a need for electricity or food.
Your
I'm
entire
talking. I'm
existence is
talking
dependent
about.
on the
I'm
existence of 8 billion
talking. I'm
other people.
talking. I'm talking about not
You're
relying on
talking out your
anybody.
ass and then
I'm
projecting it
talking.
onto
I'm
me for
talking.
pointing it out.
I'm
No, he
talking
means
about not
spiritually.
really. Stop
Twilight
muting
means
yourself. You're being
spiritually.
a little coward punk. Okay. Shut the fuck up and listen for a second. I'm not
All
talking about
rise.
not relying on electricity or water or food or whatever. I'm talking about not relying on people on a daily fucking basis.
You rely on people on
You
a daily
you
basis.
you rely
No,
on your
I'm
girlfriend for
talking about not.
companionship. So
I'm talking
right.
about not relying on people that I don't see for more than fucking a few minutes.
That's a fantasy that doesn't exist. You rely on people you don't see every day.
Like I said, that I don't see. Yes. I'm talking
Yes, you
about
still
people I
rely
do
on them.
see. Yeah, I'm talking about people I do see.
You rely on people.
Who?
Everyone who makes the water, food, air,
I just said I'm not
electricity
talking about that.
available.
I just said I'm not talking about
I
that.
don't give a fuck if you're talking about it or not. I'm talking about it. You
Okay, well
made
then
the
we're
claim
talking.
that you
Then
don't
we're
rely
talking
on
about something
anyone,
else. Then
that
we're
you do
talking about something
everything by
else.
yourself. Why are you
Then we're
talking
talking about
right
something
now?
else. Then
Are
we're
you
talking about
listening to
something
what I'm
else.
saying, or are you
Then
more
we're
interested
talking.
in what you're saying?
You're talking about something else entirely.
If you don't want to hear what I'm going to say, I'm not going to talk to you. That'd be a
Then
waste of
shut
my
your
breath,
fucking
right?
cum catcher.
Yes, I will if you don't want to hear it, but you keep asking me and talking to me.
No, I'm
Why
not
is
asking
that?
you anything. You're talking
Why do
about
you keep
something
talking to
different than I
me?
am.
Why do you
You're
keep talking to me?
You're
Why
talking about
are you
something
talking
different.
to me?
Because you keep opening your mouth.
So what?
Then
You can just shut up.
up.
You shut the fuck up.
Open the mouth.
Follow your own advice.
Shut your fucking gum catcher.
Person who relies on everyone.
Yeah, chicken source. Let's resolve
You're
this.
talking about something
I agree.
entirely different than I am.
I
So you're
agree,
having a
Brother Mark.
conversation with yourself.
You rely on people.
Not outside of food, air, and water.
Who is this guy?
Chicken source.
Is it possible that this whole Lilith thing is just watching Frasier too much?
I don't get the reference.
You know, the show Frasier, you know, like
Yeah.
Kramer,
Yeah, me either, actually.
I don't get it.
Yeah, I think I think I know
So
what
are you
show you're
capable
talking
of
about.
understanding that, or are you too fucking retarded?
You know what? No offense, TML, but this is why I haven't been on your panel for a while. It's because I've seen this dude up here. He's a fucking idiot. He doesn't respect anybody, and he doesn't shut his mouth.
Wait,
He's
who are you
talking
talking
pure
about?
waffle and bullshit too.
No, you calm down. No,
hold on.
Twilight is very smart, and you know he has spiritual experiences. I can tell, but you know it's good to like calm down everyone, and yeah, just calm down.
I'm calm. He's just full of shit.
I don't think he's full of shit. You know, no one has everything
He
figured out.
just backpedaled in real time. He demonstrated that he doesn't argue it. He's not having a conversation in good faith. He can't listen to anybody else. He interrupted you the whole time you were talking as well.
No, he has some spiritual experiences. I can tell.
No, I didn't.
Oh no, it had to have very special experiences.
You're the
I
one
get
who
it.
interrupted our conversation, bro. You weren't even a part of it.
It's a panel, you dumb
Shut
fuck.
the fuck. Shut
I
the
feel like
fuck
there's an
up.
ultimatum coming soon.
No, he practices Dzogchen and he has some experiences. You know, like
I'd knock you on your fucking ass.
Also, Anahito and
Retarded.
You know,
Out of no self-control, retarded.
you should just respect the the spirituality of other people. You see what I'm saying? Like, it's not good to get overly critical. You see what I'm saying? There's good and bad things. No one's perfect.
Dude, I respect everybody's
That's
spirituality.
that's why I do it in LARP form.
Dude, I respect everybody. It's
He
everyone doesn't want to
doesn't even
respect
know
me.
what respect is. See, this is more bullshit.
Dude, you're the one that doesn't respect this. I knocked you the fuck out on your ass.
See, that's respect right there. You hear it?
That's
You hear what it sounds like?
I
That's
would.
bullshit.
You run your mouth to me in person. I knock
He's
you
a
on your ass.
disrespectful little child.
Where are you at?
You just got to break through a
Talk to me
shell,
personally. Talk to me personally and run your fucking mouth.
The first rule of Fuck Club is you don't talk about Fuck Club.
Talk to me personally. I dare you.
Look,
Talk to me personally. I dare you. Run your fucking mouth to me in
Control
person.
yourself, you fucking
No,
baby.
run your mouth to me.
Let's
Run
agree
your
to
mouth to me in
disagree.
person or shut your mouth now. Unless you want to do it in
let's faff it
person,
out.
I'd shut your fucking mouth right now.
There's
I'll find your
nothing
ass.
you can do to make me shut up.
I'll find
Nothing.
your ass. That's what.
He's the referee here.
I'll find your ass. That's what. You think you're safe online?
Twilight.
You think you're
There's
safe
definitely
online?
like this archetypal like personality type. Like Rant has it. Like Chickensaurus has it. Twilight has it.
Asshole? Is that the personality type you're talking about?
I don't know what it is. It's just like troll bait, like troll bait, something. I don't know. But I mean, it's the similarities.
Do you think you're safe online, you little prick?
Anyway, I've always
Yes,
said
from you.
The first step to being taken
I
seriously
know so.
is not to be serious.
Do you dare talk to me one-to-one?
I'm talking to you one-to-one right now.
No,
You
no,
rely on other
Off
people
this-
for
off
your
this panel.
existence.
Off this panel, because if
You've
you don't,
never
I'd
done
shut your fucking
anything
mouth,
in
'cause I
your
will
life
find you.
by yourself. Nothing.
I dare you.
It's an
Otherwise,
illusion
I'd
that you're
shut your
in
fucking
control
mouth.
or that you can do things by yourself.
Okay, bro, I'm going to show you what I can do myself to
Do
you.
you not understand?
Hold on.
Nothing.
Do you not
It'd be
understand
zero
he's trying to
things.
emotionally
Here come the
compromise you?
threats now from the small little baby mind.
We're all upset
He's just trying to get you worked up. Calm down.
All right, dumb fuck.
Charlie
show
was a
you.
big loss, right?
You're done.
Come on,
Relax,
come on,
okay?
Spock. Calm down, Spock.
You're done. You're fucking finished.
Does that come with a hand special? Calm down, Twilight. Take a breath, man. You have to learn to not take everything so seriously, man, and learn what you should and when to take things
No. I hate
seriously.
disrespectful people like him. Because he's the
So
type
do
that will never
I.
say anything to anyone's
So do
face and get
I.
knocked the fuck
So do
out.
Hate is not good for you.
Twilight, I
I
deal
don't have
with it
hate, but
all
I'm
the
gonna
You
time.
show
should
you a
purge
real
that hate.
master
That's
gauge, you
probably
dumb
why you're
fuck.
so susceptible to demons.
But Twilight, throwing out threats that you can't really back up. I'm sorry, bud. You ain't
Wanna
got
bet?
an arsenal, so
Yeah, I think
Wanna bet?
calm
that
down.
might actually
Wanna bet?
get the video taken down too. So
Do you wanna
let's
bet?
be
Yeah.
cool with that.
How about you
Do you
have
wanna bet?
respect for the host and not try to get a shit struck
Do you wanna bet?
for inciting
Do you wanna
violence
bet
or
I can't back it
extremism?
up?
I don't care if you can back it up. If you're gay,
Okay,
that's
then
on
shut the
you.
fuck up.
I'm not the one getting emotionally compromised because someone
No,
wants
I'm
to
not
come in
emotionally
and troll me.
compromised. I'm telling you right now, if you don't
are.
shut
I
your
wasn't
fucking
trolling
mouth,
him.
he's gonna learn real quick.
I know you're not trolling him.
Okay, thank you.
I'm
The
not
fact of the matter
trolling.
is, like, the fact of the matter is,
I will
like,
fuck
there's
him
not a
up.
lot of people that can like do
No.
the upper level higher reasoning, and all of you are. So just like knock it off.
He needs to shut his fucking mouth.
I'm not seeing that evidence tonight. And again,
Well,
I
you
didn't
will,
make it
bitch.
up when I said that I stopped coming here because of
You
him.
will. Then
And
get
then,
the
like you
fuck
said,
out
you
while you're
mentioned the
ahead.
other people too,
Then
like
leave now
Rant
while
and all
you're
that.
while you're fucking good.
There's
While
people
you're
who don't
while
know
you
how to
can.
have a conversation. They're babies inside.
Shut your
Look,
fucking
he's
mouth.
literally having a tantrum right now.
Am I having a tantrum? You're gonna be fucking sorry.
Let me interject. Let me just say that in the past,
You're done, dude.
people worship
I
a lot
suggest
of
you
different.
apologize now.
Yeah, you should respect
You're
other
fucking with
truths.
forces you don't understand.
You have fucked with his butthole.
No, but seriously, just read about your own ancestors' mythologies. They worship multiple entities. Like Odin or like Freya or something. Yeah, it's good to respect other people's traditions. Twilight, I think, tends to believe in like the like these tapped forces that, or not forces, but entities
Dude, I
that
don't
are
need to
like,
believe I know.
That's
I
your
don't give a
personal
fuck how
opinion, and
anybody
that's
feels about
fine.
it.
I don't agree with you. I don't respect it.
I don't
And the
give a
truth
fuck what
is
you
that I
believe
can
or
have
what
a
you
respectful
respect. You're gonna fucking
conversation
meet
with
the
people
face
that I
to face,
disagree with.
motherfucker.
I do it all
You're
the
gonna meet them
time,
face
except
to
he's a
face. Keep running
baby.
your mouth.
He's not capable of it.
I ain't gonna lie, him and DK are kind of in the same boat when it comes to like, you get a little too emotional. Like when I'm screaming and yelling, it's part of the LARP. That's what a lot of people don't understand.
because
I'm
you're
not LARPing.
insulting his tradition. Like it's like, imagine if I said fuck Jay. I mean, that would be really insulting. I don't do that on panels. I mean, you're insulting his like religious beliefs and Lilith and other stuff. I mean, I
Yeah, and
think
Lilith is gonna find
No
him.
offense,
So
but
we'll see how unreal she is.
what you're saying is half delusional. Okay, because this is the dude who started with the disrespect.
No, I didn't
He does.
disrespect
He's not
nobody.
in control of his emotions right now.
I didn't disrespect
put it this
nobody.
So like when people criticize my beliefs, I don't start threatening them and telling them to shut the fuck up,
Yeah.
And this is obviously all cope for Charlie Kirk.
screaming over them. That's disrespect.
Yeah, but let's just put it this way.
No, you started the disrespect, and now you're gonna learn.
I'm really not though. You're not
You'll
going to
see.
teach me anything.
Okay, you'll see. Keep believing that. You'll see.
Yeah,
Some
we're
people can't
using
learn until they see.
The masters are winning. The masters are winning.
legal terminology.
You're a fucking
here,
retard. You're gonna learn.
Allegedly,
about,
hypothetically, allergically.
You're done.
In Minecraft.
I do think there may be some truth to the notion of the Celtic guys. The curse. You know about the Celtic guys? The guys, G-I-E-I-S. Maybe there's some truth to it. It's not good to make enemies. That's what I'm saying.
Fucking retard.
The Celtic guys is very interesting.
Yeah, people who have special powers don't throw
G-I-I.
tantrums on the internet.
But the thing is, I'm trying to
There
tell you that
wouldn't be a bunch of like, oh, I'm gonna get you, you're really gonna learn, and all this. It would just happen quietly. Like those who can do,
Yeah,
they don't talk.
I
They don't.
have to agree. Like if you had voodoo powers, you wouldn't be like screaming it. You'd make a voodoo doll and have his leg break like right now.
What we're hearing right now is someone who's powerless.
I was
And
first month. Let me tell
and
you
just simply pointing out that he's not all powerful enough to do everything by himself without reliance on
something.
everyone in the world sent him into a disrespectful, threatening tirade, and you're trying to blame it on me, which I find ironic.
Let me tell you something that really happened to me. Okay, look up the
Yeah.
Celtic guys, Gegeis, and once
Exactly.
I pissed off someone into the occult, and he did a ritual. Okay,
That's right.
next moment I went to shave, and I cut my part of my finger very hard, and it was like, what the hell? How did this happen? You believe that? And that's how curses work. You see what I'm trying to say? I think it may have some truth. The Celtic guys, Geis, you know, I'm just saying, don't piss off someone into the occult. You know, it's good to be, you know, respectful with them. You know, you don't want to insult their beliefs too
No,
much.
people have to earn my respect. When they act like this, I don't respect them. And when they have ridiculous beliefs that they won't explain and they throw in your face like you're stupid, I don't respect it. I'm not going to just because you say it's a good idea.
Well, see, you're working based on materialist biases. I'm just saying, you know what I'm saying? You know.
Well, yeah, it's usually harder for someone who hasn't had an outer world experience to, accept what other people say when they've had one.
Now here come the assumptions
I never
about
said-
what I know,
never-
what I've
never-
experienced.
I never said that. I said, can the general population don't have experiences, so most people just tend to automatically attack you because you had an experience. That's what I'm getting at.
He was never attacked for his experience.
I know. I'm not stating you.
I tried to talk.
I'm just we're trying to search for the relevance.
I tried to talk calmly. You didn't listen to that.
He's got a lot of knowledge of like the Eastern.
When I tried to talk calmly, you didn't listen. I tried to talk to you, to reason with you. You didn't want to listen. So then I screamed over you because you kept talking over me. So then you said I was being disrespectful, and I said, no, respect is a big thing for me. And you just kept poking and poking and poking. You don't want to listen. I was screaming to try to get through to you, but it didn't work. Now I don't care about you because you don't care about respecting me. So now
Well, good.
I'm nice
Please
and
stop
calm.
addressing me then. Holy shit.
So now I'm nice and calm, and you can go fuck yourself, and you'll see.
You'll see my pretty.
My empathy is done.
I'll get you and your little dog too.
My empathy is done with you. You won't even talk to me face to face, offline.
What is it?
Or off
What the fuck does that have to do with anything?
Off panel. You're a shit starter. You're the same type of person who would just come in the middle of someone's conversation out in public and start shit and then run away as soon as the shit got real.
Nobody started shit and nobody ran anywhere.
No,
I merely pointed out that you do not do everything by yourself, control everything yourself, and live in this world without relying on other people. That's all that was said. You freaked the fuck out over that. That's not even disrespectful. It was just a direct refutation of one of your claims. That's all.
You're done.
You don't tell me when I'm done. I'm sorry.
Well, you're gonna find out how delusional it all is.
I'm not going to find out anything.
Okay, we'll see.
We're seeing it right now.
Zoroastrianism. He knows a lot about that stuff. So like, that's kind of his wheelhouse. Like, and all the kind of like surrounding little variations of that. So you can respect.
Just talk to anybody who actually knows me, and they'll fucking tell you. Okay? I don't need to speak for myself. That's why I don't. Because people who know me know my character, know my principles, and know my acumen in fucking magic. So I don't really give a shit.
You're revealing it right now, I think.
I don't need to fucking
This
tell
is a
anybody
demonstration of your character.
Whoop, there it is. But no, Twilight does mean good from the heart. And, albeit we can all sound extreme at times.
Yeah, I don't respect those who disrespect others. Sorry.
You don't respect yourself.
Dude. But look, dude, you have to learn when to engage with the people who get under your skin. You know how many times I'll sit here and shut up and not talk or not join at all just simply because I don't want that to happen. I don't want people to attempt to get under my skin. Like, as much as I love, even I myself have to distance myself from it. So
I've read.
It takes a mental toll on you.
Mythology. I've read the Tane Finn cycle, but I haven't studied Norse or Greek mythology deeply yet. But I have studied Irish mythology deeply. I'm just changing the topic, you know.
That's cool.
Yeah, so I
Agreed.
feel like reading ancient mythology is good. You know, people should do that. Like read
I
the
thought that last week your presentation here, like with the video game and your spreadsheet and everything, like that was probably the most creative thing I've seen in like probably at least a couple of years.
Thank
by
you.
the way.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you. Respect the freak. Yeah, I appreciated that one too.
That
Yeah,
was
I got a
awesome.
kick out of that one. Yeah, I agree.
Are you in America, Avian Buddha?
Yeah, I live in Georgia. It's not really the best place, Georgia, to be honest, but it's okay. I
Georgia,
guess.
the state of Georgia or the country?
The state. The state.
Okay, cool. I'm just making sure.
Georgia State.
I live
Yeah,
within
just like,
walking
yeah.
distance of a lodge, a Freemasonic lodge. You believe that?
Hell yeah, I got one in my town too.
Yeah.
They're quite friendly.
I've never met one personally. I never met. Well, maybe I have, but I just didn't know. Yeah. Yeah. My area used to be rural, like 20 years ago, but now it became like a college town, and you see a lot of roadkill now, which is kind of sad.
That is strange. You do seem to see a lot of roadkill around lodges.
Yeah,
But again, we love you, Twilight, and no hard feelings.
I don't have
No,
any hard feelings towards
at least
anybody.
at least on my behalf.
I don't have any hard feelings towards anybody.
I got none but love for you, baby.
No, I don't have any hard feelings towards anybody.
Like Dennis is like probably one of the.
He's a non-entity.
He's a skeptic, right?
He's a non-entity. No. He's not a skeptic. I don't mind skeptics. I have friends that are skeptics. I have friends that are atheists.
Now he's going to tell me who and what I am because he respects me so much. Here it comes.
Well, I mean,
he's a non-entity.
Comes.
He's a non-entity. I don't care to reason with him.
He's a skeptic, but we can blame flat Earth on him. So
No. I don't care. Like I have friends that are skeptics. I have friends that are atheists. He's just disrespectful. Period. I can sense it.
You're
So
projecting.
are you saying it's his tone? Because I mean, again,
No,
it could be
it's
part of his
everything about
life.
him. Everything about him.
He knows everything about me.
I mean, I'm not gonna lie. The first few times, Twilight, the first few times I met Dennis, and we didn't get along. But I mean, you can have a conversation
Bro, I
and
don't
not
think you
get
understand.
along.
I don't care.
Oh, maybe that's part of the
past
problem.
the point of me giving a fuck. My empathy is worn out. I don't care.
That's not true.
After
it's
8
true.
seconds in, it was worn out.
If you can,
One
if you
question
can love
in.
me, if you
No,
can
it's
love me,
true.
Twilight, you can love Dennis.
No, he
because
crossed the line. I don't care anymore.
He could.
I haven't crossed the line yet with all the times I pick on you and your beeps.
No, it's very different. It's very different energy with you.
Oh,
Chicken Scratch is kind of hard to love, though. You gotta admit that.
See, believe it or not, I have empathy. I sense energy. I don't care if anyone thinks that's crazy or fucking not. Okay, and I know who I'm dealing with.
You don't even know that you're not self-reliant.
Have you ever?
I don't think he
sex with a
understands what
conversionist?
non-entity means. You're fucking. He's fucking irrelevant. He doesn't exist.
Twilight, can I ask you something? What's your favorite anime? I'm just curious. Like,
Oh shit, that's
Sailor Moon.
I like mostly psychological, like philosophical, like psychological thriller, psychological horror, dystopian.
Okay, so number one.
There's a lot.
Okay, number two.
I would say probably Ghost in the Shell is the first one I ever saw. It's not my favorite, but it's like what started it all.
Okay, if you had to pick a universe to live in for the rest of eternity, which one?
I don't really want to live in another universe, to be honest with you.
Oh dear God, you don't get the point.
What I'm saying is, which one is most aesthetically, attuning to you? One that calls to your soul. Come on, come on, come on.
I don't like the idea of living in another false universe. I really don't. That's why I don't like transhumanism.
You cause me anxiety attacks.
Except, I mean, if we were in charge of the technology, I guess it could be okay. But to be fair,
I'm gonna pick for you if you don't hurry up.
Well, you're not putting me in some other fucking. I don't know, man. You want to raise Pokemon? Like, I don't know.
I mean, that's a good option. I would have been, more concerned if you chose something darker. So, but I mean, Pokemon's pretty dark. It's pretty much the subjugation of all living creatures that aren't humans. But
Yeah, I know, but they make it look so joyful and so
that's
in
right.
that world.
Even though they turn around and eat the Pokemon, right? Because
They're
they
really
eat
your
meat in that
friends, though, man.
universe.
Come on, man. They're your friends.
Mm-hmm.
You don't want to have all kinds of monster friends.
Favorite anime?
I actually hate Pokemon, by the way. But
damn,
I just think the idea of having all these friends to hang out with would be kind of cool.
That's cool.
But I'm saying if you actually take it at face value, which it's not. There's actually an anime that deconstructs that whole idea and shows what it would actually be like if people really had that ability to summon monsters and shit. And it's like a hell world. It's like a hell world.
I know
It's
exactly
actually
what you're referring to.
it's really interesting. Neon Genesis is fucking crazy too because it deconstructs the everyone's gonna save the world with mecha, or whatever. Higurashi is a really crazy ass series. Definitely don't want to be in that one. Monster is really good. I don't know if you ever seen that, Avian. That's a crazy ass show.
The one we've been watching, we started watching. That's really good, right?
From the New World.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's really good. There's a lot, man. Most of the anime I watch is obscure. I don't
I haven't seen any of it.
The anime you're referring to is Shadow Star or Naruto.
Oh, dude, they didn't finish that because it's so fucking controversial. I wish they would, though.
The manga is finished. The manga. I think.
Right? Yeah, you know about that. Elfen Lied too was another one that they didn't finish. It's really wild. It's about
So
the
was
new.
that a psychology question? Were you hoping to gain some insight on his personality by asking him his favorite anime?
Actually, I recommend you the anime Dark Gathering. It deals with the occult a lot, and it's pretty dark. Like Higurashi.
Okay. Oh, you know Higurashi?
Yeah, I know Higurashi. I've
Yeah,
watched
see,
it.
me and Buddha are kindred souls.
I've even watched Midori.
I've never seen Midori, actually. I was going to.
Yeah, don't watch that. Do not watch that. It will make you depressed for days.
Okay, fuck that then. Yeah, I don't like that.
Yeah.
I don't like that. Thank you. I was thinking about watching
You
it.
want
So
to
thank
see
you.
into the face of Aframan? Then watch Midori. You see, it
All right, yeah, fuck that. Fuck that.
Yeah.
But yeah, people can believe what they want about me, but I'm actually a very chill, empathetic, kind person. So yeah.
Yeah, I can tell. You're
And
you seem like a good
respectful.
man to me. You seem like a good
Yeah.
man.
Yeah.
Hey, now everyone grab the lotion and jerk the person off beside you.
Yeah, my girlfriend says I'm really
Yeah,
sweet,
for real.
yeah.
Reach to your left.
I just don't like disrespect. So yeah.
Which is why I engage in it online with strangers.
Yeah, he's gone.
Oh, thank God.
He's a non-entity, so it doesn't matter.
That's right. Just block him out, right? Just like the song.
Yeah, Lilith is a delusion. So
Also,
Lilith is a delusion, babe.
I live inside your mind like that demon. There's no blocking me out now.
It's a delusion.
Yeah, Lilith is a delusion.
Fuck him.
Should we call her?
Yeah, absolutely.
Right,
Yeah, I think we should.
Rent free, probably like you at
I think
Section 8.
we should call her and see if she's a delusion.
Maybe they need a little chapter 4.
Let's do that, babe.
Yeah.
Are we playing Twister?
We should call her.
Naked Twister?
Kind
Yeah.
of.
Dangle, dangle.
They were asking about
Drizzle,
messages
drizzle.
and paranormal experiences that we've had with Lilith,
Right.
and I'm just like, where do you want to start?
And he interrupted, right?
Well, no, everyone's just like, oh, it's a delusion. what messages have you had? It's like, well, where do you want me to start?
That's his handler.
It's like this is
Bro's been MK Ultra.
It's like I don't understand what makes you think that you're fucking worthy of even knowing.
The
You
first
can't get
step
off
to
my
knowing
dick.
anything.
I mean, that was,
Uh-oh.
That would be the first indication.
I don't know what makes you think that.
Gatality. Finish him.
Friendship.
Yeah, I play too many games.
Right, Shang. Look, there you go. Shang Su, Shang Tsung. Huh. I see what you did there, Ed Boon.
That's what I want. I want to be in Mortal Kombat.
I ain't gonna lie, that's not a bad idea. I
Jesus
would love
Christ.
to fucking rip
I
out
would
some
love to
people's
be-
spines.
I would love to be in Mortal Kombat, though. For real. Yeah. Or maybe Dragon Ball Z. That would be kind of cool too.
Yeah, I don't know about that. I would rather not have the Earth blown up every few years to be revived by the dragon.
Oh, come on. You can always come back, man.
Yeah.
I don't want to
not-
see what my dick looks like as a cartoon.
You could train as Goku, man. You could train with Goku or Vegeta.
Which, I hate to say it, but to get on that train, I do find it, look, hear me out. I think it's a little strange that Akira Toriyama likes drawing Goku butt-ass naked all the time in the original. Yeah, I'm just saying. It's a little weird. I think it's a little weird seeing Goku as a grown man now and knowing that I saw his pecker like a majority of my young life watching Dragon Ball. So I just want to say, you know, Akira, what the fuck was you
Wait, that's
on?
a thing?
In the original Dragon Ball, there's a lot of sexual innuendos, like Goku patting Bulma's vagina, taking off her underwear while she's asleep.
Yeah.
I mean,
Jesus.
and on top of the fact that the dude put 666 inside the comic book on the cars, you know,
Well,
the dude,
because Hercule
the
was
savior.
actually Mr. Satan originally.
That's right, the savior of the earth.
And he
So,
saves
you
the
know.
earth, yeah. Well, because they don't take it seriously. They see
It's all a charade.
symbolic.
Yeah, it's all a charade, like how he pretends on camera to be the world savior. Yeah, we know.
Yeah, but they also mock
Akira
him.
Toriyama was a part of the occult, and you know, people
Yes.
just saw it as an anime. Yeah.
Right. Well, yeah, but they also show that Satan is a fraud.
Uh-oh.
I mean, they do.
And Majin Buu has a mark on his forehead. Oh, I'm sorry.
Yes,
Well, you
that's
get
like
my point.
MK Ultra, dude. If you really pay attention.
That's Vegeta, not Majin Buu, but.
People love Chrono Trigger, but I prefer Dragon Quest V. Dragon Quest V is probably my
Dragon
favorite
Quest
game.
is great. Dragon Quest was actually created by Akira Toriyama too.
Yeah.
Yeah, no shit.
No,
Given
I
by
like
the
it.
art design.
No, I like Akira Toriyama.
Yeah. You like him drawing animes with little boy peepees?
I mean, dude, he was so young. It's not really supposed to be sexual.
Yeah, say that to a pedo.
Let me tell you something interesting. Japanese and Finnish people both go into the hot sauna with their kids, but it's not sexual. You know what I mean? Like,
Right, exactly.
it's
They
just-
have a very different perspective on nudity than America does. In fact, they see nudity as this is a really crazy idea, but they see nudity as less controversial than buckets of blood.
Yeah, but you know, also in a majority of kids who are still exposed to their parents' genitals, even if it's not in a sexual manner, end up growing up to
I
be
agree with
sexual
that.
predators. So
No, I don't agree with that. But
I'd love to see the data on that.
well, I can tell you that I knew of a child who was constantly exposed to their parents in the shower, and he ended up thinking that it was okay to touch women in their breast and vagina. So yeah.
Yeah, but that has to do with them.
Did he also drink orange juice? Because I've seen a correlation between orange juice and the same thing.
But that child also ate so much poop that he threw up blood. So I don't know what to tell you about that. But
okay, well then he was.
Well, that's probably because he got exposed to genitalia, apparently.
Uh-oh.
No. If he's eating poop, he was
ritualistic abuse. But anyway, let's not go into that.
That's abuse. You don't eat poop unless you're abused.
Yeah, it's also part of rituals, which is the.
Yes.
I'm referring to the ritualistic cases that I've researched into, which is that's one of them.
That shit is real. Yes. There's a lot of disinformation.
That shit is real, but
it is real though.
Sad trombone. But you know, yeah, that's the point. But I mean, what are you gonna do about it?
Quit looking at dicks.
Call
Right.
up Lilith, and say, hey, go stomp out of Epstein or something.
Well, maybe she does. You don't know that.
No, we just call upon the Keanu Reeves to go do it, right? Oh, that's right. That's not real either.
Well, no kung fu.
Yeah. Well, I don't know what to tell y'all. I mean, we lost a great white man the other day, so.
Which white man?
I don't know.
Well, it's funny because
too many of them. I heard they're all supposed to be taken out. So
he's supposedly a Zionist, but yet he spoke out against Israel. So it's actually a little more complicated. Not all Zionists are created equally. I know that sounds strange, but it's true. There's different kinds of Zionism. Because Zionism, there's a difference between the people of Israel and the state of Israel. And Israel is run by secret societies and the Vatican. I keep telling people this. Like it's more convoluted.
let's call up the Thule. Let's call up the Thule Society.
These people use Israel as a curtain to hide behind. You have to understand this.
It's possible because
this is why they want anti-Semitism.
I want to join the ARC Society. I want to join the ARC Society.
Anti-Semitism and neo-Nazis and shit.
It's so you can dump all your hate on what they're doing.
Have you noticed that Jews and Jesuits both start with J, like Jesus?
So does Jesus. Yeah, right.
So does Jesus Juice. That's 2 J's.
Jesus, yeah. Well, I'm just saying that it's a little more complicated than that, and I don't wish ill on anyone who's dead. Except maybe when
unless they're from Gaza.
Except maybe when Rothschild died.
You only wish ill on Denizen, right? Because he asked you if you relied on the people.
Well, he's not dead.
Oh.
He's just a non-entity.
Oh.
And you're a bundle of sticks.
But apes together strong.
Right. Yeah, that's a good movie actually.
Some people.
Why? Because Caesar comes over and bangs your bitch and eats your child's fucking Fruit Loops.
I think
so. For whoever asked, it's a Jack Russell Terrier.
I think Caesar was dope.
I just remembered that was the last thing that I heard before I was, demon spelled or some shit.
Yeah, I would like to adopt a corgi in the future. I would like to adopt a corgi.
I think Caesar is dope.
It's not because y'all eat dogs right now.
I don't eat dogs now.
No, I don't. No. Why do you think I eat dogs?
Oh, dear.
That's disgusting.
Chinese people eat dogs.
I mean, I thought squid was disgusting until I dipped it in some sauce. So.
If you go to McDonald's, you might eat people, but that's a LARP.
If I'm East Asian, I'm not East
Asian. Are you South Asian?
No, I'm Persian.
Outer light.
What's a major dish from your culture?
Sabzi gourmet.
What's that?
It's like a stew they make out of green herbs and
Do you cook?
Pretty good, actually.
Is that like palak paneer?
I don't know what palak paneer is. Is that some Indian dish or?
Yeah, it's made with spinach or greens, stewed in a cream sauce with cottage cheese.
Well, that looks nice, yeah. Kind of looks similar to that, but a little bit different. I think the gourmet sabzi is more long stewed, but everyone knows about kebab. Kebab is another dish.
Yeah, I was gonna ask you what the most famous one was.
Probably kebab.
Do you cook, Buddha?
Oh no, I don't cook. I'm a terrible cook.
Oh, okay.
What's funny is that often those who mess with technology are bad cooks. I found that out.
That mess with technology?
Yep, I'm a bad cook, but my wife, who hardly ever messes with technology, despite the fact that my dad was a cook, is a great chef. I can cook to feed myself, but for some reason, the whole when someone else cooks it, it comes out tasting better. People have always said that about my food. It comes out perfectly fine, but I don't know. It's just strange. I've ran into that with a lot of people who spend a lot of times on computers working in office buildings. When they have to go home and cook, they're almost always going for something that's quick, easy, microwavable. They don't have the patience to sit down and cook a 20, 30-minute meal.
That's just because they become reliant.
Well, that too.
I love cooking.
Oh, now I see what you mean.
I love cooking.
But it
But then
is a
again, I'm
little bit of
online
both.
all the time, so maybe there is a correlation.
There
Well,
was a
you know,
correlation between me being afraid of microwaves and starting to learn how to cook better.
well, I can tell you one thing. I haven't used a microwave in like 8 years, and
Yeah.
I can tell you, man, you notice a change when you don't have one around you ever going off.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, you can feel the difference. You can feel the difference in your body.
Yes.
Really?
I've also been fasting a lot lately.
Yeah,
I've been
I think
trying,
it's like a
man.
miracle cure for everything. I feel like one of those charlatans on TV trying to sell snake oil.
Well, as a diabetic, I'm supposed to fast, but I have to be careful with blood sugar. So
Fasting is good.
yeah, but only to a certain extent because my sugar rarely ever goes low. I'm one of them people where my sugar is always high. You know, it's always above 400 or
Right.
500. So
Yeah, I have
that's why
family.
I'm dying.
Is that type 1?
I started off as pre-diabetes, and then because of crappy doctors for like the last 11 years who just didn't care because, you know, I'm not like my aunt can pay $5,000 every time I walk up to them. You know, they kind of like, when Obamacare came in, they took away my insulin for whatever reason. I had just found out I was diabetic. So for like,
Motherfuckers.
yeah, for like 2.5, 3 years, I just can't. I was under the age. I could not afford to pay out as much as it took for me to keep insulin because where I'm at, insulin was like $150, $200 a bottle at my Walmart.
Good God.
I heard that Irish moss helps with insulin problem.
Yes, yeah. I've gotten a few remedies. You know, I'm losing my sight. Unfortunately, the damage with my health, the damage is done. You know, I've already started to lose eyesight in my right eye. I barely feel my feet most days, but you know,
Have you tried
despite that,
fasting 4 days at a time?
I can tell you, I don't eat nowhere near the way that I used to before my son was born. My son's 7 years old, and I can tell you, you know, my wife does a good job. She makes sure that, you know, I back off the starch. What's funny is that because of my diabetes and plus the fact that the food is fucking GMO'd, my body has begun to reject a lot of food that is bad for diabetics, like bread, certain types of meat. You know, if you ever ate a bologna sandwich and then one day you just like, oh my God, well, you know, go and take some bologna and look underneath a microscope. You might not want to eat bologna anymore, but you know, my body has slowly rejected it rejects sugar. I can't drink Kool-Aid anymore. I grew up not because I'm poor, but because we always drink Kool-Aid. I mean, you know, a pitcher full of Kool-Aid, you know, just cause diabetes.
I would recommend if you can't fast, cut
I
out
fast.
cut out any like junk food, any fast food.
Bro,
You know,
I literally
and just like
might
stay away
eat.
from like red meat. Stay away from red meat at least.
I literally
just drink
eat
like
only
lots of
1 meal a
water.
day. I only eat 1 meal a day because I choose to.
Well, you don't need to do that.
That's what I was doing before I started doing 4 days at a time. And right now I'm doing a week, and I want to like. I think
it's good to train your body to not want food too. If you're ever in a situation where you're going to go a long extended amount of time without food, it's good to get your body trained on, you know, can I go 18?
I'm starting to suspect we eat too much, and there's a lot of poison in the food.
Bro, I have never weighed over 180, 90 pounds. No, I've only weighed 200 pounds once in my life when I was younger. I literally do martial arts and nunchucks, and I walk up to at least 10 to 15 miles a week, and I can tell you, I'm still dying.
You know, you can reverse diabetes though, right? I
got no fat. The only fat I have is the
fatty liver.
Oh no, I do have bad cholesterol, but that's because I grew up in the country and lots of fat back. But you know, as someone who might eat a steak once a month, it apparently is still very bad. But you know, when your doctors go and put you on medicine that causes problems with your diabetes that you're not supposed to be put on in the first place, and then you go and ask them why they put you on the medicine, they're like, I don't know.
No, they
do you know what autophagy is?
I've heard of it.
You I should say hashtag not medical advice. I'm literally a fucking idiot who doesn't know what he's talking about, but you know, human to human, fasting might save your life.
Oh no, I know. I can tell you, dude. I've felt the changes in my body since I've gone down to. If I wake up in the morning and I have a little bit of a hunger spell, you know, I don't want to wake up nauseated, so you know, I'll put a little bit of something in my stomach. Actually, no, because a
bone
lot of this fruit that you get at the store is chock full of sugar, and you think it's healthy, and it's really fucking
Real
not
fruit,
good.
bro.
Yeah, real fruit. Well, good luck. Good luck with the real fruit aspect.
Well, I
Bone
live in like
broth,
Amish
if
country,
you
so
have
it's not
a
hard
half a
for
cup,
me.
won't even break your fast.
Yeah, broth. Yeah, broth. I was told is one of the healthiest
Real.
things. So.
Well, I live in like
wonder.
Amish country, dude. So it's easy to get real
And I
shit.
haven't. I might eat a fast food restaurant like pizza or burger maybe like once every 2 or 3 months, just because
Well, that's
I
good.
don't trust people cooking my fucking food. As
Yeah.
someone who had to work in fast food when he was younger, and a dad who
Oh
worked in a lot
no.
of fast food,
You got to start cooking, bro.
I'm telling you, don't ever, if you love your fucking sacredness of your food, don't go and eat at most restaurants. I'm not saying everyone
No.
who works at a fast food restaurant is nasty and disgusting, but I can tell you the horror stories are fucking true.
Dude,
When
yes.
people will just like spit on your fucking food or rub their nuts on it, they will literally do it even if you don't piss them
Bro,
off. My
you got to
dad
start cooking.
witnessed this
Even
that
if
shit.
it's small shit. Even if it's like burgers and stuff. Because, yeah, no, it is
It's
really
not
bad.
healthy, dude. I can tell you,
Dude,
dude,
I cook
that shit's not
everything,
healthy.
bro. I cook everything, dude. I don't go out to eat at all.
There's a reason why when you go and eat at Taco Bell, the joke
You
is that
can't trust
you're
it, dude.
blowing out your ass. So
You can't trust any of these fast food places. And even most restaurants. Some you can, but for the most part, you really can't.
not
So I'm
even
saying
high
you
end
really should
restaurants.
start cooking, dude.
I don't even
I've
think you
worked,
can trust the food at the
Chicken
grocery
salad. I have
store
a question
anymore.
for you.
and you
You can.
can't.
Right.
A lot of it you can.
I have a question for you. How much grass-fed offal do you eat? Because I notice a lot of people have problems if they don't eat the like
I
organ meat.
can tell you as someone who grew up in the country when he was younger and ate mostly animals that were never fed. I mean, you know what I mean? Didn't come from a slaughterhouse. If we wanted chicken tenders for tonight, guess what? You're going to have to go out there in the chicken pen with me, grab your chicken, even if it's your favorite chicken. That's why they tell you not to get attached to it. And when you're going to be helping me make some chicken nuggets tonight if you want to eat. That's how I grew up when I was younger. But living in the city, you get everything in a package. My health fell apart. Kind of funny, it coincides with the night that I put the Bible underneath my pillow and I started to sin every day in my life. But, yeah, I can tell you that since eating food that came from grocery stores like Kroger, Walmart, and stuff like that, I've gotten sicker. But, keep eating your irradiated shrimp, which
I agree.
You got to
is,
get
No, what
meat
you're talking about.
that's
You're
real
right.
meat, man.
You know, Mercola talks about that stuff. I like Mercola a lot. He talks about exactly what you said. Mercola was like my introduction to all of this when I was like 17, 18, over like 20 years ago, approximately. You know, he talks about all the problems in the health, in the pharmaceutical and the industry and the, the food production and stuff like that. You know, I like Mercola.
I remember like when the Monsanto apples first hit the shelves up here at my Kroger's. And I remember walking in and they had a little sign on there that literally told you that this is a genetically modified apple and to warn you that you're eating it. And I always thought it was strange. These things were fucking massive. I'm telling you, dude, I bought one just to try it. And it was the most awkward feeling, just mush. It's just, I don't think it was an
Yeah.
apple. So,
I know
I
what you're
mean,
talking about. Dude,
I
it
can
is.
tell
It's
you, dude,
chemicals,
that
bro. It's 75% chemicals.
yeah, once you consume just a lot of this meat, yeah, you can go and cook it, but there are some parasites that can withstand the initial heat of the standard temperature for cooking, like steaks and stuff. So,
yeah,
it's
That's the other thing too. When you fast, there's a lot of
yes,
bacteria and parasites that starve to death.
yep, starved to death.
You purge.
Go get an MRI one day and just see how many circles you go in your MRI one day. It probably would shock a majority of people. If you're having intestinal issues that you've had for years, like gastritis, don't put that shit off, because some people can have a tapeworm for 2.5, 3 years and think it's just what is it, irritable bowel syndrome. Come to find out, or they have gas and it's a 3.5 foot fucking tapeworm in their stomach. So
Yeah, I've done parasite cleanse
Hey,
with green
Pisano.
black walnut texture and cloves. It's cloves and I forgot wormwood. Yeah, but the green black walnut texture is the best one. So it's good for a parasite cleanse.
And the scary thing about parasites is, a lot of people forget, that's one of the reasons why I like Resident Evil 4 so much, is that, they tell you a lot about parasites, that like parasites will literally jump from species. It will purposely get it eaten inside of a snail, go and transfer it inside of a bird. The bird will purposely get eaten by like a cat, and then the cat will, transfer it through its poop when something
or touches it, or it can transfer it to a person like toxoplasmosis. I mean, parasites ain't no fucking joke.
Yeah, I know.
No,
I
they're not.
agree. Yeah. They're probably a bigger deal than germs. Definitely.
For sure.
Yeah.
Well, germ theory is fucking bunk on the face of it, but that's another story for another day.
Is that why World War Z had a Indian type guy address Brad Pitt in that movie? I'm just saying, whenever they need a medical technical explanation for why some virus or something broke out, they usually get a brown dude. So
Yeah,
I'm just saying, there's a
only Indian
parallel,
people
man.
are smart.
I think
right.
brain-eating amoeba probably came from Plum Island. I'm not sure if you've heard of the conspiracies of Plum Island.
Yes. Yeah, there's a lot of weird shit with that.
Yeah, it's creepy stuff.
They're doing genetic modifications.
Whoa.
And, yeah.
That's my biggest problem with people with Resident Evil series.
Like
if you look past it, dude, it's more than just a video game. Like, these people are putting in your face, like, we're doing eugenics, and the Japanese have been telling us Americans since the 90s.
The Japanese know a lot of shit. I have a question for you. I've always asked people this, and it's strange to me that no one's really put this together, at least not in any real thorough way. And I've thought about maybe doing like a presentation on this. Why is it, out of all the enemies we've had, America, I'm saying, on the earth, okay, and I guess really it goes for anybody, really, when we achieved atomic power and we achieved the atomic bomb, why is it, of all the enemies we've had in all of our history, why is it that we decided to bomb Japan? Were they really our biggest threat ever?
No, they're just the second most powerful empire on Earth. It was like a demonstration.
The rising sun.
There's this game I recommend called Terranigma, and
Japan knows some shit.
He was a follow Earth and some crazy conspiracy.
And they spoke
well, I mean, I hate to say it, but those places in diverse places are also staging grounds for a lot of the test runs. That's why they put in the Resident Evil movies all these underground cities with clones in it.
I'm just
the
saying,
only way
man.
that you could actually take
You
Japan
watch a lot of these anime, dude.
occupy all those islands around it, and so if you don't get control of those places, then you can't really control the empire that was expanding all over the place. And so they decided to stop trying to run uphill and drop the ball.
Japan was closed off from the rest of the world for thousands of years. It was basically pushed open.
I don't know about that, because in feudal Japan there sure was a lot of friars over there, but yeah.
I saw Tom Cruise over there.
They invaded, essentially, and then the Japanese kicked them out.
Got him.
The Jesuits out. They rejected it completely.
Well, I mean, I get what you're saying. I guess
invaded.
I can get what you're saying, but the Great Wall of China is also a big.
What I'm saying is they have a tradition that they've
China.
had for thousands of years that they have not let go of until recently.
The Great Wall of China is what's left of Tower of Babylon, just made into a wall.
You could say that, but I would make the argument in the opposite direction.
It's a sky bridge. It's a sky
Why
bridge.
do you call it the Chinese virus? Because it comes from China.
No, get those lights off. Oh, well, that's what happens when you rub elbows with billionaire child traffickers.
Japan was resisting the central banks, too. You think maybe that could be part of it? Just one part. There's more to it. But I'm just saying, there's much more to it.
Everybody did.
Shin Megami Tensei is leaking, I don't know, metaphysical secrets, at least Nocturne. Shin Megami Tensei Nocturne.
I'm not even getting into that part, but yes, I would agree. Like I said, watch these animes that are supposedly fiction and pay attention what they're actually saying.
Well, I don't know. Chris Redfield told me that Albert Wesker got his evil world of global saturation from a comic book villain, so...
Well,
obviously, they want to be like Oswald E. Spencer and become a god. So
there's a really good I think it's like DEF CON conference. It's called The Only Way to Tell the Truth is Through Fiction. I suggest you look
I
into that.
remember
Outer Light. I suggest you look into that. It's very interesting.
you just, I hate to say it, but you literally just exposed my LARP. Twilight, in all the years I have been here, no one has ever exposed my LARP, and you just did it. Say it one more time for me.
Because I understand you, brother, man. I do the same thing,
bro. Remember, you don't have to work for the U.S. government for you to actually work for them.
Correct. You think I don't know that? I'm an occultist, dude. I let people think what they want about me. That's my LARP. You understand? People who want to think what they want about me, they can. I know who I am. I know what I am. That's why I don't need to prove myself to anybody. That's why it is what it is,
Twilight.
man.
That's
You
why.
know
That's
me,
why.
bro.
That's why people like me and you would get the invitations to the masquerade parties and not everyone else.
Well, I denied it, and so did you. So
Some
but
bad
like I
bitches
said,
at those masquerade parties, though.
We also don't want to depopulate our fellow man either, or
if people
subjugate
want
them
to
or turn
think
them
I'm
into machines.
delusional, hothead, whatever the fuck, I let them think that.
You let them think that.
Yeah, I don't know about that one.
I give them the perception they want.
How about another
It
joke,
works
my
to my
Ray?
benefit. It works to my benefit. So whatever. It is what it is.
Now it was all an illusion.
That's right. Now it's all part of the LARP.
It is a LARP. But yeah, man, that's I don't know if you've seen that conference, but it's quite interesting.
Well, I mean,
And
still,
I
I
think
don't
he's
think the
telling the truth.
technology is there. So
I think he's telling the truth.
unless they're going to pull, an X Files or an Albert Wesker and target certain DNA to shut down, and you're going to have some type of nanobot goop black goo type transformation, and it's going to have to accept your DNA or something. So I mean,
Yeah.
the number of 90s kids who are coming down with alleged health issues. Well, I mean, what do you expect when you had green ketchup?
What?
That green ketchup they had back in the 90s? Yeah, but let's just eat it because it looks green, even though it tastes like complete shit.
Because I can be all riled up and calm myself in 5 seconds. That's what meditation is.
It's also what
That's
masturbation
literally
is.
what intermittent explosive disorder is.
I can calm myself down instantly.
Have you seen a psychiatrist before?
Yeah, that's a really good idea. That's a really good idea. Look into the history of that.
I mean, I've been to over 30 of them, and I can tell you they don't like me when I go.
I have a documentary on that that will blow your
What
mind.
about when you leave?
I have a documentary on that that will blow
I
your
don't know what
mind.
to tell you there, Dennis, and I've literally had a psychiatrist tell me to leave because there was no point because I understood the 5 parts to psychology. So
I know psychology. When you understand psychology, you don't need psychiatry.
yeah,
But pharmaceuticals can be fun.
It's a problem when you go into the psychiatric ward and you're anti-psyoping the people who are there who is to pick apart your mind.
Yeah. I talked to a psychiatrist when I was younger, and I mind fucked them. So
Psychiatrists are just a plug.
They
That
couldn't. I was too
they're
much
there
for
to
them.
report everything you tell them to the U.S. government while claiming confidentiality. But I didn't tell you that.
It's where you go to get your Valium.
That's right.
I told they were asking me all these questions, trying to understand
Man,
me.
Quaaludes, bro. Man.
That's right.
Just mind
That's
fucked
right.
them.
We got to get more opium from Bolivia, right?
I just have PTSD, and so that was the only thing that was legitimate. But
Post-traumatic stream disorder.
but yeah, I mind fucked them. So yeah, they couldn't really.
Was that with or without consent?
They couldn't really handle. Because they tried to play their games, and I figured it out. They got me in the beginning because I was too young. But once I understood what was going on, they started putting me on all these fucking pills. I'm like, no. I see what's going on here. I was looking up.
Well, I mean, dude, psychiatry was never there to help you. It was never there to
it's
heal
dark. It's very dark when you actually look into the history of it. It's
It's
very dark. Do you know how it started?
Blessings, bro.
With the asylums and shit?
Later.
Back in the early 1900s, late 1800s, what they were actually doing, the experiments and the fucking electroshock and all that type of shit. Psychiatry was basically they could put you in asylums for basically anything.
Yeah, they cut your corpus callosum, basically.
Absolutely anything.
Yeah, it's crazy shit. Yeah,
And they would reprogram you, dude.
Yeah, that's
like
right.
like in a camp.
Yeah, they also treated animals like puppets without an internal life, and they put you in these crazy psychiatric wards where they would like cut your corpus callosum and do electroshock therapy. I mean, everything you said was
My
true.
dude, my grandmother was a psychiatric nurse and a medical nurse. Like I have medical and it's like all through my family,
Also,
bro.
let me tell you something
Like
creepy.
so I know all about it. I know all about the medical. I know all about all of it.
Yeah, my mom
So
is a nurse,
Yeah,
and
and now they don't need a lobotomy pick to do it. Now they can just do it through your media.
my mom is a
well,
nurse, and
yeah.
during the jab, there was a blocked off area where the doctors and nurses were not allowed during the time of the jab. And no one was allowed there except for feds. And I'm not allowed to say this, but I'm just telling you all. And I knew that the jab, it was an entire hoax. And I'm not sure what it was in the jab. Maybe it was, I don't know, hydras or graphene or something. I'm not sure. But yeah,
Spike protein.
Yeah, I think as long as we say jab, it's whatever. But yeah,
I
you can't
think
say like yeah, whatever the
cough,
illness or
cough,
whatever.
cough. They don't
Yeah,
really seem to bother with it. Cough, cough.
I was
But
just joking.
yeah, we don't give
I
a
was
medical
joking.
advice anyway, so it is what
I
it
was
is.
joking
that's
and
right.
not telling you the truth. I was joking. It's just all in humor.
But I would agree. When the first month and a half after it hit in my city, a good majority of the hospital was completely inaccessible. And I ride the city bus a lot, and a lot of the custodians ride the city bus, and they said that they weren't allowed on certain floors that didn't even have patients on it. So, there was some very shady stuff even going down in my town. So, I mean,
Yeah.
people are willing to give up anything in the promise of security and peace. As long as we give you a pacifier, you're going to continue sucking it. So I mean, that's the way that I saw it. So
That's right. That's
I mean,
right.
yeah, we're way yeah we're
Yo,
way
I've
over
seen
time
so
here.
much abuse in hospitals, bro.
agreed.
It's
We got to
unreal.
drop.
Yeah, we gotta drop it like it's hot. So
I can start a stream if you want.
yeah, go ahead, Lilith. You start a stream. You guys go ahead over there.
Muhammad, you said
Twilight
like
Son of
nothing,
Lilith.
bro. What's up with that?
Well, I mean, I
Like
talked for 4 hours in the
Yeah,
beginning.
he was
true.
kind of lonely, and
Alone.
we all kind of came
Yeah, I
to
was like,
be friends.
nobody
So
joined for a long ass time. Yeah, so
Okay, fair
yeah,
enough.
so it is what it is. But
Fair enough. Fair
yeah, we
enough.
gotta move on here. I'm gonna play some replays here and move on with the show. So yeah, let's
All right.
let's give some concluding remarks. Go around the panel and yeah.
Well, yeah, I need
Whoever
to
wants to go
sleep.
first.
I need to sleep, and it was nice talking to all of you. Yeah, it was nice
Yeah.
talking to all of you. I don't have everything figured out. I learned from everyone, and I hope you all have a good night or day. I'm not sure what time it is for all of you, but it's pretty late for me.
on the sphere, it's always is or none at all. Because it's always day or night.
Yeah, I know. Sorry, I'm too sleepy to
I
get the
agree.
show
I
started.
agree, Avian. It's a blessing. I'm glad that I got to meet you on this life journey.
Yeah, I hope you all have a good night. See you later.
You too, man. Get some rest.
Yeah, man. Be easy. Always a pleasure.
Yeah, who else, Scott? Yeah,
Yeah,
Kodafis. Yeah, we say that too. Actually, there's a lot of Persian, like Subzi is vegetables. Obviously we say Kodafis.
Yeah.
And Pakistan as well. But yeah, it's interesting. But oh yeah, chicken source blessings.
Outlet, you can always hit me up, bro.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, if I wake up later, I'll join your stream for sure. Twilight.
All right, bro.
You're always streaming the day after I stream, so Sometimes I pop on there. But yeah.
Yeah, no, I wasn't putting you on the spot, man. I just wanted to talk to you. That's all.
Yeah, it's no worries. Yeah.
All good. I know you've been dealing with some shit, and you know, obviously, I'm here for you too. You my homie.
Yeah, I appreciate you guys.
Always, bro.
Yeah, drop your channel in the chat so people can go check you out. You know, if they got time.
I can't drop the link while I'm on here.
Oh man.
Yeah, it's stupid.
Let me go figure it out. I gotta scroll all the way down to the T's. I'm subscribed to so much shit. It's gonna be Twilight. Good lord. All right, let me see here. Twilight. All right. Oh my god. All right, here we go. Twilight Son Animism. All right, guys. Yeah, go check him out. You know, obviously I did we got Digital Denizen. You know. So yeah, Digital Denizen. We got Twilight Son Animism. He's going live now. So or in a little bit or whatever, you know, you guys go check him out. I mean, so yeah, we'll figure it out. And of course, I'll be playing some. I don't know if I'll. This video definitely is going to be a interesting, you know, collection of themes. But yeah, we're gonna have our friend, some of our friends that we saw earlier in the video, right? Some of the influencers. So me and Neurojack are gonna break some shit down for you guys. So yeah, so if you guys want to stick around and check that out, pretty interesting stuff from Neurojack. I mean, but yeah, Denizen, you got anything for him? Yeah, I think Denizen may have stepped away, but yeah, blessings to Denizen. You know,
I like turtles.
Oh yeah, turtles. Yeah, especially. Yeah, I think we got some things for the turtles.
I actually have somebody who subscribed to me recently who has videos. I might share this next time.
Of turtles?
Of turtles, of flying turtles. He made like an animation. I think it's from like
this is the closest thing I got with turtles.
a video of like a movie or something.
I
It's like
like
a
that.
flying
That's
turtle. It's like a flying turtle fighting Godzilla or some shit. It's fucking trippy and funny. And yeah, I just thought that was really strange. This guy is like this Japanese guy. And yeah, it's pretty amusing. It's just like this flying turtle like fighting Godzilla, and he has like laser eyes and shit. It's like Dragon Ball turtle. Yeah, I don't know. But he does videos like from like aerial views of like Japan and shit. So that's not. Yeah, I just thought that was interesting. This guy subscribed to me, and it's like, what the fuck?
Yeah, I found out my friend Chad Haig from India. They took away his entire channel, and it was just breakdowns of philosophy books. Insane.
What
right
the fuck? Crazy. What type of philosophy?
Oh my god, he broke down Hegel. He broke down Fang Noumena. He broke down some Kierkegaard books. He broke down like a bunch of stuff, and just because he, posted a few videos about Uncle Teddy, it got taken down. Yep.
That's kind of strange.
Insane.
I mean, there's people talking about like conspiracies
Yeah,
involving
yeah.
Teddy.
There's like
they
big
haven't got
time
pulled.
feds. Yeah, big time feds that like have channels that are like Wendy
So-
Goon did an entire special, so they're allowed to do it.
Right? Yeah, I was just thinking that.
So strange. They're
If
allowed
you're
to
critical. You
So I
know?
don't want to be conspiratorial, but it sounds like they may have targeted him individually.
Yeah, you can't promote. You can't tell your own opinion about it. See, this is the thing.
Yeah.
Right.
Or suggest in any way that it made sense in any way.
Well, there's definitely a psyop with that. But yeah, that's quite strange because people have done all kinds of controversial videos on that, even saying that he was right to go as far as to say that, and they didn't get taken down.
Look at
So,
that. Just as we're talking here, viewer count down to 8.
oh, bro, I
Crazy.
had my views
It
drop
was.
like
It went from
100.
20. It went from 20 to 8. Like that's
Have
how
you
it
ever
goes.
have you ever had your views
You talk about
dropped?
the wrong topics. They'll
Not
just
not
like
like
the
not
view.
like the not like the user views, but like the total views
Well,
on your
here's what they
video.
do. Like here's what they
I
do.
had
What
this
you
shit drop
actually
like
have.
100, bro. Like I should have took a screenshot
Yeah,
because it sounds like
because it's
I'm
bots.
lying.
Yeah,
Like I'm
they
not even
put
gonna lie. Like it sounds
superficial.
like I'm. Do you
Yeah,
know what
they
I'm
put
talking about?
superficial bots to pump up your channel, man.
No, but I'm saying like I'm not talking about users. Like I'm talking about like when your video ends and it says this many people have viewed your video. I had it drop 100 views. Like there were less. Like you know how the views
Oh
go up.
yeah, dude, that shit
Have you
happens
seen
to
it?
every
Okay,
one
so
of
you
my
know I'm not
videos.
bullshitting.
Yeah, dude, that happens to all
What
of
the
my
fuck
videos.
is that, bro? That's not even possible.
Yeah, all the
Yeah,
numbers.
it's definitely possible. Yeah.
No, but I'm saying logically, it's not possible. Like there's fuckery with that.
Yeah,
You can't have less views. It's not.
I mean,
You
here's the
know.
thing. It's because of like the views will be bots and also people with duplicate accounts. So it could just be that it's cutting those off, but I don't know.
It could
It doesn't
be
seem like it sometimes because
right.
like what I see happening is they'll adjust your views to the views you had on your last video, and that's
Right.
when I see like fuckery where I'm like, all right, so you guys are just like making sure I have the same amount of views on every video or some
Yes.
shit like so that's
That's exactly what it seems like. Like they
yeah,
don't
dude.
want you to go past a certain
It's shadow
cap.
banning. That's
Yeah,
how
so
it
I
works
see
now.
Right.
yeah, I see some of
Yeah.
that shit. I see some
Yeah.
of
They're
that
like
shit all the time.
people are like, no, shadow banning doesn't exist. Bullshit. It doesn't
Anybody who
exist.
says that's a retard.
Yeah,
Right.
keep playing Bjerknes videos, dude. See what happens.
Right. Yeah. Bjerknes went on Substack now. I can't blame him to be honest with you.
Oh, really? His channel's gone too?
It's not gone. It's just he does like shorter videos now, like as like previews, and his actual stuff is on Substack now, which I can't blame him because nobody was actually fucking supporting him.
Yeah, but from what I know is like you can post videos on Substack. Is that true?
Yeah, dude, I've even thought about doing Substack like in the future. Not now, but
I mean, I don't know. But yeah, if you could post videos on there, because the whole reason
Substack
I'm
is lit
doing
'cause you can connect like multiple platforms and like dude, I've thought about doing like Odyssey or Rumble and shit because YouTube is fucking fried, bro.
yeah,
You
yeah,
can't
but the
talk
whole
about
reason I'm
shit.
doing this is because we can actually talk like videos, right? So I would not write shit like I could do separate writing. That's a whole different thing. I mean, so I like to write, but it's just not the same thing as talking. But yeah.
No. You can do videos on Substack and Rumble and Odyssey and all that shit. So like what I'm saying is you could have like videos on YouTube and be like, hey, I can talk so much on YouTube, you know, and get people that are already subscribed, that are already used to YouTube, that don't use anything but YouTube, and be like, okay, uncensored, you know, like you do like the first half is like, you know, more like the mundane censored version basically. And then like the second hour, like, hey, come over here and we'll
Yeah.
get to the meat, to the shit I can't talk about. Here's the link. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And you have like a Odyssey or Rumble, and then you can talk about what you really want to. At least for
Yeah.
now, because I'm sure eventually that'll get fucking censored too. But for now, at least, we
Yeah.
do
All right.
have
Well,
it.
all right. Well, you going live, right? So yeah.
Soon, yes.
Yeah. So you go live. Denizen, would you like to say anything to these people?
Yes, God bless us, everyone.
Yeah. Thank you, my friend. Yeah. Bless you too, and thank you for sticking up for me and the drama LARP. And yeah, of course.
Oh, wasn't that good times?
Yeah, exactly.
Jesus Christ.
Oh
So,
no.
yeah.
Did you catch any of that, Twilight?
No, I don't
I
think he
did not. I wish I would have because
There's literally people saying TML doesn't know what he's talking about because he reads books and says and ah. And the main character, I asked him, so have you ever had a discussion with him? I had to ask him 12 different ways to get him to say no.
Right.
And then I asked him if he had ever read his book.
Right.
And it took him 12 different ways to get him to say no.
Well, they probably never read a book. And that's why they hate Machine, because he actually fucking reads.
But I mean, for real though, that's
like,
exactly what it is. Is like when you're so ignorant on something, somebody who knows what they're talking about, you're like, yeah, it sounds like
it's called misophathy. It's actually a fucking disorder of the mind. Misophathy no, seriously, look it up. It's called misophathy. It's the fear. It's the fucking fear of wisdom, the fear of knowledge.
Spell that for me.
MIS OPHY. It's the fear of knowledge. Like that's where we are in the world right now. People fear psychology. They fear knowledge. They fear like anything that you ever hear people that are like, oh, I don't need to read. I know everything myself. You know, like you see, like I said, like in the New Age and shit, or like really like fundamentalist Christians or whatever. Like I just read the Bible. I don't need to know anything else. You know, and they just think they have like inherently all the wisdom inherently. Like they don't need you. They don't need to listen to anybody. Like I learned from absolutely everybody. You know, and so does Muhammad, and that's why we have like. You know, I feel like we disagree on some things, but we agree on a lot of shit. But it's not even about that. It's about like being able to come to the table and fucking actually conversate. And that's why I'm here, because we have a lot of mutual respect for each other.
Is it sophophobia? Is that it?
I don't know.
Because I can't find misophony.
Okay, maybe I'm spelling it wrong, or maybe you're hearing me wrong. Hold on. Let me grab my other device. Let me see if it's starting.
Because this is something I've come across on the internet for sure.
Yeah, dude. It's like a fucking epidemic, bro.
Misophonia.
Like as soon as someone can hear that you know what you're talking about and that you might be intelligent, they immediately distrust you and start attacking you and tearing you apart.
Yeah, that's the wrong thing,
bro. It's literally like sophism on crack.
Mm-hmm.
It's being allergic to knowledge, being allergic. So it's like this. It's like if somebody didn't write the book, okay, themselves, they want to tear apart anyone who actually has knowledge. If their name's not on the cover, you'll see this with like gurus and shit, supposed gurus. You know,
misosophy, a hatred.
Yeah, there it is.
A hatred of wisdom. Yeah. So Void. Yeah. So Void. Thank you. Blessings. And thank you, Twilight. Yeah. Anyways, guys, I really gotta go. So I
all good, man.
Yeah.
Peace.
Yeah.
Blessings, bro.
Yeah,
blessings.
Peace. Yeah. See you guys on Saturday. You know.
Ave Lewis. Glory be to Allah.
Yeah. Thank you, my friend.
Be easy, brother.
Yeah. Yeah. We'll be back on Saturday with more of the obviously I had a whole opening thing that I was gonna give. So yeah, we'll continue that. Mind versus language, nature versus time, being versus becoming. Ethereality versus materiality, immanence versus transcendence, and all the little other little categories that we were going into. So yeah, we got a lot of stuff coming up on Saturday. Now we may come back Friday night. We're gonna continue reading some of the salvation history of the Jews, different names of the devil. We were also looking at the social contract. We looked at some of Mein Kampf by Adolf Hitler. We looked at some of the ideas of Nietzsche, Beyond Good and Evil. We also looked at some of the ideas in Julius Evola, Ride the Tiger. So yeah, so we're gonna continue with that on Friday. So yeah, stick around. We got a lot more coming up. So yeah, we got a bunch of stuff coming up. Spooky Saturday. So yeah, we got a bunch of horrorcore music that we'll be putting on display. But yeah, here's one of here's a song I really like. called Dead Honest. Blessings to all the people that are here, and thank you for joining me, as always.
Among the dead, assassination means one shot to the head. Dead honest, I ran down to the crossroad where heroes are made. You came back with a chain and beat the puppet at the parade. In the shade, I fade, downloaded the virus from out of the open, left the children hoping. Last days, the apocalypse was on its way, sent by a son of a king where angels pray. My child, I fell down to the river Nile, and it turned blood red till Moses was found. Back roads, southern moss and stories, summoned for the glory. Daily we end, I came back with a hook like I was an urban legend.
Can't go out, I won't come out. God's don't you know that by now? Haven't I proved myself again and again and again? Haven't I shown that I am his vessel? Sins and pride. The blood of expiation. The blood of expiation.
Dead honesty, it rains constantly. The blood stains on armor beats. Speaking spells collected, connected to form of prophecy. Brainstorms over the garden green. Lost in the world that offered me advice. When they talked to me, possibly I was lost in speech. In the mind I often be, honestly, logically. Remember a vision I often see in the dark of sleep. One step before I quantum leap. Translate melodic, calm the beats and everything that be.
Dead honest, I came down like a comet and blessed the world with the knowledge of an atomic bomb that exploded near your mom and left us singing a song that everyone was gone. I jumped out of my coffin and made perfume with Dustin Hoffman. Mind bending, sold his eye to a spy from a city that's never ending. My light in hell is cool. I fell into a pool of sangre azul. Blood, blue, in the water I cover with a demonic daughter. She tricked me into the slaughter. I returned as a martyr.
You can't go out, I won't allow it. God's don't you know that by now? Haven't I proved myself again and again and again? Haven't I shown that I am his vessel? Sins and pride.
Young, but priest from Russia, Father Vadim now is in Phoenix, is taking over from me there. So we did that transition here a few months ago.
Wonderful. And I reached out to Father Sebastian. We share some history. Father Sebastian attended.
There's a lot you can do with it. It, of course, manifests in different ways for different people. And for me, I just had a hard time with the readings. I was always able to participate just fine in the discussions. But and if I'm going to be completely honest, probably BS my way through a few of them that I hadn't been able to read. So at the time it was I was a very different place than I am now, of course. And but anyway, what I noticed was
were you Orthodox?
No. I was actually
I was Protestant at the time.
I was modern Catholic. I was Novus Ordo Catholic, and Thomas Aquinas College, actually, sort of ironically enough, is what began my journey, honestly, through because I went initially into traditional Catholicism. It was TAC that led me, honestly, to that, because it was the first place, to be fair, just to speak a little bit about that place. It's a very, very different school. So in its own way, it's very, very good. And it was the first time that I had seen, for example, they did the Novus Ordo there, but it was a Latin Novus Ordo at the time. I don't know how they do now, but it was not Tridentine. It wasn't the Tridentine Mass. It was a Novus Ordo Mass in Latin, and it was the first time that I ever experienced the Mass being performed with, I would call it due reverence. Everybody there was very much attuned to what was going on, much more so than you typically have in the Novus Ordo. So that was kind of what led me down that journey. It took 2 decades or whatever to see it through to fulfillment, but that was the beginning stage. But in any case, what I gained from Thomas Aquinas College in the time, and there was a lot of other circumstances. I actually was in the Marine Corps, and I got pulled out mid-semester to go for Desert Shield and Storm. And so there were some other factors involved that kind of messed me up. And then when I came back, I just, not in like a PTSD sense, but just in terms of my life, I just wasn't really into it anymore. I just, my mind was elsewhere. So anyway, but what I did gain from that, this is kind of the beginning part of this question, is I gained an appreciation for and a love for the truth. Even in the short time I could say that I was there, it was that. And the second thing I gained is I learned the philosophical language. I learned, how to read Aquinas and Source, for example, and by extension, the other church fathers too, to some degree. And so I took that with me and essentially just began a lifetime of self-exploration, of study. I bought all the books and I just went through them, and I learned best on my own anyway. Typically, I just like to have a different process of learning, and that just worked well for me. And as a Catholic, that was a primary point of emphasis for me through all those years until I converted to Orthodoxy. And when I came to Orthodoxy, for anybody who's seen the Roots video that I did, my whole world and really worldview shifted, and these things became less important, at least immediately significant for me. I was more focused on trying to learn the faith and live the faith, and I think that was a natural process. But what I noticed, which was interesting, is when I came in now to start having my own ministry, I see value. I think, as Orthodox Christians, because we don't emphasize natural reason to the degree that the Catholics do, because of course that's based on our anthropology, right? For the Western mindset, the rational mind, essentially the rational intellect, is the highest part of man, and that explains why they're so academic and so scholastic. But for we as Orthodox, the noetic intellect would be the highest part for us, and so it's a very different emphasis. We don't have the same priorities, as you could say. But anyway, all that is to say that despite that, I do believe that nothing has changed insofar as I think reason has its place. It is certainly subservient to higher things, but insofar as being able to understand the why of what we do, I think philosophy is incredibly valuable for that, and that's why I've incorporated into my channel is to give the rational foundation for a lot of why we believe what we do. Now, once again, not to confound the two. Okay, rational faith is not faith; it's not spiritual faith. Okay, to be clear, these are two different things. But the rational faith, especially for our children, we're trying to educate our children. Those in positions of authority, obviously teachers, priests. We have to be able. When somebody comes to us with a question, we have to be able to give them an answer that's going to be satisfying to them where they are at that place, right? Once again, once you come in. Personally, these things don't matter to me personally. Like, I don't need to go through these things anymore for my own sake. But for the sake of others who come to me, I want to be able to show their faith is also reasonable, right? And so that's the value there. But what I was really strange, so this is coming to the question part now. What I was kind of amazed when I sort of, I guess you could say, walked out of that world. I bought my books, kind of went in, I lived my life. I mean, most of my life at that point was revolved around doing things related to the warrior life. I spent 7 years working in Afghanistan. I mean, I did a bunch of different things. I was very much focused on other things. But in the background, in my spare time, my hobbies were philosophy and science. And, once again, growing in depth of understanding on things, not just doing, but also understanding what it is things that I'm doing. But I wasn't very much involved in that world. And so now with my ministry, I come back in, and what I'm finding is that whole landscape has really changed. And what I mean by this is that back in the early 90s, we're going to say the timelines of things, in the early 90s, you had things like virtue. My channel is really going to focus primarily on virtue. It's called Truth and Practice because it's applied, right? It's applied philosophy and theology. So we're really, right now, most of the videos I posted is I'm laying groundwork, right? So that when I go and start talking about the applications of these things, I have the base to draw from in discussing them. But what's kind of blown my mind is that the whole concept of virtue just simply almost got out of the lexicon. And for those people who I've talked to, my parishioners and stuff that have come in and, and I ask them, well, we have conversations about this, they don't even know what it means to them. Their concept of it, like one person called it nebbish. It's just this kind of weak, somebody's virtuous, it means that they're weak, which of course is the very opposite, like direct opposite, right? Virtue for virile, right? For manly. I mean, and so there was books, if you recall, in the 90s. I don't know how old, I'm not asking you to reveal that, but I'm in my 50s, so I'm a Gen Xer, and I remember in the 80s, for example, late 80s, you had William Bennett's The Book of Virtues, right? We have that book for reads our kids, all the fairy tales and stuff. You had Peter Craig, he was a big player on campuses, and you had a bunch of, there was a movement. One of my parishioners, one of my readers from Holy Archangels, went to one of the, I can't remember what it was, Yale or something, and his professors were steeped in scholastic philosophy, and they taught that to him. And so there was a movement that was present at that time, and it seems to have died out as I start looking at books. I've been I'm writing some books, and I was looking for titles. I thought about, something about virtue, and I was blown away that you can't even find anything really. It's mostly, like maybe machine ethics or something, or business ethics. There's nothing that really applies to virtue. And so the last piece that I'll add to this is that in my own channel, I have different series that I do, and one of them is specifically on like the nature of truth. And it is by far my least popular series. Like my other videos, I mean, I have videos that 10x literally, and I'm a small channel. I've only been at this for about 4.5 months. Okay, so I'm a new startup here, and I have, my practical videos, the few that I've already done, they will literally 10x my videos on the nature of truth, which is fascinating, and I have certain theories as to why I think it is. But the reason we're here is because I want to hear from you, because you've been, I guess, around. You've been in academia. You've been around these circles. You've been running in these circles, and I'm curious to get, number one, what your perspective is, and as to what happened, and ultimately why it changed.
Yeah, I will date myself. I turn 48 tomorrow.
Okay.
And I was thinking tomorrow's a New Year's Day. So on the new calendar, I'm
He almost got out of the
new calendar for a mission. We have Putin and Trump meeting in Alaska.
Yes.
You have the new bishop in the OCA, Diocese of the West, being made bishop tomorrow. So
he was my dogmatic theology professor from Jordanville. Yeah, I know him well.
Yeah,
So
Father Vasile, Vitali. And so a lot of things happening tomorrow. But yeah, it was a strange, going from Thomas Aquinas College, and I had a similar experience. It was there that I got into the theological debates. My roommate and I had the shaft set of the Church Fathers, and between study time, I would knock on the doors of fellow students and bring them out to debate, like the papacy was wrong, and so I really worked.
The commentary and all, is that how they were set up with the dorms? You had the rooms and the comments and all that, and the yeah, that was a great arrangement, by the way.
Yeah, it was really great. That one of the great things about Thomas Aquinas College is the great conversations didn't end just in the classroom, carried out into the meals, all the way through the nights in the dorms and stuff. Like, I couldn't get enough of it. I was just like, I love this. But I'd made up my mind, I think, that I was like, well, no, I'm not going to. When I first went there, I was open to becoming Roman Catholic. There is where I was. There was a priest, Father Paul Weissman, who would come visit some of the Orthodox students, and it was there that
I knew him. Yeah, he's from Oxnard. Yeah,
yeah.
My family still lives in Ventura, and he's the priest that I would visit when I would go to visit them. So yes, I know him. Yeah, he's retired now.
He's retired. He's in Texas now. And I knew him prior to going there because we were part of a philosophical group in Orange County, California. He would come down, and so it was nice to see him. It's when I first started attending liturgy. I attended Thomas Aquinas College in 1999 to 2003, and then so the ethos there obviously is very different. Like you said, that's something I really appreciated. People believed sincerely in the objectivity of truth, and they lived their lives that way. And when I went to grad school, I did my master's with another TIC grad who was my roommate when we were in Ireland. We went to Ireland with the University College Dublin and did our master's and PhD. He was in the PhD. So after I finished my master's, I then went into the PhD, and then he ended up transferring at the end to Trinity, which was our kind of sister. We had kind of joined programs so you could take classes from both. And so it was a culture shock. Ireland, and let's see, and I was there from 2004 to December 2011 doing my grad work, and it was extremely secular and hostile, not only in academia, but the general population too. They had all the pre-scandals in the Roman Catholic Church, and they wanted nothing to do with religion. They were very progressive in terms of politics and morality, and hostile to Christianity. So it was very difficult and lonely to kind of be in that environment. There were some Catholic professors, and they were good. There were people who still believed in objectivity and the truth. And so they kind of helped me. One of them was a Roman Catholic priest who wrote letters of recommendation for me, or even wrote a letter of recommendation for me to go to seminary, St. Vlad's, and he put in there the exact same thing. The environment towards Christianity, the attitude in Ireland is extremely hostile, and yet he preserved the faith. He held on to kind of truth, and I think in some sense it was an advantage. It's like kind of like Soren Kierkegaard. One of his criticisms is that Christianity is that it just became a cultural phenomenon at the time, and that nobody, truth requires sacrifice. It means something, and we know this just in life in general, speaking in terms of like virtue. These things don't matter when things. We don't know who people are when life goes. We don't know how committed somebody is, and you can't acquire the virtues through an easy life. And so I do appreciate that it was extremely difficult and hostile towards me, that pushed me to really latch on to that and kind of find my way through there and become more than what I was when I entered in. So I do appreciate that, and I can talk a little bit about both the culture and academia, because they're kind of mirrors of each other, right? In some sense, academia, I'm in it. I'll tell you, it's a brainwashing machine. It is. And that doesn't mean, every professor isn't good or something, there aren't any good professors or something like that, but it's rare. It's rare to find. The general kind of ethos of academia is there's a book by one of my mentors, the late Reader Engelhardt, and his last book was After God. And the reason why he named it that is because modernity was an attack on Christianity. Postmodernity is a rejection of God entirely. And we're living in the afterbirth of those kind of rebellions and philosophical movements that obviously, start in academia, but, also affect the culture, the general culture. We live in a sect. It's stripped away of any resemblance of anything theistic, let alone Christian whatsoever. And you're going to find that in academia. And one of the things that I do appreciate about Thomas Aquinas College, and anybody that does a general kind of study of the history of philosophy in chronology, right? That's what we did. You don't just jump into modernity. You don't just choose your classes. It's a great conversation. So you start with the beginnings, right? And what was so beneficial about that is you can connect the dots. Now, I don't always like Aquinas, but sometimes he has some good one-liners. And he says a small mistake in the beginning ends up being a big mistake later. And you can see that when you study the history of philosophy and the history of the great ideas, is this person went wrong. It didn't seem like that big of a deal, but then the next person, and the next one, and the next one. and then tell you're in modernity, and then post-modernity. And so you can trace these things out after you kind of do a historical study of this, be like, how did we get here? I know that's how we got here. I know who influenced who, and I think that's really crucial. And I would say that it's not just a rejection of religion. I think there are philosophical mistakes. Now, as Orthodox, one of the things that I and other Orthodox professors, and one person that's really good at this is Dr. Nathan Jacobs. And when I say the West, I don't mean a geographical location or the things of culture and stuff like that. When I mean West, there seems to be a specific philosophical thought experiment and an attitude towards reason. And that's what Metropolitan John Zizoulas says, Greek ontologism. Their first principles is an essence, the one, or the good, or something like this. In Neoplatonic terms, it's not personal. It's not a person. And our Ordo Theology is not to start with God as kind of an essence or generic monad or something like this, but to start with a person. The psalmist says God is the Lord who has revealed himself to us. And we start with that in all of our, and it makes a difference. People may think like, well, why can't we just start with kind of the Greek conception of God? And I love this line from Pascal, the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, not the God of philosophers. It's like, I mean, think about this. Dr. Gerby had interviewed, and I can't remember the bishop, but supposedly, I'm trying to remember who it was. Was it Porphyry that he was? What year was Porphyry? Let me look up, make sure I have the right. Phoenician, isn't that his name? Phoenician.
I think so.
Yeah. 234 BC. I guess he was having a dialogue with Orthodox bishop, and he says something really profound. He says, the question isn't what is God, but who is Lord? Because, the one, or, being itself, this kind of essences aren't lords. The fact that everything's dependent on, that's not what a lord is. A lord is a personal attribute, right? He gives commands. Essences don't give commands. Essences don't love, right? It's a person who has an essence that loves. And
so my professor, so we did have at Jordanville, we actually had Byzantine philosophy. It's the only seminary I'm aware of. Maybe I'm not sure about the Greeks. Yeah, but they of all like St. Tikhon State labs, all the Russian based, they literally have that. And our professor, I'm going to try to get him on as well. He is absolutely amazing, and he talks a lot about this. He talked a lot about this specific point. And but one element that comes out of that, like, which one of the kind of main applications of that, is that you see how the God of the ancients, right, and you compare that, right, to the God of Christianity. And, the God of the ancients is sort of disinterested. Maybe he wants to, like, people were playthings, right? The Greek, the great epic poems and all that. I mean, you see that kind of tendency. And in philosophy, there's this great there's a lack of personability, right? And you see, I think, a return to that, right? I think it's societally, this is kind of one of the places I want to go, is we're seeing, I just did a video on, the problems of Stoicism, and how it's returning. And not that everything in there is bad, there's of course some good things as well, but there's a problem there. It's when reason is the height of things, rather than God being the height of reality that determines, right? That determines everything. That's going to alter your worldview. It's going to alter the way you see other human beings, right? So anyway.
And so I think this is where the mistake begins. So you can be entirely Western and appreciate all the things of the West. There's some great stuff. And still be Eastern. What I mean is there's a mindset, and that's to put person to person, specifically this notion of what it means to know. So when we look at the fathers, when we look at the apostles in scripture, to know is always personal, immediate, and incarnational. Scripture says, and nuero, right? Like, that doesn't mean, as my father Russell that I served with says, doesn't mean he read her resume. It means they knocked boots, right? And so in the East, and you get this with Father Demetrius Stanley, it's the experience of God. So when we say mysteries, the West would interpret that as, oh, we don't know. It's a mystery. It's like, no, that is knowledge. And that's the noetic, but it's experiential. It's not an abstract, kind of proposition in your head. This analytic, quantitative, propositional abstractionism. And I think because of the way that they start with putting essence first, they know God here. So knowledge, everything becomes propositional, abstract, and not experiential. And that is going to play out and cause more problems. And so in the history of philosophy. And so I think that's where can we ultimately trace it back to is, think about if knowledge is to know in a kind of incarnational and experiential way, then we're moving away from reality. I'm not saying propositions isn't a form of knowledge or something like that, but it's secondary, tertiary, right? It's only as real, and it's only as true, I should say, as much as the actual imminent concretized reality is. So God is not an idea. that you reason to, he's a person, and you have a personal encounter with. That's what I'm trying to say. So now, philosophically, in the history of philosophy, what inevitably happens because of that, what I would say is kind of primary error, is the next person starts to critique that, right? And so on and so on. The big significant change, I think, is modernity, because what happens is a rejection of real essentialism. That essence is what makes something what it is rejected, it's abolished when you get to Descartes. It's mechanized. So now you've got a further separation. So if you've already had an original mistake, a separation from reality, you get another one and another one and another. You get further and further away from the real.
And would you say that it's also fair to say, because obviously there's a lot of preparatory work to get to Descartes, right? Like nominalism, for example, right? Probably you could argue that laid the groundwork for Descartes, and it's just each step. Right? And then one error replaces another error, and like you said, it just compounds.
And a lot of people don't know this. Nominalism and these moves laid the foundation for Protestantism. And their theories of salvation, penal substitutionary atonement, is based on nominalism. And guess what? I hate that if there's any Protestants out there, St. Paul was not a nominalist.
That's right.
That's the best reputation of penal substitutionary atonement. He wasn't a nominalist.
There you go.
It's so, absolutely. So something significantly is changing at that. You get the nominalism with William Wockham and these other people's in scholasticism. Then you get modernity. You get a mechanization of nature. So now what's the real, like the epistemic starting point is my own mind, but I'm kind of locked into my own mind. These kind of radical doubts, come up about the external world and these different things. And eventually, this leads into people like David Hume. That's basically like, well, you can't have them. All these things, because of the prior mistakes, if they're true, you can't have all this other stuff too. Then Immanuel Kant comes along, tries to save knowledge. But something that Immanuel Kant does that's important in terms of the history of philosophy is his book, The Prolegomena of Any Future of Metaphysics. Metaphysics out the door. And you see this in the Critique of Pure Reason too. These claims about God and reality, whether the universe had a beginning, those are metaphysical claims, and we can't get that. That's a huge change, right? Because the two most fundamental things that lead to this kind of death of truth in philosophy are going to be the abolition of essences and the abolition of metaphysics. And so one of my colleagues, Dr. Bruce Serafin, is his Orthodox name, Foltz, says, it's a great quote, "Such a world offers no inner resistance to manipulation and control. That's no grain against we ought not to cut. In Heidegger's word, it is a world that has become an inventory, a resource. The German word is Bestand. Technical control and consumption." So the death of truth in philosophy really begins here, because for the ancients at least, they had this idea of metaphysics and that there were real natures and essences. Man is a rational animal, right? They even had a conception of God, and you said all of this is with Aristotle grounded in the virtues too, right? With his, virtue ethics. What it means to be the fulfillment of man is to acquire these virtues and reach eudaimonia, which is, it's kind of weird, happiness, but it's, well-being. Like, the fulfillment of your being is to acquire these, to go beyond.
Oh, did you hear that?
Strengths, right? About, I'd say the polis, like, what is society supposed to look like? What is man supposed to look like? What is the proper relation to man in the world? What is technology supposed to look like? These.
Like, he just literally said that Kant saved knowledge, right? He said he's partly to blame because of his critique of pure reason, because of his dismissal of metaphysics, right? But he's also saying that he's praising the ethical philosophy or the ethical teachings of Aristotle. So it's pretty interesting so far. The types of names he mentioned, right? Oh no, I'm just picking up on the names he's mentioning. He mentioned Hume, and he mentioned mechanistic view of nature. He mentioned Kant and his idea of metaphysics, and then he went to Aristotle and his view on virtues and ethics. So
yeah, he was saying he's been saying a lot of really interesting, like little like things, and I'm like trying to keep up. But yeah, he just the last like 2-3 minutes, I've been kind of listening in the background, like not fully paying attention, but a little bit I've been picking up on. It's like I'm like, okay, I kind of agree, but yeah, he seemed to be kind of going in a weird direction the last like 2-3 minutes. So let me I backed it up. Let me just go back again.
Inventory or resource. The German word is Bestand. Technical control and consumption. So the death of truth and philosophy really begins here, because for the ancients, at least, they had this idea of metaphysics and that there were real natures and essences.
Wait, hold on. He said the death of philosophy began with technical something and consumption, right? So I think he's talking about the modern age and the death of philosophy, but I think it's equally important to say that he also pointed out that philosophy caused that, right? Like he mentioned, like, for example, Kant and Hume, that they were philosophers, right? So why would the death of philosophy, right? I mean, because philosophy is still here. It's just a handmaiden of science, right? So I don't know if he means the death of philosophy, but if he's a religious guy, then why is he trying to say philosophy?
Yeah, I'm not exactly sure. I didn't catch exactly what he was trying to get at with this, but he definitely says something to the effect of like, well, like a small mistake can lead you to like a giant mistake later on or something. So he's like trying to go through like all the iterations that led to where we are.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, so far it's pretty interesting.
So let me continue. I think he starts speaking about Kant here.
Man is a rational animal, right? They even had a conception of God, and you'd said all of this is with Aristotle grounded in the virtues too.
So
right?
man is a rational
Which
animal,
is,
right?
You know, virtue ethics. What it means to be the fulfillment of man is to acquire.
So that's a little
these virtues.
different than man is a symbol making animal, because that incorporates the idea of techne into the whole concept, right? So
Yeah, and I'm not sure if he's saying he believes this or he's just describing like the mistakes of philosophy. I didn't, maybe, I mean, I could go back more, but I'm sure he'll tie it together, hopefully.
Virtues and reach eudaimonia, which is, it's kind of weird to say happiness, but it's, well-being. You like a fulfillment of your being is to acquire these, to go beyond that, right? These are the constraints, right? About, I'd say, the polis, like what is society supposed to look like? What is man supposed to look like? What is the proper relation to man in the world? What is technology supposed to look like? These things were restraints. They were reality. They were truth. When you abolish that, it's, I'm going to read you another one because Nietzsche actually talked about this. It's in the Gay Science, which is really gay, guys. Don't. It's actually a good. It's a good. I thought I had it up here. It's the madman, right? Comes in the middle of the day with a lantern, which shows that he's mad.
Okay.
But Nietzsche's doing a really interesting kind of thing in literature, and it's sort of like the holy fool, right? It's the madman that.
Oh man, wait. This is getting a little bit this is getting a little bit dicey. Nietzsche's madman is the holy fool?
Yeah,
That
I
is
knew
quite
I
a
knew you were
stretch.
gonna flip out on that.
Yeah, that's quite a stretch right there. Yeah, because Nietzsche's total rejection of Christianity, right? I don't understand how that's like what gay science is really about is like alchemy. So I don't know. I don't necessarily think that he would be on board with it being like the holy fool, because Nietzsche's against like this whole self-deprecating aspect, right? Like that's what his whole philosophy is against. So yeah, it's totally not related to the holy fool. right? And this whole model of like, you know, like dying of the world. No, you want to embrace life. And so I don't understand, right? Whoa, the holy fool is the madman in Nietzsche. Whoa, man, this is really it's supposed to be Diogenes, not the holy fool. I don't know.
Yeah, let me play a little song for a little Nietzsche over here. Yeah, if you know, you know. It's it's Iggy Pop. He lust for life. Got a lust for life. You know, it's a really interesting pro Nietzschean song in my opinion. But yeah,
to him in terms of this kind of contrast that he has to bring a lantern in the day because everybody's blind. And his message to
this
them
dude looks really
is,
uncomfortable on top.
You killed God. Now what are you going to do? There's no up, down, like
they both
and
were.
He's giving us
Both went to
social
Catholic
commentary on
college,
what
by the way.
By the way, I played this on my show recently. There's like a video with a song that I play on my show that has the quotations about the madman in Nietzsche.
Really?
So
what's
yeah,
the name of the song?
It's just a song video that I play on my show, and it has the quotations by Nietzsche that leads to the quote "God is dead," right? The madman and the lantern and all that stuff. So yeah,
Right.
dude.
It's pretty weird to sync. This is what again. This is why like I took Owen Benjamin seriously because he talked about like how like you would like if you like when you're focused on when you're really honing into something like you'll start seeing all this shit pop up and like it's really weird because like this is the kind of stuff that's been happening to me a lot, you know, the past 5 years, and it just can this kind of stuff is happening to you live on air. It's pretty weird, yeah. Like it's weird because like I mean I know that all these people are philosophy bros and stuff, but like you said, it's like it's very particular and peculiar like philosophy that you
That
won't
doesn't
find.
really have to do with what he's trying to promote. So it's
Yeah.
kind of weird that he just slide it in there.
Yeah,
right?
because like you can go look at a 1,000 philosophy channels on YouTube, and you won't find something as interesting as something like this channel.
Well, this is the thing. Like, why not Kierkegaard or like G.K. Chesterton or somebody like that, who's attacking Hegel or attacking Nietzsche or something like that, right? Like, why Nietzsche? Right, and they're doing it from a philosophy, from a perspective of Christian philosophy, right? So why would they ignore the great achievements of the people who have done the battle with these guys and then hop to totally you know, a philosophy that totally negates their underlying system of values, right? Like this whole idea of dying to the world and suffering and all this stuff.
Well, and the name of this thing is called "Why Does Truth Matter? The Death of Philosophy in the 21st Century." And before he got to this point, he was talking about like you know, kind of like Descartes and other things, but he's kind of like saying like you have modernity, which is really the death of everything, and then it's like death of philosophy, and then you have postmodernity, which is like the total death of God, essentially, right? So
yeah, and this is like the Sufi poet, right? Halaj, right, where they hung him, right, because he said, "The God you worship is under my feet," and then he said, "I am your God." And this was a famous outburst that he had, and this dude got hanged publicly for making a statement of blasphemy against God. And I believe this is like it's during the same time that Rumi, the famous poet, like lived and like said stuff. But yeah, so that guy was like, his utterance was not, you know, according to his adherents, actually blasphemous against God, but he was just saying, no, it's about the God that you people follow. Right? It's like he was talking about their version of God or whatever, right? So this is another kind of thing like that somebody can say like, oh, God is dead, but oh yeah, they're really just a holy fool. It's okay. I mean, it's kind of a
I
weird
mean, that's
concept,
kind of the way I use Nietzsche, but that's what's weird is like it's like I've never heard anybody else try to use Nietzsche in that way except for this dude. So that's why I'm like thinking like it's pretty weird. Like, you know, like in my own way, like I thought like, well, I'll just use Nietzsche as a Christian to like basically say that he was critiquing it, because I think, and I got the idea from Marilyn Manson actually, because Marilyn Manson says, I never hated God. I just I hate the God of the people I hate. I hate the God of the people I hated, or something like that. So something to that effect, right? So, because like my opinion of Nietzsche is like, yeah, you could make the argument that that's kind of what he's saying. He's not really against God. He's saying like, you guys have constructed a false idol, and that's what I'm against. But you know, maybe that's a stretch, right? I mean, I don't know, but it's definitely weird if you're like a priest trying to use Nietzsche in that way, right? I mean, I don't know. I mean, why would you even need to go there, right? I was just more looking at it from like a philosophical, historical perspective, I guess, you know. So who are you saying uses that other than this guy? Who uses Nietzsche in that way? Is that Chesterton or someone, or?
I was pointing a reference to like Sufi poets like in the 16th century who made like blasphemous statements like the God you worship is under my feet, and they got like charged for it in court and like, you know, publicly, you know, face killing for it. But their adherents were like, oh yeah, these guys were like this guy was experiencing ecstatic joy, and he was saying that these people follow like materialism and all this stuff, right? Like one of the Sufi legends I heard, they said that this guy was actually pointing out that beneath his feet was gold, and these people worship gold, or something like that. So they had these like sort of allegorical interpretations of it. But what I'm saying is like not every utterance, and so he's taking this weird interpretation of it.
And again, like
sort of mystical.
Yeah, and like here's the thing is like I'm partial to that thing, but definitely from someone, especially from someone like Unseen's perspective, it would set off alarm bells, right? Because like, why not just go to the why not just go to the church fathers or something, right? And what's interesting to me as well is like I heard somebody make this argument.
That's the thing is like, well, that's the thing is like every time I brought up Nietzsche in front of Unseen Warfare, he's given me like 2 or 3 paragraphs, you know, from Seraphim Rose about Nietzsche, and you know what I mean, right? Like how he's against it. So, I mean, like he'll ultimately say 1 or 2 statements against it. So, and maybe this guy's getting to that. So maybe we're being a little bit hasty, but
yeah, exactly. And again, like it's not really just to critique him, but it's just unique philosophy that you don't find very often, period. And then where it's coming from just makes it more interesting. And also like I heard this thing recently that somebody was talking about how like Protestantism was based on this idea that the saints were like demons or daemons or something like that, and so like they were like it was a problem because they kind of became like idols or something, or like intermediary daemons or something. So I don't know. I'd never heard
Martin
that before.
Luther said that the Pope is the Antichrist. You ever hear that one?
He was talking about like Rick Rubin, but he said that like Protestantism thought of the saints as like daemons, like the Greek concept, or like the Hermetic concept of daemon, right? And I just never heard that before, but I was kind of curious about that. And also like the fact that both these guys are coming out of Thomism, like, you know, I think they both went to like Thomas Aquinas College in like Ireland or something. And the guy on top was like spent years in like Afghanistan as like some sort of operator or something. So it's kind of weird. It's like, you know, like ex-military guy, and I don't know. It's just, again, like, you know, it's just interesting, right? And then he just finds his way back to seminary or whatever. So I don't know. It's just interesting. It's like you have Catholicism and Thomism and all this mixed in, because they say that they reject Thomism, but you know, I'm sure it shapes their worldview, of course, because you can't really unsee a lot of that. Yeah, you.
It's abolished essences. It's killed God. There is no restraint anymore. There is no objectivity or truth in a society and culture like that. There's not, you know, where are we going? Where did we come? Like, And so ultimately, this is going to be replaced with power. And I think that's the libido dominandi that's present in our postmodern culture. And I'm saying all this because why don't people care about truth? Because truth is dead, and truth is replaced with power, will to power. It's sociopathy, actually, like to manipulate. I mean, think about it.
Yeah.
There's no truth. There's nothing to kind of constraints. It's a form of manipulation. And even Plato realized this, too, with, the sophists were relativists. They were worrying about what's actually going to come. And they were sociopathic manipulators, semantic sorcerers with words, because truth is dead. There is no truth.
Yeah, right.
And so there's just power. Justice is whatever the strong says, Glaucon.
You're providing the why. Why has this been happening? I mean, the why is obviously the people that, whatever you want to call those people, right? Is people that are moving society, right? And there's all kinds of speculation about who and what they are. But no doubt there are people in the world that want to assume more and more power to themselves, right? The WEF types, those kind of people in the world who want the world to serve them. They want to accumulate more power, and you have to remove, right, the structures in place that could resist that power in order to assume that power, which is, I think, everything you're saying on the intellectual side of things. And on a personal level, I mean, I think the only thing that lasts, that remains, is personal consequence. Like, why don't you have more crime, things like this? Because there's a concern, the police are going to arrest me. People don't, right, when society breaks down at some point, there's a good chance it's going to, of course, right? A good likelihood of that. I mean, what is that world going to look like when a lot of people, maybe a majority, no longer have this understanding that you don't do certain things because it's wrong to do them, period. Right? When the societal constraints are gone, what do you think that world's going to look like? All the dystopian, stuff that's out there. I mean, it seems to be, laid out pretty well. Like, there's a good foundation for that. If anyone's just trying to, once again, take care of themselves and not be concerned about anything else. And that's one of the things I'm hoping to do in my ministry, and I'm presuming you're doing in yours, is to hopefully, like, give people something to shake out of that mentality. Because of course there's eternal consequences for these things, but there's also, in the world that we have to live in, there are immediate consequences as well. The fact that, like, if you live in a city like San Francisco or Minneapolis, right, where there's just absolute complete crime, there's no punishment for crime a lot of times. All the windows get broken out of your car. Well, now you're the guy that has to live there, and now you have to go, and your insurance premium goes up. You pay out of pocket. You get punished for something you didn't do, and that's literally what society becomes. The criminals run free, and we all bear the consequence.
Yeah, exactly. And we have to be able to instill in people. I mean, they're going to start.
Yeah, I'm getting weird vibes now. I feel like this guy just said, like, the neurojack part of the show, and Ananias is saying, like, the machine lies part of the show.
That's kind of like that's true. That it's really weird. It's very eerie in a way, because it does feel like that, doesn't it? It's like, and I guess from his perspective, like, he's been to Afghanistan, he's been to these other places, so he's very vigilant. I get that idea, but it is, like, very, like, it sounds like he verbatim took, like, one of my talking points. I'm like, okay, so yeah, because again, it's like, it's kind of weird. So they're saying, like, death of philosophy. Now Christianity's been, like, idolized. Now we have this, like, breakdown of society, and so he's like, there's consequences after life, and then he's like, but there's consequences right here. And I don't think I've ever heard an Orthodox priest say that say that openly. So that is pretty it's pretty interesting, actually. So I mean, I think it's good. Like, if Deacon Ananias has watched our show and now he's, like, addressing these things, I think that would be hilarious. But I don't want to take too much credit, but it's pretty interesting. Like, I definitely they're definitely having a very, like, pragmatic conversation. Like, this is like pragmatism entering the chat. So I think that's kind of interesting. I mean, if you have a different way of looking at it, I'm kind of curious. But, like, it's like now they brought.
Yeah, I mean, what I think is interesting is that he brought it down to just a very base level, where this guy was talking about, like, all this highfalutin stuff, like Aristotle and Kant, and then he's like, well, you live in San Francisco, it's pretty bad, because if somebody commits a crime, nobody's going to pay for it. And it's like, it sounds like neurocheck. What the fuck?
But it's weird, because it's like, because the way he put that is very interesting too. He said, So now, like, we have to bear the brunt of other people's crimes on us, and that's not a good thing, right? And again, that's kind of what I've been arguing very specifically as well, where like, you know, I mean, that's kind of the problem with the government in general, because it monopolizes that it's going to handle certain issues. It doesn't handle certain issues, and then now, like, you don't have the legal ability to like actually go and handle the issue, right? So I don't know. It's kind of a particular way of framing. I would say it's almost maybe libertarian or anarcho-capitalist as well, which maybe Montpelier Society, if you will, right? I need to look into that organization, by the way. So yeah, it is. I mean, I don't want to like jump too far ahead, but like I do kind of get that like libertarian argumentation vibe in that statement there.
I don't understand why virtue is beneficial to them and those around. It's cohesive for a society. You know, I see this with liberal professors. You know, why do you care about, you know, what harm is, you know, the LGBT community doing to you? It's like huge, like not to me just personally, but like they don't, because they have this kind of modern, postmodern kind of presuppositions, they don't see that moral issues that individuals do affect the whole. Not only affect them and their family members, but it's like, it's extremely devastating. So, you know, when we're saying, you know, everybody's free to do whatever they want in the sense of they can do an action, we don't recommend that. That's not hateful. It's actually, we're the only ones that love the ones who are promoting the sin. We're trying to tell them, don't do it. It's not good for your soul, for your family, or society. We want the best for these people. But they can't process that because they don't have these kind of more fundamental concepts, I think, is what you're saying. But we can see it. We can see not only the individual unraveling, you know, the gay community has a huge suicide rate and mental illnesses. The transgender community and stuff like that, they're all on SSRIs, depressed. And rather than actually going to the cause, it's, oh, because you don't accept us, you see. That's why you feel bad. Well, there's studies that have come out that in the most accepting areas, like San Francisco and other most quote unquote tolerant, they have the same suicide rates. That's not, so that's, you know, that's a distraction from the issue. It's no, because it's an actual moral harm. It's engaged in something. Oh, but they don't believe in objectivity and morality and stuff like that. So they don't even have the kind of hardware to process that when you talk to them. And that's really crazy, actually. Like, that's really difficult. So it's not simply a matter of, well, I just disagree with you. They don't understand what's being said. They're running on a total different program. They're running on the modern, postmodern program.
So this is weird.
That is the afterbirth of these.
I mean, he's kind of closed them off from, I guess, trying to communicate with these people, because he's saying, well, they have a foundation of beliefs in which they cannot be reasoned with, you know. So and yet they're products of, you know, certain ideology. So so how exactly are you going to confront the evils in the society, right? I mean, you know, so I mean, what do you propose, right? You know, or you know, so it's just kind of interesting, right? But yeah, he mentioned
Go ahead.
The idea of libido dominandi from E. Michael Jones earlier too. But yeah.
Oh, really? I think I must have missed the part where he talked about Kant. So do you want me to go back to that? Because I think I missed it. I think I didn't go back far enough or something.
Yeah, I heard him mention it.
Okay. I mean, so is this something worth revisiting, or just continue on?
Yeah, I guess just continue on, because I wouldn't know where to find it anyways. But
I mean, I could probably find it, but I was just saying, like, do you think it was important enough to, like, let me see if I can find it. I think I know where it is. I think it's like here. I think it's like right here. Let me just go back for a second, and then I'll go back up.
So if you've already had like an original mistake, a separation from reality, you get another one and another one and another. You get further and further away from the real.
And would you say that it's also fair to say, because obviously there's a lot of preparatory work to get to Descartes, right? Like nominalism, for example, right? Probably you could argue maybe that laid the groundwork for Descartes, and it's just each step, right? And then one error replaces another error, and like you said, it just compounds.
And then a lot of people don't know this. Nominalism and these moves laid the foundation for Protestantism. And their theories of salvation, penal substitutionary.
You just said that.
Nominalism.
You know,
and
from the
guess what?
Philip
If
Collins,
there's any Protestants out there, St. Paul was not a nominalist.
from Faustian's Face of
reputation
Modern
he was a
Science.
He wasn't a nominalist.
You know, we just read an article that said the exact same claim. But yeah.
Say that again. What happened?
That nominalism influenced Martin Luther. That's
Right.
from Philip Collins, Faustian Face of Modern Science. But yeah. So it's interesting that he's throwing that out there, just free floating that. But yeah.
Do you think that's accurate pretty much?
I mean, I don't know if it is. I mean, if I wanted to make a statement about it, I would reference that piece. I think it's interesting how Martin Luther condemned the use of reason, right? So what else would you rely on, right? So this whole idea of, you know, trusting your own, like, sort of common, you know, ideas, and you know, and I think in Protestantism there's a notion of like equality and all that stuff, or there's more of a notion of equality because everybody has to reason out the scriptures on their own, right? So I think to a certain extent you could sort of say certain ideas in Lutheranism seem to lend itself to nominalism, especially condemnation of ideas like reason and free will and all that type of stuff. Right? So it could be that, you know, I mean, he does tacitly lend himself to that, but you'd have to really elaborate, you know, based on his writings and all that stuff. See, we presented such research on the show, right? But I mean, it's just interesting to note that he's just making the statement, right?
Right.
But
Yeah.
he said something earlier too, that Descartes was influenced by nominalism. I think that would be maybe even harder to prove than the Luther claim. But yeah.
Well,
but he didn't directly mention Luther either. He just said that nominalism influenced Protestantism.
Yeah. Well,
which is kind of weird because the Catholics are the ones who came up with it, right?
Well, it's funny because like I took this quiz that Hank was asking like over a year ago, and just to read the definition for people who don't know, because even I have to go look it up sometimes. Like the doctrine that universals or general ideas are mere names without any corresponding reality, and that only particular objects exist, properties, numbers, and sets of thoughts are as merely as features of the way of considering things that exist. I mean, I would say that I'm more or less anomalist, not because like I don't think that there could be universals, but I just don't think that we have access to them as far as like numbers, right? Like I think numbers work in a pragmatic sense, but it doesn't mean that they're like real in the sense that like they exist in some sort of like plane of existence we don't have access to, or you know what I'm saying? Like how would you know that? I mean, to me that seems kind of like, you know, like why is that necessary? Like why is it that numbers have to be quote unquote super real to make like God real or something? And that's kind of what's weird about the way
Right.
you guys argue. Like I think that's
Oh, yeah.
bizarre, you know.
Yeah, like why do you have to accept that like there's universals, right? Like where is that in the Bible, for example?
Yeah.
Or where are the laws of logic in the Bible? Like it's
and,
all nonsense.
Yeah, and even if it's real, how could you know that we have access to like perfect whatever? It's like yes, it's like the law of gravity. Like yes, Newtonian gravity works. It doesn't mean that it's like real in any sense. It's just like this is how we are able to measure something, right? Like you know what I mean? Like it doesn't necessarily mean that it's like the end all be all universal rule or something. Or like that's what I don't understand about. So it's kind of, to me, it's just weird that you would attack nominalism specifically as like a gateway drug to like modernity or something. And again, even that maybe from their perspective it's true, but again, it's like, well, what? You know, I guess if it's like, are you arguing that viewing things from nominalism is like pragmatically a bad idea? I mean, that's a very different argument than saying that like nominalism is like, you know, a gateway to like Frankist Sabbateanism or something. I don't know, or whatever. I don't know. It's kind of a weird framing from my perspective, but you know, yeah, I don't know. It's kind of like I guess like you said, like where exactly does this
what's the opposite of nominalism? It would be universalism, I guess. And
Well, no, the reverse of nominalism was realism.
Okay.
By Duns Scotus.
Right.
Right. So
you brought that
realism
up a lot.
versus nominalism is the dialectic that's in like the post-medieval Catholic like theologians and stuff.
Right. And that was from like the 1100s or something like that, if I remember correctly. But
it's like 200 years after that.
okay, so like 1200.
Right. So it's like from 13 and 1400s. It's like Duns Scotus and William of Ockham. William of Ockham, right? Who you know, where they talk about Occam's razor.
Right.
Right. So yeah, so he was a nominalist. Right. So he's usually the foundation of the ideas. I have a you know, the text I've read on the show, Copleston's medieval philosophy, right? And actually both David Patrick Harry and Jay Dyer have referenced it, by the way.
The same thing, right? The Scotus and stuff.
Yeah, Copleston's no, I'm talking about Copleston's history of philosophy. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so
pretty weird.
I'm pretty sure they've read some of that too.
Oops. Let's see here. Sorry.
Yeah, it's a well-known text.
Let's see here. All right. So all right, let's continue on with this thing because this is getting more spicy here. Let's see. I think you mentioned Scott right here.
So absolutely. So something significantly is changing. At that, you get the nominalism with William of Ockham and these other peoples and scholasticism. Then you get modernity. You get a mechanization of nature. So now what's the real, like the epistemic starting point is my own mind, but I'm kind of locked into my own mind. These kind of radical doubts, you know, come up about the external world and these different things. And eventually this leads into people like David Hume. That's basically like, well, you can't have all these things because of the prior mistakes. If they're true, you can't have all this other stuff too. Then Immanuel Kant comes along, tries to save knowledge. But something that Immanuel Kant does that's important in terms of the history of
yeah, this is the part we already saw.
Philosophy is his book, The Prolegomena of Any Future of Metaphysics. Metaphysics is out the door. And you see this in the Critique of Pure Reason too. These claims about God and reality, whether the universe had a beginning, those are metaphysical claims, and we can't get there. That's a huge change, right? Because the two most fundamental things that lead to this kind of death of,
you know, in terms of my personal ministry, and I think yours as well, is to be able to
societally, that we should go with a better argument because truth matters for me individually, for my soul, and for you know, society is a whole. And I'm going to read this quote from Sherrard. States it, in destroying the ancient world, which possessed an overriding spiritual orientation and pursuits, he states that modern man created a society that's man-made, not a divine order.
Is he quoting René Girard?
It sounded like he said Girard, but
yeah, let me go back here.
It could have been somebody else.
This is very interesting. Hold on. Let me go back a few minutes. Hold on. Let me go back 1 minute. Let's see.
Debate today.
I do too.
You know, the goodness of debate, and I'm going to locate this in antiquity, is exactly this. Well, society actually were objectivists and believed in truth. And they believed, you know, not only individually, but societally, that we should go with a better argument because truth matters for me individually, for my soul, and for, you know, society is a whole. And I'm going to read this quote from Sherrard. States it, in destroying the ancient world, which possessed an overriding spiritual orientation and pursuits, he states that modern man created a society that's man-made, not a divine order. It's one, in fact, that represents a projection of the human mind that has cut its links with the divine and with the earth. And insofar as it has any ideals, these are pure temporal and finite concerns, only the terrestrial welfare of its members. So in antiquity, they didn't have that. And so there was something very noble about debate. It was, and debate is not apologetics or pastoral ministry. You're not trying to win the person over. It's a public affair. So you're trying to see is that this person's ideas are false. Why? Because truth matters. And you presented, God gave us, again, there was an overriding spiritual orientation in the conscious of the ancient that realized they wanted to be divine and they wanted these pursuits. And so if rationality was a God-given gift, then rational arguments that lead to truth should be pursued, for their own sake. And so debate had intrinsic value and worth. Now we live in a post-truth society, and I would say a consumerist entertainment society. And by the way, the other thing too is those listening to the debate were educated. They weren't idiots like we have today.
That's what I was going to say. Yeah, and they knew how to be. They knew how to be objective and to be rational as opposed to emotive. The problem is it's so hard today to do debates because people, they don't think, they just emote. And now it just becomes, but anyway, yeah, continue.
And it's all so now we got this right, and I have like mixed feelings. It's because we really didn't have this in the 90s. I'm Gen X too, where like people really did debates. Now with the internet, and everybody's excited about debates. And I have mixed feelings about that because I'm like, well, first of all, you're just not philosophically trained or educated to probably understand what the arguments. We live in.
So you have to be philosophically educated to have a debate. I don't know. That's kind of a
that does not just include that doesn't just invite Christians to the discussion. So if you're trying to spread news about the death of philosophy to the Christians, right, then you're going to overwhelmingly be talking to laymen, right?
Right.
I don't know.
So it's like you have to, and this is kind of like a good critique I heard from Owen Benjamin one time, where he's like, okay, all these Orthodox priests have to be college educated in order to become a priest. He's like, you don't find that weird? And I mean, to me, that is kind of weird. It's like, why do you need to be college educated to like read the saints and understand what they're saying? Like, it doesn't, I mean, I guess if you're saying that like there's a political like charge of duty to the church, which, sure, I mean, maybe you can make that argument, but I don't know. That's just, I mean, to me, that's just a bizarre, I mean, like you said, it's basically saying, lay people, you just shut up and listen, and we're going to tell you like what's going on. And again, like, I get that in the realm of like salvation, but maybe not as far as like, because they're obviously bringing into consideration like societal issues, right? And I mean, like, I don't think that the transgender LGBTQ people are going to be listening to an Orthodox priest online and like coming to the truth that way, right? So why wouldn't you?
This is the thing. He said that they can't. They're incapable of hearing the truth because they don't have a foundation of knowledge to even assess the truth. And he just said that about the great majority of people listening to arguments put forth online. But then how are normal people gonna win the propaganda war?
Right, exactly. So, and again, like, I think I kind of get what he's getting at, but then it's kind of like, I mean, I hate to put this, maybe this is like unfair, but like, it seems a little bit nihilistic. It's like, well, if you don't have the proper education, don't engage in debates online because, you might mess it up or something. I don't know. Let's just see what he says. I don't want to jump the gun too fast.
In a consumerist entertainment society. Yes. So also the debaters, none of these people are trained formally.
Exactly.
Everybody can create a debate channel, right, and argue, and then it's just hoorah for my team. Put the jersey
on. Sport. Yeah, it's blood sport. It's just about rooting on your team. Exactly. And the big problem. Well, go ahead. I'm sorry. I do want to comment on this though. But go ahead.
I guess somebody better go clip this up and send it to Andrew Wilson, because either A, he's been trained, or B, he hasn't been trained. So I would be very curious to get a reaction. Let's see. Somebody should clip this up and send it to him post haste. Because they're literally saying like blood sports. It's just blood sports. Okay, so they're saying that that's bad. Yet there's a lot of people. I mean, Jay Dyer has an open panel blood sports debate thing allegedly every week. So are they going to go and criticize Jay Dyer now, or what? I don't know.
Go ahead.
Well, that's what's frustrating. Now, occasionally I do a debate. First of all, I've been trained in it. I have the
right.
But
well, that's the thing is that if you notice, like
just like I'm teaching.
They've been inching away from
university.
it. So it just seemed like, and if this guy's a figurehead, right? Like, it makes sense that, you know, they're just going to move to doing commentary. Right. And yeah, that would be an interesting change of pace. I don't know how well it would go for them. Right. It definitely wouldn't go well for somebody like, you know, the people who are debate bros. And like, that's kind of like they whoop up these big events where they debate these people from the left. Right. So I don't know. But yeah, he might be giving like a call to the people that are like debating, like, hey, stop that. So who knows?
Something that's remarkable to me is like last time I saw the Raging Tomato, sometime in the last week, there was a lot of old school Jim Bob fans that somehow managed to get themselves on the panel. And that was interesting to me. It's like all these people who've been watching Jim Bob for probably 3, 4, 5 years plus, because some of them I recognize from way back, found their way onto the panels, right? And so like I'm thinking like, okay, so that's kind of interesting. So is he speaking to more like those type of people, or is this more of like the Jay Dyers or the Andrew Wilsons, or and you're saying that you kind of perceive they kind of backed away from that a little bit, and so you think they're kind of like trying to sidestep that a little bit?
I mean, it just makes sense because they have this guy go out there as like the priest philosopher guy. And he's obviously connected to all these groups, right? Like, so I think he's been on, at least we know he's been on David Patrick Harry's show. But yeah, I know that Andrew Wilson has mentioned him because somebody mentioned him on my show. And he commented on them mentioning him on my show in a negative light.
Who did?
Wilson.
When was that? Recently?
No, that was like way in the beginning, where like,
right,
you know, we would have Enslaved by Truth, and I think, I mean, we had Trad Culture on.
Yeah, and then they said that they said that you and I are talking shit about Peter here is when we really weren't. I don't think we really were. I think we were kind of like going with the critique of someone else, trying to like understand what their critique was.
Yeah, so that lets us know that if some of these priest, philosopher, theologian guys says something, then it might be like, you know, word from the big bird. You know?
Well, Peter here was hanging out with Tucker Carlson, so I mean, make of that what you will. I mean, I don't know.
Because it's not so bad that the net overall is, I'm not doing this anymore. I still think that I have some optimism, both in terms of philosophy. It's bad. Our contemporary culture and all this stuff, debates are bad. Like I'd say 90% of people, like, they shouldn't be doing it. And but there's still some good in it. It's still, that's kind of my thoughts, but it's really
the right people. So to your point, yeah, if you're debating somebody who also knows how to debate, that's a different thing. I'm talking about debates. The problem I have is debates in the modern context because they're not normally done under those conditions. If they're done correctly, of course, they're valuable. But the problem is the majority of people that are engaging in them and that support them are there for the wrong reasons. And there's not, in my experience, it's not that nobody gets positively impacted. I'm sure there are some who are, for sure. But a lot of people, this is another core problem that, I'm not sure we're going to get into too much today, but I think something that's been missed is that people are more moved by their desires than their thoughts today. Yeah. Right. So when somebody goes to a debate, because I've watched, I can't honestly, I don't have the time really to watch most of them. And because what I see anyway for most of them is just, it's atrocious. But outside of that, when I'll read the comments, because I'm curious how it's impacting, right, the cultural impact of these debates. And what I basically see most of the time, almost all the time, is that people think their guy won, right? Regardless, it's just like, so I mean, what was really accomplished there? Like, if it's done correctly, to your point, then sure, it can be a good thing. People understand what they're, once again, what they're trying to accomplish. They understand the rules. They're able to remain objective, right, and a bit passionless in the sense of like, they're not going to, it doesn't turn into a big argument, right? Because they understand that there's a process. And most importantly, I think personally, it has to be done. The people going into it have to go into it for the right reason, right? The discernment, the true discernment of truth, right? The real discernment
Okay, so are they? Sounds like they're shit talking Andrew Wilson and Jay Dyer right now. I mean, that's what it sounds like to me. So maybe somebody should go let them know. Because I mean, is the Andrew Wilson debates where they drag people through the mud and talk about like wooden dildos and shit? Is that getting at the truth or?
Yeah, it gets to the real question, like how are you going to communicate all this stuff about philosophy to people who aren't ready to talk about it or don't have the capacity to reason for it, right? Other than try to propose new ideas or try to challenge their ideas
or make a spectacle out of, like let's do Jerry Springer debate shows or something. I mean, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know. It's just interesting. It's like this sounds like a direct critique of like Andrew Wilson, right? So, and then again, like I saw like Ian Carroll in their chat. I don't know if it's the real Ian Carroll, but it's kind of interesting.
Of truth, right? Like I genuinely want to know the truth, and that's why I'm going through this process. So on the other end of it, I'll have a little bit better idea of what that is. But I don't see that being the intention for the majority of people that engage in these things in the online space.
And it goes back to your point because of the lack of virtue. Now, as Orthodox, we have something. Not only do we have something similar to what we would call in philosophy virtue ethics, but virtue epistemology. You see this even Plato and Aristotle had this idea.
I've never heard that word before. Virtue epistemology. Have you ever heard that word before? I've never heard that term before.
Yeah, I mean, it seemed like we're going into it with Skolomowski, like where he's kind of linking knowledge to values and all this type of stuff, right? So, yeah, I mean, it seemed like, yeah, I mean, if you have a certain perception of, how you gain knowledge, how to gain knowledge, what your methodology is in terms of trying to seek knowledge, and yeah, it would kind of inform your ideas about virtues, but as we've seen, right? So yeah, I think a definite case can be made, right? But yeah, that just goes to basically all the different aspects, right? Of thought, right? Like what you have as your political view and your ethical understanding of the world, and your religious understanding of the world, and your cultural understanding, and your view on beauty and knowledge and truth and all that stuff. I mean, it's pretty obvious. It makes sense to me. I mean,
I'm gonna take one little quick break from this. I want to show you this really quick. All right, check this shit out. You're gonna trip on this.
Christian. It's not explicitly Christian, but something is happening. And so that's what we're going to be getting into today, guys. So smash that like.
You see the name of this? White Girl Summer, Sweeney, Sorority TikTok, and American Professional Sports.
what the fuck? I guess he's taking a detour from philosophy as Ananias is talking about
But don't worry, they got Slow Boy Whiteboard modded up, and she's educational systems and social media have been playing to their racism, to everyone's inherent racism, really.
What? So she sounds like a woke liberal at this point. It's crazy, man.
But yeah, I mean, this is actually an interesting like topic. Like, I'm not gonna knock the topic, but it's just kind of like funny. It's just kind of like a funny like detour, like you said, like because like I'm actually kind of curious what he's gonna say, because it's like, okay, Sydney Sweeney, I think she's like Jewish, I think, and she's like obviously a model. I think she has like her tits out on somewhere out on the internet. Sorority TikTok. I mean, should women be in college and joining sororities, which are basically like Freemasonic organizations? You know what I mean? I don't know. I mean, I'm actually kind of curious. Should women be out like at the WNBA, like being salivated over by a bunch of lesbians? I don't know. I mean, it's like, or men for that matter, but not. There's not a lot of men who are like interested. Like honestly, I think a lot of the women in the WNBA are pretty attractive, but you know, I don't think a majority of men are like, you know, thinking like a woman who's 6'2" is like hot, but you know. So I don't know. I don't know. I just think it's kind of an interesting topic. I'll just watch for a few seconds. I just want to see what if he says anything.
He's been a member for 18 months. He says, my dad and uncle single-handedly keep the WNBA in business with how much I hear about Caitlin Clark. Yeah.
Okay, it's going to be fluff. All right, let's go back.
It's not simply just intellectually, well, I just got something wrong. Oftentimes it's affected because you didn't have the virtues to, you know, virtue helps us see the right answer. So let me give you a perfect example of, you know, I work on an orthodox argument that's called the transcendental argument for the existence of God. And people find this so confused. Like for me, it's like super, like, because God's prior to any, I know God in my heart and noetically, right?
Yeah.
And so for me, the argument's really easy. So they go, well, can you put out all the premises? Can you put it in modal logic?
So
And,
this is
you know,
interesting,
I'm
right?
like, I can do that. Okay, I was trained in. You want me to do that? Do you think that's anybody's ever been like, well, there it is. I did. They get more confused than ever. And I'm like, what do you want?
It's like,
so
who
stupid.
thought of this first?
And you know, I was talking
right?
with my godson, who's
they stole it from Calvinists. So was it because obviously Jay Dyer uses the same argument, Jim Bob uses the same argument, right? So it's all these people using the same argument. So who did they learn it from? You know, it'd be very simple if they could like go to a textbook and say, well, this is a textbook example of the transcendental argument for God, and you know, thought of by this theologian in the 1800s or something like that. And so, I mean, they don't really reference Plantinga and stuff. So, I mean, there's multiple guys using the same argument. They don't reference anybody as coming up with that argument. And there's also Calvinists and deists who use the same exact argumentation. So, what's the point? It's just really odd, you know, right? Like, but where did it come from? Right? Like, who's the authority?
And wouldn't you say that like it kind of is like Swedenborg adjacent in a sense? Like, isn't Calvinism kind of like Swedenborgian almost or something?
I mean, I guess like Kant is, right? So I was saying, but I don't know.
Like, I guess like what kind of occultism would you link that argument and Calvin to? I guess is what I'm trying to get at.
I don't know if Calvin ever used the argument, but I've heard that Calvinists and deists and
Oh, I see
different
what you're
people.
saying. So, like, you're saying Calvinists were influenced by Kant, so now they're using Kantian arguments that Calvinists also use. Is that that's what you're kind of saying?
Definitely, it seems like it has something to do with you know, Kant's, you know, transcendental form of argumentation. You know, so it's definitely linked to that.
Well, what's
You know,
interesting
so,
too is he said earlier he's like I got news for you, something to this effect. I don't want to like misquote him, but something to the effect of like Saint Paul wasn't a nominalist.
I mean, you know, was Saint Paul a philosopher?
See, that's what I mean. It's like, so what was he then? If he's not a nominalist, what was he? Like, he's a realist. So he prefigured Scotus or the other dude. What's his name?
I wonder if that guy, or if that Catholic guy, Philip Collins, is influencing them, because he said the same thing in his article that I read.
Oh, really? He said that Saint Paul was not a nominalist. That's such a weird,
Yeah, yeah,
such a weird.
Because he quoted Romans.
Yeah.
You know that the things, you know, that there's signs, you know, hidden in the visible things, right?
That's very interesting. I don't know what that's pretty weird. Yeah. I don't know. That's I've never heard anybody before today say Saint Paul was not a nominalist. That's a very particular like interpretation. So I don't know.
You know, was in the same group as Father Paul Weisman. We've been working on these arguments for 25 years. And I sent him some stuff that, you know, some guy had written like a 42-page thesis, objections. He's like, I don't even understand what. I'm like, so stupid, isn't it? They get all bogged down into the philosophical weeds. I call it missing the epistemic forest, the bigger issue for the epistemic tree. Well, if we have this, and what about this theory? And I'm like, you're blind. You literally, you went to school to learn stupid. One of the professors that was a priest, and he had this Irish accent, he says, you know, he's like, there's all kinds of stupid out there. Some of them you have to go to college to learn. And I'm like, oh, man. That's so, I mean, and you see this in the Gospels too, when Christ is, I mean, he's kind of giving a backhanded Jewish, like to the Jewish people that even the blind can see, right? Don't you feel like this is what's going on? It's like all y'all went to school, learned all this stuff, right? About these complicated theories, and you're dumber and blind, more blind than ever. That's what
this is the thing. This is the other problem I have with especially these Orthodox Catholic debates that you watch.
I just
particularly from the Catholic side. Yeah, they're awful. Here's why there's a lot of reasons they're awful. You know, we're coming to the we're operating with completely different worldviews essentially. So there's that problem already. You know, what matters to the Catholic is rational truth, right? What matters to we already did that. The other problem is, this is what like really annoys me, why I just like on a personal level I just can't stomach them, is because it's the whole like Christ says, I was gonna these comments, they strain a gnat and swallow a camel.
Yes.
Right. When I watch these Catholics and, you know, they strain to find this obscure reference of somebody that said something that could be construed as papal supremacy. From my perspective, it's irrelevant because I only have to show one example of where you're wrong, and I destroy your entire argument. So you can bring me 20 examples. I don't care. It's irrelevant to me because what you don't have is the consensus patrum. You don't have the consensus of the fathers supporting your position, right? The church has ruled on these things. The church has ruled in its canons that one bishop cannot interfere in the territory of another. And yet they just ignore all of that. They ignore the big things, the essential things, and they focus on these very minor issues, these very minor sources that, once again, don't have real relevance. And so that's the first thing. And the second thing related to that, like underlying it, I should say, is it's this, I think good philosophy should make more simple, right?
Did he say that one bishop cannot interfere in the jurisdiction of another? That's kind of interesting. I need to ask Unseen.
Yeah, it seems interesting. But this is Romans 1:20 that Philip Collins quoted, right, and said Paul is not a nominalist. It says, for since the creation of the world, God's invisible qualities, his eternal power and divine nature have been clearly seen, being understood from what has been made, so that people are without excuse.
That's what that Collins guy was saying.
Yeah.
What does that mean?
So he's saying that.
What does that mean?
So I guess he's saying that you can't argue from particulars to universals. You have to argue from universals to particulars.
I mean, yeah, I guess philosophically, okay, a tree is a tree, and so you have to know what a tree is to argue about whether you should cut down this tree. I mean, but that seems like
well, it's also been used. It's also been used to justify natural like theology and stuff like that.
Natural theology. So tautology, the saying of the same thing twice in different words. I mean, that's what I would say. It's like, so say that last sentence you said again.
Which one?
So like you said, what describe what you said again about like when I said that, like, if you want to argue about this particular tree, you have to know what a tree is or whatever. What did you say after that? Sorry.
I think I just forgot pretty much.
You're reminded it. No, but it seems like to me it's like it's kind of like a tautology or something. Like it's like they're basically just like saying, well, you have to accept universalism to get to the particulars. It's like, I mean, yeah, I guess technically that's true, but it's like, so what does that mean then? Like, does that mean that?
Yeah, that's
You know?
Is that what I said? Or?
No.
Yeah, I think that might be right.
I'm that's what I'm saying. I'm saying like that's what I was trying to get at is like, it's like, because like if so the Collins guy is basically saying like,
Well, you have to use universals to get to particulars. It's like, okay, so does that mean that like numbers are real in some sort of like supernatural way or something? I mean, I don't that like, you know, because you have to accept that like one is as a concept has some sort of pragmatic use, that therefore it must be like supernatural or something. You know what I mean? Like that seems like word magic to me personally. You know what I mean? Like they're trying to like smuggle in universalism. Like, well, you use
But I
numbers,
think he's
therefore it must be
like,
real or something.
yeah, like what he's trying to say is that it's not just about empiricism, because there's invisible qualities that can be seen from the visible qualities. So, so that's kind of what he's saying. Yeah, it is interesting that they're using kind of the same, because that guy's a Catholic now, right? So yeah, like remember in the debate where Wilson said, well, you know, they kept pressing him, what's the great achievements of Christianity that it's brought to the world? And he said, well, it's Aquinas and Aristotle.
Same.
You know.
And Aquinas, I mean, it's just weird. It's like again, like I'm sure Aquinas said some true things, but like, isn't he a Manichaean? Like, didn't he bring in Manichaeanism or something? So it's like, am I wrong about that? Am I talking about like he brought in Manichaeism basically, right? So
No, I think that was I think you're getting him confused with Augustine, but Augustine used to be Manichaean, but then he changed and then he started attacking it, right?
right, but I'm sure he's still Aquinas. So who was Aquinas? So what was Aquinas's big mistake, you would say, from the Orthodox perspective?
Well, it's like I was saying on the from the Orthodox perspective, they totally reject him because he's Catholic, and he's after the schism, right?
Well, he brought in Thomism, which is like natural theology, and
yeah, exactly. So
Thomism. So it's just kind of weird. It's like
that's what I'm saying. It's like it couldn't be used to justify natural theology or, this greater stance
and the
about
merging
this
of like
rejection of
theology and the merging of theology and philosophy, essentially.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So the other thing that's interesting about, well, I mean, I went down a whole rabbit hole at the end of the thing I was looking at. Also, it's weird. He was from the county of Aquino in the kingdom of Sicily. So was Michael Aquino, I don't know. Interesting. But yeah, let's play a little bit of this. I have something else I'll go into in a second, but just give me a sec. I got to find it.
Right, it should draw out those core essences, right? Like to enable us to see what is. That's what I try to do. That's why my videos are very short on these subjects, is because I'm not trying to elaborate. There isn't any place for that. There is a time and a place for that. But for the majority of people, we just need to understand basic things to maneuver the world effectively. What education does, this is the point I'm trying to get to. What education does is it complicates what's fundamentally simple. When we should be trying to simplify, right, to be able to understand what all these things lead to, right? Even in terms of when you talk about virtue, right? And there's books written on the books that are out there, right? Or morality. They all kind of seem to miss the main point. Like, why do we live these things? We live these things because of how our nature was created to live. It's not arbitrary. It's not this, it's not that. It's not 1,000 explanations given for this thing. We're simply living according to our nature, the way our nature was originally devised to be. It's very simple.
I know.
But people want to complicate it. And that's the problem. Like, let's move away from complication. This, all this hyper specialization in academia, right? Like people that learn an incredible amount of information about one specific thing, right? And then they tend to see the whole world through that, right?
It's literally the definition of idiot savant.
Okay, right. That's right.
Isn't that interesting? Or like a phrase? You have two terms there: savant, which is genius, and idiot put together. Yeah. It's like you're so specialized and smart in your specialization, you're an idiot. Like that's
amazing. It is great. Yeah, I remember the COVID era with all the experts, right? And everybody interpreting the entire world through their one little specialization, and nobody stepping back and saying that's dumb. When you put all this stuff together and you look at it as a whole, these pieces don't fit.
Yeah.
And, anyway, just
what, especially related to the Roman Catholics and a lot of these issues. The reason why this is happening too is the priorities are out of line. There's not a first things first. That's the last conference that I did up here was, or was it the previous? They're all merging together. Like it's been 50 years. Like I'm like, was that 2 years ago or 3? But seek first the kingdom of God. In the Gospel of Matthew, it tells us, seek first the kingdom of God and the rest will be added to you. So the problem is they're putting, like you said, it's not that reason or rigor is like, that's a second, third, fourth thing. And in light of that, both Bishop Maxim and Metropolitan Jonah, who were speakers at the conference, had said, and they were being hyperbolic to emphasize.
Can you hear this still? Sorry, I accidentally closed out for a second. Are you still able to hear this, right?
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
We don't have a set of dogmas and doctrines. We have a person. It's Jesus Christ. That's the first thing. That's a seek first the kingdom of God. And so everything else emerges from that, right? So if you take the emergent phenomenon and put that first as if it's more real, then you're out of whack. And this is really what I see kind of with the Roman Catholics is they're not in touch with reality. So whether it was when the issue of Pope Francis blessing same-sex couples, we all know what he believes. We know what's going on, and so well, don't look at that. Look at these really smart Catholic philosophers you bring in who will abstract. Let's just look at the proposition. I mean, can't the proposition mean? And they go through this, and I really feel that a lot of this is just a distraction and red herring. My last debate with the two Catholic philosophers, Dr. Trent Dortry and Dr. Christopher Thomas Rescue, the same thing. Well, let's not actually look and see what's going on in the Vatican. Look at this beautiful semantic theory that I can talk about. And
it's exactly what lawyers do, right? It's the exact thing you see happening in the justice system. Like, why is the justice system so messed up, right? Because rich people paid lawyers to complicate things that were essentially simple, to distract people from the essential point and get them fixated on things that don't actually matter.
Yeah, and so we're not saying for the audience that debate or even law is wrong, but we see where it's going wrong. When it does go wrong, we're asked the question, why? Because you didn't put first things first.
But see, this is where, like, and maybe they're going to address this. I doubt it, but it's like, so how would you fix this? Like, you would have to basically institute some sort of Christian Sharia to like fix that problem, right? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, there's no way that you're going to get like people to give up the ghost of what they're talking about. You know what I mean? And again, like, they're priests, and so I don't expect them to say something like that. But I'm just trying to get to the point of like what's the solution to this problem that they're pointing out, essentially, right?
Yeah, what does he want to organize them to do exactly?
Like I totally agree with what they're saying here, but I'm just saying it's like, okay, so what can we possibly do about the fact that people are living in 2,000 years of delusion, or at least 1,000, minimum 1,000 years. So it's like, so okay, now what? So like, how are you?
Yeah, I agree with some of it, but it's like if philosophy caused the problems, then why is the death of philosophy itself a problem, right?
Like, if Thomism merged theology and philosophy, and you're saying, well, now philosophy is dead, so now we only have theology. Like, I mean, so we go back to mysticism, which, okay, I would tend to agree, I guess, to some degree, right? But like, so, I mean, is that why the government is doing their own hippie revolution, but with Christianity now? Counterculture shit or whatever? I don't know. I mean, maybe the elites are trying to reboot the system. Maybe that's what the Great Awakening is, right? I don't know.
Christ is not first. A person is not first. The church is not first. We have an ethos and we have a personal God that's a Trinity. When that's put first, and that's what you're talking about, that's how we acquire virtue. Then the virtue allows me to do debate, allows me to see reality correctly. So, we have a lot of young guys in Discord, and they might see myself or Jay like, oh, they're really successful. I want that right away. It's like, well, you can't have it. I'm sorry.
That's right.
You're a child.
That's it. Yeah.
We got to work on the fundamental. They'll bring up questions like, whoa, Palamas says this, and what about the essence? And I'm like, first things first. Let's get you going into a catechesis program
That's it.
and read some of the basics, right? Now, anybody in any other aspect of life should understand this, right? Well, I want to lift all this way, or I want to actually be a heart. I love hearts. Can I let me at it? It's like you can't. You're gonna kill somebody.
Well,
So-
and we understand. Well, we see why it happens, right? Because to be fair to them as well, I mean, I get it. Is they've been sold a bill of goods. They've grown up in a world that has, like you were saying, has denied truth, has killed truth, and now somehow they've been exposed to it, and they want it wholeheartedly, right? Once again, one problem leads to another problem, right? One extreme leads to the other extreme, right? And that's what bounces on. And hopefully, we hope and pray for. We get it all the time with our catechumens, that they have enough of the right reason to be there, that they eventually work through this, can put in a turn at time, get the maturity, acquire the wisdom to eventually be able to do those things. Like you said, they're just not there. You don't start there.
Yeah, I get it too, especially when you find the truth, especially these young. I work a lot with the Z generation, and a lot of people like to criticize them. They use the term ortho bro. By the way, I came up with that as a term of endearment.
Okay.
Like 8-9 years ago, because I was working with the other priests in Southern California with the Young Adults League and stuff like that, and we would go to liturgy and vespers and have talks together. And I was like, well, what do we call these young? Well, they're brothers. They're Orthodox bros. So, and then it got appropriate and used in a negative sense. And now people are like, well, ortho bros are the biggest threat. And I'm like, no, they're not.
No, they're not.
Just young people. Like,
So he said he coined it.
Yeah, exactly.
So he's claiming he coined it.
But even worse than that, have some compassion because they are coming out of a world of chaos. It's not like you and I, Father, grown up in the 80s and 90s. That you have all this relativism, nihilism, feminism, all the gay skittles stuff. And they see something. They see that it's wrong, and they found orthodoxy. God bless them. Okay?
Absolutely.
But
absolutely.
they're immature, just like you and I were when we were kids.
Absolutely.
And you're reactionary, right? But you haven't acquired the virtues yet. Like Aristotle says, it's easy to be angry. The hard part is being angry.
Did he just say like Aristotle said?
Yeah. So, but yeah, what's interesting is, this whole idea that like, I guess you can't go to, you can't understand, like polemos, or you shouldn't be talking about it online unless you took a catechesis. And of course, that's from his particular organization that he's a part of. Right. So it's interesting that he says don't go and debate theology online unless you're part of the organization that I'm a part of. Right. I just think that's pretty interesting. But
Yeah, and again, I think it's like this whole like Hezekiah. Like if you look back at, I don't know exactly what Palamos. I can't remember exactly what he was controversial for, but like I do know that like if you look at like the hesychasm and like the light of Tabor and all these like very mystical things, I'm pretty sure like that's kind of what he's also talking about. Is like we don't want to like openly talk about the mystical side of like our beliefs too openly, because unless, like you said, unless you've kind of been trained how to approach it publicly or something like that, which I'm not going to say he's totally wrong. I mean, I'm sure there may be some good reason for it, but
yeah, and then he also name dropped Jay Dyer in there. He said that these guys want to, I think they're going to be the next Jay Dyer. But no, you have to go take the catechesis and join the church and all this stuff, and then you can do. Because virtues and knowledge are connected, but so you have to change yourself from the inside out first. I mean, it's a very interesting sales pitch, isn't it?
Well, and he's also kind of saying like, and again, like I'm not saying he's totally wrong. He's basically saying like, yeah, you're reactionary joining the church, but you've got to go through the purification process. Which okay, and it because Unseen's talked to me about that as well. Like stuff, and that's kind of what you and I talk about, of like how sin can blind you, right? So you have to go through this kind of like process of shedding a certain level of sin or sinful nature in order to like perceive more and more accurately, right? So it's kind of true, but like you said, it's kind of a very particular pitch, I guess. Like you're saying, like it's kind of saying, well, step 1, purify. Step 2, come to this, training or something, I guess.
at the right time, at the right proportion, in the right
Mhm.
situation. And that's part of this clergy, our responsibility. It's that if you want to be healed, as Christ says, you want to be healed, we've got a program for that. We can help you. Okay. But
Exactly.
I get upset that people are critical. Like, the biggest problem is our youth. I'm like, no, God
No.
bless them. Like,
No, here's the
and they
benefit.
change pretty fast too. Like,
Yeah, they do. And they're open to the truth. And here's the thing. So this is what they have. There is hope. I see hope in Gen Z. Because they genuinely want the truth. I'll be, I know there's always this generation bashing, and I'm not sure what to think about millennials, so we'll leave that on the shelf for the moment. but Gen Z gives me hope. Gen Z gives me hope. They come in, and yes, they have a lot of not real zeal, you know what I'm saying? Like they want to do the right things, and they're open to the truth, and they embrace the truth easily and wholeheartedly. And once again, it's a matter of prudence, it's a matter of temperance, right? That's where the issue really kind of starts to come in. But being well-intentioned, at least the ones I've dealt with, the majority of them, they like you said, they will make those changes if you work with them, if you give them the time that they deserve, right, to work with them. As people, I don't know, you're mentoring, who mentored you, but I certainly have people over life who have taken the time, because like you said, I was the same way. I was a big time Catholic apologist. I remember having debates with people overseas. I was just that was my thing. I was a Catholic, and not to toot my own horn, I was pretty good at it. But when I moved past that, it ceased to be a priority for me. And now I come back into the scene and I see how it's weaponized. Right? It's weaponized for most people to create more dissension, to widen that gap rather than to close it, as it rightfully should. A good debate, like you said, Father, should bring people together. Kind of like back in the day, when we would fight, right? When men would fight you afterwards. Yeah, exactly. You end up as friends afterwards, right? It's like, we got to work this out, and then when you're done, like, there's a respect that comes from that. And debate should be the same way.
Is that what's going on? That's is that what Jay Dyer's doing? I don't know. Again, like, I don't want to make it all about Jay Dyer, because I genuinely do kind of like the way Jay Dyer approaches debates, but also, it's much better than other people, but at the same time, it's kind of like I agree with what these guys are saying here. Like, yeah, it should be about the truth and all that, but like, who in the online debate sphere is it ever like a genuine debate?
Yeah, but I'm just so
Like, when is that
curious
ever
to
happen?
know, like, yeah, but I'm also curious to know, like, if you join the organization and they tell you the philosophy and they tell you about polymos and they tell you what energy and essence and they tell you about metaphysics and they teach you the tag argument, then what do you have to debate now? You already know everything.
Yeah, and like, so who are you gonna convince? Is Jay Dyer convinced? Because like, again, like, this is kind of thing. Like, a lot of people give Jay Dyer credit with bringing people to orthodoxy, and I guess I would have never probably known about orthodoxy had it not been for people like Jay Dyer, who influenced Jim Bob, who influenced me, right? But having said that, it's a kind of a it's kind of a particular argument. Like, he's saying, like if you like, it sounds to me, the way he's talking about this is like he's talking about internal debates, like, among Orthodox, right? But I'm extrapolating that out, like, how many internal Orthodox debates are being had? I haven't seen any, honestly. The only thing I've seen is like Orthodox versus Catholic, Orthodox versus atheist, Orthodox versus a whore on whatever podcast. You know what I mean? So, like, are we supposed to go hug the whore who's promoting like satanic Luciferian worship or whatever? And we're friends afterwards, or you know what I mean? Like, who exactly are we talking about here? Because like, I haven't seen zero inter-orthodox debates online. I'm sure they're out there. I just haven't seen any. So that's kind of where I'm like a little bit confused. Like, do we go hug Mehdi Hassan or like Piers Morgan after we have a debate with him, or what?
There should come, even if you don't end up agreeing, like, you have a little more appreciation for where they're coming.
Yeah, he's like, you have a friendly debate and, you understand both sides and all this stuff. But he's speaking as if you're talking from people, like two people within the tradition. Again, it's like the question becomes, if they already told you everything they're supposed to know to defend the tradition, then what's there to debate about? Right?
I think your point is very poignant, because it is very, like, you can only argue with other people who've been through the training, but then because again, why would you go hug somebody and like be friends with? I mean, again, I'm not saying that you could. I'm not saying that like Orthodox Christians can't have friends outside of that thing.
Yeah, like unseen, like he'll tell you what the doctrine is, and then if the people that don't believe it, be like, all right, well, you're going to hell, so right, so it's
Yeah.
kind of like, yeah, there is nowhere to go. Like, there's nothing to debate. Like, you either
Right.
know it or you don't. I mean,
Right. Well, and again, like the thing is, like I would say that like unseen is friends with me and you, even though we're not a part of his faith. But yeah, he definitely like says like, here's the truth, and if you don't want it, then that's on you, essentially, right? Like it's
yeah,
not
that
like,
makes sense. That's
yeah.
consistent.
Yeah, it's
You
consistent.
know, like what I'm
exactly.
trying to say is that's perfectly consistent because he's saying, like, look, this is the bottom line truth. You know, and if you're claiming that, then what is there to debate? You're saying right.
And yeah, I agree. I think that's very well put.
From, and you also have greater depth of your own position. That's what a real debate should be. And I'd love to see the world get back to that style of debate.
Yeah. And that was one thing that was good about Thomas Aquinas colleges. They were able to provide an environment in which that could be done in a healthy way. I
Yes,
say this,
exactly.
you know, I remember this one. I've always not liked bullies, by the way. I've always want to, you know, stand up for the most vulnerable. And yeah, there were times where you probably remember, I'm like, there's some real jerks in class sometimes. They're really smart and arrogant.
Yeah.
And one guy was, he would always lean back in his chair. And we were going over Augustine. Interesting enough,
Doesn't like bullies. Did I hear that correctly?
Yeah, I mean, but yeah, I don't know.
So Jay
I think this dude was like,
Jay Dyer and Andrew Wilson are not.
I think they do like bully type of stuff on Twitter and stuff, or at least from what I've seen. So I don't know.
Yeah, this is very
people like Scythians and stuff.
Well, I have heard him say that like he had someone who liked Mean Mr. Mustache in his church, and he basically like told him to like he was at a church in like Germany or something, and they liked Mean Mr. Mustache, and he told him, "Fuck off, you're a Nazi." And so I guess in that sense he doesn't like bullies, right? But that's a real story he told one time. So, so I guess it depends, right? Like, you know, you gotta pick it. I don't know.
About infant baptism. And Augustine's like, yeah, they basically go to hell, like the unbaptized.
Yeah.
And so people were rightfully upset by that. And this guy
right, like that's what they would say.
Babies are burning in hell whether you like it or not. And I'm like, I turned over to him. I'm like, I will flip you back on your chair in the middle of class if you don't know. I'm like, you might be able to outsmart me. I can beat you up. How about that?
Ooh.
So what now? So what did this guy say?
No, he's going full ninja mode on this fucking guy. He's about to take his robe off and handle business.
Isn't that a bully?
Shut him up. I'm like, you know I can. And
like
so, but I was picking up for the bar. I'm like, he was picking on people. He was being a jerk.
Yeah. No, I know.
Was Jesus a jerk when he told people, you'll always be dirty inside because you don't wash your hands? I don't know. I mean, you'll always be dirty because you wash the inside of the cup, but you don't wash the inside of your being or something. I don't know.
They weaponize. Look, that's the thing. It's all intellectual pride, right? A lot of for them, it's intellectual pride, which is a sin of the devil. I mean, like, you know, pride is a sin of the devil. I mean, this is when they take and they become arrogant. They don't.
Also, just labeling people as prideful without evidence is also
realize, right? If you're not speaking the truth in love, right? If that's not what animates you as a true, genuine care for that soul, then what you're.
How do you measure someone's love that they're speaking with? You know what I'm saying? See, and again, like, I'm not saying they're wrong with what they're saying, but like, it's one of those things. Like, it's a slippery slope, I would say. You know.
You're doing is almost certainly damaging to you and everyone else. Like, that's what people forget. It isn't just about lobbing these arrows, right? And, oh, hey, you know, this hit or that hit. It's not a game. For people, it's a game. And that's the problem. It takes on this blood sport spirit. That is problematic because you're missing.
Anybody who disagrees,
they're going in.
Go ahead, sorry.
They're going in on this style of communicating, and yeah, it doesn't it just doesn't compute because it seems like that is a promotional tactic for their church or whatever the tag argument.
Yeah, like if I go on Jay Dyer and I have a genuine agreement with him, he's most likely gonna like kick me off because he's gonna say you don't have the training. You know what I mean? Like it. He's going to throw some like technical postmodern jargon at me and then say, well, do you have a master's degree in postmodern philosophy? No, then shut the fuck up. You don't know what you're talking. I mean, like, again, I'm not saying that he's always like that, but I'm saying like I've seen more often than not. That's the general like way that it goes. Right. Like it's kind of rare that, and again, I don't want to speak for him, you know what I mean? But like, I'm just saying it's just like, there's a lot of irony embedded in this like argument that they're putting forth here.
The point of doing this in the first place. Yeah. The purpose is to discern the truth, is to extract it, right? Is to be able to mine, right? We're miners trying to find these nuggets of wisdom that we can use to be better human beings, to ultimately, as Orthodox Christians, to have these things help us move us toward theosis.
Yeah.
Right. And if it's not that, then it's not good. It's not good. It's probably bad. It's probably going to harm you.
Yeah.
And others.
What a simple question. What do you want?
Right.
Life? I just, I ask people that all the time. Yeah. Like, you get distracted with like, what do you actually want? Do you want to be here?
Okay, so he's talking about Girardian mimetic desire, in my opinion. That's what he's bringing to the table here. So he's bringing in Girardian mimetic desire. What do you want? It's it's a very smart thing he's bringing in here. Again, this is why I think the Discordian, like, what's your desire, eros, whatever, like, there's something to that, but what exactly it's supposed to be, I don't know, but it's very interesting. What do you want from this argument?
Do you want to have just a bunch of more facts in your head? Well, those are called fantasies between your ears.
That's right.
As Father Russell says. I always quote Father Russell. Well, he's got some really great. He's got some great one-liners. Like,
okay,
when we're doing church tours, people ask me if we're a Bible-based church. Absolutely not. And people are like, "Oh, well, the Protestants, we're the church the Bible's based on." I'm like, "Yeah." Father awesome. Russell one-liners. What is
That's great.
What is all this stuff? Like, what do you want? Like, more facts? I remember I got in a disagreement with my sister-in-law once, and she was like, "The problem with the world is people just aren't, educated enough and haven't gone to college." I'm like, "Oh yeah, because that's the world for you. We just don't have enough facts, propositions in our head."
He just said that you shouldn't be out here doing theological stuff unless you have philosophical training. But then then on the other hand, he says, well, it's not that people don't have enough education. Maybe I'm nitpicking a little bit, but I don't know. That's kind of a weird, like, so is he saying that people who've been educated in philosophy and are also out here doing theological stuff are ineffective? I don't know. I mean, am I being a dick? Am I being too nitpicky on that machine? Like, I'm genuinely asking, like, am I being too nitpicky on that, or is that somewhat of a contradiction with what he said before?
Yeah, I mean, I just don't know what they desired the outcome should be in terms of philosophical training. They said they said it's too it's not good that people are too specialized and there's a lot of experts, but they said you have to get the right amount of training to talk about stuff. You shouldn't go debate stuff as a layman. And I think they alluded to the fact that you should debate stuff within the tradition. So I just don't understand what they're trying to actually accomplish. Right. And then there was a little splash of insight about trans stuff. Right. So just what is the underlying goal?
You know what I mean? So it's like, is
it to preserve philosophy or religion? Because it clearly says the death of philosophy. So
people should, and I'm going to tie this back in. I always tell my students, I'm such bad ADD that one thing you'll learn about somebody has ADD, the shortest distance between two intellectual points is never a straight line. It's a long, windy road, but I will always come back to it. Why truth actually matters is in philosophy done well should encourage introspection. right? To slow down and think about.
That is the most interesting thing I've ever heard. I mean, this whole conversation. Let me go back 10 seconds. I want to know if you kind of pick up on what pick it up on. Like, so he's at 40. Okay, let's go back like. Okay, let's go back like a few seconds there.
You know what I mean? So it's like is people should, and I'm going to tie this back in. I always tell my students I'm such bad ADD that one thing you'll learn about somebody has ADD, the shortest distance between two intellectual points is never a straight line. It's a long, windy road, but I will always come back to it. Why truth actually matters is in philosophy done well should encourage introspection, right? To slow down and think about like a question like that. What do you want in life? How many
Well, what do you think about what he just said there? That's a kind of weird. That's kind of a weird way to put it there. The point of why does truth matter? Because good philosophy makes you introspective and think about what do you want.
Yeah, I think I guess he's trying to use like this idea of like hyper individualism to sort of reassert the idea of faith against, you know, like the experts and all that type of stuff. But then where does that place what he said earlier about the philosophers and understanding stuff and not having a surface level understanding of things? Right. But yeah, this idea of introspection, you know, it could be maybe useful in a sense, right? But again, if you encourage it at large, it could lead to a lot of questioning and a lot of exploration that I think is maybe dangerous. I don't know. Why should introspection be encouraged? I'm not really too sure about that. Yeah, it is a sort of like hyper individualism. Like, yeah, the reason why philosophy is important is because it makes you introspective.
Well, and it kind of reminds me, like, I don't want to be a total dick, but it's kind of making me think of like, isn't the purpose of like paganism or like these like occult practices is to like self work or something? Like, you know what I mean? Does that make sense? Like, it's like,
Yeah, it's a sort of weird hyper individualism that seems misplaced, and it seems to be tied back into like the lonely fool stuff. I mean not the lonely fool, but the holy fool, right?
Right.
Yeah.
And like again, like I'm kind of partial to that, but that's kind of what spooks me about it is like, so like because it sounds almost like what Twilight says or something, where it's like, okay, well, you know, these practices are really like help. They're like
He's definitely said that.
Yeah,
he's definitely said that helps you. It gives you a ability to introspect and find out more about yourself, know thyself.
Yeah, so it's like, is this like Jungian archetypes or some shit? Or
how many people just stop?
I don't know. I mean, again, like I don't want to be a dick about it, but I'm like, it is kind of make me take a pause and say, like,
Yeah, it
okay,
seems like it seems like he's verging on like the arcane, like he's verging on mysticism. And when he's presenting this hyper individualistic introspection, are you like, yeah, you really have to justify things like, are you see, it works if you use like Kierkegaard, but yeah, I don't know.
Stop and ask that, like, what do I want to be, and what do I want? I had a wonderful confession not too long ago, and Father Russell says, because I realized I'm like, all the sins can be basically that seem like confessing. I'm like, I got distracted again. I wasn't like, I'm a hypocrite. I know that I say, let us be attentive more than anybody. I'm the least attentive person. And I'm constantly distracted by the demons who are just like, look over here, look, and then I fall into sin. Yeah. And whether it's anger or whatever the sin that may be, it's like, I didn't have watchfulness. I wasn't paying attention and attending. And so, Father Russell says, what do you want to be? I'm like, I have a very clear idea what I want to be. Let me start what I don't want to be. I don't want to be known as the person, oh, that deacon's so great as long as everything goes his way and life's good. I want to be known as I want to achieve a spot before I die that says, gosh, there's nothing they can do to. They could torture him. He could lose everything. And he says, blessed be the name of the Lord. That's, and Father says, good, don't let anything distract you from that. That's an introspection. I think everybody, how many people just asked, even got to the first step, what do I want to be? What do I want? We're just too distracted and caught up. And, you know, I think Blaise Pascal.
I mean, I kind of see what he's saying, but it's like, wouldn't the ultimate thing to be like not aligned with what you want, but wouldn't it be like to align with what God wants you to do, I guess? And I know that's like I'm being very, very, very like nitpicky, but like, I guess if like you're trying to say like, what do I want in order to like figure out like where I'm going wrong away from what God wants me to do or something, you know, that might be, I don't know. I mean, it's just kind of a weird way.
I would tell you that in just about every story I've ever heard in the Bible of someone going against what God wants them to do, they're always going to end up doing what God wants them to do. So, but I mean, that depends on how much do you really want to believe that God works in each person's life individually. You know, I mean, is every little endeavor that you do in your life really a set in course, set in stone, you know, endeavor that God has, you know, set up for you for the day? Or is it really something that you can just create out of thin air with your own idea, and through your own ambitions, through your own working of your own hands, through the sweat of your own brow, you can make your own prayers come true? That's why the church nowadays, you know, they'll tell you pray to God in order to get your blessings, but in reality, just give all your money to the church and to the preacher, and then you'll receive your blessings. You know, that's how Joel Osteen and people like them have managed to convince people to send all your money on the TV, put all your money in an envelope and go and send it, you know, to us, so that way we can go and stuff it in our walls. You know, they've convinced people that, you know, if, you know, you pray to God for money, that, you know, magical money is going to fall out of the sky, but yet you sit here and you have, you know, people like Kenneth Copeland, you know, saying that he won't ride in, you know, public aircraft with regular people because they're too demons. So, I mean, personally, I've just found that a lot of the people who have claimed that God has done this in their life, or, you know, like a lot of them white, rich Christians that you see on Facebooks, on Facebook a lot, you know, oh, Jesus helped me and my family do this, as they're like driving around in like Rolls Royces and, you know, living in $3 million mansions. So, I mean, you know, I just think it's really hard to sit here and say how many people really, even these churches. That's why I don't subscribe to any major church, you know, monasteries, anything like that, just simply because of the fact that every single church that I've gone to, if I would just put it this way, I believe when the Bible says that no man is incorruptible with Jesus, I believe that. I think it doesn't matter how good of an intentioned person that you can be, eventually at some point you yourself can be corruptible. So, you know, again, you know, like some people say, you know, what happens if the devil enters a pasture? I mean, if a devil enters, you know, the pastor of a church, and, you know, does all the bad things that we know that happens behind closed doors in some churches, you know. So, I mean, you know, is that God's will? Is it God's will for, you know, a man to use his name under the skies to go and, you know, abuse children? I mean, isn't that what countless empires and, you know, dictators have done throughout countless years, is sit here and use the word of their gods, you know, to, you know, justify, you know, callings and, you know, grapings and all that other stuff, which is just no different than what's going on today. It's just, it doesn't have to necessarily be in the name of a god, because it looks like technology is the next religion. So, you know, I don't know. It's just, I don't really have no basis or any proof to sit here and say how much of a is like what they say about the mountain quote, you know, is every stone at the bottom of the mountain as valuable as the stones at the top and the ones in the middle? Because, well, you know, all the stones make up the mountain. You know, without the ones at the top and the middle, it's not a mountain. And with the ones at the bottom, you can't make the mountain. So, you know, is what
one little person does, like the butterfly effect, is one little person over here, doing something over here, one part of the world going to affect, Joe Blow over here in this part of the world, Can you even begin to create a mathematical, scientific equation formula to be able to even test that? I mean, obviously, we humans have come to the conclusion that if you can't psyop them, if you can't get them to do what you want by simply getting their if they're afraid of death, or if they're egotistical and want to have a god complex, give them religion. If they're too stupid that they can't fend for themselves and give them food, well, as long as they're willing to stand guard at a post for the next 15 to 20 years, here, we'll give them bread and butter and a little bit of water and a place to sleep. I mean, humans are just very easily controllable. Is the Crusades really the work of God? I don't know about that. So, I mean, that's just how I feel about it. I think anyone can sit here and claim, well, I'm using the will of God to do something, or God's speaking through me. But, how many times do you get on YouTube and you sit here and, hear people saying, well, God told me I had to kill this person who, is my child or my brother or my sister or my mother or my father because God told me to. So, that's the problem with the world, is that you don't have mankind doesn't have a daily interaction with God every single day, so you're left up to the whim of people who claim that they've had an interaction with some level or form with a divine entity, good or bad, or you have people who straight up lie about their faith, like Joel Osteen and Kenneth Copeland and people like that, the people who are obviously the in your face, wolves in sheep clothing, people who claim the message, but in reality don't believe in the message whatsoever, other than, send in your donations and stuff. I mean, you're living in a world where really, unless it's coming from the source itself, aka God, happening in front of you, I mean, isn't that basically what everything is? Is how many people can we convince of anything? I mean, that's basically everything in life that you ever go through, is just trying to convince another person to do something. I mean, come on. You want money from them, well, you have to convince them to want to buy your product, right? I mean, blah, 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 et cetera, et cetera. So, I mean, you're just constantly, I think, trying to prove, at least with the churches, to me, it's all about the control. It has nothing to do about the religion. They don't care about you as a man or a woman or a child. They don't care about getting you to know, depending on the church and even other religions. I mean, you can't sit here and say, well, Christianity is the only church that, allows, fraudulent, money laundering or anything like that. Obviously, there are different churches of different religions who do that kind of stuff. So, I mean, again, it all comes to that mankind is and will just come up and do anything that they can in order to be able to have some type of control, or I guess you want to say greed. I personally have yet to see why anyone has subscribed to any church on mankind. Like I went to a few churches when I was younger. Them backyard, yeehaw kind of, Baptist churches and stuff like that. But I haven't been to a church in probably 18, 19 years. It's been a very long time. I was young, and I have yet to see a single church that really shows me that they understand the message that they're preaching. But, the preacher's, driving, 3 times the better car than what his churchgoers are wearing. His clothes are 10 times nicer than what the church, goers are wearing, and the pastor's a gay man. So, is that the will of God? I don't know. I mean, the Bible also tells you that women aren't supposed to be preachers, but in some places you got, female preachers. So it's all about, I guess, whatever you're doing, is it being allowed to be done at the time? That's the only way I know how to describe it. Like with the Crusades, well, they were allowed to do it at the time. So there you go. It's the same thing if the Crusades were done in today's time. Oh, well, that's right. In a way it is. It's just, it's being broadcast, for you to see in the comfort of your own home as you eat your McDonald's. So
That sounds like a conspiracy theory. Is that conjecture?
no, I just know that my government's getting very, very, very comfortable with getting way too many fucking executive powers that are starting to interfere in my daily life. And if they keep it up, I'm gonna sue them. Oh, that's right, I can't, because they're protected by shadow corporations. Oh, let me put it to you this way, there, Nero. Some of the things that they're doing around here, let's just say they shouldn't be allowed to do that kind of stuff. On top of, continue using YouTube when they go and ask for your ID. All these places all of a sudden want to start asking people, can I see your ID? I didn't know I needed an ID to do this. I've been doing stuff like this my entire life, and now all of a sudden you must have an ID to do this? Oh, okay. Why is that? Oh, because the government says so. Oh, well, what if I tell the government I say so? No. Oh, well, then you can't get it. Oh, or bad things happen. Oh. Okay. Well, anyway, so keep, living underneath the same people who, enacted the Patriot Act on you. As I sip on the coffee, that gives me diabetes. I know. Before I'm not able to get on here for like a week or two. I hope things don't fall apart before then, because mentality is pretty bad. Not just in my city, but I don't know, dude. Fucking something's wrong. Something's wrong with human beings right now. People are overly violent and cruel for absolutely no reason. You can't walk out your door without something. Yeah, buddy. Yeah, maybe if you're rich and don't have to live among the fucking the well, we all can't have 100 million euros and go live in a glass palace. No, that's pretty bad.
That sounds like a
I don't care.
problem.
And well, you see, there you go, Neuro. As long as we can continue convincing people to go about their days and not noticing the problems, there's my proof right there. Just like with the whole, is it God's will? I don't know. The Bible sits here and tells me that He's going to allow a stupor to be brought upon a majority of people who are cold-hearted and dumbfounded when it comes to being spiritually in tune with Him. He's going to allow them to, for a time, basically be subjugated. And
that doesn't sound like much faith to me. Sounds like this.
Oh, I have faith.
Okay.
I have faith in God. Unfortunately, when you have people who basically want to, light a car on fire down the street and not care if it blows up the local gas station, that tends to concern
Let me tell
me.
you something. That's because that white people had 400 years of oppression, and so they deserve to have their cities burned down.
Well, you know it. Gotta get ready for the new Hyperborean. What do they call them? Tech spheres or something shit. I can't remember what they called them.
Yep. Machine, do you? I got to step away from the computer for a little bit. Do you want to share your screen and continue on a little bit with either that or something else? It's up to you guys. I'm sharing the what do you call it? The Discord screen now. If you guys want to share the screen and